You were just bored and decided to deliver takeout. But little did you know that it would shock the entire high echelon of the Dragon Kingdom. Not only did all national airports ground flights and enter a state of high alert, but they even dispatched all bombers to pursue you. All this because your 6-year-old daughter took out the beehive drone you had developed while you were delivering takeout, and she conducted a test flight in front of everyone, almost destroying all of human civilization in the process. At this moment, inside the Dragon Country Technology Museum, Lu Meng shook her head as she looked at the ugly and sluggish drones in front of her, furrowing her brows. These drones are no good, not even comparable to the one my dad handcrafted. As soon as these words were spoken, the male classmates beside her burst into laughter, because everyone knew Lu Meng's dad, who this morning even rode a food delivery electric scooter to take her to school. Classmates, Lu Meng claims that these top-notch drones are not even as good as the one her dad handcrafted. Don't be fooled by her. Her dad is actually just a food delivery guy. Upon hearing this, the teachers and students of the whole school burst into laughter. However, Lu Meng's brows furrowed slightly. She could tolerate others saying her clothes were old, but she couldn't bear it when someone mentioned her father. These drones, both in performance and appearance, are far inferior to the ones my dad built. The male classmates continue to smirk in a teasing manner. Whatever you say is what it is. Can't we all just believe it? Let's all disperse. Lu Meng is upset, and it's no fun at all. Her classmates no longer paid any attention to her, dispersing one by one, leaving only Lu Meng standing alone in place. Looking towards home through the glass window of the technology museum, she murmured, "Dad, if your drone could appear at this technology exhibition hall, everyone would understand what a true drone is." She had to let everyone know how amazing her dad was. So, Lu Meng took advantage of the teacher and classmates not paying attention, and secretly returned home. She arrived in front of a locked bedroom, stepped on the armrest of a chair, and climbed out the window directly. Lu Meng landed heavily, feeling a pain in her buttocks and a slight dizziness in her head. After recovering, she saw the drone on the ground and got excited. "Dad, I'm going to show it to my classmates now. You won't be mad at me, right?" At the same time, in the drone exhibition area, Lu Meng returned, but still didn't attract much attention. Only a few classmates gathered around her. As Lu Meng pressed the button on the box, the shell slowly opened from 4 directions, revealing a cool futuristic aircraft in front of the classmates. "Oh my goodness, amazing, Lu Meng, what on earth is this thing? It's so cool." The classmates' exclamations attracted a crowd of onlookers. Not only students and teachers, but even the staff from the science museum were drawn over. Lu Meng looked at everyone looking shocked at the drone hive, and proudly introduced, "This is my dad's work." The previous male classmate, Lin Eru, also walked over. When he saw the UFO brought by Lu Meng, he was also shocked, but he still started to mock. "I admit your UFO looks cool, but I don't believe you when you say all drones are inferior to it, because it's not even a drone. It doesn't have propellers and can't possibly fly." Upon hearing this, Lu Meng immediately became displeased. "Who told you that it can't fly without propellers? My dad said it's made of anti-gravity material, and its propulsion system is a zero-mass propulsion system." Lu Meng, I admit that you have watched the 3-body animated series. You can even pronounce the 3 words of Wu Gongji, but this is the real world. It simply does not exist. Just then, the principal also walked over. "What are you all arguing about? It's so lively." "Principal, we are debating whether the drone made by Lu Meng's dad can fly or not." After hearing the classmates' explanation, Principal Wang also looked over. When he saw the drone, even Principal Wang couldn't help but be impressed. The person who designed it must be a top designer at least. I have to say it's very handsome. Lu Meng was very happy to hear President Wang's praise. "President, the unmanned aerial vehicle my dad built is very powerful. It can even fly side by side with real aircraft. Its complete form is not just a single UAV, but a whole UAV swarm, like a beehive, individual sacrifices for collective wisdom. A good UAV should possess super-individual characteristics." After Lu Meng finished speaking, everyone was stunned. Even Principal Wang was taken aback. The sacrifice of the individual for the collective wisdom seemed to make him feel, for a moment, a certain objective law. After a moment of shock, Principal Wang regained his composure. It seemed that this child had already taken these science fiction concepts completely to heart, and he must help Lu Meng turn things around quickly and help her recognize the real world. "Lu Meng, there happens to be an unmanned aerial vehicle test field over there. Since you believe your drone can fly, dare to go and test one? Fly, then fly." Lu Meng knew that no one believed in her, nor in her father's drone, but she had to prove to Principal Wang, to everyone, that a drone without propellers could still fly. "Dad, everyone questions your work, but I won't allow it. Even though you said this drone is not ready for official flight yet, I think it should be fine to give it a little test run. right? At this moment, hundreds of drones were hovering over the test flight field, with exclamations and praises echoing on the scene. Just then, a voice came, "Look, someone is dragging something strange over here. Such a cool new type of drone. It's quite intriguing. Let's go take a look." Due to the eye-catching design of the drone that Lu Meng was going to test fly, it not only attracted most of the students and teachers, but also drew in many passers-by, resulting in fewer people who were watching the drone demonstration show earlier. Several drone company teams were quite speechless. Who is that girl? She's diverting all our customers. It's one thing to compete for customers, but not so blatantly. Principal Wang sensed that something was off with the atmosphere and quickly tried to make amends. "I'm truly sorry. That thing was made by a student's parent. It's fake and can't fly. We'll leave in a moment." At this moment, Lu Meng had already put on a black mirrored helmet. Once the power was activated, a line of green code appeared in front of the helmet. Soon, the system's voice came through. "Welcome to Beehive Drone. Current version 1.0 prototype." Following that, a holographic view of the drone appeared on the mirror, instantly filling the air with a futuristic vibe. There was a riot on the scene. "Wow, that's a cool helmet with a projection display. This damn sci-fi vibe is so much more pulling than my Iron Man helmet. Where to buy this product? I want to buy the whole set. I'd pay $100,000 just for the sci-fi artistry. I'm offering $110,000. Place your order now." The corners of the mouths of the drone manufacturers who had gathered over twitched. What's wrong with these people? Real drones? 100,000 you don't buy. Toy drones? You guys want to offer 110,000? There are some drone manufacturers, too, who can't help but begin to reflect on that. Appearance can make a product premium. To what extent? They have seen it today. The number of people coming to watch is increasing. Lin Arrow had begun to be somewhat convinced at this point. Just the sophistication of the helmet, just the technology. It doesn't look like an ordinary thing by any stretch of the imagination. Principal Wang, could it be that this drone can really fly? On the sidelines, Principal Wang shook his head and, "It's impossible. Eru, you have to believe in science and respect objective facts. I asked Lu Meng to test fly, but I also wanted her to use practice and correct the misconceptions in her mind. Can't fly. Just can't fly." The next moment, however, Zero activated, with Lu Meng's long press on the touch area on the front of the helmet. The Hive drones responding after the startup beep. Wah! The drone was lit up with a spreading blue electric pattern around it, as if it was breathing. A second layer of special light effects, emanating from within the seams, pulls the sci-fi vibe of the drone right out of the air. Asterisk. Awesome! For that special effect, I can add another $10,120. Genuinely asking for it. Lu Meng didn't answer, because she's already panicking a bit. She realizes at this point that she only knows how to start, but has no idea how to stop. Immediately afterward, an audible alert was issued. Hive drone activated successfully, about to enter standby mode. Standby coordinate altitude 10,000 meters. This height, which is a randomly generated initial parameter of the system. Because of the optimization of the overall parameters of the Hive drone, Lu Yan intended to wait for the drone to be completely finished, and before the official maiden flight, he would complete the full adaptation in one breath according to the actual environmental conditions and the relevant local drone flight restriction regulations. Improving the optimization in advance would waste a lot of Lu Yan's time, so this problematic parameter was not adjusted in time. Once the 10,000 meter hyperbole Q was out of the way, after everyone froze, both reacted to the fact that the show should be coming to an end, as no drone fly can go up to 10,000 meters. Immediately following, countless spectators began to applaud wildly. "This is the best drone show I've ever seen. Awesome!" Seeing the enthusiasm of the crowd gathered around him, Principal Wang's mood was somewhat complicated. He asked Lu Meng to come over and test fly the drone. Originally, he wanted her to recognize reality. As a result, he didn't expect the drone, which is actually so popular. Even if this drone is just a model, just a toy, there's no denying it. This one is extremely good. At this time, President Wang also cannot help but begin to reflect on their own previous direct denial of this drone approach. Really, some bias is really too anxious. It's only right that a drone this good should be recognized and appreciated. Perhaps, to get Lu Meng to recognize illusion and reality, he should do it in a different way. Next moment, the bottom of the Hive drone, workerless ionization thrusters, ejecting several beams of blue particles. Strong propulsion. Start helping the Hive drones. Fighting gravity. Chapter 4. It's too late. It's taking off. The Hydrone's fuselage is starting to vibrate. Many of the onlookers couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of saliva. This thing, it's not really going to take off, is it? Oh, fly? It doesn't even have propellers. What's it going to fly with? But I have to say, the blue light effect that mimics an ion beam is real pretty. How was that done? It's not that simple? Water mist ionization and then a ray light source. You can get it. I've done it. It's easy. The technology isn't too bad. I'll take it too. 130,000. The crowd's willingness to buy this toy set is even higher. But Lu Meng was completely indifferent to it, because she's still looking for a way for the Hydrones to stop. She's on the outside mirror of her helmet, and she keeps trying, but there's no response at all. Common sense was fruitless, and Lu Meng's nervous forehead began to sweat. It's over. Really can't stop. How would one get it down when it really went up in the air? Lu Meng was under the impression that before, after his dad started the drone, it seemed like he didn't need to do anything and the drone would obey like a child. Why is this drone, in its own hands, completely disobedient? Little sister doesn't give way to purchase chant? Keeping quiet? Is that so high and mighty? Next moment. Buzz. The power of the Hydrone's workerless ionization propulsion engines began to climb. Those who were closer had even felt a faint sense of electricity on their skin. Everyone get away. It's not right. My sweaty hairs are standing on end. This isn't supposed to be a work-free propulsion engine, is it? What's all the fuss about? It's just a little bit of static electricity. It's fall and winter. The weather is dry. What's wrong with a little static electricity? It's normal. You can still generate static electricity when you walk normally. Look at all of you, all panicked into what kind of a little insight. And one of the drone company's technicians had silently taken several consecutive steps backward. He once had the honor of visiting the work-free mass ion experiment, although it was super distance observation, but the texture and frequency of that sound cannot be faked. Cannot say that the similarity, right, can only say exactly the same, though he doesn't believe it's true, either. But he knew that when it came to things he couldn't figure out, the best thing to do was to not go along with anything, and his colleague beside him, seeing that he was still going backwards, couldn't help but jest that little Lee, you're so timid. It's just the special effects of children's toys that can scare you like this. Delusion that you're still a graduate student. Young people these days. In the face of snarky comments from co-workers, Lee could only smile helplessly, as he didn't know how to explain it. He just vaguely felt something was wrong. I'm a bit timid. Next, the hive drone power has been ramped up again. The engine hummed violently. Buzz. All the cold hairs on Xiao Li's body stood up, and those few co-workers who were still laughing at Xiao Li, their smiles instantly froze. The cold hairs on their entire body, along with their hair, looked like they had exploded and all stood up. It was as if he had been struck by lightning, and the look was extremely comical. A few people's pupils shrunk, and without hesitation, they began to frantically fall back, retreating even faster than Xiao Li. The onlookers also collectively exploded, all frantically backpedaling away. Leakage? What's leaking electricity? It's us being blasted by an ion beam. And even though it's just static electricity, that's got to be an artifact-free propulsion engine for sure. Holy, for real. A man with fried hair stood in place, his expression still calm. You people, you've watched too many sci-fi movies. What kind of work-free propulsion engine? This is an electrostatic generator. I have one at home. I play with it every day. I got used to it a long time ago. It's very fun and safe. This toy must have one installed inside as well. At this moment, Principal Wang was also covered in fried hair and retreated several meters away without hesitation. Looking back, the whole thing was messed up on the spot. What's wrong with Lu Meng's dad? He made a toy model that is so exaggerated. With that kind of commotion, it might have alerted the administrators of the Science Museum. Lu Meng, it's okay. It's only a static generator. But that's already a very bad impact. Hurry up and stop playing. Lu Meng was sweating profusely, completely unable to find a way to make the hive drone stop. She looked at Principal Wang and explained with a helpless face. Principal Wang, I'm not playing. I'm trying to figure out how to make it stop. 2. When Principal Wang heard Lu Meng's words, he was urban displeased. Lu Meng, I'm not kidding you. This isn't a school. This is a science and technology center. You've caused such a mess here. Our elementary school might have to be blacklisted from the tech museum. How are we going to organize our students to come in the future? Immediately after that, Lu Meng himself had begun to fall backward and, Principal Wang, it's too late. It's about to take off. Chapter 5 Really flying. Take off? Hearing Lu Meng's reply, Principal Wang was confused. Lu Meng, if you don't stop, I'm going to give you a minor demerit. Principal Wang, take notes if you want. I really don't know how to make it stop. And without further ado, it's really going to take off. This ion beam spraying on me is quite uncomfortable. I need to stay away. Principal One was speechless with anger. And the few bold spectators who were closest didn't hold back their laughter, even though they were already blowing up all over the place. This girl child doesn't really think that this toy drone of hers is equipped with a work-free propulsion engine, does she? I have to say, the publicity is fantastic. Those drone manufacturers should learn from this little girl. A display stand for a drone company at the edge of a test flight site. Drip drip drip. Several of the technicians heard the cue and froze. Ha! Monitor detecting unknown drone signal? There is no production company information. Number beginning with FC. Hive. Matches the name of the Hive drone the girl was talking about. It can't be that toy drone, can it? Yes. It's done quite literally. With a wireless docking system to match. Try to buttress it a little bit and take advantage of the heat it's generating to drive people over to our side of the team. The drone company's team sent out a docking request that. Panicked. Lu Meng saw the prompt that appeared on the mirror and directly tapped to confirm. The content flashed by. I didn't read it. I don't seem to get much of a reaction when I order it. Do I? That's weird. On the other side, a view of the Hive drone appeared on a large screen. It's done. The interactive interface is connected. Several technicians looked at the big screen and couldn't help but marvel at this 16 split-screen omnidirectional view. And it's in 8K HD. Should we be so exaggerated? It's just a toy drone. That's a big cost to up, isn't it? Our exploration drones don't even dare to match like this. It is indeed redundant. Most of the views have a large percentage of overlapping parts, which is perspective wasting. People are toy drones. Why are we being so harsh? Do you guys look like it's serious with this presentation of its performance parameters? Several technicians looked at the parameter descriptions and smiled at each other. What the heck? Let's take a wave of heat from it first. Several people immediately yelled out loud and, everyone, check out the parameter presentation. This toy drone can be equipped with a very top-notch interactive system. Our company's system has been successfully docked. Come and see. A few yells. It's quickly attracting a lot of attention. People in the neighborhood are also wondering what's going on with that toy drone. Anyway, on the large screen, the status of each parameter of the Hive drone was displayed. No. 1 work-free ionization propulsion engine status, 26% charged. No. 2 work-free ionization propulsion engine status, 31% charged. No. 3 work-free ionization propulsion engine status, 29% charged. Status of no. 16 workerless ionization propulsion engines, 25% charged. Current power peak parameters set. Engine 1, 157 knots. Engine 2, 158 knots. Engine number 3, 162 knots. Engine 16, 163 knots. The first full power charge takes longer. Estimated countdown to takeoff, 10 seconds. Estimated takeoff countdown, 9 seconds. After looking at the parameters of the toy drone, the onlookers near the big screen laughed. Gotta admit, the designer of this toy drone has a sense of humor. Rice's F-22 Raptor fighter, powered by 2 FW-100 model turbofan engines. Thrust in rush mode. That's only 156 knots. Turns out he's a toy drone with 16 work-free propulsion engines. Each of the propulsion engines is still capable of more than 156 kilonewtons of power. And all of them are only a few oxen ahead of the others. It's not just a direct comparison to someone's F-22. It's also a bit of humiliation. Lu Meng sighed. Due to the distance, people didn't realize that someone had already hooked up the Hive drones, but as you've already discovered, it's possible to see the exact parameters of the Hive drone directly through the mirrors on Lu Meng's helmet. The designer of this drone is intentionally paying homage to the F-22, and not forgetting to troll. 156 knots. That's the maximum propulsive force a single engine can produce in the most advanced fighter in the U.S. today. If it was fighter to fighter, it's not impossible for our dragon scientists to do it. But this is a toy drone. There are also 16 engines crammed in. Even a mega military drone can't cram in that many engines. The parameters? Magic indeed. Principal Wang looked at Lu Meng and shouted, Lu Meng, it's really okay. Quickly stop. The joke your father devised, which I have read and felt, was quite humorous. The moment Principal Wang's words fell, countdown is over. Commence takeoff. Buzz off. Buzz off. The 16 work-free propulsion engines are starting to really kick in. The 16 blue ion beams were thick like pillars. The Hive drone, off the ground, slowly levitated. It was like anti-gravity, quietly rising into the air. After a brief moment of dead silence at the scene, the crowd of onlookers exploded. Asterisk. Really fly. Can someone explain to me how this thing flies? It's a mother asterisk 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 it's a real UFO. Who said it was a toy model before? Come the out. The experts who called themselves Brother Dawn before were all dumbfounded. It should be dangling from a thin thread that is hard to detect with the naked eye, which is a regular magic trick. Before the man could finish his sentence, buzz, the hive drones are beginning to accelerate. Extreme liftoff. That's so fast. It's directly beyond all the drones on the scene. Not even those most capable exploration drones were qualified to touch that speed in the slightest. If you really compare, you can only eat dust at the back. Everyone's mouths were wide open, and no words could come out. The drone operators, in their lives, had never seen a drone so fast, as if a missile had brushed past the drone they were operating. A powerful stream of ions. It's jamming all the drones. The entire test flight site, hundreds of drones, one after another, have been shaking in the air uncontrollably. Frightened operators, they all hit the emergency stop button. All drones, collective emergency landing. And everyone, one by one, all looked in Lu Meng's direction with a dumbfounded look on their faces. Chapter 6, Little Sister, are you an alien? Boom, boom, boom. The hive drone lifts off at breakneck speed. 16 workerless propulsion engines spewing dazzling blue ion beams spreading through the air. 16 groups of gradually expanding blue apertures were formed. That's sci-fi spectacular. It was as if an alien ship had taken off. The onlookers looked up into the sky, feeling the sensation of microcurrents passing through their skin, all confused. That's not even a drone. That's a real UFO. Holy, what the hell am I seeing? I finally understand now why that girl has been so indifferent, and how to ask her without saying the purchase channel. It's because there's no purchase channel at all. She is picking up an alien flying machine. The crowd of onlookers was dumbfounded. The drone operators who were farther away, completely unaware of the situation on Lu Meng's side, were even more confused. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What was that just now? Jetting 16 circular columns of light. Is that a UFO? I don't know. It could be a light effect. But my drone, it just went out of control. Mine too. The image is splayed and the machine shakes and won't stop. We've got the same thing happening here. It's so weird. And it's supposed to be affecting everyone. You guys, all the drones have come down. And that speed of it, did you all notice? Just now our drones were also lifting off at breakneck speeds. And the drones our company produces, the exploration class, are already reaching a ceiling of 58 miles per hour. That can already be considered the ceiling of drone flight speeds. However, in the blink of an eye, it was surpassed by that thing. It's flying at a speed of 300. 300? How did you estimate that? It's flying at a speed of at least 400 to start with. Holy crap. I really can't rule out a UFO. Whether it is a UFO or not I won't comment. But what I can say for sure is that it can never be a drone. Its takeoff speed has exceeded the ceiling of drone flight speeds by several times. You guys, look, the direction with the most people. I heard someone say, that thing, there was a little third grade girl trying to fly it? Third grade? Little girl? What are you babbling about? The man waved his hand hurriedly and, that's what I heard. And I don't believe it either. Go over and take a look. At this point, it wasn't just everyone at the scene who was confused, but also Lu Meng herself. Lu Meng looked at the speeding hive drone and was completely flustered. She also didn't expect that this drone could fly so fast. It can also fly so high. Just a blink of an eye and there are blue points of light left. It's over. It's over. How do you get it back yourself? I'm sure I'm going to get yelled at by my dad. Test flight sites. Everyone gathered around Lu Meng, and curious crowds of uninformed people began to gather. Look guys, what's going on over there at the test flight range? Why are there so many people gathered? Was there a flying accident? I don't know. Come on. Go over there. Go. I love to get together. The crowd of onlookers is growing. At one time, the test flight site, a sea of people. Water. The test site has never seen this scale of traffic since it was officially opened for use. Around Lu Meng, the whole school of Dongqing Primary School, teachers and students, voluntarily formed a human wall, surrounded Lu Meng, blocking the excessively high emotions of the people. And all of them tried to suppress their throbbing hearts and took the initiative to keep their distance from Lu Meng. After all, some time ago, the tragedy of the 10,000 strong stampede and mass deaths in the stick country had just hit the hotspot, and the news broadcasts were still cycling through it. This test flight field, with not much space, has already gathered so many people in a short period of time. In the event of chaos, there is no chance that there will be a stampede as well, which can be very dangerous. The crowd of onlookers was very agitated, but it was an orderly and civilized agitation. They didn't push or shove, and the normal friction of contact didn't result in tantrums. It's all a frenzy of questions in all directions. Little sister, what you just tried to fly? Was it really a UFO? Why are you still asking such childish questions? Little sister, I'm asking you, where did you pick up this UFO? Is there any alien mothership wreckage in the neighborhood? If I go over there now, do I still have a chance? Is there any hope of picking it up? In this UFO, is there contact information for an alien civilization? Little sister, are you an alien? What do you think of human civilization? Is it a bug? Does it need to be removed? The questions asked by the onlookers are getting more and more outrageous. Lu Meng sighed. Hey, gave up. Hive drones, it's true you can't get them back, but the good thing is, it just flew a little too far and isn't broken or missing. As you can see from the display on the helmet, it is flying steadily. Better to wait for Dad to find out and get the drone back himself. Lu Meng took off his helmet and chose to answer the crowd's doubts. She's never forgotten that. The reason she brought the Hive drones was to let the crowd know that the Dad builds the best drones. Lu Meng cleared his throat. The crowd was agitated and, clear your throat. That little girl is going to talk. I'm so excited. All of you keep quiet. The alien civilization is going to speak. The corners of Lu Meng's mouth twitched slightly. Thank you very much, everyone, for your love of this drone. But I have to say up front that I'm not some alien. And this drone is not some UFO. It is a hand-built, next-gen super drone by my dad. The Hive drone. An older man asked the question aloud. Is your dad an alien? Lu Meng shook his head. No. My dad. He's a great, silent scientist who sends his daughter to school in the morning, runs takeout to earn research money during the day, and chases his technological dreams at night. And this Hive drone is the dream he's been chasing. I believe that the dream my dad is chasing can change the world and revolutionize the future. Lu Meng finished. The onlookers all froze. The tall image of the girl's dad was instantly erected in their minds. A man of great talent, but unrecognized. Even if he has to rely on delivery to earn research funds, he always sticks to his heart and never forgets his scientific research. In the end, the effort was successful, and he succeeded with a drone creation that surpassed all drones, even reaching heights that are difficult to comprehend at the current level of technology. What an inspiration that is, how touching it is. And at this point, quite a few people also just realized that the clothes that Lu Meng was wearing were already very worn out. A wave of heartache came over the people. Some of the young ants, with their eyes, couldn't hold back the tears that had begun to well up. What a little girl, what a transcendent father and daughter. If only she, herself, could be this little girl's mom. For a moment, everyone's eyes changed when they looked at Lu Meng, including Lin Eru, including Principal Wang. At this point, they realized how shallow they were. They haven't really touched Lu Meng's dad, but at this point, the towering image of Lu Meng's father had been completely set up in their hearts and could not be shaken. From now on, if anyone dares to bully Lu Meng, I'll be the first to say no. Just then, the management of the Science and Technology Museum has received a notice of chaos at the test flight site. The crowd gathered on a large scale, fearing that there will be a stampede. All the managers' hearts tightened. A group of 4 people, including the curator, arrived at the scene in a blaze of glory, bringing a host of security personnel with them. What are you people doing here? Going to be a mob? Disperse quickly. If there's a stampede, we don't even have to open the tech museum. If we have a stampede. Chapter 7, done for. Something big has happened. The curator stood at the front of the security line, holding a megaphone and shouting. I'm the director of the City East Science and Technology Center, Yang Yongxin. I'm going to remind you for the last time. Tech museum, no mobbing. Your current behavior has had a considerable impact on the tech. In case of a stampede, not only our Science and Technology Museum, but also all of you at the scene, will be held legally responsible. Several people from Drone Tech rushed over to explain to the curator. Curator Yang, you're mistaken. We're not mobbing here. That little girl, just now, test flew a super sophisticated drone. 16 workless propulsion engines. It can go over 400 an hour. The performance was just so bombastic. People were so enthusiastic. That's why they gathered around this girl to ask questions. Librarian Yang frowned at once and, 16 work-free propulsion engines? Over 400 miles per hour? What the hell kind of sci-fi story is that? What am I? 3 years old? He looked to the security officer beside him and, let's get these guys under control first. Several well-wishers were left speechless as they were brought under control by security personnel. Ugh, hi. Don't touch me. Arrest us for what? We're telling the truth. Curator Yang. A few of us are from Ritzy Drone Technology Company. We're not suspicious people. Our boss even had tea with you a few days ago? Curator Yang knew about Earthsea Technology Drone Technology Company and their old boss. But now that the chaos hadn't subsided, The moment someone came up and made up a ghost story for himself, it was very suspicious how it looked. I suspect that you, a few of you, are the cause of the chaos. Even if it's not, I hope you'll cooperate. The personnel must all be evacuated now. If there's really a stampede, no one can afford the responsibility. When the crowd saw that some people had already been controlled, although they were helpless, they could only silently disperse. They also knew that such a small venue with so many people gathered, there was indeed a small hidden danger. As for the little girl, and the drone, now that it has made its maiden flight, there will be a second. It won't be long before they're sure to see it again. Maybe there's still a chance to buy it. Before the crowd dispersed, have handed Lu Meng their business cards. I'm the chief engineer of Tendu International Drone Technology Company. This is my business card. If your father has any cooperation needs, he can come to us. I'm the head of Garnier Labs, so if your dad has lab needs for his follow-on drone development, he can come to us, including the materials lab, and the drone test flight lab. I'm the head of the Angel Investment Group's Science and Technology program. If your father lacks scientific research funding, I can help with that, and for investments of up to $1 billion. We have no problem here. Most of them don't actually believe in any UFOs. The no-work quality recommendation engine or whatever could also be a barrier. But none of that matters. What matters is the function of that drone. That's what they saw with their own eyes. They can't fake it. Crush your peers. Far ahead. This alone is enough to make them willing to cooperate and invest. In just a few minutes, Lu Meng had a large stack of business cards in his hands. Lu Meng also did not know if these were useful to her father, but could only put the business card and contact information in her pocket first. The test flight site was temporarily closed due to the commotion. All the people gathered were demobilized. Only the various drone teams remain, packing up their gear and preparing to leave. Lu Meng looked to the sky. She also wanted to pack up and leave. But the problem was, how was she going to get that drone down? Curator Yang led the way and looked at Principal Wang. Principal Wang, I've asked about everything. You made up this mess, didn't you? And what's that UFO ghost story you made up too? Old Wang, didn't I just scrap your car before? You and I have been friends for many years. Do you still care about that? Are you going to screw me like this? And you're the principal of an elementary school. Is it appropriate to get into this kind of thing with the kids? Don't say anything about the little girl screwing herself. I don't buy that line. Principal Wang was at a loss for words, and he didn't want to put all the blame on Lu Meng. After all, he was the one who told Lu Meng to come to the Science and Technology Museum, and letting Lu Meng test fly the drone was also his own idea. If you really do the math, the responsibility for causing this mess does lie with him. Principal Wang shook his head helplessly. There is no shirking of responsibility. Old Young, I'm really sorry. It's all on me. I was the one who let Lu Meng come and test fly the drone, causing no small amount of chaos and causing your Science and Technology Museum to suffer no small amount of damage. I am deeply sorry. I am willing to be personally liable for all damages. Young curator shook his head, helplessly admitted. Who let the two of them are close friends? And still he crashed the old Wang's car in the first place. Old Wang has now admitted his mistake, and the Science and Technology Museum has not lost much. So let's just forget about it. But then Principal Wang turned the tables. But that UFO is no ghost story. The drone developed by Lu Meng's dad has 16 work-free propulsion engines and can fly at speeds of over 400 meters. And those are things we've seen with our own eyes. It's hard to understand at the current level of technology, so it's not a stretch for people to say it's a UFO. Principal Wang finished. Librarian Yang was instantly displeased. Come again. How do you make up a story when you're a handful of years old? Can you make it up for real? And where are the drones now? I've been all the way around and I haven't seen the drone you guys are talking about. You guys aren't just imagining things out of thin air, are you? Principal Wang laughed bitterly and looked to the sky, grossly unable to see. Lu Meng, there's really no way you can get it down? Lu Meng shook his head helplessly. No way. Might have to invite my dad. Principal Wang couldn't help but feel that. 10,000 meters in the air. Your dad is amazing. The young curator on the side, listening to the conversation between the two, was truly speechless. It's that time of year, and you still have to sing a double act. 10,000 meters? The more you make it up, the more outrageous it gets. That'll do. Old Wang, I've chosen to forgive you. Don't go too far. At this point, a few of the tech museum administrators accompanying them were urging a drone tech team to pack up their stuff. They looked aside at the still working big screen and froze. Where did this drone footage come from? The drones from the test site. Didn't they all fly back? What's with all the camera footage? And this image captures the tech museum in the wrong proportion. The proportions of the other buildings are wrong too. How high does it have to be to get a shot? Data shows 10,000 meters. This height? Is it serious? The technician on the sidelines explained helplessly. Of course it's true. Why else would we say the drone was a UFO? To avoid any misunderstanding, a technician hastened to add, this UFO, it has nothing to do with our company. We just tried docking and it just docked by accident. Several science and technology museum managers, after a moment of shock, broke out into a cold sweat. I don't care if it's a UFO. Let's ignore for a moment how a drone actually got to 10,000 meters in the air. But right now, there are indeed flying machines just 10,000 meters above the Science and Technology Museum on the east side of the city. This coordinate, this height, this is ING, this is going to be big. The Science and Technology Museum is 20 kilometers from Chengdu Airport, which is not a no-fly zone, but at 10,000 vertical meters. It's already going to touch the Chengdu Airport route. If it did bring the plane down, it would be the tragedy of the century. A few managers, immediately using walkie-talkies, shouted to Curator Yang, Librarian Yang, something big has happened. 10,000 meters above our Science and Technology Museum, there really are drones flying, about to touch down on the Chengdu Airport route. Chapter 8 Omnidirectional. Multi-view, 8K HD. From his headset, Curator Yang heard the manager's report and froze. He looked suspiciously at Principal Wang. Could it be that old Wang had already bribed all those guys? It's okay, Wang, Curator Yang shouted into his headset. Several of you. Have you already been bribed by old Wang to team up together to fix me? But life is life. And work is work. And there's no room for sloppiness with me when it comes to work. I'm telling you in all seriousness. It's not funny. A couple of managers were confused by what they were hearing. Curator Yang, what are you talking about? We're really not kidding. Why don't you just come over and see for yourself? On the edge of the test range, this side of the big screen at Little Beaver Drones, Curator Yang gave Principal Wang a blank look. Lao Wang, I'd like to see what other tricks you can pull on me. Curator Yang comes to the big screen, looked at the screen and froze outright. On the big screen, the entire city of Sky City, in full view. But the question is, now that all the drones have flown back, who is filming? And to capture this wide-angle ratio of video, the drone needs to be flying at. What the heck? Curator Yang looked up at the sky and reconfirmed that there were indeed no more drones flying in the sky. He looked over at the Little Beaver Drone Company technician, full of confusion. What the hell is going on here? Several technicians had no choice but to explain again that, we just explained it all. Our company's system just accidentally interfaced with that drone's interactive interface. That UFO, it really has nothing to do with our company. A manager warned. Curator, look at this altitude sign. 10,000 meters. Is this true? If there's really a drone flying to 10,000 meters, it's going to touch the Chengdu Airport route. I'm afraid this is going to be a big deal. Curator Yang looked at the height markings on the big screen and dismissed them outright. Drones can fly up to 10,000 meters. Are you kidding me? What we're seeing now should have been prepared in advance. It's all fake. Just then, a technician said, it's really not a fake. To the puzzled eyes of several people, the tech, putting down the already packed equipment bag, returned to the console and, we all saw the footage when it lifted off earlier with our own eyes, but we weren't able to record it, mouth to mouth. And that's something I won't go on about. But now I still have a way to prove that it is true. I've looked into it before, and our company's system, when matched to the connection, can't manipulate that UFO, but we can do it, with a localized focus zoom on the image. It comes with a lens that is an 8K HD camera, so it even has the ability, in theory, to capture all of us in the field. If, on the other hand, we can find the test flight site from the footage and see a few of us, won't that confirm the authenticity? The technician said as he fiddled with his own equipment. Curator Yang shook his head, although he did not deny the theoretical correctness of this verification method. 8K HD cameras, which do have the theoretical ability to capture ground-level detail from 10,000 meters, but that's just in theory. In fact, it is extremely difficult to focus on the specified coordinates to locally zoom in from an altitude of 10,000 meters. From 10,000 meters, the test site looks like gravel. And this small spot where a few of them were was like a small stripe in the gravel. Trying to see it successfully is almost equivalent to using a high magnification microscope to find, in a leaf, a particular specified cell. This is as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. What's more, that microscope, which is not yet stationary, is located 10,000 meters up in the air where the wind speed is completely uncertain. A little light breeze disturbance can have a southward effect, Even a weather drone that specializes in geographic photography is unlikely to have the ability to successfully focus from 10,000 meters. The technician who just said he could film a few of them was pure nonsense. Next moment. It's done. The technician, with a look of surprise. I didn't think it would go so well either. Have successfully locked on to the City East Technology Center. Leaders, what I just said may still be underestimating it. This focusing process, it's just silky smooth. Curator Young stared suspiciously at the big screen. The 16 subviews gradually zoomed in together, and the Science and Technology Museum in the east of the city became clearer and clearer, and he was quick to realize that there was a problem. That locks focus. Way too fast. Overly stable. And you guys didn't notice? How is it possible that this shot doesn't shake at all as it pulls in? Is that drone? Is it completely fixed at 10,000 meters? Not affected by the slightest bit of wind? One false glance. The images, it's not even possible that they were not taken in advance, but synthesized directly with software. Young curator finished. Several managers also noticed. At this time they were wearing clothes. Has been blown by the gust of wind messy. All of them realized the key problem is. It seems to be true. That image really isn't shaking at all. Something's really wrong. It's the season of switching between fall and winter. Windy days, wind speed increases with altitude. 10,000 meters high. How fast must the wind speed be? The curator is right. There can't be a drone that can focus from 10,000 meters to the test site under the influence of such winds. If it weren't for the curator's resourcefulness, a few of us would have been fooled by old Wang. And the technician who was operating it, ignored it and continued to operate it. Mind blown. Underestimated. This degree of silky smoothness, this ability to focus, had far exceeded the limits of his imagination. This thing, it's not likely to have the ability to, capture the expression on everyone's face in the scene. Why don't you try it? The technician's expression is serious and focused, intent on ultrafine focusing. Above the big screen, 16 subplots begin to focus on the drone test range. Focusing on the coordinates of where several people are at this time. And Director Yang, who was already getting a little impatient. That's enough. Stop playing. You couldn't, also, be a trust invited by old Wang. Could you? The next moment, the technician exclaimed with excitement. It's done. And the dumbfounded face of Curator Young. It also managed to appear on top of the big screen. 16 subplots, full range, multiple perspectives, 8K HD, Chapter 910,000 meters. What kind of international joke is this? Curator Young saw himself on the big screen. Clueless, and a few managers, too, could tell by the dumbfounded micro-expressions of Curator Young on the screen that this is, indeed, a real shot in real time. There is no possibility of half-assing it. True, actually true. There's really something that's filming us from 10,000 meters up. It's amazing that there really are drones that can combat the effects of high-altitude winds and take precise focus shots of facial expressions on the ground. I can see the corners of Curator Young's crooked mouth clearly. This focusing and shooting ability is a hell of a thing. Curator Yang panicked and looked to the sky, not spotting any drones at all, nor any overhead camera equipment. It's simply possible. Carry the Star Pavilion, that astronomical telescope over here. I want to see with my own eyes if there's anything in the sky or not. Soon, 8 security personnel transported a large astronomical telescope. Curator Yang himself. Fixed bracket. Low magnification initial focus. This astronomical telescope was moved here temporarily. It can't have been moved by old Wang in advance. Curator Young's eyes are close to the camera, watching the footage on camera. Body shaking, heart tightening. You can't. There's still a little ing blue dot. Curator Yang began to fine-tune the high magnification focuser and turn on the auxiliary focusing equipment, and his hands couldn't help but start shivering. As the screen zooms in, the image jumps back and forth across the screen between blurs, and the best focus point, at last, appears in the shot. A flying machine shaped like a UFO. 16 gradually expanding rings of ion propulsion were ejected around the circumference. That sci-fi image was more sci-fi than any UFO he had ever seen in any movie, ever. Curator Yang froze in place, paralyzed, and a few managers, too, came along. Let me see it first. Asterisk. This nigga, there really is a UFO directly over us. This mother asterisk. Curator, old Juan got a real UFO to mess with you. What should we do? The corners of Curator Yang's mouth twitched and, how the do I know what to do? Now he's got to get this thing off in a hurry. 10,000 meters. Kyoto Airport route. This thing is taking off from our East Side Science and Technology Museum. If it really brings down some ungrateful airplane, a few of us will all end up in jail. Curator Yang brought another person to find Principal Wang. Old King, hurry up and get that thing down. It's going to touch the line. Principal Wang's heart tightened at once, and he reacted to this. This coordinates 10,000 meters overhead. It can't really be a route, can it? There really is a route. Ha, don't you crap? It's true. Principal Wang nervously looked at Lu Meng and reconfirmed. Lu Meng, you really can't get her down? Can't. And can your dad? He built the Hive drones. Of course he can. Contact your father. I don't remember his phone number. He's gone on a delivery. He's not home, and I don't know how to find him. Bring me your helmet so I can try it on. Good. Principal Wang put on his helmet, and his eyes went black. All he could see was the screen, but he couldn't find any operating zones or operating buttons at all. There's no place for this to operate. Lu Meng, how exactly does your dad usually operate? Voice control? No. He just puts on his helmet and doesn't talk and the drone flies as he intends. Could it be a flight program set up in advance? I don't know. Director Yang and a few administrators tried it, and the results were just as confusing as Principal Wang, who had no idea how to control it. This helmet isn't broken, is it? This drone and control helmet, if it was really hand-built by Lu Meng's her father, should be a testing machine, and the failure rate of a testing machine, but it's very high. If we do lose control, we'll just have to wait for it to run out of power and fall on its own. Curator Yang is in a panic. Waiting for it to fall on its own? The capabilities of this drone, which have been completely beyond the pale. How long can it fly? God knows. One airliner, hundreds of lives. Even if the drone only had a half hour of range, he wouldn't dare to bet on it. Curator Yang couldn't care less anymore. Chengdu Airport must be notified so that the other side can suspend their flights, even if the tech will be penalized for it. Curator Yang immediately dialed the Chengdu Airport hotline. Hello, Chengdu Airport. Customer service number 142. At your service. Excuse me, how can I help you? I'm the City East Science and Technology Center. Director, Yan Yongxin. There is a situation that requires you to report upwards. Are you dissatisfied with the service at our airport and need to file a complaint? No. From our tech center, a drone took off and lost control. It's currently flying at 10,000 meters over the tech museum and is at risk of blocking the course. You may have to make appropriate emergency measures on your side of the airport. Maybe suspend flights to avoid a crash. Wait a moment. Don't you hang up yet. The customer service lady will be related to the situation. Quickly entered into the work log, and submitted directly. She looked nervous and ran all the way to the manager's office and found Manager Zhang. Reporting to Manager Zhang. We've encountered a situation at the airport. It's just been reported that they have a drone there that's out of control and could affect the normal takeoff and landing of flights. It requires us to take the appropriate precautions. Manager Zhang was instantly nervous, and hurriedly called up the surveillance system and took a look at the. Thankfully, the Blackfire drone module is all securely green and does not have any alarm alerts. There was a moment of relief. He replied with a bemused look on his face. Our early warning systems have not detected any anomalies. Did the other side provide coordinates? Provided. Located at the East Side Technology Center. Manager Zhang laughed. The no-fly zone is only 10 kilometers around the airport. The East Side Science Museum is at least 20 kilometers from the edge of the airport. You can fly. Lose control. We're not nervous at the airport. Why should you be? Manager Zhang calmly picked up a cup of tea. What about flight altitude data? Did the other side provide it? Offered. How much? 10,000 meters. Hearing the height data, Manager Zhang nearly spat out a mouthful of tea. 10,000 meters. What kind of international joke is this? Chapter 10 Official Entry. Chengdu Airport Route. Manager Zhang said in a serious tone after calming down. Huang, what does a situation like today's belong to? What? It is a false report of danger. Manager Zhang. It's hard to say, isn't it? I heard the other party's tone of seriousness, and the attitude of admitting fault was quite sincere. Manager Zhang shook his head. First, the no-fly zone for drones is different for each airport. Like our Chengdu Airport, the no-fly zone is 10 kilometers around the airport. The east side of the city, the Science and Technology Center, is 20 kilometers less, and it's not a no-fly zone. Secondly, the maximum flight limit for civilian drones is 120 meters, and even if we don't take the limit into account, the maximum flight capability limit for civilian drones is only around 1,000 meters. An unmanned flying device that can fly above 10,000 meters can't be called a drone, but rather, an ultra-high altitude unmanned military fighter. Except for some of our Dragon Kingdom's ace air forces, It's impossible for anyone to have such flying equipment. The other side is playing a joke on us. Now can you hear me? Yellow nodded and, now I get it. And it's my fault for not being able to tell before. It's fine. Study hard, and after you get more experience, you'll naturally be able to judge similar oopsies. Just then, someone else ran into the manager's office. This time we're running a report from the Air Traffic Management Department. Manager Zhang, there's a situation. One of the captains reported after takeoff that in the aircraft's radar, a suspicious target has appeared, which is not on course but is very close, and asked us to check it with high-power radar. Upon verification, the Science and Technology Museum on the east side of the city, 10,000 meters directly above, does have a UFO. Small, suspected ultra-high-performance black modified drone. Shouting has taken place. No answer. Should we suspend the flight? Should we send in a forced shoot-down? Please instruct. After the ATC report, Manager Zhang's cheeks rolled when he realized that Xiao Huang was looking at him with a confused face. Soon, the airport responded to Curator Young. Thanks for the information. Contingency measures have been made to raise the flight altitude of all flights to above 11,000 meters. The risk is manageable and there is no need to suspend flights for the time being. As for the out-of-control black modified drone, specialized technicians from the airport's law enforcement department will be on site with equipment to work with the landing. Having heard the reply from the airport, Librarian Yun was instantly relieved that everyone can relax. The airport is aware of the situation and has taken care of it. There's no need to suspend flights and there's no financial loss. We don't have to pay out. They also sent over specialized technicians who said they would help us get the drone down. Everyone's hanging hearts were finally relieved. Half an hour later, a couple of cars pulled into the East Side Science and Technology Center. At this point, the Science and Technology Museum has been temporarily closed. All the drone manufacturers have packed up and evacuated. Unrelated personnel have also been demobilized. Several technicians in airport law enforcement uniforms transported specialized equipment to the test flight site. Lu Meng handed the helmet, of his own accord, to the leader. Uncle, this is a control helmet. It might be out of order. You guys see if you can fix it. Law enforcement's technical unit, shift commander on duty, Shen Wanyang, glanced at the helmet. Waving his hand, he smiled at Lu Meng and, no need. And isn't this control helmet all out of whack? It's malfunctioning, but how are you going to get the drone down without fixing this helmet? We have that guy. Lu Meng looked in the direction of the man's finger, panicked at once. At this point, another technician shouldered a large black gun out of the equipment case and handed it over. Squad leader Shen Wanyang picked up the big black gun and briefly tried it out. When Lu Meng saw this, he panicked, immediately objected strenuously. No, uncle, that drone is my father's brainchild. You can't shoot it down. Shen Wanyang explained with a smile. Kids, don't be nervous, it's not a real gun. It's a drone countermeasure gun. It works by radio frequency jamming, GPS spoofing, and making the drone believe that the gun is the device it's controlling. In layman's terms, it also means that the drones are led to believe that the gun is the rightful owner. That drone your dad hacked and modified will land securely without any damage. But then, after I get it down, your dad will have to take his ID and the drone to the authorities to file a report and pay a fine. Lu Meng's heart thumped. Pay the fine? Dad's a scolding. One can't avoid it for sure. But as long as the hive drones don't break down, Dad's heart and soul will be preserved. Lu Meng didn't stop anymore. Squad leader Shen Wanyang ordered all countermeasures to be switched on. Shift crews are starting to report on their equipment. Self-test of each device is normal. Countermeasures gun docked successfully. Sensor radar working fine. Starting to detect airspace. Drone radio signal detected. GPS signal detected. Coordinates locked. Altitude 10,000,001 meters. The person who reported this data, himself, couldn't help but stare at the squad leader Shen. This altitude control is so precise? A distance of 10,000 meters with an error of only 0,001 meters? Is this really possible? Shen Wanyang didn't care too much. It should be happenstance. It doesn't matter. Let's move on. Communication frequency locked successfully. Conditioned for jamming. Simple inspection of visual goggles in Shen Wanyang. Hefting his big black gun, he pointed it at the sky. Lu Meng saw that stance and was really scared in her heart. Confirming again. Uncle, are you sure? You really won't break my dad's drone with this gun? Okay. You promise? Shen Wanyang patted his chest and assured him. This one, however, is the newest made, military-grade drone countermeasures gun, capable of taking over drones of all makes and models in all directions. We have the ability to take over even the military drones of the MiG. let alone the drones that your father hacked and modified privately. Don't worry, little sister. Your dad's drone. Surely it can fly back flat and steady. It can't be broken. Only after hearing that uncle's assurance did Lu Meng finally relax her heart. A shift worker on the sidelines warned. Squad leader. It's ready to fire the jamming signal. Good. Shen Wanyang pointed his gun in the general direction of where the unknown drone was in the sky and pulled the trigger. Buzz. A powerful electronic pulse signal emanated from the muzzle of the countermeasure gun. About to take over. Shen Wanyang joked as he saw that everyone was nervous. Don't be so nervous, everyone. It's easy to counteract drones and stuff. Next moment. An even more powerful electronic pulse signal came in reverse. Just for a moment. All countermeasure equipment. Black screen en masse. The countermeasure gun also emitted white smoke from the sudden overload. The law enforcement team technician froze in place and the squad leader, Shen Wanyang, was even more confused. Failed countermeasures? Asterisk 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 asterisk. My countermeasure gun. Why is it broken? What the hell? And at this point, 10,000 meters above the sky, Hive drones, because they're under attack, have automatically turned on defense mode, counterattacking, while raising the altitude of the flight to 12,000 meters. To avoid another secondary attack. And the Hive drone, it's also officially in the Tendu airport route. Chapter 11 Shen Wanyang, you're really good On the test flight site, an electronic pulse from the countermeasure gun struck. 6 attached units, all blacked out. The law enforcement team technicians, looking at their respective devices that had been paralyzed at hand, were all dumbfounded. Yu Wanping, the squad leader, was even more confused as he looked at the countermeasure gun with white smoke in his hand. How come it broke after only one shot? The quality of this latest countermeasure gun is not good either? Shen Wanyang shook his head. Hey, there's a problem. The situation description. Equipment scrapping application process. A bunch of trouble are waiting for themselves. Just then, the phone rings. The call was from the airport manager's office. Shen Wanyang looked at the phone call from Manager Zhang and was annoyed. Not only is it out of order, but the countermeasure gun is broken. And the leader has to call and rush it? Leader, just working. What's up? Work? Shen Wanyang, what the hell did you just do? I just routinely fired a shot. What's wrong, Mr. Zhang? Fired a shot? You shot that blacked out drone to 12,000 meters. At those words, Shen Wanyang immediately trembled. I shot that black drone to 12,000 meters? You're kidding. I'm a countermeasure gun. It sends out electronic pulses, not high explosive bullets. How is it possible to push a drone higher? No way. What's impossible? The early warning system on our side has gone off into overdrive. Radar shows that the black modified drone has officially entered the route. That altitude, that position, impartial, exactly located in the intersection hub of the route. The airliner cannot avoid. We'll just have to suspend the flights now. Who's to blame for this financial loss? You or me? Shen Wanyang only felt his brain buzzing at this time. Already suspended flights? Is it that serious? Although Shen Wanyang still felt that this had little to do with him, but the timing of the drone's height increase, and the timing of his own shot, had indeed coincided perfectly. Is there really such a thing as coincidence? Shen Wanyang looked at the countermeasure gun in his hand that was emitting white smoke. Panic set in at the thought of some possibility. Whether or not the pre-programmed programs inside would go haywire when the countermeasure's gun burned out was something he couldn't really vouch for. Murphy, could it be that the drone was really shot to 12,000 meters? Manager Zhang, it could be an accident. I'll think of something. On the other end of the line, Manager Yang shook his head helplessly. It wasn't much of a big deal, but you've made it this way. You're really trying to piss me off. You've got 2 hours to get that thing off me in a hurry. The phone hung up. Shen Wanyang sighed with a helpless expression. Several of the squad members gathered around the squad leader when they saw his expression was not right. Squad leader, what's the situation? Why do you look so ugly? Squad leader, the equipment burned down naturally. It should be considered public according to the rules. We don't have to pay for it. Shen Wanyang took off the smoking countermeasures gun and handed it over to a member of the work squad, saying awkwardly, that. Manager Zhang said that the black modified drone, we edit to 12,000 meters. The airport has to suspend flights now. A few members of the team froze in their tracks. How is this possible? We're drone countermeasures guns, not heat weapons. Shen Wanyang shook his head. I don't think it's possible either. But the timing of our shots coincided perfectly with the drone's altitude boost. And it's indeed possible that the countermeasure gun burn preset program is misplaced and unexplained. Now that the airport is out of service, we're causing a lot of economic damage. Our performance bonuses for this month, and next month, may be gone. Shen Wanyang hadn't finished. Several members of the team panicked and they didn't even dare to take the countermeasure gun Shen Wanyang handed over. One by one, they hurriedly waved their hands in explanation. Squad leader, you can't talk nonsense. Get rid of all those Whis, please. You locked on to the target. You fired the gun yourself. And a few of us were just cooperating with you. That's right. A few of us just powered up the equipment and briefly reported the data. You directed the whole process. And that countermeasure gun. Also you play bad, which led to the black change drone secondary out of control. Into the route. This test, let a few of us with you to carry. Not appropriate. Shen Wanyang's face darkened. The countermeasure gun wasn't handed back. He shouldered it and started punching people. You unrighteous. Just kidding. Squad leader. Just kidding. Don't fight it. I'm really kidding. After a few minutes of chasing several, exhausted and panting. Squad leader. What now? This examination. Could it be? We are set to eat? Shen Wanyang pulled out his cell phone. That's not necessarily true. I can still invite my master. Hearing that the squad leader wants to invite Elder Yu, several people all felt relieved at once. And Yu Lao, but the top drone technology expert, spent time at the Tiandu airport, took Shen Wanyang as a disciple, and was later hired by the Academy of Sciences with a high salary, which is considered a legendary figure in Tiandu City. If he can come and help, the immediate predicament will be solved. Shen Wanyang cleared his throat as soon as the call was answered. Without saying a word, his voice went straight to commiseration. Master, help me. On the other end of the line, CAS, Electronic Pulse Laboratory. The sound of equipment running hums. An old man with white hair, dressed in a white duster suit. Take the phone and step out of the noisy lab. The corners of his mouth twitched as he listened to Shen Wanyang's complaints. What? You took an ultra-high-performance black modified drone and edited up to 12,000 meters? And into the airport route hub. Shen Wanyang, you're really good you. Master. It was an accident. To be precise, it flew over on its own. I didn't expect that the newer countermeasures would suddenly burn out. Master, come to my rescue. This height, our old equipment can't hold it anymore. Yu Lao blew out his beard and eyes in anger. You kid, you usually don't remember me as a master. And when you get into trouble, you remember me? I won't save. I'm half your son. If you don't save me, who's going to support you in the future? There was silence on the other end of the line for a few moments. And it's just the sound of voices coming in. Tell me, how do you want me to save you? You come over and help me with it, or you lend me countermeasures with a range of 12,000 meters or more. Yu Lao is calmed down now. He thought back to the information provided by Shen Wanyang and always felt that something was wrong. Countermeasures guns with a range of 12,000 or more. I do have them here. But this may be far less simple than you think. Shen Wanyang froze. Master, what do you mean by that? Little young? I've encountered quite a few cases of countermeasures guns burning out in my life, but there's never been a case of a drone lifting off on its own like the one you're talking about today. Even if the countermeasures were successful the moment the countermeasures gun burned out, there was no liftoff command from your side, and there's no reason for it to suddenly gain altitude. I don't think that you guys might have activated its self-protection program. Shen Wanyang's expression stared. Are you saying that the reason it raised its altitude was because it was dodging the electronic pulse on its own? Master, is this possible? The drones nowadays, do they already have this technology? Yu Lao looked to the lab beside him. In the lab, several researchers under his command, electronic jamming and anti-jamming experiments are being conducted on multiple drones simultaneously. Yes, we, the Academy of Heavenly Sciences, are working on the relevant technology. A number of our research organizations in the Dragon Kingdom are also trying to develop it, but it's all still in the experimental stage. Chapter 12, Reverse Counterbalance. How the hell is this possible? CAS. Beside the electronic interference lab, Yu Lao hung up the phone and shouted at his men. Everyone, all work at hand stops for a moment. Lift the equipment and follow me to the Science and Technology Center on the east side of town. Yu Lao was eventually persuaded, not just because of his friendship with Shen Wanyang, more so, because that black modified drone, indeed, could, potentially, have electronic pulse evasion technology. It was unlikely, but by taking a few hours out of his life, he could bet on a hope, on a possibility. The research team he is now leading is working on the very technology of electronic pulse evasion. This technology, not only their team encountered a bottleneck, but also various research institutions across the country, and the process of the relevant projects were halted. If, indeed, that black modified drone has that technology, not only is his own project expected to move forward, but the entire process of drone development in the Dragon Kingdom will probably be able to take a big step forward. The battlefields of the future are the realm of drone warfare and electronic warfare. A drone that can't be countered would be invincible, both for the old individual and for the country as a whole. You Lao all must run this trip, soon. A few special Tianjin Academy of Sciences vehicles drove into the Science and Technology Museum on the east side of the city. Shen Huanyang came forward to greet him with a smile on his face. His men also did not say a word, and directly helped to carry the equipment. Not at all raw. It seems that such a situation has already appeared quite a few times, and everyone is already accustomed to it. When Curator Yang saw that it was Yu Guocheng himself, one froze while at the same time. He couldn't help but stand in awe. Elder Yu is a famous legend in Tiandu City, and Tiandu TV has interviewed him many times. When he was young, he worked for an airline and relied on his self-taught skills and enthusiasm. The future of drones was seen long before drone technology was mature. Alone, he holds dozens of patents for top drone technology. Director Yang immediately instructed the security staff to help carry the equipment together. Elder Yu, I am deeply honored that you have taken time out of your busy schedule to come and help. Yu Lao waved his hand. I'm also just curious. What kind of a drone is it? Take us there. Please follow me. A group of people, carrying the equipment, came to the drone test site against the gusty wind. Lu Meng and Principal Wan were already a bit unable to stand. Anyway, there was nothing more for them to do now, so they just went straight to the reception room to have tea and rest. Soon, the second set of drone countermeasures stubbed out. Shen Huanyang looked at the brand new countermeasure equipment and touched the countermeasure gun that he had never seen before, and became interested. Master, where did you buy this equipment? Which company made it? What model? Why have I never seen it before? Yu Lao snickered. You'll be damned if you've seen it. We built it ourselves at CAS, the testing machine. It hasn't been officially unveiled yet. Shen Huanyang couldn't help but get curious. How is the performance? Is it as strong as the latest EIM 2000 we procured? Yu Lao looked to the side, at the already paralyzed countermeasure equipment, and couldn't help but smile. You mean, all this broken brass? Shen Huanyang looked embarrassed. Aha! Elder, you didn't say anything else, while a few of the Sky Academy technicians around him laughed. Yang ah! Compared to our countermeasure equipment, this countermeasure equipment that your company has purchased is a younger brother. Shen Huanyang froze. No, is it that exaggerated? Aren't all cutting-edge countermeasure devices nowadays similar in performance? A couple of technicians continue to fiddle with the equipment. You'll see in a moment. This drone countermeasure equipment was designed by your master. Personally, Shen Huanyang's eyes lit up. Touching the countermeasure's gun in his hands became even more loving. Master, this gun, can I have it? Get out. The whole set of equipment is energized and the self-test is normal. Yu Lao looked at Shen Huanyang. Xiao Yang, you come I come? Shen Huanyang said with a modest face. Why don't you come? My hands are black today. I'm worried about what's going on. Yu Lao looked unimpressed and handed his gun to Shen Huanyang. What are you afraid of? Now that the airport has suspended flights, what could possibly go wrong? Aren't you usually the one who likes to drum up new stuff? Here you go. Shen Huanyang still waved his hand and refused. No, I'm afraid I'm going to burn you again with this countermeasure. The ASTRI technician on the sidelines burst out laughing. Do you think this gun of ours is a cottage industry? So easy to burn? We've used them all thousands of times. We're just past the component break-in period. And the stability, the performance, it's right at its peak. Shen Huanyang still refused. Forget it, my hands are really dark today. It's better to let my master do it. Yu Lao did not resist. After all, it had now become his job to get that drone down. He had contacted Chengdu Airport before he arrived. It was authorized directly. The two sides have known each other for a long time and have worked together often. Yu Lao can personally, the airport, but also very happy, directly included in the work of the outsourcing work projects, but also quick to the Tianjin Academy of Sciences direct payment of 50,000 outsourcing down payment. Yu Lao shouldered his countermeasure gun and put on his goggles. Report. Yes. Self-test of each device is normal. Countermeasures gun docked successfully. Sensor radar working fine. Starting to detect airspace. Drone radio signal detected. GPS signal detected. Coordinates locked. Altitude 12,000,001 meters. The technician reporting the data froze. This error, 0,001 meters. God eh. Yu Lao was calm. Don't worry about it. It should be a coincidence. Continue. Shen Huanyang, who was on the side, heard this error value again and immediately noticed that something was wrong. No, master, I'm afraid this is no coincidence. When I fired just now, I had the same margin of error. 0,001 meters. Yu Lao froze at his words. Are you sure? Shen Huanyang nodded heavily. I'm sure. It was 10,000,001 meters before. I remember it very clearly, and at the time, I also thought it was a coincidence, but now it seems that it's not at all. This drone has an extremely terrifying altitude control ability. Yu Lao looked to the sky, his heart and mind trembling. This black modified drone, it can actually pinpoint the altitude to millimeters. It's really a bit unbelievable. At this point, he was even more curious about this mysterious drone. What kind of drone is it that has so much highly advanced technology? 10,000 meter flight capability, millimeter level height control capability. This drone, no chance, really, carries an electronic pulse evasion system. Although unlikely, but Yu Lao wanted it to be true. He wished he could have witnessed it with his own eyes. The good fortune of the Dragon Kingdom. Go on. Yu Lao gave the word, but Chen Wanyang always felt that something was still wrong. Master, why don't we hold off for a while? I have a bad feeling. What hunch? I have a hunch that this counter gun of yours is really going to burn. Yu Lao was instantly displeased. You crow's mouth. Bad luck. I can't say whether or not I'll be able to successfully take over that drone, as I suspect it may be equipped with an electronic pulse evasion system. But if it can really burn my countermeasure gun in reverse, not only can the basic electronics theory textbook be burned, but my name, Yu Guocheng, can be written backwards. Go on. Yes. Communication frequency locked successfully. Conditioned for jamming. Yu Lao pointed in the direction of the mysterious drone in the sky and pulled the trigger. A powerful electronic pulse signal emanated from the muzzle of the countermeasure gun. Shen Wanyang looked to the sky and gulped. Master, I really have a bad feeling. You can have it, you. Next moment, an even more powerful electronic pulse signal came in reverse. Just for a moment. Shoo shoo shoo. All devices, collectively, blacked out. The countermeasure gun Yu Lao was carrying also emitted white smoke due to the sudden overload. CAS technicians, one by one, froze in place. Shen Wanyang had a bitter smile on his face. Master, look. The corners of Yu Lao's mouth twitched. His expression twisted and the countermeasure gun really burned. Reversal. How is that possible? Meanwhile, 10,000 meters above the ground. Hive drones. Defense system activated again. Counterattacking again while. Begin lateral jump evasion to avoid a third electronic pulse attack. Traverse coordinates. 20 kilometers from the current coordinates. Tendu Airport. Directly overhead. Chapter 13, The Jewel of the Dragon Kingdom. On the drone test range. 2 sets of drone countermeasures. All paralyzed. Yu Guocheng looked at the countermeasure gun with white smoke in his hand and fell into confusion. How is this possible? He knows best what state this countermeasure gun is in. It's been used thousands of times. It's just past the component break-in period. And it's in peak condition. It's impossible to just say burn without warning. Moreover, counting the time before Shen Wanyang, this was already the second time, burning 2 countermeasures in a row, and both at the moment of trigger pull, is simply impossible. Yu Guocheng looked towards the sky, his brows furrowed. He was now certain that drone, indeed, has reverse countermeasure capabilities. Exaggeration. Outrageous. At this point, Yu Guocheng no longer knew what words to use to describe that mysterious drone. The situation has far exceeded all my previous predictions. I just suspected before that the drone might be carrying an electronic pulse evasion system. But now, as it turns out, it not only has evasive systems, it also carries an electronic pulse reverse countermeasure system. Shen Wanyang's countermeasure equipment, and ours, it's countered. Upon hearing Yu Lao's conclusion, everyone there, whether it was the people from the Science and Technology Museum, the Airport Enforcement Group technicians, or the Sky Academy technicians, they all froze in place. The countermeasure device was countered? Reversal. Is this really possible? If that's the case, that drone, in future electronic warfare, will not only be invincible by ignoring electronic pulse attacks, but will also be able to effectively counterattack the attacking party, as well. Not only is it invincible, it shall not become a god? This is too sci-fi, isn't it? I don't think it's likely. Yu Lao shook his head. He thinks science fiction. Too. He finds it hard to believe. Too. But as a techie, he has to respect the objective facts. Sci-fi indeed. But that's the truth. The electronic pulse technology that this drone possesses crushes our Academy of Heavenly Sciences, the whole country, and even the whole world. In the future of the drone battlefield, it's a god. At this moment, Yu Lao's heart was agitated. Because, the Dragon Kingdom has produced a great power. He looked over to the little girl in the lounge, who was drinking a juice drink. If only we could find the maker of this drone and convince him to come out, it might be possible to directly establish Dragon Kingdom's dominant position in the field of drone technology. How he used to wish in his lifetime, that he could have seen the scene that, and now, this scene, coming soon. Yu Lao pressed down the excitement in his heart, took out his cell phone and dialed Manager Zhang. Now, he also had to report back to the airport. The current situation. Mr. Zhang, I'm really sorry. This drone's ability is too much beyond imagination. Now that it's burned up our top-of-the-line countermeasure equipment at TAS, there's no way we can get it down. The advance you paid will be refunded in full the way it was on our side. You won't need to find anyone else. This drone, only the girl's father can get it down. On the other end of the line, Chengdu Airport, ATC Command. The scene was already a mess. The heads of the various airport departments are already on the phone with the military to explain the specifics. And Manager Zhang gulped as he looked at the small green dot in the radar display that was approaching directly over Chengdu Airport. Elder Yu, now I don't have to find anyone. That drone, it has officially entered airport airspace. This airspace, too, falls under the jurisdiction of the Chengdu Air Force. The trespassing of this drone has been viewed as an act of provocation. The military is now officially involved. Yu Lao shuddered at the words. Military involvement? It's over. Manager Zhang, you must stabilize the military, but don't let them mess up. On that drone, it can have a number of black technologies that lead the world. If the military breaks it, it will be a loss for the Dragon Kingdom. Manager Zhang smiled bitterly. Yu Lao, this is not something I can say. As you know, I'm just the manager of a tiny airport. If you really think this black modified drone is important and you want to keep it, you're afraid you're going to have to ask the president of your Celestial Academy of Sciences to come here. Soon, president of the Academy of Astronomical Sciences, Mr. Wu Yuanshan, has received a message. Without saying a word, he temporarily cancelled the upcoming meeting and moved straight on, though he, too, found it hard to believe that a black modified drone would have so much black technology. 12,000 meter flight capability, electronic pulse avoidance capability, electronic pulse reverse countermeasure capability. All of this sounds, well, so outrageous. But he trusted Yu Guochang and also trusted Yu Lao's judgment. He had to save it first. No matter what, bigwigs are starting to converge on Chengdu Airport, in the Science and Technology Center on the east side of town. The people involved are also ready to get into their cars and leave together. Lu Mang looked at Yu Guochang pitifully. Gramps, you just said that the uncle from the Air Force would shoot down my dad's drone. Is that true? Yu Lao nodded helplessly. This possibility cannot be ruled out. Lu Mang was suddenly trembling with nervousness. Old grandpa, it's my dad's heart and soul. My dad, who sends me to school in the morning, delivers takeaways during the day to earn research funds, and stays up late at night to research and develop the drone. Worked for so many years to get this one. If it does get broken, all my dad's years of hard work will be for nothing. It's my fault. If I hadn't snuck it out, it wouldn't have turned into what it is today. I beg you, don't ever let your uncle in the Air Force shoot it down. As Yu Lao listened, he couldn't help but be moved. He has had many low points and confusion in his life, but has slowly pulled through with the encouragement and support of his colleagues around him. In order to squeeze out time to realize his dream of technology, he even chose not to get married, not to have children, and devoted all of his time to technology, which is almost crazy. In the end, he got a grade that most people recognized. He obtained several patents, appeared on TV, won awards, and became the head of the Electronic Pulse Project team of the Academy of Sciences. He boasts, a marvelous techie, but he himself was nothing compared to this little girl's father. The girl's father, alone, raising children, no one recognizes it, so you do it yourself. Without financial backing, you run takeouts to earn research money. If you don't have time, stay up late and squeeze it in, day after day, year after year. It seems as calm as water, but it is always the same. And he has developed a black tech drone that can boast the entire drone world. Her dad was a genius, for sure, but this heart that is in the world, but always holds fast to the heart of the way. This great perseverance, this dedication to science and technology, it's really out of Yu Lao's reach. Yu Guochang revealed a kind smile for the first time in his life and gently patted Lu Meng's head. Little sister, your father is a great scientist. The drones your father developed are even more of a treasure of the Dragon Kingdom. Don't worry, our dean has already moved on. We, the Academy of Heavenly Sciences, won't let your father's heart and soul be destroyed. If it really comes to the last resort, even if I have to put my old bones on the line, I will save it. Chapter 14, What's Over Our Heads? Anyway, Chengdu Airport. The radio was broadcasting a loop of flight delay announcements. Dear travelers, we are very sorry to inform you that due to the weather, some flights have been affected and delayed. The exact departure time is to be determined. Above the large announcement screen, information about the affected flights was scrolled. The terminal. It's packed. Travelers listened to the announcement and looked at the big screen with displeasure written all over their faces. Annoying. It's not easy to take a vacation once, thinking that I can go to the capital to visit the World Drone Technology Exhibition, but the result is that the time is all delayed. Who will compensate me for this loss? What do you mean some of the flights? It's obvious that all flights are delayed, and the reason for this delay is too much bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You guys see? It's a clear sky now. It's just a little bit windy. This weather doesn't affect the airplane taking off at all. I've also seen the weather forecast. There won't be any extreme weather for the next week. I think it might be because of something that's not easy to explain, like the appearance of a UFO or something. UFOs and stuff are a bit of a crapshoot, but there might be some law and order issues. Look over there, guys. Here comes a bunch of soldier boys. Holy, really? Hey, Murphy, there are terrorists near the airport? A terrorist attack? No way. Airport lounges. It's been cleared out and turned into a temporary combat command room. In the command room, Lu Meng begged bitterly, use serious and rigorous explanation. CAS President Wu Yuanshan also made a request to the military. In front of the big operational screen, Tiandu Military Region, Detective Drone Unit, Senior Captain, Wu Daong, replied with a serious expression after making a few phone calls. The situation is generally clear to our side. A black modified drone with very high scientific value was passively evaded into airport airspace due to 2 electronic pulse attacks. The black modified drone, which possesses extremely strong anti-jamming and jamming countermeasures capabilities, has scrapped 2 jamming countermeasures. The suspect has been identified. Lu Yen, a certain group of takeout workers. No contact for now. That's the situation information, right? Yu Guochang confirmed. That's right. That drone has an extremely high research value. Please be gentle when you bring it down. It's best not to damage its internal core components. Wu Daong nodded his head. You can count on that. Just now, the application submitted by your Heavenly Academy of Sciences to our military region. The relevant request. Our military region side has already agreed. Our superiors have asked us, the drone brigade, to bring down the black modified drone without destroying it. Now, as requested by our superiors, and taking into account its anti-jamming capability, our brigade will send the highest performance military rotor drone formation to capture that black modified drone in a high-altitude scattering net, which, except for the possible deformation of the propeller blade portion of its internal core components, will not be damaged. I have explained the current situation clearly. Now, all non-military personnel, exit the combat command room. Everybody out. Mr. Yu was sort of relieved. Luckily, it's a cast net capture scenario. There will be very little damage, except to the paddle and motor parts of the. This is a part of the component that they can easily take care of at TAS and give it a free replacement. This black tech drone, finally, is saved. Yu Lao looked at Lu Meng. Little friend, Grandpa, I didn't lie to you, did I? If I say I'll keep it for you, I'll keep it for you. That is, after the propeller partially hit the air net. In the process of forced stopping, there may be deformation of the propeller blades and electric shock blocking the rotation overload. It's not in the way. When the time comes, I'll give it new propeller blades and new motors. It's very simple. Lu Meng was very happy, too. Grandpa Yu, thank you. This capture program right now is really the best. Hive drones don't have propellers and get netted down without any damage. At those words, Yu Lao was stunned. No propeller? How come there's no propeller? What kind of structure is this? Could it be a jet? Yu Guoqing's team and Xin Wanyang's team were in a bit of a hurry throughout the process of countering the drones, and did not inquire closely about the mechanics of this black modified drone, because the mechanics and all that don't really matter to them. But now, hearing Lu Meng say this, Yu Lao couldn't help but be curious as well, because if it's really a jet drone that can still do stable and precise high-altitude hovering, this technology, it is not likely to even allow the Dragon jet fighters in the future to have the ability to vertical lift. This is another one of those techniques that is out of this world. Yu Lao asked curiously with both eyes glowing. Is it a jet? Lu Meng shook his head. No, it's work-free ionization propulsion. Yu Guochang froze at his words, and it took him a long time to react. So, it's the work-free propulsion engine from the recent hit animated movie Three Bodies. Yu Guochang was willing to believe that the drone had an electronic pulse evasion system. He also wanted to believe that it had an electronic pulse countermeasure system, because these are two technologies that are expected to be realized in the next few years, a decade or so. However, there is no work ionization to propel it, and Yu Sr. reserved his opinion, because trying to push a drone 10,000 meters up in the air on a work-free propulsion engine, it's too sci-fi for such technology to be realized in 100 years. Yu Guochang looked at Lu Meng, still smiling kindly, and, So it is. It's a marvelous technology. Yu Guocheng didn't deny it or refute it, because he didn't want to ruin this little girl's technological dreams. Being a tech nut, he knew, more than the norm, how important it was for a techie to dream. Dreaming is the most fundamental driving force that supports a person to keep going on the path of science and technology. The more a person believes in his dream, the more likely he is to turn that dream into reality. The progress of human civilization and technology has been advanced precisely because of one unrealistic dream. Besides, this Lu Meng is too unusual. At a young age, you can speak all kinds of terminology and understand the principles involved. Perhaps, this technology, which could leapfrog the age of ionization-free propulsion, and it's going to come true for this little girl. Who knows? Who's to say? Yu Guocheng did not want to destroy the good seed. As for what kind of propulsion system this drone was using, Yu Guocheng was in no hurry to know the answer now, because the military is already moving to capture the drone in, at most, an hour. When the time comes, it will be obvious at first glance. And Lu Meng was stunned when she heard Yu Guocheng's affirmative answer. It was the first time she had ever encountered someone who had accepted and recognized this technique of her dad straight away. She laughed, smile as big as a flower. Soon, airport parking platforms, buzz off, 10 high-performance military drones, carrying empty nets, lifted off at breakneck speed, in order not to cause unnecessary panic. The explanation given by the airport was, those are weather drones, for monitoring the weather. Once it is confirmed that the weather is okay, flights will resume as normal. Getting the word out from the airport. Many were relieved that flights would resume immediately and their journey could continue. But there are always a few witty people who always feel something is wrong. Before those 10 drones lifted off, they pulled out their Warwick cell phones, zoomed in 400 times, and took pictures. And the waiting hall, too, was in an uproar because of their stirring. The airport is lying again. Look at you guys. You guys look. I've got pictures here. What weather drone? That's the most powerful military hexacopter drone. The Skywing T5H. I'll go. I've found out too. It's really the strongest military rotor drone in our Dragon Kingdom. You guys look at the pictures. They all seem to be rigged with empty nets that are supposed to capture something. People rushed to the nearest tempered glass. Through the glass, looking up at the sky with both nervousness and curiosity. What the hell is over our heads? How could it require 10 T5HS to come out together to capture it? It can't be. There really is a UFO. Can there? Chapter 15. Empty nets fall short. Failure to capture. Airport terminal. Into a commotion. People were pulling out their cell phones and focusing high, trying to find something. 10 military drones flying in the direction of nothing? Couldn't find any suspicious targets at all, except for the white clouds. That's because your Pingo phones don't work. To take pictures, you have to look at my Huawei P90 Pro, 800 times focus magnification. Asterisk. There are people who can afford a $20,000 P90 Pro. The guy didn't actually know what everyone was doing, but just for kicks, and to show off a little bit in the meantime. Still, he pulled out the highest-end domestic cell phone he'd just bought, and searched the skies blindly for the. Finally, he looked confused. Strange, why is there a little blue dot on my screen? I just bought a cell phone, and the screen has bad spots? The quality of Warwick. It shouldn't be. And the curious person next to him immediately realized something was wrong. This little blue dot that was moving. It wasn't a bad dot at all. Asterisk. Bro, you've got a good hand. Everyone, come over here and look. This uncle has found his target. There's really something in the sky. It's a little blue dot. The crowd, startled, quickly gathered around and, the older man did not resist, and was vain and happy. In the cell phone screen, behind the clouds, there was indeed a small blue dot looming over there. The crowd of onlookers was agitated by the confirmation. There's really something. This little blue dot. What is it? I told you, 10 T5H military hexacopters all together. Things surely can't be as simple as a weather problem. This little blue dot. I can be sure that it's a UFO. That blue spot of light. It must be from the propulsion engine of the flying saucer. Your head. What an imagination. Where are all the UFOs? Let's see. This would be a weather balloon that got out of control and ran over our airport. And those military drones with their air nets would be on a rescue mission. And that blue spot of light. It's so unusual. A blue balloon surface reflecting sunlight. What's so unusual about that? I also think it's a weather monitoring balloon. The balloon out of control is not something honorable for the Weather Bureau. The military drone brigade to cooperate with the Weather Bureau to perform rescue operations is reasonable. Quietly rescue back to finish. And there is no need to let us know the truth. Hey, the truth turns out to be so boring. After someone voiced the most likely guess, and the crowd felt justified. because it does make sense. How can there be anything beyond reality in this world? And they just happen to run into each other? Break it up. Break it up. There's nothing to see. It's just a weather balloon. Get excited. It's nothing. At this point, the Temporary Operations Command Center, 10 members of the drone brigade, along with Brigade Commander Wu Daong, all froze in place as they looked at the image on the big screen. Though the screen lens is notoriously flaky and shaky due to unexplained interference, but the tough T-5H military drone managed to transmit the footage back steadily. In the middle of the picture, a suspected UFO, hovering silently. 16 gradually expanding columns of blue propulsion rings continued to spurt. That sci-fi vibe was far beyond any flying machine in any sci-fi movie. It's a ING, never before seen UFO. The team gulped and looked at the first sergeant in horror. Captain, our opponent this time, is a UFO. When Wu Daong saw the picture, he was also greatly shocked by but reason told him there couldn't be any UFOs. He scolded harshly. Don't even jump to conclusions. Those pillars of light, they should just be some kind of lighting special effect. And, whether it's a UFO or not, we'll know if we catch it and see. Continue with the AirNet capture mission. Yes, 10 airmen holding their maneuvering helmets steady. Grip the maneuvering handle firmly. Take a deep breath. All hands to battle stations. In the sky. Buzz off. Buzz off. 10 6-rotor military drones. Full power. Pulling full performance. The speed of flight suddenly surged to 280 per hour. This is already the current physical limit of the world's military rotor drones. That speed was so fast that it was hard to even recognize with the naked eye. Had it not been for these soldiers, long trained in the rigors of flight, no one would have been able to control them at these speeds. 10 drones, approaching the hive drones at breakneck speed. After coming closer, the picture interference was even more intense. But the T-5H's great capabilities eventually held steady. The fighters were also able to determine the size of the black modified drone through the footage. Reporting to the captain, the maximum wingspan, visually, is around 1.2 meters, which is a conventional medium-sized drone size. We have entered the capture range of the AirNet. Will we execute the capture? Please advise. Wu Daong looked at the screen and was relieved. Previously at a distance, people thought the drone was exaggerated and suspected to be a UFO. It's all because of those special lighting effects. Now that I've flown closer to see it, I realize that it's actually very normal in size. Just the size of a medium-sized drone. At this size, an empty net is enough. Lu Shi, your drone is closest. You'll perform the capture. Yes. Lu Shi concentrated, maneuvering the drone to continue to close in. He was nervous, but only the normal nervousness that comes with getting into a fighting position, which helped to raise his own adrenaline levels. But in actuality, in his opinion, the task that the first captain had given himself was not a difficult one, because the black modified drone, which had been standing still, even at 10,000 meters. But for him, it's just spotting and hitting the target. Difficulty level, far less than what he trains for on a daily basis. He had complete confidence in this capture mission. Lu Shi seized the perfect moment when the two drones were about to meet and pressed the launch button. AirNet launched. It's done. Lu Shi is full of confidence. Because such an empty net capture, he has trained tens of thousands of times. With that kind of speed difference, angle difference, and wind speed discount calculation, that net he just had was 100% sure to be successful. There can't be a second possibility. So he cried out with great confidence. It's done. However, other teammates reported back. Empty net down. Capture failed. Follow-up drones 2, 3, and 4. Continue capture mission. Lu Shi was stunned when he heard the report from his teammates. Impossible. There's no way I could have failed with that net just now. Something must have gone wrong somewhere. Wu Daong, who was on the side, seriously criticized. Lu Shi, failure is failure. Where are the excuses? More training later. Lu Shi was unable to speak after being lectured by Wu Daong, but in his heart he was not willing to accept the fact that he had failed. And not just because he's the best drone operator in the brigade, even more so, because the amount of training he had done several times more than others had made his judgment become something that didn't need to be thought about, and had become completely instinctive, turning it into a subconscious intuition. But now, his instincts and intuition were completely misplaced. He glanced afterward at the shots of his other teammates on the big screen. The drone, still hovering in place, not moving at all. Even the system recognizes its coordinate values without jitter. The black modified drones have not moved. Why can't you catch it yourself? What went wrong? Lu Shi couldn't figure it out. And what he doesn't realize is that, the very moment he cast his empty net, the very air around the empty nets had distorted. A small, invisible force of ions, separated from the 16 workerless ion columns, altered the trajectory of the null net, putting it right up against the Hive drones, plugging them in. Chapter 16, officially entering Hive mode. Lu Ji's teammates, continuing their capture mission. They were a bit surprised by Lu Ji's capture failure, but they didn't put it too much on their minds. Lu Ji was certainly the best drone operator of them all, never missing a beat in training, but this was a real combat mission. Unlike in training, in actual combat, there are more factors to consider and more psychological pressure to bear. Even if you shoot 100 times in training, you may make a mistake in actual combat. Therefore, Lu Ji's mistake was understandable in their eyes, and they, the teammates, exist to make up for the mistakes. Saturation combat. Commence. Drones 2, 3, and 4, entering designated area. Meet capture conditions. Cast your nets at the same time. At Wu Daiyong's command, 3 operators simultaneously pressed the launch button. Phew, phew, phew. 3 black shadows brushed against the Hive drones. The black modified drones did not move, and the 3 air nets, all of them, fell short. No way. The 3 operators, like Lu Ji, directly shouted out the surprise in their hearts. Wu Daiyong looked at the black modified drone that hadn't moved a single inch in the big screen and was equally confused. Indeed, I shouldn't. As for Lu Ji, when he saw such a result, although he was also disappointed by the loss of the group battle, he still breathed a deep sigh of relief. It seemed that it was indeed not his problem. This black modified drone is, indeed, out of place. The players who hadn't yet made a move were all confused. Captain, what now? That black modified drone? Hell yeah. Although Wu Daiyong couldn't figure it out, he didn't believe in any ghosts. He still preferred to believe it was because of the wind speed, because it's a windy day. The wind speed at 10,000 meters high is approaching force 5. In these winds, it's not out of the question to have 4 consecutive misses. There's too much wind there and it's affecting the accuracy. All remaining drones, spread out, deathless formation. Yes, 10,000 meters up in the air. 6 drones approaching at breakneck speed in unison, into 6 tricky dead ends. 6 empty nets are ready to go, and at this point, inside the Hive drone, an alarm sounded. Tick-tock. Warning, the next attack has been detected as unavoidable. This machine is about to be captured. Standby status will be lifted. Warning, the next attack has been detected as unavoidable. This machine is about to be captured. Standby status will be lifted. In the airport lounge, Yu Lao, Wu Yuanshan, and airport manager Zhang, the 3 of them were chatting idly. Due to the involvement of the military, several of them with unusual status have been turned into idlers with nothing to do. The president of the Academy of Heavenly Sciences, Wu Yuanshan, looked at Elder Yu. Old Yu, is this black modified drone really as mysterious as you say? Another 10,000 meter flight capability. Another electronic pulse evasion technique. Another pulse countermeasure. I specifically cancelled important meetings to preserve it. Special access to the TSC was also utilized, and my own personal guarantee was made to the military. If what we end up with is just an ordinary drone, I won't be able to save face. Yu Lao patted his chest and assured him, Old Wu, just don't worry, its ability is absolutely beyond your imagination. I can guarantee that it's definitely the most exaggerated drone I've ever seen in my life. Bar none. Not only do we not have one in the Dragon Kingdom, even if we look around the world, it's impossible to find one that can surpass it. The reason why Wu Yuanshan asked this question, it's mainly because he's panicked and wants Lao Yu to give him some confidence. Now Lao Yu had patted his chest and made a guarantee, but Wu Yuanshan still panicked. He naturally trusted Old Yu's professional ability, but after all, Old Yu was already very old, and his eyesight was no longer as good as it was when he was young, so it wasn't impossible that there would be some errors in judgment or something. If all that ends up being captured is an ordinary drone, this let people know that he had made such a big fuss, used his privileges and personal guarantee, but it turned out that he only wanted to accompany Old Yu to make a fool of himself. This old face of his is really no place to put, and manager Yang, who was on the side, helped to explain. Mr. Wu, I also trust Yu Lao's judgment, although I'm not a professional technician, and I don't dare to make a judgment on the black technologies that Yu Lao mentioned, but its ability to fly 12,000 meters, as well as its flight speed, is something that our airport technicians have seen with their own eyes. Do you know how fast it was going when it finally flew into our airport? Wu Yuanshan shook his head. Manager Yang used the fingers of his right hand to compare a 3 to Wu Yuanshan. 3 minutes. The City East Technology Center is 20 kilometers from our airport, and it flew over in 3 minutes. 400 plus mph. Moreover, it has the ability to hover in a stable manner at high altitude, which means that it is not a fixed-wing drone, but a multi-rotor drone. A rotor drone that reaches speeds of 400 miles per hour. That alone makes it proud of the entire drone community. All over the world, all the drones from all the companies, at least in terms of speed, there isn't a single one that can fight. Manager Yang finished. Wu Yuanshan's nervous heart was finally relaxed a little. Let's hope so. He looked at the watch on his wrist and, it's about time. And by now the military drones should have met up with that black modified drone. I'd love to see it in person when it's captured later. 3 old men blowing off steam. And aside, Lu Meng sat in a chair, lying on the table, looking out the window at the surging crowd, and sighed with relief. These travelers, after a great commotion, calmed themselves down again. That was close. It was really close. Thought the hive drones were about to make a big mess. Again, this is an airport, not the science museum. If we really caused a big mess here, Dad would be in jail for a while? And what Lu Meng doesn't know is that, just now, was placed on the mirror of the operating helmet next to her hip. A few lines of unobtrusive cues flashed by. Standby. Deactivated. Officially in hive mode. Meanwhile, 10,000 meters up in the air, 6 military drones, simultaneously launching air nets. The angle is so tricky that it is impossible to avoid. The hive drones have determined through their systems that the previous strategy of ion beam jamming will fail. There was no way around it. It abandoned its previous jamming scheme. Activate hive mode directly. In the operations general command room, Wu Daong looked at the big screen and, confidence, deathless formation. This has been the most extravagant tactic of their drone brigade, bar none. Only highly strategic targets get this treatment, with 6 air nets capturing a target at the same time, and the edges of the nets nearly overlapping with no dead space. There can be no question of probability. Capture has become inevitable. Wu Daong also did not expect to capture a black modified drone, but also so much trouble, in the middle of so many moths. But the good thing is, it's finally done. Guys, get ready to close. Wu Daong's words just fell. Clack, clack, clack. The hive drone's internal fixing components all opened up, splitting right into 16 of them. 16 work-free propulsion engines, working individually, propel a cluster of drones, spread out in a 3-dimensional sphere. All drones, fully shared view, and the entire drone cluster, as if it had a god's eye view on. Hardly had he found a tiny, insignificant break in the net of heaven. Immediately following, 16 mini-drones linked up in a long line and made a narrow and safe escape through that unassuming gap. The temporary operations center, the captain, Wu Daong, and 10 members of the team, all froze in place. What just happened? The black modified drone that, moments before it was about to be captured, split right in front of them? And instantly find the only gap and connect the dots for a hard escape? Crazy. It's crazy. This divisive ability. This escapability. This Wu Daong didn't hold back from directly slapping the table and cursing his mother. Almost caught it, but it ended up splitting right into 16. Which drone comes with a split function? That's cheating. Hive drone cluster after successful escape, continuing into standby. And the standby height in hive mode is different from the standby height in regular mode. Only 1,000 meters. Shoo. Hive drone clusters. Emergency landing. Chapter 17, if we don't use heat, we won't be able to handle it. La Meng, who was lying on the table, still rejoicing over the fact that the riot just subsided on its own. Now that the military's uncle has stepped in, too, they should be bringing back the hive drones soon. This is the end of the incident and it shouldn't get any worse. To the extent that it is now, it should be something Dad can carry, right? I think so, right? Lu Meng mused. But soon, she sensed something was wrong for she noticed that a tiny cold hair on her arm was standing up uncontrollably. It's static electricity. This is the ion beam. Aren't the hive drones at 10,000 meters? Why does it blast its ion beams all the way up here? No way. It's not, is it? Could it be that something is going to happen again? At this point, the terminal, the weather balloon little spot of light had passed the heat of the. Most travelers have stopped paying attention that. All they care about is when flights can resume. Only a few are still clinging. Soon the small number of persistent people were in an uproar. What a UFO. You didn't believe me when I said it was a UFO. You had to say it was a weather balloon. I'll see how you explain it now. There's no end to it. Are you bored? Come again? Almost got it. Be quiet. This nigga. It can't really be a UFO, can it? At this point, in the sky, hive drone clusters force down at breakneck speeds. A beehive hexagon, made up of 16 blue flashes, is also becoming clearer. As the drone cluster is in standby in hive mode, a huge hive-shaped, coupled with a preset altitude of only 1,000 meters. This time, one does not even have to resort to a camera, but can clearly see it directly with the naked eye. Rule out weather balloons outright. Solid. It's really a UFO. Don't panic when things go wrong. Take a picture and send it to a friend first. Hive-shaped, at this height, and by this size estimate, it would be a mothership. Mothership. Holy crap. Something big is going on. An alien civilization has descended on Earth. Now then, should we bugs run? You dumbass. You're just easily led. What mothership? That's a drone formation. Pull out your cell phones and zoom in. Will you? 16 light masses are separate. Not one. This is supposed to be a drone show. Perform your ass. Perform when the planes are out of service. And, even if the light masses are independent, that doesn't rule out the possibility of a UFO. All day long you think about UFOs. Those are supposed to be black flying drones. And I don't know who came up with the prank. Hacking the drones? I don't think it's possible at all. 10 T-5H strongest military drones have just taken off. Who would be so ungrateful as to hack the drones at this time? Isn't this looking for abuse? I think that the possibility of a UFO really can't be ruled out. Or maybe it's a drill. Drills? Wouldn't an announcement be made? No way. For a while, the onlookers had their own opinions, and there was a great deal of clamor. No one can convince anyone, and the number of people gathering over is increasing. People are also pulling out their cell phones to take pictures and videos of the. Send it to your friends. Upload it on B site. Upload it on Twitter. The president of the Academy of Sciences, Mr. Wu Yuanshan, Mr. Yu, and Mr. Zhang, the manager of the academy. The three of them ran to the glass wall. 2, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 16? A few people counted half a dozen points at the big blue in the sky. According to time estimates, it's also time for the military drone brigade to bring back the black modified drones. But the 16 blue dots that now appeared really puzzled them. Manager Zhang looks confused. The number isn't right. Didn't the drone brigade take off 10 drones? Even if we add that black modified drone, it should be 11. How come there are 16 of them? Where did the extra 5 come from? And why are they turning on their blue searchlights? It's not necessary in broad daylight. Yu Lao, who was on the side, was also confused. The number of drones, indeed, is off the charts. And why are they just hovering? If it has been successfully captured, shouldn't we just land? Let's go. Let's go ask Wu Daong and find out what the situation is now. Wu Yuanshan would have had no idea what was going on before. Now it's even less understood. Follow the two men to the temporary combat command room. A few people hadn't even knocked on the door yet, and the door opened. The drone brigade, all 11 of them, had packed up their gear and were preparing to leave. When Yu Lao saw this, he was puzzled. Wu Daong, what's going on here? Are you guys pulling out? All those drones in the sky, you don't want them? You're just going to let them fly? Wu Daong had a bitter smile on his face and pointed to the equipment in their backpacks. Our gadgets, all of them, are here, they've all been retrieved. Yu Lao was a bit confused as he listened. No, your drones have all been recovered? Then whose drones are those flying in the sky? Wu Daong coughed lightly. Was just about to tell a couple of you about that. That black modified drone. It's so extreme. We can't handle it without using thermal weapons. Yu Lao vaguely guessed something. Are you saying that the 16 drones flying in the sky are the same black modified drones? Wu Daong nodded his head. That black modified drone. Not only can it split into 16 small drones, the whole cluster can also act in concert. As if it has turned on God's perspective. Any small gaps can be easily captured by it. It's simply divine. At those words, Yu Lao's 3 people all froze in place. Split? Split into 16? What is this? Wu Daong continued. The relevant situation we have already reported to the higher-ups. Our military region. Also interested in that drone. The higher-ups let a few of us go back first to explain the specific situation. There will be someone to watch those drones for us. If you want to get it down without injury. It's not that Liu Yan. Thinking about the previous duel, Wu Daong couldn't help but feel emotional. With the splitting ability, coupled with the unrivaled flight speed, the T-5H, the strongest domestic 6-rotor drone used by our brigade, can only eat dust behind it, and there's no way to take it. I've been dealing with drones for so many years, and I've been exposed to a lot of high-performance drones from abroad, but I've never seen such a powerful drone. Manager Zhang anxiously inquired. What about those drones? Just let them fly like that? Wu Daong didn't have the good sense to say. Oh, besides inviting Liu Yan himself, who else could have a solution? Our airport is still down. Can't we recover? Just wait. Maybe it'll fall on its own when it runs out of power. When Wu Daong left, he took Lu Meng with him. Yu Lao and Wu Yuanshan both froze in place and looked at each other, both confused. Soon, the military has sent a blockade of the entire airport, citing the need to maintain order at the airport. The airport, for its part, had to issue an announcement telling the truth. All flights have been suspended due to black flying drones. Resumption time to be determined. The travelers left the airport after cursing another scam. The incident appears to have died down, but the restless hearts of the travelers could not be calmed. On the web, and it has created a furor as a result. Chapter 18, We, the Ministry of Land, want 200 planes. On the national network, various videos and photos of UFOs at airports are all over the place. After only an hour of fermentation, that afternoon, the UFO incident at Chengdu Airport was directly topped on the hot search. Dragon News, Chengdu Airport suspends flights due to black modified drones. Longbo hot search, Chengdu Airport. UFOs appear. Douyin hot search no. 1. Beehive UFOs, descending on Chengdu. CU shock news, shocker. Alien mothership surprisingly seen over Chengdu Airport. The top 5 popular searches Luoyang alone accounted for 3. Hashtag Chengdu Airport UFO hashtag. Hashtag hive-shaped UFO mothership hashtag. Hashtag UFO cluster hashtag. Click on a random buzzword and there are a bunch of videos and articles underneath. One of the hottest videos has more than 100,000 comments alone, and more than 1 million likes and favorites. It's a well-known fact that Chengdu Airport is grounded, not because of black flying drones, but because of UFOs. UFOs have descended on Earth. How should one escape? You need to do the following 3 things. First, purchase a large amount of living supplies. Second, download enough serials in advance to watch for 100 years. And third, hide in your house and don't come out. Don't bother. I choose to join the Lord. I'm curious. How many years is the sentence for hacking a drone at an airport and causing it to shut down? People who are sure that it is a black flight drone. You hole 1 try. Kilometers high altitude. Forcing back 10 Tanny T5H. The endurance has at least more than 3 hours. Airborne speed of at least 400. In exchange for the father of the United States to come. Cannot be done. It's a pity that friends in Chengdu don't buy lottery tickets. Such a small probability event as UFOs can be encountered. So envious. I had the honor of watching the entire UFO airborne. Too exciting. Hairs standing on end. As too much content has information about the Air Ministry Drone Brigade and the Skywing T5H. A big cleanup operation that started quickly. A lot of videos and articles are deleted before they've been on fire for more than an hour. All photos and videos related to the troops have disappeared. All platforms, all actively cooperating. Even a number of platforms, which do not need any reminders, join the deletion action completely autonomously. The Hive drone incursion at the airport. It's been 2 hours. Chengdu Military Region. The Supreme Council Chamber. The top brass of the military district are gathered here. Lu Meng was also invited to participate in the meeting on an exceptional basis to cooperate with the analysis of the incident. Lu Meng looked at the solemn conference hall, at the officers in straight uniforms. It just felt like I couldn't help but start shaking all over. It's over. It's really over now. Things are getting to the senior side of the force. This is something that Dad is afraid he won't be able to carry. Dad, Mo is really killing you this time. Soon, the combat data that Wu Deong had brought back, as well as the videotaped video of the encounter with the Hive drones, was played on the big screen, situated 10,000 meters above the ground. Hacking drones, for consecutive interferences with the capture of empty nets, against a dead end, empty net formation, direct air split, instantly locking down the breach. The 16 mini drones, on the spur of the moment, linked up and escaped en masse. Hive matrix, extreme airborne, these unimaginable skills and abilities that, the shocking sci-fi images kept hitting the eyeballs of the military region's top brass. There were many moments that, none of them reacted to the fact that they weren't watching some sci-fi blockbuster that, instead, they're looking at, like, real combat images. All the top brass in the military region were shocked, and the Minister of the Air Ministry, Feng Bojun, reacted even more violently. We haven't finished showing the combat footage yet. He'd been so excited that he just stood up in place. This mother asterisk. I want 100 of these drones. He coughed lightly and sat back down only after the district governor gave him a blank look. And Lu Meng looked at the image in the big screen and froze right up. Too. She knows that Daddy's Hive drones are awesome, but she didn't know that it could actually be that powerful. 10 trooped-out military drones came together, but were actually powerless against the Hive drones. The combat video plays out. Wu Deong, as the person in charge of the encounter, was asked to step up to the stage and break down the encounter. It was the first time that he had faced so many high-ranking people at the same time to make a report, and his heart was really a bit nervous. but when I think of my previous encounter with that drone, of its superlative abilities and strong functions, the timidity in his mind was quickly drowned out by the desire for expression. Leaders, I'm Wu Daeong, and I'm the one who did the commanding this time when we fought the black modified drones. Just let me explain the specifics. The specifics of the encounter are very clear in the video, so I won't repeat them. I'm going to focus on information other than the actual encounter. As you can all see, our opponent is very tough. The abilities are superb and the functions are outrageous. But the actual operator of that black modified drone is just a third-grade girl, Lu Meng. Lu Manhwa was nervous as the existing officer was looking at him. And here's the kicker. Her operating equipment. It was in a state of malfunction from the start. That means that from the beginning to the end, this drone, no one was maneuvering it. What we, the brigade, are fighting against is just its pre-programming. Wu Daeong stated the most crucial problem. All the military leaders on the scene, all of them had their heads buzzing. What they had just seen, the unimaginable performance of that black modified drone, was only from a pre-programmed source. Artificial intelligence technology, unprecedented AI technology, all of them, previously fascinated by the capabilities and functions of this drone. It is true that no one has noticed that. Its most terrifying ability. It's not the ability to split. It's not the toughness. Rather, it is the capacity for autonomous decision-making and autonomous action that it possesses. That's really the key point. There's a problem with any drone you can procure these days. No matter how high-tech or high-performance it is, behind each drone, a trained drone operator is required. And qualified drone operators. Not only does it require extraordinary reflexes, it also requires years of intense training. The number of relevant talents that can be produced each year is extremely limited. The drone, however, doesn't require a super competent operator. Even just a third-grade schoolgirl can complete the controls and even spill the beans. In other words, how many of these drones can you produce? How much real, actual combat power can the troops then have? The Minister of Land, Zhou Yongping, did not hold back from rising directly at this time, and I think that with a drone like this, the operator no longer needs to be selected from the pilots at all. We, the warriors of the Land Ministry, are up to the task. This drone, our Ministry of Land, wants 200 of them. Chapter 19 Monitoring of Unknown Materials. The Minister of Land Affairs, Mr. Zhou Yongping, has just finished saying that they want 200 planes for the Ministry of Land Affairs. Minister of the Air Ministry, Feng Guojun was instantly displeased. Old Zhou, you've gone too far. Our Air Ministry only dares to ask for 100 planes. What gives you the right to ask for 200 planes? Zhou Yongping laughed. Just because there are so many of us. How many people do you have in the Air Ministry? How many people in our Land Division? There's a fivefold difference in numbers, and it only makes perfect sense for me to ask for just 100 more drones. What's the point of having so many drones in the Ministry of Land? The two argued more and more, and were close to strangling each other. Feng Jungang, the district governor, slammed the table. Nonsense. It's not even certain that the drone is mass production capable. You two, you're about to fight over capacity allocation? You're a handful of years old, and you're not afraid of the third graders laughing at you. It's at this point that the two realize that the daughter of the drone maker is still on the scene. Both coughed lightly and sat back. Although District Governor Feng cursed on his lips, in reality, he was also excited in his heart. When I heard Wu Daeong report on the battle earlier, he's just interested. Now, this drone, he had to have it. That Lu Yen must be found. Feng District Chief immediately put the work of finding people down. Just then, word came back from the fighters over at the airport, reporting to the District Governor, 16 black modified drones, captured. Hearing the report, Mr. Feng couldn't help but stare. How did you guys manage to fix it if Wu Daeong couldn't? Back to the District Commissioner. We didn't fix it. It fell on its own when it ran out of power. At this time, Feng District Governor also could not help but lament. It's finally run out of power. It's been flying for at least 5 hours since it happened, during which there were also encounters with 10 military drones. It's rare to see such a range of this drone. He wanted it more and more now. Soon, 16 drones, along with Lu Meng's maneuvering helmet, were transported by military vehicles to the Academy of Heavenly Sciences. Now Lu Yen hasn't found it yet. The reason why the military region's top brass was in a hurry to get the drones over here. For one thing, I'm anxious to know what's going on with this drone. Secondly, he wanted to understand in advance the specific technological content and the approximate cost of this drone, so that when the time came to talk about the order, he wouldn't be slaughtered too hard by Lu Yen. The military region then directly commissioned the Academy of Heavenly Sciences to analyze it. There is only one requirement. Absolutely no breakage. If you really can't figure it out, just give up. CAS. Laboratory 1. The top of the line. Dean's only lab at Altec. On the dust-free table in the lab, 16 mini drones, quietly situated. After they separate from the mother, they still have the same sci-fi appearance, but they also have a touch more nerdiness. The Dean, Wu Yuanshan, and Yu Lao, put on their dustproof suits and dustproof gloves before entering it. After seeing it in the flesh, the two looked at each other, both seeing the shock and desire for the unknown in the other's eyes. Wu Yuanshan leaned down and scrutinized the various drones. How exactly did they connect? He still can't believe that one drone could split into 16. When he saw the precisely articulated part of the, as he did, in his mind, he put together 16 drones. Literally, as a whole, the entire person, directly froze in place. The craft. This split design is divine. Who can think? Who could have done it? This Liu Yen is simply a man of God. As for Yu Lao, his whole body was directly lying on the table, hooking his head and staring at the ass of a mini drone. Before, Lu Meng had told him that this drone didn't need propellers. It was propelled by a work-free propulsion engine. At that time, in order not to destroy a girl's dream of science and technology, Yu Lao directly expressed his approval. But at the time, he didn't believe that drones could be propelled by work-free mass. Because right now research teams all over the world can't even generate microbull-scale propulsion in the lab with work-free engines. But at the moment, the facts are in front of us. Yu Lao had to believe it. 2. There's really no propeller. The tail of the mini drone has only a metal disc with a honeycomb structure. Yu Lao looked at the hide metal disc and his entire body froze directly on the desktop. No work quality. It really is work-free mass. On the side, Wu Yuanshan had a puzzled look on his face. No work quality? What no work quality? What are you talking about, old Yu? Yu Lao said with an agitated expression. Old Wu. The aviation world. It may be changing soon. You climb down and look at this position. This beehive-shaped disc. That's where he's got the propulsion engine. Work-free ionization propulsion engines. Wu Yuanshan looked disbelieving. Who told you that? Lu Meng. After Yu Lao finished speaking, Wu Yuanshan exploded with a asterisk. Hurriedly, he also joined Yu Lao in reaching his head and staring at the little drone's ass. The two of them looked at each other, and in their eyes, they were both shocked. Soon, throughout the entire Academy of Astronomical Sciences, all scientific research has been suspended. All the project leaders, all the professionals, gathered in Lab 1, in the Jedi suit locker room. The greats in all fields are all confused. What's going on with the Dean? Why are you suspending all scientific research and gathering all of our core cadres? I don't know. It seems to have gotten something unimaginable and wants us to work on it together. What in the world is it that requires all of our backbones to come out together? Could it be a UFO? Oh, just kidding. Don't take it seriously. I don't know. It was sent from the military side. Maybe it's some kind of alien technology? The group of boneheads joked about changing into their duster suits and entering the lab. Afterward, all of them, one by one, all froze in place. What appeared in front of them was none other than 16 sci-fi shaped unknown flying machines. Holy, old Huang, wouldn't it really be true that you've hit the nail on the head? We're really coming to study UFOs. No way. I'm getting excited already. The core cadre is all in place. Dean Wu Yuanshan did not disclose much information, directly following the military's request to begin assigning work assignments. Materials engineering specialists, software engineering specialists, systems engineering specialists, powertrain specialists, electronic communications specialists, drone experts, mechanical manufacturing specialist. The 12 core backbones are all at the level of project leaders, and some of them, even, are already well-known figures in the national science and technology community. Upon completion of the organization of work assignments, Wu Yuanshan re-emphasized that it's not required that people can figure it out to any degree. Just one request. Don't break it. The military focuses on wanting to know the level of intelligence and automation it possesses. So colleagues in the software group in a moment, take care of that. Hive drone parsing. Officially, all the experts were fist-pumping and excited. Soon, over at the materials group, a commotion was the first to occur. And, unknown material detected. Chapter 20. Probably arresting some felon. On this side of the materials group, several researchers were testing some of the materials of the spreading wings. Spectroscopic equipment. Material strength testing equipment. Power is on full blast. Looking at the results of an anti-common sense test, shock was written all over everyone's face. Holy, Dean Wu, come over and look. It's unbearable. The weight of the two spread wings combined is only 30 grams. Such a light weight is outrageous. Moss hardness 9 m, second only to diamond. But at this hardness, the bending strength is 20. These are two completely opposite characteristics. How on earth did the maker of this drone fuse them together? It's simply unbelievable. What's even more outrageous is that it not only has an alloy component, but also an organic component. Is that really possible? It is now certain that the material used in the spreader section of this drone is something we've never seen before. A brand new organic alloy. Wu Yuanshan was listening to the conclusions given by the material team. The entire group froze in place. Organic alloys. He knew that in the semiconductor field, someone had indeed made organic alloys but that's for energy level regulation. I've never heard of organic alloys being used in spreader wings like this one. And a brand new organic alloy that's never been seen before. This Hive drone, just this organic alloy technology, is enough to create quite a stir. Wu Yuanshan looked at these Hive drones and there was excitement in his eyes. And at the same time, immensely grateful that, luckily, I listened to Yulao at the time and saved it against all odds. This Hive drone, the jewel of the Dragon Kingdom, is well deserved. Just then, over in the software group, there was a commotion as well. The operating program has been successfully read. But what the hell is all this gibberish? These don't look like gibberish. They're regular, like some kind of language. Language? This isn't an alien language, is it? TAS's research on Hive drones has only just begun. The problems encountered, however, have piled up. Shocked, amazed, one after the other. The researcher could not help but begin to suspect at this point that these drones they're analyzing could be alien craft captured by the military. Only Yulao and Dean Wu Yuanshan know. All this technology, all from one man, Lu Meng's dad, Lu Yin, and both of them couldn't help but feel in their hearts that the Dragon Kingdom, out of dragons. The research at CAS is continuing. On the other hand, on the side of the Tendu military region, the Public Security Department was also commissioned to utilize the internal system to start searching for Lu Yin. Inside a safe house of information, a police officer, after an operation, managed to lock the person the military district was looking for. He also pulled up Lu Yan's current positioning coordinates, as well as the cameras near the coordinates. In passing, suspect locked. Look, guys, is it him? At this point, several soldiers took the photo provided by Lu Meng and compared it with the takeaway boy on the screen, and were instantly delighted. That's him. But comrade, he's not some suspect, he's someone very important to our military department. The comrade police officer scratched his head in embarrassment. I'm sorry, occupational disease, said it smoothly. Tendu Military Region. Level 1 Combat Mission. Special Operations Forces. Team 1, Team 2, Team 3, on my command. Coordinates. North Street Farmers Market. Bring back Lu Yin. Army Commander Feng Jungang personally gave the order to fight. 30 heavily armed soldiers received the order to march, and at once stood at attention and, yes, Tendu City. Right now, flights have resumed at the airport. The internet craze about UFOs has been successfully suppressed, too, but the word of mouth of the people of Tendu, the blackmail, but it is more and more intense. Did you hear? Our airport is grounded today. I heard about it. It's because of the black flying drones. What black flight drones? I'm telling you, it's because of the UFOs. My great-nephew was at the airport. He told me. He saw it with his own eyes. There were 16 UFOs. The military blocked the airport. My God, did things get this big? That's true. I didn't believe in UFOs before either, but now I really do. I've heard about it too, and I've even seen pictures of it on the internet. It's a big mothership, but you can't see it anymore. The photos and videos are blocked. There is no silver here, and the blocking of the whole network is the best proof of the existence of an alien civilization. It's not good to say that by now those UFOs have been captured by the military and are being secretly studied in whichever research facility. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. What UFOs? What motherships? They're all lies to children. There's no such thing as an alien civilization. They're all fabrications. It's not really a fabrication. There are so many videos and photos circulating on the internet. I've seen them all. And their tails? There are still energy propulsion rings. It can be sci-fi. That can only be alien technology. I also saw the photos. What propulsion energy ring RP out. And even if you do not use PS technology, a lighting effects can simulate the thing. Look at you excited into what kind? That's right. Which of the UFO news that has been circulated in the past is not a fake? This time will be no exception. The gossip about UFOs at the airport is flying all over Tianjin City, getting more and more intense, and can't be suppressed. Main Street, Mahjong Room, people playing Mahjong and discussing. Chess Room, playing cards and talking at the same time. Caterers, arguing while eating. Big malls, shopping is being talked about. Offices of various companies, pretending to work while touching and analyzing fish. Families, when frying and cooking. Don't forget to mention that Chengdu Airport is grounded because of UFOs. The entire city of Chengdu is filled with talk of UFOs at the airport. The originator of all this, Lu Yan, is sitting on a small electric donkey, waiting for a new order of takeout, oblivious to all this. In the end, the news is still spreading to the hard-working little group of deliverymen. North Street Farmers Market. A couple of deliverymen were waiting for their orders near the snack bar. Idle for the moment. I blew it. Have you all heard? Just during the time we were running orders at noon, something big actually happened. A UFO appeared over the airport, and the airplanes were grounded, and the troops have the airport on lockdown. So I don't see how that could be true. If aliens do come to Earth, will we still be able to run takeout? Why can't we? We'll deliver to the aliens when the time comes. Ha ha ha. Lu, take a break. Don't brush up. What do you think about this? Lu Yan swiped his cell phone, and for the time being, there was no list, so he simply joined everyone's discussion. I think it's pure bull *********. Where are all the UFOs? It's all rumors. Little Lu, it's hard to say, isn't it? The troops have blocked the airport. I don't think this can be faked. Lu Yan has seen a lot of fake UFO videos on the internet. None of them are real. He does believe in aliens, as his system originated from the alien civilization of Gaia. But to say that there were aliens on Earth was not something he believed in. After all, after 40 years of helium flashes from the sun, he hadn't seen any alien civilizations giving warning or fleeing. It's supposed to be a black flight drone exercise or an air defense exercise or something. You guys, don't listen to hearsay. Make your own judgments and trust science, Lu Yan said, and several of his colleagues laughed. What do a bunch of us takeout runners need to know about science? You're funny. On the other side, 3 special ops teams from the military district have been dispatched, and in order to ensure that the coordinates they provide are valid in real time, the Public Safety Department, and also to make sure that the commotion caused by the arrival of military personnel doesn't spread, all the officers in the neighborhood, on their own initiative, group leaders and above, all mobilized, mobilizing all police forces. Strict traffic control is in place for the entire area surrounding the farmers market. All move. Seal off the entire North Street Farmers Market and its environs. Not a fly in the ointment. This is an important coordinated military and police operation that has never been done before, so we must all be on our toes and make sure we do our side of the job, to the best of our ability. In less than half an hour, key transportation hubs around the farmers market were cordoned off and barriers were put in place. At the entrance to the market, a certain group of takeout workers was the first to notice the anomaly. Don't take orders from anyone later. The traffic in the neighborhood is regulated. If you do, you'll go overtime. Lu Yan froze and hurriedly cancelled the order he had gotten halfway through. That was a close one. Brother, thanks for reminding me. I almost took the order. The other co-workers couldn't help but tense up and, what's going on here? Why is there a sudden traffic stop? I don't know. Probably to arrest some felon. Chapter 21, Lu Yan, what have you done behind my back? In half an hour, a dozen armored military vehicles swarmed and arrived at the North Street Farmers Market. Several helicopter gunships whirred and circled in the sky. That exaggerated stance made the uninformed masses, all of them, physically stagnate and their legs tremble. North Street Farmers Market. Snack Street. Entrance number 2. Several of the delivery men, all of them, have turned off their order-taking apps. No one's afraid to take orders anymore. The army is coming. Traffic is under the strictest control and no one can walk. Those who have taken the order will be subject to overtime deductions, and will lose money. A little fat brother takeout operator, Gao Yang, looking at the phone has successfully received the order of the prompt. The body shuddered. It's over. I just yawned and picked up a bill. $3 gone. Lu Yan, you're so lucky. Limit cancel. How did you do it? Gao Yang and Lu Yan are junior high school classmates. Joined a group of takeout companies at the same time. Usually run together, take care of each other. At the same time, Gao Yang was one of Lu Yan's few friends. Lu Yan smiled at Gao Yang and, nothing else, only the hand is familiar. Gao Yang blankly glanced at Lu Yan and recognized his own bad luck. Lu Yan, what a situation. Not only traffic control, the army is here. Look, helicopter gunships, heavily armored vehicles. Is this a war? Lu Yan looked at the helicopter gunships whistling in the sky and was also a bit puzzled. It's not so much a war, but since the army has been deployed, I think there may be terrorists near our area that the police can't even deal with, such as international drug cartels, or large-scale foreign spy organizations or something. so the army can only be deployed to carry out a focused strike. The other colleagues beside him interjected. It doesn't have to be drug cartels and spy organizations. It could be, well, aliens. That's right. The airport UFO incident was squashed so quickly today that I think it may be far from over. Are you saying that aliens are all around us? Really, don't rule that out. Where are all the aliens? Really? Lu Yan spat out a sentence, but a few co-workers still preferred to believe, and Lu Yan didn't bother with them anymore. He just wished that the terrorists or whatever would not appear in his neighborhood, and when the time came for a real fight, he would still have to bring Fatty along to find a place to hide. It's dangerous. After the armored car formation came to a standstill, the loaded special agents quickly got out of the car, began to cordon off the surrounding roads and passes. On top of the military vehicle at the head of the group, 2 men came down and Tendu Military Region, Minister of Air Ministry, Feng Guojun, Minister of Land, Zhou Yongping. The district commissioner didn't give either of them a pickup assignment, but Feng Guojun felt that he had to make this trip himself for the high drone order. In order to express the Air Ministry's intention to pay attention to Lu Yan, he even brought the helicopter gunships. The Minister of the Ministry of Land, Zhou Yongping, had come just the same to pick up the goods, 200 hive drones. He wanted them. In order to reflect the Ministry of Land's respect for Lu Yan, he even drove all 10 of the best military armored vehicles under his hand. The 2 men gave their orders almost simultaneously. North Street Farmers Market, Snack Street entrance number 2, coordinates not moving. All combatants, pick up the man, politely, and bring him back. Heavily armed and loaded special operations personnel, collectively, answered the order loudly. Yes, the original recipients of the pickup mission, Team 1, Team 2, and Team 3 Special Operations Forces, were only 30 people, but then add the 2 ministers who brought their men. The size of the pickup line, which has exceeded 100 people, this is not a pickup line. This is an army that has the ability to fight on a large scale. Farmers Market, Snack Bar entrance, several of the delivery men, all nervous, but all instinctively feeling that it must have nothing to do with them. But soon enough, someone realized something was wrong and, because, that loaded troop, was marching in their direction. Marching, Fatty Gao Yang, the hand holding the electric donkey's electric door, couldn't help but start trembling. Lu Yan, it's over. The troops seem to be coming in our direction. It's not possible that a drug cartel, or a spy organization, is near us, is it? Our luck. It can't be this bad, can it? Hearing Gao Yang's words, the other co-workers tensed up. It's over. Can we sneak now? I can't. This is the highest level of traffic control. There were just a few colleagues who were in a hurry to deliver orders to the neighborhood, and the little donkey had only driven less than 30 meters, and now the people have been taken away. What should we do now? In case there's a real fight later, the few of us won't suffer. At this moment, Lu Yan couldn't help but be a little nervous. Still, he thought it was just a coincidence, and he reassured his co-workers aloud. Everyone, don't panic. It shouldn't be aimed at us here. Where we are is the entrance to the snack street, and in the snack street, there are a lot of BNB clusters that can hide a large number of miscreants. I think that's where the army should be aiming. In a moment, the army should just be passing through. Lu Yan was calm and collected, and his thoughts were clear and analyzed. The nervous hearts of my co-workers were finally relaxed a bit. Fatty Gao Yang also breathed a deep sigh of relief. Luckily Lu Yan has a bright brain and can always see things for what they are, so it was just passing through. I was getting nervous. Just then, the army stopped marching just a few people away. A few of the delivery men giggled in their hearts. It's over. It's really near us. Lu Yan, you analyzed it really well. Don't analyze it in the future. Lu Yan was also a bit confused. Is it really such a coincidence? You don't think so? Fatty Gao Yang shouted nervously. Asterisk. Lu Yan, there are 2 officers approaching. The suspects, I think, may be in our neighborhood. Gao Yang let out a cry of alarm, and a few of his co-workers began to look around frantically. After looking around, his heart went wow. Where is anyone else around them? It was just the 6 of them who were honest takeout workers, and everyone else had ducked into the store. Gao Yang looked nervously at Lu Yan. It's over. Lu Yan, it seems like they're really coming for us. They're not coming to get us, are they? Thinking of something, Gao Yang looked even more nervous, approached Lu Yan's ear, lowered the volume, and said in a small voice, Lu Yan, do you think that the spy criminals or whatever will be among the few of us? Looking at Gao Yang's comically nervous appearance, Lu Yan denied. No way. A few of us are honest takeout workers. We all know the ropes. What could we do to break the law? I think that, when they come over, They're supposed to come to us to ask for clues or something. Gao Yang was also relieved when Lu Yan finished speaking, because Lu Yan's analysis does make sense. After all, they, the delivery men, are on the road all the time and have to be more aware of the surrounding situation and information than ordinary people. It is indeed possible that the other party is here to inquire about the status of the clue. Just then, two officers, coming in front of Lu Yan, he looked at the handsome takeout youth in front of him and opened his mouth to ask, "You're Lu Yan?" With these words, several co-workers have looked at Lu Yan in horror, without saying a word, frantically backpedaling away from the, what the, after all, Lu Yan is the terrorist, the man the troops are looking for. That's him. I didn't expect he lurked by his side for so many years, but he was actually unaware of it. Gao Yang didn't dodge aside, but still looking incredulously at Lu Yan. Lu Yan, what have you done behind my back? Chapter 22. One just likes to dream, while Lu Yan, on the other hand, is a real dream maker. Entrance to the farmer's market snack bar. In the face of my friend's questioning, Lu Yan was also confused. What else can I do? Taking Lu Meng to school in the morning, delivering takeout during the day to earn research funds, and staying up late at night to work on science and technology. The day was packed to the gills with. Where does one find the time to do illegal things? It's not like you don't know. You fat. He is a good, honest, law-abiding citizen. Lu Yan ignored Gao Yang and looked at the two officers he had never met before. Mind boggled. Why would they send troops to find themselves? What in heaven's name have you done? As for that, but the body is not afraid of the shadow. Lu Yan straightened his chest. A candid admission. That's right. I'm Lu Yan. The two officers looked at each other and continued. Lu Meng, is that your daughter? When Lu Meng was mentioned, even Lu Yan, who had always been calm, couldn't help but get a little nervous. He could confirm that he hadn't messed up, but she wasn't sure if Lu Meng had. It can be true that Lu Meng has broken into some trouble, right? Thinking about this possibility, Lu Yan immediately panicked a bit, but on second thought, Lu Yan felt it was unlikely. Lu Meng, a third-grade child, even if she loved to get into trouble again and really got into trouble, but with her being a bare child, how much more trouble could she get into? As far as being able to get the military to send an army and come to you to raise hell? But now no matter what, since the other party mentioned Lu Meng, this matter should have nothing to do with that little ninny. Now that it's been confirmed that Lu Meng is the one who got into trouble, Lu Yan took a deep breath and, even if you break the sky, Dad will carry it for you. Without any hesitation, he directly nodded his head and acknowledged, I am Lu Meng's father. May I ask, what kind of trouble did Lu Meng get into? I feel that I'm afraid there's some kind of misunderstanding here. Completely confirmed that Lu Yan's identity is correct. Feng Guojun and Zhou Yongping were immediately delighted. The two looked at each other again, and both saw the excitement in the other's eyes and the first thought that popped into both men's heads was, old man first. Almost simultaneously, both held out their hands and, there's no misunderstanding. Hello, Lu Yan, Minister of Air Ministry. Feng Guojun, very nice to meet you. Minister of Land, Zhou Yongping, it's a great honor to meet you in person. We, the Air Ministry, sincerely invite you to be our guest in our Tendu military region. We, the Ministry of Land, very sincerely hope that you will accept our Ministry of Land's order for 200 hive drones. The Minister of the Ministry of Lu Zhou Yongping, 2-37, directly to the Lu Yan open mouth to ask for goods. Angry Feng Guojun on the spot to break the defense. Old Zhou, you're not virtuous. Do you meet like this? Don't even exchange pleasantries, and ask for the goods directly. Do you still want some face? Zhou Yongping looks like a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. And the baby that can scream has milk to drink. Such a shallow reasoning. You Feng Guojun do not understand. Who is to blame? What is this old face of mine for the sake of the land warriors under my command? Good. We, the Air Ministry, are in dire need of 300 hive drones, and the Air Ministry has the right to take the drones on a priority basis. Didn't you say before that you only wanted 100 of them? I changed my mind. You, shameless, you're childish. The two disliked each other directly in front of Lu Yan, and were close to strangling each other. Seeing this scene, Lu Yan was in a daze, and Gao Yang, who was on the side, was directly petrified in place. Mouths were open and words couldn't come out. Two military officers, who are about to fight in order to rush to place an order with Lu Yan for the purchase of a hive drone. This nigga, what the hell is this? In fact, Gao Yang always knew that Lu Yan would stay up late every night to drum up a thing called a hive drone, but Gao Yang always thought that it was just one of Lu Yan's personal hobbies that was normal. The drone, which he had also seen, was indeed very sci-fi in appearance, resembling a UFO, but Gao Yang had always thought that it was nothing more than a toy, a model. Liu Yan had also told him that one day, his hive drone would take to the skies, break through the clouds, and shock the world. But Gao Yang would just smile. At that time, he could even fully understand Liu Yan's mental state, childishness and fantasy, because Gao Yang, too, possessed the same state as Liu Yan, all a handful of years old, still liked to dream, still liked to fantasize, still liked to drum up some technological gadgets, even if others will say childish, but always insist. Liu Yan likes to tinker with model drones. Gao Yang, on the other hand, likes to drum up mecha models and aircraft carrier models. Gao Yang has always felt that Liu Yan and himself are the same. The two totally stink and are equally childish and childish. That's why they're good friends. But now, Gao Yang watched the two officers arguing over the drone that Liu Yan had drummed up, looking at the army they've brought with them, looking at the armored cars on the road, watching the sky, circling formations of helicopter gunships. Gao Yang shook his head vigorously and, not the same. Liu Yan and himself really aren't the same at all. The two of them, two people in two completely different worlds. I just like to dream. Liu Yan, on the other hand, is a true dream maker. Gao Yang's entire body suddenly became lost, hanging his head, that look, as hard as if his mom had just died in the family. And Liu Yan didn't know why Gao Yang suddenly became like this, but he didn't have any free time to comfort this inexplicable dead fat guy now. Liu Yan hurriedly shook the outstretched hands of the two officers, helped the two of them shake hands. Liu Yan finally figured out the situation after making a bunch of inquiries to the two officers. It turned out to be because Eastside Elementary School organized an extracurricular activity in science and technology to attend a drone exhibition at the Eastside Museum of Science and Technology. Lu Meng, the little ninny, quietly brought her self-built testing machine to the Science and Technology Museum. As a result, because the initial parameter for standby altitude was not corrected in regular mode, the hive drone flew to 10,000 meters for standby, affecting the airport route. Later, the airport and TAS came one after the other, as two electronic pulse countermeasures failed, and the hive drone ran directly over the Tendu airport to avoid it. Then later, the military viewed the hive drone incursion into the airport as a provocation and sent 10 of its highest performance military drones to make an airnet capture. The hive drone even had a run-in with the military to avoid capture. Military drone brigade, complete. The military gets word of the defeat, watches the exchange, is shocked, and sends for themselves in order to obtain the hive drone. That's what led to the current situation. Figuring out what's going on, Liu Yan only felt his brain, a little hidden pain. Lu Meng the little ninny. It was also at this time that the system tech points began to settle. Ding! Congratulations to the host, plus 10 tech points. Ding! Congratulations to the host, plus 10 tech points. Ding! Congratulations to the host, plus 10 tech points. Ding! Congratulations to the host, plus 10 tech points. Ding! Congratulations to the host, plus 10 tech points. Ding! Congratulations to the host, plus 10 tech points. Ding! Congratulations to the host, plus 10 tech points. A massive amount of tech points frantically brushed through Liu Yan's mind. Liu Yan couldn't help but be stunned as well. What's with the tech points? Can't stop at all. Chapter 23. It's just a testing machine. It's not finished yet. Technology points that continue to soar, rapidly breaking 1800, and it's still rising. Looking at the rising technology points, Liu Yan was also a bit confused, because Liu Yan had previously followed the technology point conversion system and simulated the estimation that the hive drone tester would only earn about 1/200 after it was completely finished, shined and made a high-profile appearance. But now, nice guy, the tester isn't even finished yet and the tech points are about to break 2000. Lu Meng the little ninny. At this point, both officers also renewed their sincere requests. Comrade Liu Yan, please make sure you build 400 hive drones for our military region. Air Ministry 200 Land Ministry. This is the minimum quantity standard for the first purchase orders. Liu Yan was confused again when he heard this. Liu Yan's original series of initial development plans were that the 1. Complete the hive drone tester and gain tech points while unlocking the right to purchase 1. Nanochip technology and room temperature superconducting energy storage technology. 2. Registering a company. 3. Use the hive drone tester as a front. Make a name for yourself in the drone industry. Get startup capital. Rent land, and set up a factory. 4. Build a production line. Make money. Take care of the 1 nanometer chip problem. Take care of the room temperature superconducting energy system problem. Build a full-body hive drone. 5. After some development, find a way to get a military enterprise license, private to military. 6. Find the military to talk about cooperation and get military orders. 7. Cooperate with the state to develop various technologies until the initial accumulation is completely finished. Lay the groundwork for the escape from the solar system program. Complete program with 7 steps. And now, as a result, skip all subsequent steps altogether? Come straight to working with the military and working with the state? Lu Yan looked at the sincere and burning eyes of the 2 officers. Made a mistake. It wasn't that Lu Yan didn't want to take this order. He did, but that's the problem. It's too sudden and too rushed. Lu Yan was completely unprepared for all sorts of things. Even if it's just an early mass production tester, it's a big problem. To fund? No. Wanted company? No. To the plant? No. To the assembly line? No. Wanted employees? No. Want a military license? No. 6. No. What's it going to take to mass produce 400 hive drones on its own? So far, one has only one test machine for display purposes, and both are still in an unfinished state. The future is all unknown. 2. In case, at the end of the day, the company and the production line can't get it right, I'm about to hand roll 400 hive drones myself. Pure hand rubbing. This will take at least 500 years. The Earth is only 40 years old. Thinking of this, Lu Yan shook his head and, although he was willing to cooperate, he was simply afraid to take orders in the face of many practical problems. But Lu Yan thought for a moment. Since the Tendu military region wants the hive drones so badly, there's no chance that the military district has a way to help you out ahead of time with your own set of problems. Come to think of it, Lu Yan didn't agree or refuse. We'll talk about the order when we get to the military district. Wasn't I invited to be a guest? Go. Feng Guojun and Zhou Yongping did not wait for Lu Yan's clear reply, but the 2 didn't let that get them down. Because they all knew that Lu Yan definitely couldn't just nod his head until he and the district governor had gotten the price issue agreed upon. Feng Guojun gestured toward the sky and a helicopter gunship, receiving a signal, began to land. Lu Yan boarded a helicopter and flew straight to the Tendu military region. Lu Yan's co-workers, who had long ago flashed far away, hid in the distance and watched, not knowing at all what Lu Yan and the 2 officers had said. Several people looked at each other in confusion. What kind of big shot is Lu Yan? The troops made such a big show just to come and pick him up? And both officers were courteous to him and seemed to be asking for it. What the hell? Lu Yan, a delivery boy. What's so unusual about him? And you say Lu Yan is a delivery boy? Does he look like a delivery boy to you? He must be some super big shot who got tired of his previous life and came to experience life. My goodness. We actually had the honor of being colleagues with Lu Yan for 2 years. This is something I can blow for the rest of my life. It's just that it's still not clear what Lu Yan's real identity really is. Gao Yang and Lu Yan are usually closest to each other, so there's no chance he'll know. After the withdrawal of the military district, a few people cautiously approached Gao Yang. Hey, fatty, what exactly is Lu Yan's identity? You usually walk with Lu Yan the closest. You must know something? Yeah, tell us properly who Lu Yan really is. Is he the returned king of soldiers? At this point, Gao Yang had also just come back to his senses, and his heart was full of mixed feelings. He naturally didn't dare to talk nonsense about what Lu Yan and the 2 officers had talked about. He just lamented. Lu Yan. Ah, he's not like me. He's a dream maker. Several co-workers were confused by what they heard. Dream maker? Fatty, what are you talking about in your dreams? And Gao Yang didn't pay any more attention to them. Go ahead and take orders for delivery. Soon, traffic control lifted. Everything is back to the way it was, but the entire North Street Farmers Market, and its surrounding area, but it became the only place in the entire city of Tiandu, where no one talked about the topic of UFOs at Tiandu Airport. The UFO topic, in this one slice of the world, is no longer popular. People in the neighborhood are talking about the new hot topic, a takeout boy, whose real identity is actually a mysterious superstar. The military district has not only sent troops to enforce the strictest traffic control in order to invite him back, but also blocked off the entire North Street Farmers Market. Mysterious takeout boy, real identity, suspected to be the strongest soldier king in the Dragon Kingdom. In the future, when you meet the takeaway boy are polite, their real identity may be able to make the military region or shaken by the super big man. Simply cannot afford to mess with. Tendu Military Region. Conference Room I. The district governor, Feng Jungang, as well as all the top brass of the military district, were all present. Lu Meng is also inside. Everyone was anxiously waiting for Lu Yan's arrival. Soon, Lu Yan got off the helicopter and was invited to the first conference room by Feng Guojun and Zhou Yongping. Lu Meng saw Dad. Straightway, he rushed forward, and cried in aggravation. Dad, I'm sorry for what I did to you. I shouldn't have snuck the hive drones out. I know it's wrong. Lu Yan didn't scold. Thinking of the huge amount of technology points in the system, he smiled and gently knocked Lu Meng's brain. Naughty! And all of the military region's top brass were moved when they saw Lu Yan's real face. Young. Too young. Lu Yen dropped out of school early. Married early. Lu Manhwa cry born. Lu Yen is only 20 years old. Now Lu Yen, even though his daughter is in 3rd grade, is still a handsome young man. The latter. What an afterlife. The top brass of the military district lamented that. They all knew Lu Yan's age and had seen his pictures, but only now after seeing the real person with their own eyes did they really feel shocked. Even if he was wearing a yellow takeout suit, he couldn't stop his handsomeness and that superb temperament. District Governor Feng Jungang signaled Lu Yen to sit right next to him. Lu Yen didn't have stage fright, either. Take your seat directly. After a brief exchange of pleasantries between the two parties, Lu Yen also stated his side's difficulties. Thank you very much for recognizing the capabilities of the high drones in your military district. I'm also very happy that you've made a 400-unit purchase request, but as you all know, I'm a delivery boy now. There was no startup capital, no company, no manufacturing license, no plant, no production line, and no qualifications to take orders from the military. That hive drone you saw is also just a test machine for display purposes. It's not even finalized yet. In the short term, the conditions for mass production and availability are also not in place. So, I'm really sorry, but the 400-unit order you're proposing, I just don't dare to take it on my end. Lu Yen finished. All the top brass automatically skipped over all the difficulties Lu Yen had mentioned, because those difficulties, in the view of the military region, are not too big difficulties. The military can help Lu Yen to solve them one by one. Everyone's attention was focused on the words tester, unfinished, and those two words. Everyone's confused. All of them have seen with their own eyes just how strong this hive drone is. Off the charts functionality, crazy splitting ability, incredible ability to make autonomous decisions and actions, fighting 10 of the most powerful military drones, the T-5H, at the same time is like playing. These are outrageous enough, and then you tell me, this outrageous hive drone is actually just a testing machine, and it's unfinished. How outrageous would this have to be when it's done? Feng Jungang, the district governor, stood up directly in excitement. Lu Yen, I'll help you solve those difficulties you just mentioned. You tell me now, how much stronger could you be than you are now if this testing machine of yours were completed? Chapter 24. There is no radar device that is qualified to see it. Tendu Military Region. Conference Room I. Feng Jungang, the district governor, asked Lu Yen to elaborate on the performance of the full version of the hive drone. There was an instant silence. At the conference table, all of the executives looked at Lu Yen, waiting for him to continue speaking. Everyone was both excited and curious, and at this point, Lu Yen also felt that, in this military district, he was afraid that he had come to the right place. District Governor Feng is going to help himself to solve all the problems by opening his mouth. Well, in that case, I'll be damned. Come to think of it, Lu Yen also got up directly. The test machine you saw earlier for display is, in fact, almost complete, just missing the invisible paint. Hearing the words invisible paint, the executives present, not thrilled that, instead, they're all still that little bit lost. Feng Jungang, the district governor, was not surprised to notice the change in the expressions of the executives present, because just now, a feeling of loss flashed through his heart as well. He knows, the main reason is that all the tech from the previous hive drones was so breathtaking that it whetted everyone's appetite too much. Everyone was expecting that Lu Yen would say even more explosive black technology. As a result, all he ended up saying was just a regular invisible paint. It makes sense that it would feel like a loss. Invisible paint, as Feng Jungang knows all too well, that latest fighter plane H-21 purchased by the Air Ministry was approved by him, and he was involved in the acceptance process. Anti-radar detection capability testing is an important part of this acceptance. That plane has stealth paint on it. It is possible to reduce the radar reflection cross-section of a warplane. Detectable cross-sectional area? Directly reduced to 1/10 of the conventional case. The results are excellent. He's looked into it before. Stealth paint technology, which was seen on German fighters at the end of World War II. Development to date. Worldwide, the most sophisticated warplanes are basically equipped with stealth coatings. Only the effect of each is a little different, but the difference is not big. These years, invisible paint technology in the field of Air Force equipment in various countries has been popularized. The cost is also very low, is no longer a rare technology. And, some time ago, when Feng Jun just had tea with Wu Yuanshan, the president of the Academy of Heavenly Sciences, he was not assured that the stealth effect on that fighter belonged to the most cutting edge, and inquired with the other party about it. He learned from Wu Yuanshan that invisible coating technology, which is available at TAS. Not only that, TAS also has a relevant partnership with a company that is selling quite well. and the stealth paint used on that latest fighter jet procured by the military district. Its effect was similar to the invisible paint produced by the Celestial Academy of Sciences, and it also allowed him to not have to dwell on it too much. At this point, Feng Jun just came back to his senses. The feeling of loss in his heart, fleeting. This hive drone of Lu Yan's was strong enough to surpass common sense. One should not expect too much more. And just now, he had promised Lu Yan that he would help him solve all kinds of difficulties and make the introduction of mass production of the hive drone possible. Now, then, let's start with this first obstacle. Invisible coatings. TAS can fix it. Thinking of this, Feng Jun Kong said to Lu Yan, "Lu Yan, I have a way to help you with the invisible paint you're missing. TAS. Just use the invisible paint technology, and it's already in mass production. Anti-radar monitoring capability. Top of the industry. With a radar detection cross-section reduction rate capable of 90%. Such stealth capability is comparable in effectiveness to the stealth paint used in the H-21, the latest purchase by our military department. I don't think that you can afford, in my opinion, to waste valuable R&D time on this unimportant part of the process. I can be the middleman and help you contact the Academy of Heavenly Sciences so that they can produce invisible coatings for you directly. I think with me as the middleman, they'll never mess with the price." Feng Jun had just finished speaking. The other executives nodded their heads. 2. If the Academy of Heavenly Sciences was allowed to help Lu Yan solve the stealth coating problem, then the military region would be one step closer to getting the hive drone. Everyone thought that Lu Yan shouldn't refuse the district governor's offer of help. After all, this technology is already very mature on the side of the Academy of Sciences, and can certainly keep the cost very low. And then with the district commissioner acting as a middleman, there's no chance that CAS will still supply it close to cost price. Lu Yan was picking up a big bargain, and he had no reason to refuse. Yet to everyone's surprise, Lu Yan didn't even think about it and directly shook his head. "Thank you for your kind words, District Governor Feng. But I don't think the TAS is going to be able to solve the problem of stealth coatings for the hive drones." When these words came out, Feng Jun Gang couldn't help but stare. He also didn't expect that Lu Yan would reject it directly. Could it be that Lu Yan didn't understand what he was trying to express just now? Then be a little more blunt yourself. "Lu Yan, I've just made it very clear. I'll be the middleman. And on the side of the Academy of Heavenly Sciences, it will be supplied directly to you at a price close to the cost price of the invisible coating. The companies that are working with TAS are the ones that have the ability to mass produce. And to put it bluntly, you can have as many as you want, all at cost." After all was said and done, Lu Yan remained unmoved and still shook his head. Seeing this scene, Feng Jun Gang also had some confusion. And to say yes, "Lu Yan, are you having some kind of special affection for this drone? All the materials and parts, you have to mess with them yourself?" At this point, the other officers also felt that Lu Yan might have taken some bull by the horns. Isn't it just invisible paint? Which production is not production? And since Feng District Governor had already vouched that he could be allowed to take the goods at cost, it was unlikely that anyone else would be able to have this treatment. This can all be described as opportunity. You don't agree with that? Lu Yan gathered his thoughts, organized his words, and explained. "I think you may have misunderstood. I believe that the Sky Academy side can produce invisible coatings, and I also believe that with District Chief Feng as a middleman, they can keep the price down near cost. And I don't have any special sentiments. The high-performance chips used on the hive drones, I even still buy them directly from abroad online. What I'm trying to say is this. The most effective coatings on the market today can only achieve a radar cross-section reduction of about 90%, which is far from the standard I had in mind." After Lu Yan finished speaking, all of the executives present froze. Far from it? What Lu Yan had just said was not unreachable, but far unreachable. 90% reduction rate, which is the best and brightest available. And this is way below par. How high are Lu Yan's standards? Really? Feng Jun just came back to his senses and also asked on behalf of everyone the doubts in everyone's mind. "Lu Yan, then according to your standard, what do you think the radar cross-section reduction rate has to be, in order to be considered qualified?" Lu Yan said directly. 100%. Lu Yan was afraid that people didn't understand thoroughly enough and intended to say it more bluntly. Totally invisible. There is no radar device that is qualified to see it. Chapter 25, 1645 bucks. I get out a bucket. Tendu Military Region. Conference Room I. Lu Yan stated his criteria for stealth paint. All the top brass at the scene, collectively, were in an uproar. Feng Jun Gang, the district governor, also froze. Totally invisible against radar. Today's air defense and early warning systems, whether for detection, identification, or tracking, are based on radar technology. Fighter planes, military drones, at high altitude and high speeds, are completely indistinguishable to the naked eye. and radar is the only eye. Once the radar fails, it's true stealth. Thinking of this, Fong Jun Kong could no longer help but get excited. Someone else, soon, thought of other possibilities. What would happen if this same invisible paint was applied to our missiles? With these words, some people get so excited that they just stand up and, the Patriot system, which America regards as a source of pride, will simply become a pile of scrap metal. We'll hit wherever we want, all the important targets, 100% hits, and be completely unstoppable. At this point, Fong Jungang, the district governor, was shocked for a long time before he came back to his senses. If this criterion of Liu Yan's can be realized in the future, the form of modern warfare is not likely to change with it. However, that should just be Liu Yan's personal goal and wish, but how easy it would be to realize. I really don't know how many years it will be when Liu Yan makes it. The Tendu military region can't wait that long. Liu Yan. But truth be told, next year, our Dragon Kingdom's military department will hold a large-scale internal military exercise, and I was thinking, let's have our military region get at least 10 hive drones as soon as possible first. If the progress on your side can be accelerated, not only will our military region be able to shine on the internal military exercise circuit, it will also be a good advertising opportunity for you. Liu Yan also understood at this time. It turned out that the military region was worried about the delay in the research and development of invisible paint. Stealth coatings with 100% radar cross-section reduction have been developed and are out of the way. Just $1. 645 short of getting a bucket first. One of you just lend me $1. 645 for now, and I'll finish this pilot and prove it to you, and I'll pay it back. Liu Yan is now 645 blocks away from the first stage of the systems mission, the introduction of the hive drone test. So let's get this done first. Liu Yan finished. All the executives at the scene froze in their tracks. Already developed? Such exaggerated technology that they will see it right away. Fong Jungang is breathing heavily. This mother asterisk. The Tendu military region has really picked up a treasure. Without saying a word, he just pulled out his wallet and took out all the money. 845 to go. Who that still has cash? Pull it all out. Without saying a word, the officers on the scene dug into their wallets, and they made no mention of whether they could report they want to see it with their own eyes now. Completely invisible. I've got 300 here. I've got 200 here. Flowers. In less than half a minute, the officers came up with 12,000 straight away. Fong Jun just shoved a pile of money into Liu Yan's hands. Here you go, 12,000. You make that invisible paint you were talking about right now. Liu Yan was holding a large pile of money, and he couldn't help but stare at it. To make the paint, you'll still have to find the chemical materials lab that I rented out earlier, and there's a special discounted time slot that might be a couple weeks away. Fong Jun just got up straight away. No need to wait. Chemical Materials Laboratory, which is available at TAS. Wu Yuan Shan wouldn't dare not to borrow it. And that pilot of yours? It's still over there too. Just go over there and retrieve it. Fong Jun just ordered to all the top brass. All hands, on my command. Everyone on the scene, follow me to the Heavenly Academy of Sciences immediately. Fong Bo-jun, arrange for a helicopter. Fong Bo-jun, Minister of the Air Ministry, stood at attention in excitement and loudly led the order. Yes, at this point, on the web, in the Dragon Kingdom network, all the news about the UFO at Dragon Sky Capital Airport has been pretty much cleaned up spontaneously by the platforms, but no one has anything good to do with the information that has already circulated on the international web. The platforms all feel that this can only be left as it is, and they have done their best to meet the requirements put forward by the authorities, so they can only put an end to it for the time being, and the news about it, indeed, did not attract the attention of the international netizens, all of whom felt that it was just a normal UFO fake incident. We've all seen more than our fair share of false news like this. This UFO fiasco should have just died down. But over in Big Bear Country, there's a group of young people who don't play by the rules. They are extremely good at creating this kind of fake UFO news. When they saw the fake UFO video produced by their counterparts from the Dragon Kingdom, the entire team, 8 people, all froze in place. No way. So professional. The video fakery skills of the dragons are amazing. Awesome. I don't see any traces of counterfeiting at all. Chapter 26, Great Bear Country. Second on the hot list. Great Bear Country. A network of studios. The sound of the keyboard. The mouse. The snapping. 8 young men, with nothing better to do, open the professional video analyzing software, and fully analyze the multiple Longwei to Airport UFO videos. They want to know now, how big is the gap between yourself and your counterparts in the Dragon Kingdom? Originally, All of them were certain that the videos were just faked at a high level, but with almost zero authenticity. Because drones that don't have propellers and can hover in this world just don't exist. But a few people had only parsed it halfway through when everyone froze in place, cold sweat pouring down their faces. A girl brushed off her opinion first. Why do I think these UFO videos don't look like fakes? Mark, the young man at the head of the group, couldn't help but gulp and, Hanan, I think your feeling is right. These videos really don't look fake. First, it's safe to assume that the videos originated from different models of cell phones. The resolution, the frame rate, it's all different. And it's impossible to fake all the videos without leaving any traces. And one of the videos, it should have been shot utilizing the Manhwa Huawei P90 Pro, 8K 120 FPS, 120 frames per second. Just trying to fake this HD video is a heavenly amount of work. Coupled with the other videos, the difficulty of this forgery is completely exponentially climbing. To fake so many videos at the same time, it would take a team of at least 1,000 people, working non-stop for 3 years, to accomplish it. It's only been half a day. There's no way anyone could do it. After Mark's analysis, the other little ones, they couldn't help but gulp. That means that all these propeller-less drones we're seeing are real. And all those pillars of light they're spewing, they're real too. What exactly is the principle of its flight? Just then, a fat man exclaimed loudly, "Look, you guys, what I found!" The crowd gathered around to take a look, and they all froze in place. That fat guy found the very same image of the Science and Technology Museum on the east side of the city that not many people were paying attention to. In the video, Lu Meng is wearing a sci-fi helmet, and no one knows who she is, but it is certain that a sci-fi craft with 16 propelling light pillars was launched by her. Because it was so bull********, it was directly defined by the internet as a fake glance. Fatty's breathing heavily, though this video looks even more fake. It's a little girl from Dragonland trying to fly a toy drone. The drone has a different shape and it has 16 light poles. But you pay attention. With that said, Fatty rotated and overlapped multiple video images. The 16 pillars of light from that large drone appeared to perfectly overlap with the 16 pillars of light from the smaller drones that had appeared over the airport. A few people froze right where they were. Are you saying that the 16 drones that appeared over the airfield in this dragon country originated from this? The toy drone that the little girl tried to fly? Fatty nodded his head. Yes, they are the same drone. This drone, it also has the ability to split. It was this little girl from the Dragon Kingdom who flew the mother plane over the airport and split it into 16 subplanes. All the videos we found, they're real. The technology of the Dragon Kingdom has quietly developed to a point that is completely unimaginable to us in the Great Bear Kingdom. And, do you know what that means? The youth at the head of the group, Mark, reacted immediately to, and excitedly said, "This means we're on fire. We are the world's first and only team to discover the true level of technology in the Dragon Kingdom." The 8 men looked at each other and said they would do it. The whole team, on fire, utilizing the professional capacity to create public opinion, utilizing the contacts that you normally accumulate. Immediately, there was a huge uproar on the internet in Big Bear Country. In just 1 hour, the topic of the exposure of the true level of technology in the Dragon Kingdom rushed to the top of the hot search list in the Great Bear Country. Bear 10 News Second, Dragon Nation already possesses a work-free propulsion engine. Bear Blog Hot Search Number 2, Dragon State Drones, with divisive powers. Bear Sound Hot Search Number 2, Dragon Nation already has the ability to create UFOs. Bear Sea Shock News Network Second, Shocker. Dragon Kingdom's drone technology is a century ahead of Bear Kingdom. See the proof. The top 10 of the major popular searches. The Dragon Kingdom accounted for 4 of them. Hashtag drones in Rococo. Hashtag Rococo's work-free propulsion engine. Hashtag drone splitting technology in the Dragon State. Hashtag the Bear Country is a century behind the Dragon Country. Hashtag. A small team of 8 people have worked very hard and given it their all. Even if they create a hot story that is real and believable, impeccable and watchable, but it still hasn't dried up. And at this point it's the #1 hot event in Big Bear Country. Bear Temple News First, Great Bear Nation, ICBM, explodes in silo. Bear Blog Hot Search No. 1, the most powerful intercontinental missile failed to launch, and a 55-meter crater was blown out of the silo. Bear Sound Hot Search Number 1, explosion in ICBM silo. Launch site leveled. Bear Sea Shock News Network First, Shocker. Intercontinental nuclear missiles blow up, and Bear Nation loses face all over the world. In the top 10 of all popular searches, ICBMs blowing up their chambers alone accounted for 6 entries. Hashtag intercontinental nuclear missiles. Hashtag nuclear missiles blowing themselves up. Hashtag nuclear missiles blowing up in their silos. Hashtag shame on Bear Country. Number 55 meter pit hashtag. Hashtag raised to the ground hashtag. Click on a random buzzword and there are a bunch of videos and articles underneath. One of the hottest videos has more than 100,000 comments alone, and more than 1 million likes and favorites. But most of the comments, yet it is associated with the Dragon Kingdom. As we all know, we, the Great Bear Country, have been pulled away from the Dragon Country for a century. People have successful test flights of next-generation drones. We have intercontinental nuclear warheads blowing up in their wells. Is the Dragon Kingdom open for nationality? I want to change my nationality. Who is responsible for the self-explosion of intercontinental nuclear missiles? Bear Country's technology has been fully surpassed by Dragon Country, and now it is impossible to catch up. Who is responsible for this? We, the Great Bear Country, had lent a helping hand to the Dragon Country when it was down and out in the past, and now we beg the Dragon Country to take pity on us and give us a hand. Our technology is hopeless. I'm so envious of those who have managed to settle in the Dragon Kingdom. I also want to live in a technologically powerful country. I had the honor of marrying into the Dragon Kingdom, and my son, a pure-blooded dragon. Due to network limitations, the uproar that arose on the Big Bear Country network didn't all spread to the international network. Only the intercontinental nuclear missile, self-detonation in a well, managed to cross the wall of separation, creating an international uproar. Netizens from all countries, cynical. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon State, which expresses its silence and sincere greetings. And on the other side, Rokoku, 10 do, CAS, 10 helicopter gunships, airborne to TAS. For its part, the Academy of Heavenly Sciences sent only unimportant researchers to greet them, because the dean himself, along with all the core cadre, was shaken silly in the lab. They don't want to leave for a moment. On the software group side, the largest number of researchers are gathered. It's finally parsed. It's the God formula. It's actually the God formula. Chapter 27, The Maker of the Hive Drone. Lu Yin, CAS, Laboratory 1. The software group, the core cadres, wearing their Jedi suits, looked at the big screen, the formula translated by the decryption experts, and each one of them froze in place, their minds shaken. And the dean, Wu Yuanshan, couldn't help but praise it after he came back to his senses. Prof. Fong is worthy of being a top expert in decryption. It's only been 2 hours. And he's got results. CAS, there are no experts in decryption. This decryption expert, Fong Kaney, Prof. Fong, is the Dean Wu Yuanshan specially from the Tianke University, invited to the university professor, because the Hive drone program, encrypted using special symbols, was so encrypted that no one could read it, and the military specifically named it, wanting to know how intelligent and automated the Hive drones were. Therefore, reading and understanding the operating system becomes a mountain that must be overcome. At least they have to be able to understand what the operating system is all about and what the process is. There's really no way around it. Wu Yuanshan then thought of this one. Prof. Fong, who had had several project collaborations with CAS. Cheney Fong, 28 years old, is already a professor at a young age, and has started taking on projects with a group of graduate students. In addition to specializing in cryptographic parsing, he is also well versed in linguistics, astrophysics, sociology of the universe, and other strange disciplines, is an unabashed super geek, and indeed, Fontaine lived up to her reputation. It took only 2 hours to parse out a formula used in the operating system. Dean Wu felt that, using this as a breakthrough, the later decryption work should become smoother and smoother, so he didn't mince words, and gave a direct compliment. And at this point, Professor Fong, on the other hand, was sweating profusely, looking at the formula he had deciphered with his own hands, and was equally shaken. But she knew that she couldn't afford to take Dean Wu's compliments, because being able to decipher that one formula was as far as she could go. Fong Cheney looked to the super notebook she had brought with her. Looking at the screen, the system captured a massive library of unknown symbol samples. It's like a vast ocean, the mysterious and unfathomable. It only made one feel a whirlwind of heaven. She's been working in crypto parsing for so many years. There are countless encryption symbols and codes that have been broken, but never before has it been so difficult. And, if she hadn't had a background in linguistics and assumed that it was the writing of some alien civilization, she wouldn't have been able to decipher it at all. She was now certain that, all these mysterious symbols, encryptions and whatnot, are besides the point. The point is, they do fit a certain alien language profile, based on a symbolic system with explicit conceptual properties. The frequency of occurrence of symbols and their punctuation is even fully consistent with a particular grammar. Repeating language patterns she's locked into many times. She could even see unknown grammatical and lexical structures in them. Everything fits the linguistic profile. is translatable as some sort of linguistic truism. But here's the thing, as she began to try to think, to try to hypothesize to test the Fong Kaney felt that her brain was about to be burned to a pulp. Even the super laptop used for assistance came close to overheating and going down. It was as if some mysterious force, through some unseen link, was preventing the super laptop from parsing the language. She can't even begin to explain the phenomenon that, but the answer was already there in her mind. It's not just a set of encrypted symbols, it's even a potentially complete set of alien civilization languages. Now, the fact that she could parse out a single formula was the limit of her brain, and the limit of her super laptop, and she didn't dare to go any further. So, for Dean Wu's compliments, Fong Kaney could only sigh, directly unplugging the laptop and closing the screen. I'm really sorry, Dean Wu. I can't do anything about your hospital's commission. Fong Kaney gave up straight away, and Wu Yuanshan was instantly puzzled. No, Professor Fong, didn't you just successfully crack a formula? Why don't you continue? Fong Kaney shook her head helplessly. You lied to me. Dean Wu froze. I lied to you? What did I lie to you about? You told me earlier that this operating system was only encrypted, which is why I felt confident in accepting the commission from your institution. But as it turns out, these aren't cryptographic symbols at all. It even contains mysterious powers that I cannot explain. It's a whole, complete alien language. Dean Wu was even more puzzled. Mysterious power? Alien language? What are you talking about? Dean Wu didn't dare to tell the other party directly without the military's permission that this system, a little girl's father, Lu Yen, had come up with it. But what Prof. Fong said did make Wu Yuanshan somewhat unprepared. Alien language? Lu Meng's dad, an alien? How can that be? Fong Kaney saw that Wu Yuanshan didn't believe her. Come, Dean Wu, feel my laptop. This temperature, is it going to burn soon? And so is my brain. In all the years I've been working in cryptographic parsing, and the amount of ancient text translation work I've taken on, I've never encountered anything this strange. I'm really sorry. I'm no longer afraid to continue. Meanwhile, Feng Jungang, the district governor, led a group of people and came to the laboratory, asking for direct access. Several researchers discouraged it. District Governor Feng, the drones inside are very precious. Please enter after changing into your duster suits to avoid causing unpredictable damage to the internal components of the drones. Feng Junkong froze, and immediately said without a trace of anger, I asked you to research, not archaeology. What's the point of being so careful? Besides, it's a super monster that hardened 10 Skywing T5HS at the same time. How can it be that fragile? Lu Yen, who was on the side, also laughed bitterly. It's true that there's no need to be so careful with your Celestial Academy of Sciences. I built the hive drones. Feel free to play with them. They won't break. Lu Yen finished. Several researchers froze and looked at the young man in front of them with a suspicious expression. You built it? On the side, District Governor Feng also introduced himself cheerfully. He's the maker of the hive drone. Lu Yen. Several of the researchers were dumbfounded. Governor Feng personally introduced me. This can't be fake. Thinking about the exaggerated black technology that hive drone possessed, everyone's eyes had completely changed when they looked at Lu Yen. All three closed doors are open. The group entered the lab without incident. Laboratory 1. On the software group side, Fong Kaney simply gave up and prepared to leave. Wu Yuanshan and Yu Lao were busy helping Professor Fong pack his equipment and didn't notice that Lu Yen and the people from the military region had arrived. Lu Yen looked at the formula electronically handwritten on the big screen and couldn't help but stare at it. This formula is one of the underlying formulas used in the hive drone's operating program to call up function calculations to assign work-free power balances. Lu Yen also didn't expect that someone from CAS could actually crack it out from the double encryption state, the underlying control program for the hive drone. Lu Yen not only used the language of Gaia civilization directly, secondary encryption was also performed using Gaia's message encryption technology. Lu Yan's reason for the double encryption was that he didn't want to complete the reverse engineering one day after the meter country got their product. Now that an underlying formula has been made out, Lu Yen can't help but reflect on it. Double encryption is still not enough insurance. It seems that a third encryption is necessary to make it work. Lu Yen looked toward the decryption equipment that was being packed aside. This set, all in pink. It should be the woman in front of me who parsed out the formula. Lu Yen came to the big screen and looked at the formula on the big screen. Nice. You're very impressive to have gotten that formula out. Lu Yen checked and found that the formula was indeed not parsed incorrectly and nodded his head in approval. Prof. Fong has been praised for some inexplicable reason. Heads up. A young man in a yellow takeout suit, looking younger than himself, was looking at the big screen with his hands behind his back, nodding slightly. That's a handsome look. But Fong Kaney didn't hold back the twitching corners of her mouth. she didn't expect that either. She, Fong Kaney, would actually have a day when she was critiqued by a takeaway boy on her professionalism. Prof. Fong looked suspicious. Who are you? And after Wu Yuanshan and Yu Lao, who were on the side, looked up, their bodies trembled. Although none of them had ever met Lu Yan or seen a photo, they had all heard Lu Meng's verbal description of the delivery boy. Handsome. It was exactly the same as what they saw before their eyes. Plus now, the Tiandu military region, District Governor Feng Jungang has stood behind him, stroking his chin. He looked at the formula on the screen and pretended to think. Both can conclude that the visitor, none other than Hive Drone Maker, Land Rock. Chapter 28. The existence of those symbols is far beyond my cognitive frame of mind. The software group. In front of the big screen, Professor Fawn was slightly disgruntled after being critiqued on her professionalism by a delivery boy, but she didn't take it too personally. What concerned her more now was that such a large group of people, without wearing duster suits, had directly broken into Laboratory No. 1. And those military personnel were not even a problem. Even the delivery men had been let in, which was really a bit unwarranted. Think of something. Fong Kaney hurriedly continued to pack her equipment. It even speeds up the packing, because she knows. Dean Wu. About to get mad. Wu Yuanshan was usually very good at talking, but once someone violated his rules in his territory, he would simply flip out. This old man's hair can get angry, but he won't care who the other party is. The King of Heaven won't give face to him. But the problem is that the one who broke into the No. 1 lab now, not only has the delivery man, but also the troopers. The scene in a while. I am afraid that it is not good to clean up. I have to flash far away as soon as possible to do so. Don't be dragged down by Wu Yuanshan. At this point, the two elders, Wu Yuanshan and Yu Guochang, came back to their senses and looked at each other. Both saw the excitement in the other's eyes. The duo took a couple of big steps and quickly greeted them. Smiles all around. Hands outstretched. Lu Yen. It's a great honor to meet you. I'm the Dean of the Academy of Heavenly Sciences. Wu Yuanshan. I am the Academy of Heavenly Sciences, Electronic Interference Project Team Leader, Yu Guocheng. I and your daughter Lu Meng have had a meeting. The two old men were far beyond Lu Yan in both status and age. In Lu Yan's opinion, these two were considered big shots, and he didn't shy away from shaking hands with both. Yu Guocheng then praised Lu Meng's resourcefulness and science and technology background, and Wu Yuanshan echoed, praising Lu Meng's good behavior and understanding. And to the side, Fontaine, on the other hand, he looked directly dumbfounded. What the hell is this? Wu Yuanshan didn't freak out. He actually laughed and smiled so flatteringly. It's all about compliments. And even the titan of the drone world, Yu Guocheng, actually had the same expression? The same compliment. Holy, Yu Lao's temperament is notoriously eccentric, much more so than Wu Yuanshan's. In his life, Yu never married or had children, but was dedicated to scientific research, rigorous and serious, and did not smile. Fong Kaney had dealt with Yu Guocheng a few times, and she didn't even know that old man you could still laugh? Fong Kaney once again looked at the takeout boy, who had given himself a critique. There is no longer any trace of discomfort or contempt in his heart, had even begun to wonder about the other's mysterious identity. Just now Dean Wu called him Lu Yen. Lu Yen. Lu Yen. Haven't heard of it at all. Surname Lu. Lu. Is actually a relative of which big leader? Unconsciously, Fong Kaney had begun to deliberately slow down the speed of packing her equipment. She didn't want to leave now, and while pretending to pack her equipment, her little eyes were still stealing glances towards Lu Yan's side. The mouth is dry and the heart is itching. She wants to know now. This delivery boy. What a big shot. In the face of the second old man's praise of Lu Meng, Lu Yan waved his hand and said, that little ninny Lu Meng. She likes to get into trouble. She doesn't deserve such praise from you too. I've heard it all from Lemeng. Before the Hive drone mistakenly broke into the Tendu airport, if it wasn't for the two of you helping out and doing your best to protect it, my drone would have already been blown to smithereens by the Tendu military region with missiles. It's been my labor of love for years, and it's all thanks to you two that I was able to save it, so thank you very much indeed. The second old man hurriedly waved his hand. Where? The Hive drone is a national treasure. Any other person would have done everything in their power to preserve it. Those are things that are justified and not worth mentioning. And the side of Fong Jun Gang listening cannot help but twitch the corner of the mouth. This incident, how to make the Tendu military region like the villain. But yes, it was damn close. Fong Jun Gang laughed brightly and joined the conversation between the two sides directly. Hardly a digression. The military district nearly bombarded the Hive drones, and Fong Kaney, who was pretending to pack her gear on the sidelines, it had been completely dumbfounded. Holy, And really let yourself hear something unbeatable. Those sci-fi hive drones, he actually built them. That takeout boy, that Lu Yen, is actually a hive drone maker. Awesome. Fong Kaney looked at Lu Yen's takeout clothes and only felt even more admired. Super tech guru with a part-time delivery job? Holy, is this what they say? The great unwashed? I finally opened my own eyes today. And to think that I've just had my own decryption technique critiqued by this superb man. Fong Kaney only felt doubly honored, since Cheney Fong accidentally thought of the decryption technique. The process of parsing the mysterious encrypted symbols from before could not help but automatically emerge in his mind. A heavenly whirlwind struck again. She shook her vaguely aching brain. It was at this point that Fong Kaney suddenly realized that those mysterious symbols, it seemed, had become a knot in her heart. The same question, which kept ringing in her head. Those symbols, are they an alien language or not? Fong Kaney looked toward Lu Yen, who was surrounded by the crowd and star-studded. A certain impulse rose in the mind that, she knew that her lowly, she's just a little people's teacher. There's no way in hell you're qualified to talk to the real big boys. But she wanted answers. Fong Kaney threw the equipment in her hand, gathered her courage, and came to Lu Yen's side, with a deep bow. Big brother Lu Yen, how are you? I'm an ordinary professor from Tianke University. Fong Kaney, it was I, just now, who had the audacity to decrypt your encrypted system. My specialty is encryption and decryption, and I also have some linguistic systems parsing under my belt. I had thought to myself that in all of Dragonland, I would not be false to anyone when it comes to encryption and decryption, and there was no encryption I could not decrypt. But today, I realized that I was wrong, and I can't unlock your encrypted system. I even used the technique of linguistic systematic parsing in order to solve it before I managed to crack one line of the formula. But that was as far as I could go, and it was impossible to get any further. Only when Fong Chaini said this did the crowd deeply realize how exaggerated Lu Yan's encryption technology was. Fong Kaney was indeed the top encryption and decryption expert in the Dragon Kingdom, which was why Dean Wu had gone out of his way to spend a lot of money to hire her to help. If she couldn't solve it, there wouldn't be anyone in the whole of the Dragon Kingdom who was capable of doing so. Fong Jun just looked at the formula on the big screen again, and his heart was shaken. The CAS spent such a long time and even paid for external assistance, but in the end, only the small line of formula was cracked? Fong Chaney continued. In the process of parsing, I found that those symbols, which seem to possess some kind of mysterious power, will have some effect on the computer CPU, and even on the human brain, causing a huge burden, which is why I can't continue parsing. The existence of those symbols is far beyond my cognitive framework. What I'm trying to say is, could they be the language of some alien civilization? Fong Chaney finished. Everyone froze, because not only did Fontaine feel this way, but everyone had a similar feeling that all the abilities and technologies of the hive drones are as well close to sci-fi. Not like what humans can do at this stage of technology. Everyone couldn't help but look at Lu Yen. Now Fontaine questions. From a professional point of view, what exactly will Su Yen answer? Is he going to refuse to answer? Or will he simply admit outright that he is, in fact, an alien? Chapter 29, the first employee of the company. In front of the big screen of the software group, the crowd looked at Lu Yen, waiting for him to answer the question posed by Professor Fong. Was the encryption he used derived from the language of an alien civilization? At this point, Lu Yen looked at Fong Kaney. The heart couldn't help but think highly of her. This Fontaine not only managed to decrypt a line of formulae from her own double encryption, it was also guessed that the symbols, the very ones that originated from the alien civilization, just that she didn't know that it was the Gaian language. Lu Yen was already a bit moved at this point. Undeniably, this Prof. Fong is indeed a good talent. Realize that encryption, while not at the core of the technology, is not a simple process that. The process of building the Beehive unmanned testing machine took 2 years. The system's double encryption work alone took Lu Yen 2 months. Arguably, extremely tedious and time-consuming. Thinking that in the future, this part of the tedious encryption work would have to be done by himself, Lu Yen felt an extreme headache. Because this systematic encryption effort involves not only cryptography, but also alien symbolic language technology, it is extremely difficult for the average person to successfully combine deciphering and linguistics. That's why Lu Yen had always felt before that it was hard to find someone who could do this job besides himself. But now, Lu Yen looked at Professor Fong in front of him. He knew that someone who could do this chore appeared. If this Fong Kaney was willing to come and help herself, she could save herself a lot of time. Come to think of it, Lu Yen decided to answer Fong Kaney's question seriously. Of course, the matter of Gaia's civilization would naturally not be told to him, but part of the principle of it could still be said. Lu Yen smiled lightly. Where is there any alien language? Those are just some special symbols I designed. Fong Caney concentrated. And Lu Yen continued. You talk about the brain-burning sensation and the phenomenon of laptop overload. It's because, when I designed the symbols, I used two techniques. Subliminal techniques and computer cipher techniques. Lu Yen used the simplest and most popular language to briefly explain the kernel of the two technologies. As for Fong Caney on the side, her expression kept changing. She never knew that these two technologies, actually, could be combined with encryption. After Lu Yen finished explaining, he was afraid that Fong Caney didn't understand and asked in return. Its principle. Like what? Fong Caney replied with some thought. Like a downtime computer virus that loops statements indefinitely, repeats invalid code, and hogs the CPU. Lu Yen nodded with satisfaction. Good understanding. After Fontaine replied, it's as if a layer of window paper has been poked through and thoughts have opened up. She tried again to recall the mysterious symbols that, combined with what Lu Yen just said about the principle. Sure enough, deep in the recesses of his mind, there really is a statement that runs on a loop. As it turns out, there is no such thing as an alien language or a mystical force. Everything is perverse just because of Lu Yen's technique. Fong Caney looked at Lu Yen, her heart and soul trembling. She had, before, always thought that she had been the ceiling in the field of encryption and decryption. Hubris, arrogance, and being a complete frog in the well himself. Fong Caney bowed deeply to Lu Yen. Big brother Lu Yen, thank you for teaching me this. It was me who was narrow-minded before. My thinking was completely limited, and if you hadn't helped me point it out, I might not have been able to get a glimpse of it for the rest of my life. Your encryption, combined with subliminal technology, and ciphering, breathtaking, it is the most powerful encryption I have ever seen. The researchers of the software group on the side were shocked, although they don't know anything about encryption, subliminal technology, or ciphering. Just now, Lu Yen had explained half a day, and they were also in a fog, but they know how good Fontaine is. In the field of encryption and decryption, he was a well-known figure in the whole of the Dragon Kingdom. If not for the fact that Dean Wu and Tianke University had worked together many times, both the president of Tianke University and Fong Caney would have been willing to give Dean Wu face. There's no way a normal person would be able to hire her. As a result, one of the biggest names in encryption and decryption, finished in their area of expertise. He even bowed directly to Lu Yen. Can't read it, though, but, awesome. Awesome is right. Awesome is done. Lu Yen nodded at Fong Caney. It's not really that remarkable a technology, and it's not too difficult. It's the encryption process that does take a bit of time. Professor Fong, I see that you do have a talent when it comes to encryption. This is a technique that you should be able to learn. Do you want to learn? Lu Yen finished. Fong Caney froze in place, her mind roaring. Just now, Lu Yen was asking himself if he wanted to learn? He wants to teach himself. Fong Caney raised her head to look at Lu Yen, disbelief in her eyes. In general, no matter who has mastered such an awesome encryption technology, certainly can't wait to hide it for fear that others will learn it. Results. This Lu Yen actually wants to teach himself greatly? And it's not just some crappy cabbage encryption. It's a super encryption technology that combines subliminal brain technology and computer cipher technology. Both of these technologies, taken individually, can break out. Thinking about the power of this encryption technology, Fong Caney couldn't help but gulp. Want to learn. She's very eager to learn. It's just that she's nothing more than a little rice crumb. What can I do for myself? Fong Caney gathered her courage and answered loudly. I want to learn. Then added in a small whisper. Tuition. Is it expensive? Fong Caney knew that this superb encryption technology, Lu Yen could not possibly teach himself for free. She's just a professor now, taking on projects herself, and she's got $800,000 in savings over the years. If Lu Yen here is the same as other international training institutions, a few months of training directly over $1 million tuition fees, she is really cannot afford. And Lu Yen replied, no money. My company is being set up soon, and there will be a department that specializes in encryption. The company needs people like you who are proficient in encryption, but I don't have any money right now either, so I can't give you any guarantees on the salary, and I can't rule out a long period of time without a paycheck, purely for the love of power. If you're okay with it, you can come over and help me then. Learning on the job and combining theory with practice is the best way to learn. There's no need to rush the reply. It's still some time before the company is formed. Lu Yen finished. Fong Caney froze. Is this recruitment? Think hive drones. To think that the Academy of Heavenly Sciences and even the military are all sucking up to Lu Yen. The thought of learning that exaggerated encryption. What's the harm in not having a paycheck? Fong Caney didn't do much weighing in her mind at all. Without asking what Lu Yan's company actually does, and without asking for a paycheck, completely following his heart and giving Lu Yan a direct answer in person. Tomorrow I'll quit my job and follow you. Lu Yan nodded in satisfaction. Okay, even though the name of the company hasn't been decided yet and you can't be paid, you're our first employee. Seeing this scene, all of the researchers on the sidelines, all of them froze in their tracks. Lu Yan, this is a blatant dig, and you actually succeeded in digging in seconds? On the other hand, the dean on the side, Wu Yuanshan, was in a bit of a dilemma. After all, Fong Kaney was invited by herself from Tianke University to help, and she even greeted Tianke University, President Tian, with a greeting. This whole thing caused Principal Tian to lose a major general. How do you explain to him? However, Prof. Fong following Lu Yan is definitely good for her personal future development. Principal Tian, he should learn to let go. Just then, a researcher, with his afterglow, glanced at the dean, Wu Yuanshan, who was on the sidelines. Struggling internally, he finally broke through the defense of his heart and raised his hand silently. That, Mr. Lu, look, can I do it? On the side, Wu Yuanshan sniffed, his big eyes glared, and he cursed in anger. You little brat, want to revolt? Ah. Chapter 30, Invisible Coatings, will officially enter the era of 91% reduction rate. On the software group side, someone set a precedent. Immediately afterward, a researcher, raising his or her hand. Mr. Lu, I'm good at software production. Do you think I can do it? Mr. Lu, I'm good at software reverse engineering. Do you think I'm okay? Mr. Lu, I'm good at software automation. Do you think I can? The software group side is the first to riot. Immediately following, the material group, systems group, power packs, electronics group, the communications group, mechanical group. There have been riots. One by one, researchers in charge of various fields have joined the orgy of hands in the air, all of them stating that they, too, were going to jump on the bandwagon. The scene got out of hand. After everyone had taken their positions, they didn't forget to smile and sneak a glance at Dean Wu. They now wondered what Boss Wu's expression would be when he saw this. The dean, Wu Yuanshan, crossed his arms, blew his beard and eyes, and his face turned green with anger. All go, you little brats, all of you, go away. I don't need you guys. Don't even bother coming to work tomorrow. Seeing Dean Wu's deflated expression, the technicians were overjoyed and, ha ha ha, Dean, are you saying you're giving us all a day off tomorrow? Win a day off from work and pop a profit. The technicians were all shocked beyond belief by the black technology of Lu Yan's hive drones, but they don't really want to jump ship. In fact, all of them, they were invited by Wu Yuanshan 3 times. They recognized Wu Yuanshan as their boss, and they were used to the research environment of CAS. Here, it's their home. But in the opinion of most technicians, if Lu Yan really went out of his way to throw out the core technology like he invited Fong Kaney, maybe they, too, wouldn't have gotten into a tangle. But the truth is, they all know that they have a few pounds to spare. Fong Kaney, who had cracked a line of formula from Lu Yan's encrypted system, was considered to have fought with Lu Yan, and although she lost miserably, her performance was still bright. As for them, facing the hive drones, the whole time of the study, in addition to shock nothing to read, and even the qualification to fight with Lu Yan are not. How could they like that get into Lu Yan's eyes? Everyone knows in their heart of hearts that the farce that just happened, it was just a way to show their respect for Lu Yan, and at the same time, they wanted to be angry with Boss Wu. Lu Yan looked at the group of mischievous researchers. Smiling, he shook his head. It's really good. I have to say, this Wu Yuanshan has indeed gathered a nice big family. At this point, the only employee, Fong Kaney, simply excused herself and went back to Tianke University to go through the exit procedures. And Lu Yan looked at Wu Yuanshan and talked about business. By the way, Dean Wu, do you have a chemistry lab here? The kind that can make paint. Lu Yan didn't forget the purpose of this trip. To build the invisible paint, completely finish the hive drone tester, complete the first stage mission objective in the system mission, and get the tech point reward. Then it's time to get down to the business of setting up a company. The performance of the hive drone tester, though, is a concern. Lack of 1 nanometer superchips to show super individual characteristics. Lacking a room temperature superconducting energy system. The work-free propulsion engines are unable to utilize their full strength, and their endurance is a pitiful 5 hours. However, it is perfectly adequate for use as a civilian model. When the civilian models start mass production, they can have a substantial impact on the world and get tech points converted. Meanwhile, the money will be flowing in by then, with the tech points and the money to figure out how to solve the chip problem and the energy system problem. Thus completing the second phase of the system mission. The full-body hive drone. The complete body hive drone was the most ideal military model in Liu Yan's mind. Liu Yan mentioned business. District Governor Feng immediately became agitated and, "Old Wu, hurry up and vacate your best chemistry lab here. For us, there is a chemistry lab, but what do you need a chemistry lab for?" Liu Yan says his hive drone isn't finished yet, and Liu Yan is now going to finish it completely. Wu Yuanshan froze at his words. "It's not finished? No, this hive drone is already so ridiculously strong. What else could it be lacking?" Stealth paint with 100% radar cross-section reduction. With a proud look on his face, Feng Jungang said what he was going to build on behalf of Liu Yan, and Wu Yuanshan froze directly in place. 100% radar cross-section reduction? Wouldn't that mean total invisibility? The invisible paint developed by the Academy of Sciences. The radar cross-section reduction rate can do 90%. That's already the limit. Not only the limit of the Academy of Sciences, but also the limit of the Dragon State, but also the limit of the world. Any further than that, you're going to have to go beyond the physical limits. Can a 100% invisible paint really be developed? Although Wu Yuanshan was incredulous. But right now, he wouldn't dare to doubt Liu Yan's ability. If Liu Yan says it can be R&D, it can be R&D. But the problem is, the chemistry lab can't be vacated right now. Wu Yuanshan said with an embarrassed face. District Governor Feng, "Liu Yan, I'm really sorry. All 3 of our chemical materials labs at TAS are now on occupied status. Liu Yan's invisible paint development. Can you hold off on that for a while? The lab should be freed up in 2 weeks." Feng Junkong was instantly displeased at his words. "No, and who told you that Liu Yan is going into R&D? Liu Yan is going into production." Wu Yuanshan froze and looked at Liu Yan in disbelief. "Production? Liu Yan, you're already sure of getting an invisible coating that's 100% invisible?" Liu Yan nodded. "Yes, the required materials. Army Chief Feng has already bought them for me. Now I just need to borrow the equipment in the lab." Wu Yuanshan's breath caught in his throat, and without saying a word, "Go, now, Chemistry Materials Lab. I'll vacate it for you." Meanwhile, CAS, Chemical District, Laboratory of Chemical Materials. 2, 3, the equipment is running with a roar. 40 men were busy going in and out, working together. They're part of 2 teams. Invisible Coatings Project Team, CAS, Shinto Technology Corporation, Production Technology Department. The invisible coating technology of CAS is not unique, but is led by CAS and jointly developed with Shinto Technology Company, and Shinto is responsible for mass production. Now, the invisible coating, which has successfully penetrated the domestic market, even abroad, it has some market share. It can be very successful. Outside Chemistry Lab number 2, 2 middle-aged men are checking on the progress of the development of a new coating. The 2 looked at each other and both saw the excitement in the other's eyes. On the second lab side, there are actually hints of it as well. That means that the previous accident in Lab 1 was not an isolated case. That might be replicable. The 2 men were excitedly analyzing the. One of them was none other than Shinto Technology, Director of Production Technology Department, Lian Yongchang. The other person, on the other hand, was Tianchi Academy of Sciences, Invisible Paint Project Team, Project Leader, Zhang Guangji. And Zhang Guangji is also the only core backbone of the Academy of Heavenly Sciences that hasn't been summoned by Wu Yuanshan to go over and study the hive drones. Because the hive drone did not use stealth paint, Wu Yuanshan did not call Zhang Guangji over. And at this point, Zhang Guangji also couldn't help but sigh at how wise Dean Wu was for not calling himself away. Because they're about to get the unbeatable. If nothing else, invisible coatings will officially cross over into the era of the 91% reduction rate. Chapter 31, Totally Invisible? What a joke. CAS, Chemical District. The first thing Zhang Guangji and Lian Yongcheng realized was that Dean Wu was leading a large group of people to their side. Shinto Technology Lian Yongcheng also cannot help but sigh with emotion. Guangji, your Dean is still really magical. The results we have here have only just gotten a little bit of a head start. And even before we reported to him, he knew about it and brought a group of officers over to visit. Granted, pulling some orders and whatnot ahead of time is a conventional means of locking in a customer base ahead of time. But that's a bit early, isn't it? What if we can't get a new type of paint? We'll lose face then. I'm nervous about your Dean Wu screwing up so much. Zhang Guangji laughed, but he was not surprised. Panic about what? The samples we've already all but gotten out, and the first signs of reproducibility have appeared in Lab 2, which means we're on the right track. Now, it's just a matter of time. Sooner or later we can achieve mass production. Don't you forget, this is a brand new stealth coating with a 91% radar cross-section reduction. Once it is released, what kind of waves will it create in the armament world? And our boss Wu has always been like this. He pulls in customers in advance not only to lock in the customer base in advance, but also because he doesn't want the state to spend more money than it has to. Once our product is introduced, 90% of the invisibility ability of the paint will immediately become obsolete products. Rather than spending money on updating and replacing by then, it is better to wait and just wait for upgrades. Don't you think it's the right thing to do? Liang Yongcheng nodded. At this point, Dean Wu took Lu Yan and the people from the military region, and went straight to Chemical Lab number 1, because that is, the state-of-the-art chemistry lab at TAS. The instrumentation inside is world-class. If Lu Yan wanted to make invisible paint that could be completely invisible, it was the only thing that was worthy of it. Entrance to Chemistry Lab 1. Zhang Guangji brought Liang Yongcheng and waited in advance to greet him. Boss Wu, you're moving too fast. Our new invisible paint research is just making progress, and you're bringing people to visit. Although this invisible paint can do 91% in radar cross-section reduction rate, the data can indeed boast the paint world, but it's a bit too high profile for you to bring someone so early, and that's not good. Wu Yuanshan was stunned. What exactly was Guangji misunderstanding here? To achieve a 91% figure is indeed remarkable, but compared to Lu Yan's 100% invisibility, there was no comparison at all. It's pretty good to break through to 91%. I know, they're not here to visit. They're here to borrow the lab. Hiroki, arrange for someone to, vacate Lab 1. I'm going to use it for the guests. Zhang Guangji froze. Now. Right. Now. Wu Yuanshan finished. Zhang Guangji and Liang Yongcheng, as well as the surrounding researchers, were all stunned. These soldiers aren't here to visit? Instead, they're here to borrow the lab? And you're going to vacate them now? The thing is, they're only halfway through the study. To vacate now would mean that their previous gains were directly foregone. What a joke! Everyone looked at the leader, Zhang Guangji, and Zhang Guangji had a puzzled look on his face. He recognized the soldiers, all from the Tendu military region. The District Governor Feng Jungang has come in person. They're not likely to be leading any important chemistry experiments. But are the military's experiments important and not your own? 91% radar reduction. What a stealth coating. It was impossible for Boss Wu not to know what this really meant. Or is it? Boss Wu thought his experiments had been successful, so he no longer needed Lab 1? Come to think of it, Zhang Guangji immediately explained. Dean Wu, you probably don't understand our side of the story yet. We accidentally made stealth paint with a 91% radar cross-section reduction in Chemistry Lab 1. The only one in the industry and the best in the world. And, because it was done by accident, it is the lone case. We're using it as a template to try to reproduce it in Labs 2, 3. Now there's progress in Lab 2 as well. If we vacate Lab 1 now, not to mention losing a lot of data, the new material will be destabilized by early exposure to the atmosphere. This would be the end of our research, and the end of our work, Zhang Guangji struggled to explain. However, Wu Yuanshan said, I admit that your research is very successful and remarkable, but it is no longer meaningful. Zhang Guangji was unconvinced and raised his volume. How is it meaningless? This is a brand new invisible coating with 91% invisibility ability. Wu Yuanshan shook his head. Because, Lu Yan can already take the data and make it 100%. Dean Wu finished his explanation and began to introduce Lu Yan beside him. Hive drone maker, Lu Yan. But at this moment, Zhang Guangji wasn't even listening to Dean Wu's introduction of Lu Yan, shaking his head in direct denial. Are you kidding me? Totally invisible. That's simply not possible. On the sidelines were Liang Yongcheng and his team, and the team under Zhang Guangji, all shaking their heads. Totally invisible. Ha, that's a bit of a joke. Indeed. This Lu Yan. What's wrong with making a hive drone that's even more awesome? How can a drone researcher know more about stealth coatings than they, the paint experts? Although Dean Wu is the president of the Academy of Sciences of the Heavens, he is mainly responsible for management, and does not specialize in invisible coatings. He wasn't sure how outrageous the 100% figure was, and was understandably swindled. But those of them, rooted in the paint market and specializing in invisible coatings for so many years, they know better than anyone what invisible paint can do in terms of data. 90% approaching the physical limit. 91% straight over the limit. Big brother Zhang Guangji led them, and accidentally came up with the invisible paint, although it only increased the data by 1% on the original basis. But this 1% is a miracle beyond the limit. This Lu Yan actually threatened to increase the stealth data to 100% and achieve complete stealth. Oh, honestly, that statistic, to a professional, is a complete joke. Zhang Guangji saw so many officers standing behind Wu Yuanshan, can't help but frown. I don't think Dean Wu is being blackmailed by the other side. Boss Wu is the dean. He can't not give face to the military. But what kind of face do you want for a Thai researcher yourself? One's own research must not be destroyed by giving face to the. Come to think of it, Zhang Guangji directly straddled the entrance to Lab 1, an indomitable stance, and the team at Shinto Technologies didn't hesitate when they saw it. The entire staff stood behind Zhang Guangji, backing him up, all with a look of death and not backing down. Chapter 32, Mr. Zhang, the testing ground is already occupied. Chemical District. In front of the entrance to Lab 1, the Stealth Coatings project team of the Academy of Sciences of the People's Republic of China, as well as the scientific research team of Shinto Technology Company, all hands across the entrance, in the face of the great oppression of the top brass of the Tendu military region, still indomitable, united in their determination to die. Seeing this, Wu Yuanshan shook his head helplessly. He knew that people simply didn't believe him, and he could understand that. After all, if I hadn't seen all the capabilities of the hive drones with my own eyes, if he hadn't observed Lu Yan and Fong Kanei's debate on encryption technology, he would have already built up complete trust in Lu Yan himself. This outrageous 100% stealth ability, to put it mildly, is not believable on its own. Wu Yuanshan looked toward Zhang Guangji, who was straddling the front of the entrance, looking at him with that look of not giving an inch and looking death in the eye. Again, good and funny. Over the years, Zhang Guangji led the research and development of invisible coatings alone, and also helped the Academy pull in Shinto Technology as a partner of the Academy. Together, we have developed mass-produced invisible coatings that have gained considerable success in the marketplace. Each year, it has brought in nearly $30 million in revenue to TAS, or 30% of total revenue, and Zhang Guangji still only take dead wages. Give him commission do not want. Wu Yuanshan and Zhang Guangji are old friends. He knew that Zhang Guangji didn't join the Academy of Astronomical Sciences to research invisible coatings for money. At all. He just hopes that one day, the warplanes of the Dragon Kingdom would no longer be shot down or even allowed to be targeted. Guangji's grandfather, who had been a pilot during the war and had made numerous war achievements and was an uncompromising national hero, died heroically in a battle when the airplane he was flying was shot down by the enemy. And the family, all of them, were proud to have such a national hero in their family. Hiroshi's father, and several of his brothers, all joined the military, and all became very good pilots. And Hiroshi, too, grew up motivated to be a good pilot. But alas, it was not to be, and he ended up failing to meet the pilot selection criteria because his eyesight was not up to par and he fell out of the selection process. But then, his ideals soon shifted sideways and, since he couldn't be a pilot, he was going to make all pilots invincible, and the key breakthrough he came up with was invisible paint. As long as the plane can't be locked down, the pilots of the Dragon Kingdom are invincible. So, from then on, researching and developing invisible coatings has been the whole of his life. Coupled with his one-track-minded personality, Guangji's fervor and dedication to the development of invisible coatings is far from ordinary. And this fervor and obsession, it was also the reason why Wu Yuanshan had invited him to join the Academy of Heavenly Sciences to be in charge of invisible coating research and development. Wu Yuanshan looked at Zhang Guangji and had a bit of a headache. He had no idea how to explain that to Hiroki. After all, Lu Yan's claim that he could build completely invisible paint was just a family claim, and he hadn't produced much evidence. And one's trust in Lu Yan was all based on subjective feelings, which was even more impossible to explain in words. As for Zhang Guangji, he has been friends with himself for many years, and his contribution to the CAS is not insignificant, so he can't forcefully empty his one lab without taking his feelings into consideration. Thanks to the outstanding performance of the TAS invisible coatings, now, everyone had already acquiesced that the 1, 2, 3 chemistry labs were Zhang Guangji's exclusive labs. Thinking of all the trouble, Wu Yuanshan could only shake his head helplessly. Why don't you just forget it? It's not like there aren't other chemical materials labs in Tiandu. The big deal was to rent the best one for Lu Yan out of his own pocket. It wouldn't cost a few bucks. At this point, Zhang Guangji could also see Wu Yuanshan's difficulty. Boss Wu, he must know that the 100% stealth figure is bull ********. But these officers can't tell the difference. Moreover, the district governor Feng Jungang had come in person, and it was impossible for Boss Wu not to take care of the military's feelings. By doing this, he has indeed made things difficult for Boss Wu. Zhang Guangji thought about it and came up with a compromise. There are critical samples in Chem Lab 1 that can't be borrowed. There are also some results coming out of Chemistry Lab 2 that can't be borrowed either. But Lab 3, yes. Zhang Guangji took a step back. Wu Yuanshan was still a bit embarrassed. He didn't agree to Zhang Guangji's compromise, but instead looked at Lu Yan, who was on the side. Mr. Lu, look, our lab here can't be vacated for a while. Why don't we just go to the outside lab? I know of a top-notch chemistry lab, no less than our number 1 lab here. That's equipped with top-notch instruments and materials. You can use it for as long as you want. We, Cass, will pay to help you rent it for a long period of time? Do you think it's okay? But Lu Yan shook his head. Didn't that laborer Zhang say that number 3 would work? I don't think we'll have to go through all that trouble. Just chemistry lab number 3. Wu Yuanshan continued to persuade. Chemistry lab number 3 is an old lab. It's full of old instruments and equipment, quite a few of which will be obsolete soon, and we at TAS are all planning to push it to rebuild in a couple years. But Lu Yan was indifferent. It doesn't hurt that the chemistry lab I rented before is also full of old equipment that I'm used to using. So that's settled. Each side takes a step back. Things didn't continue to stagnate or deteriorate. Soon, in chemical materials lab number 3, the previous material was rapidly emptied of. The military personnel carried in the materials Su Yan needed. Various instruments and equipment, repowered and running. Lu Yan started making invisible paint, catalyzing, lead, centrifugal separation, multi-material fusion. On the sidelines, Wu Yuanshan, and the military personnel. It's breathtaking to watch, but none of them can read. A group of people looked at each other in disbelief, all seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Although the principle is unreadable, but they could see Lu Yan's movements, this skillful maneuver, this line of action, multiple production processes in one go. Cool, handsome and done. Meanwhile, Laboratory of Chemical Materials. Cass, Guangxi Zhang's team, Shin2 Technology, Liang Yongchang team. Everybody, fire away. After what just happened, Lab 1 and 2 are saved. The samples were saved, too. All of them have realized that the present scientific research opportunities are not easy to come by and must be cherished beyond measure. With their original research, they were at the tipping point, just short of a critical mass. Now, because of Lu Yan's stimulation, all of them were as energetic as if they had been pumped with chicken blood, with their adrenaline surging wildly. After only 4 hours, a gasp of surprise came from just over in Lab 2. It worked. Reproduced. 91% of invisible coatings that are viable for mass production. Zhang Guangji and Liang Yongchang, looking at a drop of dazzling liquid that had successfully dripped down. A deep gulp. Hiroki, we've really made it. Zhang Guangji's voice was trembling a bit. That's right. Invisible coatings has officially crossed over into the 91% reduction rate era. Simulated data. No problem at all. Let's go. Let's go to the test field and directly use the drone for a real practical test. Just then, a researcher reported, Mr. Zhang, the testing ground is already occupied. Zhang Guangji was puzzled. No, besides us, who else would do the invisible paint test? It seems to be the same wave that was just there. When Zhang Guangji heard this, he directly froze in place. It's only been 4 hours, and the R&D, the fabrication, the coating, the polishing, all the work is done. How is that possible? Chapter 33 Craftsmanship Level. Peak of Excellence. Liang Yongchang had a few of his men prepare for the actual test work by applying the new invisible paint to a test drone, while he took the rest of his men and headed straight for the proving ground. A lab is not the same as a laboratory. There are many labs, but there is only one lab. Someone's occupying it, and they're just gonna have to wait. But they're now very anxious to find out if their new coatings will match the simulated data in real-world tests. If the actual test data are as expected, so they could then declare that the age of 91% invisibility has arrived. As for that totally invisible paint, not a single one of them thinks it's even remotely possible that the reason they were in such a hurry to get to the test site, aside from being a little anxious to find out the real test results, mainly also in view of the fact that Wu Yuanshan is not a paint professional, and may be deceived that the military is not technically savvy, and could be fooled. They are the only ones who can dismantle that little trick with their expertise. The test site. It's a drone test range of some sort. The difference is that there is a master console that can be configured with many testing devices, and at this point, on the main console, a lot of assorted testing equipment has been brought in. The high-power radar for testing, spectrum analyzer, infrared imager, microwave darkroom instruments, the aurora tester, sonar detector. Soon, Zhang Guangji led his group to the testing ground. At this point, the test site has been taken over by the military. The officers gave Lu Yan a hand at the main console. Lu Yan, on the other hand, was in the center of the test field, giving an experimental drone, setting parameters and doing preparatory work for the actual test. This experimental machine was a random one that Dean Wu had found from the warehouse of the Academy of Heavenly Sciences, before verifying the true ability of the stealth paint, and before officially coating the Hive drones. Lu Yan planned to try it on a normal drone first. Zhang Guangji and his group came to the periphery of the main console. it soon became apparent that something unusual was going on. All the testing instruments, actually, were carried out. No, what's this about? What's the point of moving an infrared imager when you're testing a radar stealth coating? I can't believe they even got a spectrum analyzer. Lu Yan's radar stealth coating, does it still have optical stealth ability? What's even more outrageous is that they actually moved the sonar detectors. This hastily built stealth paint, not only for fighter planes but also for submarines? The text sputtered, and Zhang Guangji shook his head helplessly. Amateur. An invisible coating that specializes in only one characteristic. This is the most basic common sense in the industry. Stealth coatings, in fact, are categorized into a variety of categories, including radar stealth coating, infrared stealth coatings, visible stealth coatings, laser stealth coating, sonic stealth coating. And this time both Lu Yan and Zhang Guangji developed invisible coatings for radar wave absorption and refraction. So, the only actual instruments used are radar and microwave instruments. As a result, Lu Yan had all the testing equipment moved out. Trying to prove that one of his paints is capable of all the invisible paints is a fool's errand. Combine that with what Lu Yan said earlier, 100% radar stealth capability. Zhang Guangji can now conclude that this invisible paint test is destined to be a farce. Although the hive drone developed by Lu Yan had caused a huge sensation, alarming the military region and the Academy of Heavenly Sciences, Zhang Guangji also had to admit that Lu Yan was indeed a super genius in the field of drones. But he's still a slight amateur in the field of invisible coatings. Liang Yongcheng, who was on the sidelines, couldn't help but worry. All detection instruments on full power, and called the top brass of the military district to give him a handjob. Lu Yan made such a big show. If the result is nothing, how is he going to end it later? Will the Tendu military region take it out on CAS? Zhang Guangji shook his head. It's not so bad to relent. After all, the Tendu military region is very optimistic about Lu Yan's drone technology. And even if this invisible paint pulls the crotch, they'll at most say a few words about it. At this point, Lu Yan shouted through the intercom, "Spectrum analyzer, full power." The officers were instructed to begin twisting the spectrometer detection knob to maximum. The periphery of the main console, Zhang Guangji's team and Liang Yongqing's team both heard Lu Yan's shout. There was a sputtering of a radar stealth coating that tests optical stealth capability is even maximizing spectrometer performance right off the bat? Can this performance graph be produced? How confident is he? This is too amateurish. The next moment, however, all the officers were so excited that they rose to their feet and one officer even just couldn't hold back and burst out asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhang Guangji's team and Liang Yongqing's team all froze in place as well, because the testing ground is right in the center. That test drone actually disappeared right under the eyes of the crowd. Although Zhang Guangji came here with the purpose of dismantling Lu Yan's little trick, but he didn't hold back and just said, "Awesome." With a cry of alarm from Zhang Guangji, the surrounding researchers were agitated. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's directly invisible to the naked eye. Completely invisible. What the hell kind of horrible stealth ability is this nigga? It turns out that the 100% stealth that Lu Yan said before wasn't radar stealth, but optical stealth. We all misjudged him. Liang Yongcheng looked at Zhang Guangji with a shocked expression. Guangji, although Lu Yan's stealth paint isn't for radar stealth, this optical stealth ability of his is indeed impressive. High altitude and high speed with radar, low altitude and low speed with the naked eye. It's a miracle that he can be completely invisible with this optical stealth material. But Zhang Guangji shook his head. Miracle or whatever, it doesn't deserve it. As Zhang Guangji spoke, Liang Yongcheng couldn't help but be stunned. No, just this ability to be completely invisible to the naked eye isn't even a miracle. The other researchers also looked at Zhang Guangji, confused, because in their opinion, this was indeed already considered a very impressive technology, and it was not too much to say that it was a miracle. Why would Chang's Union say it's not worthy? And Zhang Guangji continued to explain. Actually, it's not so much technology as it is magic. Magic. Yes, it's magic. Column Luber lens, using the principle that the lens completely disappears vertically and completely manifests itself horizontally, which is nothing more than a kind of blindfold. The Luber lens sheet on the market, a few cents a piece. Magic props only. Immediately after, Lu Yan's next operation also verified Zhang Guangji's conjecture, only to see the drone begin to lift and rotate according to Lu Yan's preset program. The drone jumps back and forth across the board between invisible and visible. Lu Yan also had the officers start recording data. At this point, outside the main console, the researchers, after listening to Zhang Guangji's analysis and reading the principle behind the magic, all felt that it was nothing more than that. Laborer Zhang. Then should we go and dismantle Lu Yan's little trick? The officers didn't understand the principles involved and must have thought it was such a marvelous technology. but Zhang Guangji shook his head. Forget it. It's not all tricks. The reason I was surprised before was not so much by Lu Yan's technical principles, but by the caliber of his craftsmanship. The reason why the magic principle of this Luber filter has not been applied to optical invisible coatings is that the process is too difficult and the cost of construction is too high. It's very easy to make a flake filter, but it's very difficult to create a filter effect on an irregular drone surface. Lu Yan was able to get a filter effect on the test drone. I can't help but admire him for this level of craftsmanship, and I can even say that it has reached the peak. At least, I can't do it. Chapter 34 Undefendable. True Injury Era. Guangji Zhang explains the principle of lensing, explaining the difficulty of the process involved, even stated that they were unable to do so. The researchers, on the other hand, really understood Lu Yan's power. One by one, they nodded their heads in admiration. And, worker Zhang, doesn't that mean that the optical invisibility coating developed by Lu Yan has indeed succeeded? Not only has it been successful, but also, there is a huge market potential. However, Zhang Guangji shook his head. Market potential and all that, it doesn't have it. The researchers were again stunned. It's so hard to do with a lens coating that's only completely invisible in 50% of the directions, but that's pretty awesome. Why would this paint not have market potential? Zhang Guangji explained. What are the key criteria for determining whether a product has market potential? And what are they? The researcher snaps. Its mass production capability. Zhang Guangji nodded. Exactly. I was praising Lu Yan's level of craftsmanship before, not his invisible paint technology, because existing optical invisible coatings, it's not that they can't do the lens effect, it's that the process is too difficult. Lu Yan was able to give a drone a lens effect in 4 hours, not because his paint was so special, but because of his awesome craftsmanship. But as strong as his craftsmanship is, as deft as his hands are, can this be replicated? The whole world wants to find another Lu Yan out. I'm afraid it's impossible. That means that this optical stealthy drone of his, which is not capable of mass replication, is a special case, not ready for mass production. That's why I say there's no market potential. Zhang Guangji analyzed it to the root, and the researchers listened to it. That is to say, Lu Yan is indeed very impressive, but not very useful. He can get one or even more test units out, but it's impossible to produce them in large quantities. He can't meet the needs of the mass market. Zhang Guangji nodded. Good understanding. Zhang Guangji's words just fell. One of the researchers exclaimed. Lu Yan got 5 more drones out of the box. What is he doing? The people were looking at Lu Yan once again, to everyone's disbelief. Only Lu Yan lifted the lid of a bucket of paint and used the brush directly on those drones. Randomly, Lu Yan now has the support of the military region, and receives a huge $12,000 in support, far exceeding his needs by 6 times. So he purchased not 1, but 6 copies of the raw material for the paint. Paint is available now, so what's the harm in testing more? As Lu Yan finished painting haphazardly, drying and adjusting the angle of the drone is activated, utilizing microcurrents that activate the intrinsic properties of the material. Brush. All drones. All semi-cloaked. Seeing this scene, all the researchers froze in place. This nigga. Haphazard painting is alright. The crowd once again looked at Zhang Guangji in confusion, and Zhang Guangji froze directly in place. One frantic shake of the head. No, it can't be. How can a Luber lens effect be made by simply applying it? As the 5 drones lifted off in unison, it's starting to spin. They're also starting to jump back and forth sideways between fully dominant and fully invisible. Zhang Guangji looked at this exaggerated scene and only felt that he immediately cracked. It's really a Luber lens effect, previously extremely difficult to craft. Now you can do it just by simply painting? One might even say, it's okay to have hands. At this time, Zhang Guangji had completely reacted. He's got it all wrong. The new optical lens coating developed by Lu Yan is fully capable of mass production, and it only took Lu Yan 4 hours to get a big bucket of it. It shows that the process of making it, which is actually not too complicated, is, not only are we capable of mass production, but we are also equipped for rapid mass production. Exaggeration. Off the charts. Zhang Guangji was shocked for a long time and came back to his senses. At this point he already had to admire that Lu Yan, in the field of paint, is indeed a remarkable figure. Although the field of coatings he worked on was optical stealth. It's not a track with radar stealth, which is what you specialize in, but he admired any dragons who could produce results in the field of paint. With this optical stealth coating from Lu Yan, combined with his own radar stealth coating, the Dragon Kingdom's warplanes will be difficult to see and detect. The pilots of the Dragon Kingdom have reached new heights of combat effectiveness. Just then, a researcher reported with alarm. Mr. Zhang. A few of the officers have turned on the radar equipment. Zhang Guangji froze. Liang Yongchang, who was on the side, couldn't help but get excited. Hiroki, they're, testing anti-radar detection capabilities next. Is it really possible to have optical stealth capabilities along with anti-radar capabilities? One material with both properties? Zhang Guangji's head, which had been shaken into a rattle. No way. This is absolutely impossible. Lu Yan's ability to build a lens coating can already be said to have surpassed the limits of current technology. The difficulty is beyond imagination, and it's impossible for him to add an anti-radar detection capability on top of that. Liang Yongchang was puzzled. Just adding some of the anti-radar capability won't work? Zhang Guangji firmly shook his head. No, absolutely not. Not even a partial addition. The formation of the Luber lens effect is so demanding that the material required is completely transparent, and the slightest impurity can affect the formation of the filter effect. And the anti-radar materials, all alloys, how in the world can there be transparent alloys? Once added, it will surely destroy the filter perspective effect. Lu Yan's paint, since it has already demonstrated the perspective filter characteristic, has been doomed, and it can no longer appear to have the anti-radar detection characteristic. After Zhang Guangji explained, all the researchers understood and nodded. Just then, buzz off. High-power radar with full detection power. Above the radar screen, there was no green dot to be found. 5 drones without stealth paint then quickly lifted off for a control experiment. At this point, there are 11 drones hovering over the test site, but there were only 5 little green dots on top of the radar screen. There are 6 drones, confirmed to be fully cloaked. Seeing the irrefutable results of the experiment, all the officers, in succession, rose, with an expression of both excitement and shock. Everyone knows that, starting today, the warplanes of the Dragon Kingdom will not be able to be locked. The Dragon Kingdom's missiles will not be able to be intercepted. The armament of the Dragon Kingdom will officially enter the indefensible era of true injury, and the researchers outside the main console, seeing the reaction of the officers' gates, all of them froze and they don't care about what's appropriate or not. They're rushing into the main control area, rushing to the radar screen, looking at the radar, like ironclad results, one by one, frozen in place. Really undetectable. 100 total invisibility. How is that possible? Chapter 35, Mr. Zhang, Cooperation? CAS. Laboratory. The complete stealth coating developed by Lu Yan successfully passed all practical tests. Radar fully stealthy, optical semi-stealthy, sonar semi-stealthy, infrared semi-stealthy. The scene was one wave of shock after another. The officers of the Tendun military region, the scientific researchers of the Invisible Paint Project team of the Academy of Sciences, and the entire biotechnology department of the Godcoat Technology Company all froze in place, breathing heavily. No one could have imagined that radar invisible paint could really be completely invisible. Still less did anyone think that a paint could have the full radar stealth capability while still possessing the stealth properties of other stealth paints. It goes against the grain and beyond common sense, but that's the reality that everyone sees with their own eyes. When the crowd looked at Lu Yan, their eyes were filled with admiration and disbelief. After Lu Yan heard the data report, he immediately had the Hive drones brought in. The actual cloaking effect is even better due to the special material used in the Hive drone's body and the high degree of fit of the cloaking paint. As the crowd gasped again, Lu Yan's mind, a system alert also appeared that, ding, congratulations to the host. The Hive drone tester is complete. Carbon-based chip technology open for purchase. Normal temperature superconducting battery technology open for purchase. Lu Yan has completed the Hive tester testing machine, unlocked the right to purchase 2 core technologies. At this time, Lu Yan also had a deeper understanding of the capabilities of the Hive drones. It turns out that full-bodied Hive drones are, quite literally, capable of flying straight into near-Earth orbit, while it can't just fly to the moon and help itself to helium-3 resources. However, the ability of free round-trip flight in orbit near the Earth orbit means that one has every opportunity to use the Hive drones, near the situation orbit, to build a space station, create a staging area, or even use a massive cluster of Hive drones to directly complete the material transit of helium-3 resources. As soon as the full-bodied Hive drone could be completed, there was no doubt that the distance between himself and the moon would be drastically shortened. Get yourself one step closer to the helium-3 resources on the moon. Complete body Hive drones must be completed. Come to think of it, Lu Yan looked at the system. Normal temperature superconducting energy system technology. Price, 8,000 technology points. 1 nanometer carbon-based chip technology. Price, 3,500 technology points. Seeing the selling price, Lu Yan couldn't help but frown. He only has 2,400 tech points. Not enough. The cheapest carbon-based chip technology can't be bought. Lu Yan sighed. To gain more tech points, it was necessary to mass-produce hive drones and ship them in large quantities, so that those who were skeptical in their minds would be realistically shocked to be able to do so. At the same time, you can complete the initial capital accumulation yourself, and to mass-produce hive drones, just need companies, need land, need production lines. All of this means that one needs startup capital. Although Fong has helped himself to the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, SASAC, submitted an application for injection of funds into the Military Industrialization Support Program, MISP. However, when the company was founded, Lu Yan still wanted to solve the registered capital by himself. After all, this will involve the company's future shareholding issues. With the solar helium flash now less than 40 years away, time is very short. Lu Yan must have absolute say in his own company. He didn't want to be in a situation where someone was calling the shots indiscriminately and dragging him down because he had such a low percentage of equity. Thinking of this, Lu Yan came to the main console. On the main console, all officers rise en masse and salute, and all the researchers erupted in thunderous applause. Everyone knows that the existence of this person is not only a blessing for the science and technology sector, but also a blessing for the Dragon Kingdom. Lu Yan smiled and nodded to the crowd and came directly to Zhang Guangji. Zhang Guangji glanced at Lu Yan and didn't dare to meet his eyes at all. His line of sight instantly shifted downward and Zhang Guangji, who was a handful of years old and had been arrogant all his life, at this time looked like a child who had made a big mistake and was ready to humbly accept the criticism of his teacher. He had now heartily recognized Lu Yan's ability and felt deeply ashamed of his misunderstanding and rudeness. He believed that the completely stealthy paint developed by Lu Yan even had the ability to change the situation of future wars. The fighter planes of the Dragon Kingdom and the pilots of the Dragon Kingdom will quickly ask for the top of the air war. And this, too, was the ultimate goal that he, Zhang Guangji, had pursued all his life. In Zhang Guangji's mind, Lu Yan is not only a scientific researcher, he is completely a national scholar, and he, himself, has committed a great and unforgivable sin. The nation's soldiers must not be dishonored, not even questioning it. Now, Zhang Guangji's heart was a mixture of emotions: admiration, respect, gratitude, shame, regret. Now even if Lu Yan made him lose his job today, he was willing to be punished. Mr. Lu, Before Zhang Guangji could say the word wrong, Lu Yan directly extended his hand. The tone was sincere. Mr. Zhang, cooperation? Zhang Guangji was stunned when he heard that. Not only does Lu Yan not blame me, but he wants to work with me? The point is, that totally invisible paint technology, which is already ready to ask the invisible paint world, once mass-produced, the entire invisible coating market will experience an unprecedented earthquake, and even disintegration is not impossible. Lu Yan has such an awesome invisible coating technology and still wants to cooperate with himself? The bottom line is this: himself. And also, thinking of this, Zhang Guangji was even more confused. No, Mr. Lu, this completely invisible coating of yours can already be the top of the industry, or even the best in the world. Not only me, but all the top experts in the field of stealth coatings can call you a teacher. In fact, you've had absolutely no need whatsoever to work with anyone. Zhang Guangji told the truth, but Lu Yan shook his head. I know, but I don't have the money or the time. Previously, Dean Wual told me that you and God Code Technology have a cooperation in mass-producing invisible coatings, and I want to authorize God Code Technology, through the Academy of Heavenly Sciences, through you, to help me complete the mass production of invisible coatings. Lu Yan finished. Zhang Guangji froze. God Code Technology's Liang Yongchang. People are more directly on the stupid. Authorized God Code Technology mass production of invisible coatings? This is not a pie in the sky. This is a gold brick in the sky. Without saying a word, and without consulting the chairman of the board, Liang Yongchang, skip all the necessary processes and just shoot for it. We, Shinto Technology, have no problem with that. Can work together. Zhang Guangji was still a bit confused. No, Mr. Lu, this technology is yours. According to the market system, you can completely skip me and directly cooperate with Shinto. My link here, and the link of the Academy of Sciences of Heaven, is completely redundant. Zhang Guangji said. Aside, the dean of the Wu Yuanshan are going to be angry with him. Anxious foot stomping. Hiroki, you're a deadhead. You're sick, aren't you? What a great thing to say. But in the way of so many people being present, Wu Yuanshan could only hold back all his words. Lu Yan was unimpressed. First, my invisible coating technology, which isn't easy to understand, isn't something that anyone can read and understand. and requires professionals to interpret and integrate it into the existing capacity system. I don't have the time to train invisible coding professionals from scratch again, nor do I have the time to optimize and transform God Coding Technologies production line. All of these need to be done by someone, so you can't skip here. Second, although my invisible coding technology is not a core technology, but I also don't want to let foreign companies learn it. God Codings is only a private enterprise. Technical confidentiality. Far from the Academy of Sciences to do a good job. So the Academy of Sciences this side cannot be skipped. Thirdly, now that my company will be established soon, I need a large amount of startup capital, and I'm afraid that only cooperating with Shinto Technology will not be able to satisfy my capital needs in the short term. So I must piggyback on the Academy of Heavenly Science and Technology. Lu Yen finished. Wu Yuanshan couldn't help but gulp. Mr. Lu, how close are you to your startup capital shortfall? Lu Yen stretched out 5 fingers. Shinto Technology Liang Yongchang, a tentative guess. $5 million? Lu Yen shook his head. Gap. 5 billion. Chapter 36, You're Not ing Nice. Digging up my corner. Lu Yen told the amount of the startup funding gap, which was as high as $5 billion. Scene. People were stunned. In fact, this $5 billion, not much at all. Buy land, buy automatic equipment, and precision instruments, build unmanned factories, recruit employees, build laboratories, office buildings. These money, just enough. Everyone also knew that the company Lu Yen was going to build couldn't be any ordinary company, and to realize the mass production of Hive drones, the money wasn't likely to be less. But Shinto Technology Liang Yongcheng listened and still sucked in a breath of cold air. The scale of Shinto was already not small, but even if the entire Shinto was mortgaged to the bank, it would be worth at most 2 billion or so. As a result, Lu Yan's company had not yet been established, and he wanted 5 billion as startup capital, which was simply an astronomical figure for Shinto. If Lu Yan's previous statement of cooperation included letting Shinto bear the entire 5 billion, then Shinto simply could not take over this cooperation project. Thinking about this, and thinking about how readily he had agreed before, without consulting the general manager, and patting himself on the back, Liang Yongcheng only felt that the whole person was under tremendous pressure. Wu Yuanshan was equally stressed. The research funding of the CAS in a year is only 500 million, 5 billion, which is equivalent to 10 years of research funding of the CAS. Although both sides felt the pressure, none of them dared to say no, because it's completely invisible paint technology. Next generation paint technology that can influence future war situations. Even if it's hard, they have to find a way to overcome it. And Lu Yen continued. Now about the invisible paint partnership. 1. Each family pays 1 billion for an exclusive technology license. After Lu Yen finished speaking, Liang Yongcheng and Wu Yuanshan both breathed a sigh of relief. The amount of 1 billion was still not small, but it was something they could afford. And what Lu Yen said, it's still an exclusive. In other words, they are the only partner of Lu Yan's invisible coding technology, and there won't be any more competitors. Everyone was breathing heavily at the thought. 2. The matter of technology integration as well as production line modification is handed over to the Heavenly Academy of Sciences. I won't intervene in production and sales either. Leave it to Shinto. I'll only take 50% of the subsequent proceeds, and you'll split the rest equally. 25% for one family. The people from both CAS and Shinto nodded. Reasonable, very reasonable. 3. Cost, which can be compressed to $10 a pound after mass production. Lu Yen finished. Liang Yongcheng and Zhang Guangji directly froze. $10 a pound? The paint for their 90% stealth capability already costs $30. 100% stealthy paint that costs as little as $10. Liang Yongcheng's breath caught in his throat. $10? Mr. Lu, are you telling the truth? After mass production on a large scale, the cost can really be pressed down to $10? Lu Yen nodded. I'm making a conservative estimate. The actual cost, no doubt, will be lower. With Lu Yan's assurance, Liang Yongcheng's heart was pounding and his brain was racing. Currently, the market for stealth coatings for fighter jets alone is in the tens of billions of dollars. Lu Yan's paint, but the sea, land and air universal, involving all the paint market, the market size is not likely to reach hundreds of billions. Add to that the fact that it's a completely stealthy coating never before seen, and it's not too much to ask that it be sold at 100 times the price. Maybe, another $1 trillion market will open up as a result. Come to think of it, Liang Yongcheng immediately picked up the phone and excitedly reported the situation to the general manager. And Wu Yuanshan instantly clapped. This cooperation is accepted by our Heavenly Academy. The next day, the three parties reached a strategic cooperation agreement on invisible coatings at TAS. On the other side, TISU, Fong Caney, Lu Yan's only employee, directly gave up all honors and treatment and submitted her resignation to the school. Tiankou University. President Tian, strongly discouraged. But Fong Kai has decided to go, despite the discouragement, directly away, leaving Principal Tian and the school's group of leaders in a daze. Before leaving Tisu, Fong Cheney began to consider the task Lu Yan had assigned her. She is the director of the encryption department, which is currently staffed by 20 people, and all of her subordinates need to be interviewed and selected by her. Fong Cheney felt that the work of encryption and decryption not only involves super encryption technology, but also involves the underlying program and a lot of Lu Yan's core technology, which must not be rash. In terms of personnel, it's not so much about the number of people as it is about the quality of the people. Instead of going out into the community and recruiting people who don't know what they're doing, might as well recruit from these grad students under her. Come to think of it, Fontaine said she'd do it, directly under the best 10 graduate students, all gathered to her dormitory. A long talk. These 10 people, all of them are good seedlings personally taught by Fong Cheney. They all have an unusual fanatical obsession with encryption and decryption work. After a few years of cultivation, each and every one of them was no longer any idle generation, and their future achievements were even more limitless. Since we're all hiring, might as well get these good kids early employment. In the course of a long conversation, Fong Cheney didn't reveal too much information about Lu Yan. She just demonstrated what she understood. The skinny of the super encryption technology. To these kids, all the graduate students froze in place, the sky spinning. Fontaine is very serious. Class, I won't try to persuade you of anything more, but that's Mr. Lu's technique, and what I've mastered is just the skinny. After so many years in the crypto decryption business, at the end of the day, I just feel like a frog in a well. After Fong Cheney finished speaking, the 10 talented graduate students in cryptography, 6 women and 4 men, all stood up directly without saying a word. Mr. Fong, you don't have to say anymore. I'll go with you. So what if super encryption technology that combines subliminal brain technology and computer cryptography for the love of power? So what if I don't get paid? I must learn it. You taught us all our skills, and we trust your judgment. Half an hour later, 10, in unison, filed a petition for withdrawal with the university. The university leaders hadn't yet gotten over the loss of Fong Cheney. When they saw the 10 withdrawal applications submitted by the talented graduate students, and all the top management of Tiankou University were all dumbfounded on the spot. Stupid. It's just plain stupid. What the hell is wrong with Fong Cheney? A good university professor does not want to be a good professor, and does not want to be treated, but directly resigns naked? It's enough that you're compelled yourself, but you have to bring those kids under you to go crazy with you. The point is, how come those kids don't have any judgment of their own? The social employment situation now, how tough is it? Don't they even know? For them to drop out of school now would mean giving up their graduate degree, and without that diploma, how are they going to get ahead in the future? Principal Tian slapped the table. I won't approve Fong Cheney's application to leave. I won't approve those graduate student dropout applications either. Get them all here. I want to talk one by one. As soon as Principal Tian's words left his mouth, one of the higher-ups said in a difficult voice, that, Principal Tian, just now, Professor Fong has left the school with everyone. What? Principal Tian's face turned green with anger. Just walk away. So determined. What went wrong here? Could it be that Tennessee Tech is offering too little? That's not right. Fontaine's salary is already double that of her peers. Those graduate students also have a special stipend from the university that far exceeds what graduate students at other schools have. Principal Tian thought about it and couldn't figure it out. Fong Choi and I then went to help out at the CAS and came back with an accident. Not to mention the loss of this superstar, but the loss of 10 good prospects. Wu Yuanshan. It must be this dry. Thinking of this, Principal Tian made a phone call directly to Wu Yuanshan. Wu Yuanshan, you're unkind. Digging up my corner. On the other end of the phone, Wu Yuanshan was leading a team to remodel the production line at Shinta Technology. Seeing Principal Tian's call, Wu Yuanshan had actually been mentally prepared. He coughed lightly. That, Lao Tian don't get excited first. Fong Cheney is not dug by our CAS. Not you guys. Who else could it be? She just went to do a favor for your Academy of Heavenly Sciences, came back, handed in her resignation, and took 10 of our best graduate students with her. If it wasn't you guys, who would believe it? Quickly say, what exactly are the conditions you guys have offered? To actually make all of them leave directly without hesitation. I'll open double to get them back. Wu Yuanshan, that, it really wasn't us. She was joining another new company. What kind of company? I'm not at liberty to say. In any case you can just assume it's mysterious. As for the treatment, as far as I know, there is none for the time being. For the love of but they will, in the future, no doubt be worth 1,000, if not 10,000 times more. More than I can say, that's all. I'm busy. After Wu Yuanshan finished speaking, he directly hung up the phone. Regarding Lu Yan's matter, Wu Yuanshan didn't know how much he could say. In any case, it was right to say as little as possible. Actually, right. If Wu Yuanshan wasn't burdened with the responsibility of managing the Heavenly Academy of Sciences, he would have wanted to go and hang out with Lu Yan. And Principal Tian's entire body was dumbfounded as he listened to the busy signal on the other end of the phone. Mystery company? No paycheck? Worth 10,000 times more in the future? Fong Kaney was determined and would not say what the reason was when asked. The point is, she also went after the people closest to her. It's not that kind of organization, is it? The more Principal Tian thought about it, the more wrong he felt. Rushed to call Fong Kaney to confirm. But now, the phone numbers of Fong Kaney as well as the 10 graduate students, because of the military confidentiality agreement, have all been in the confidentiality treatment, and now still in the debugging, cannot be reached at all. Principal Tian called all 11 people's phones, all of which went unanswered. Verifying the suspicion in his heart, Principal Tian shivered. It's over. Something's wrong. I'm afraid the girls are under control. Principal Tian backhandedly dialed the Public Security Department directly. Hello, I'd like to make a real name report. I'm Sky Science University, President, Tian Haiba. I have found a pyramid scheme, a teacher and 10 students of our school, who are feared to have been controlled by the other side. Request for rescue. Chapter 37, Our company is just an ordinary technology company. The Public Security Department received a real name report from the president of TISU and immediately sent someone to verify it. 11 people's phones have, indeed, been collectively unavailable. But the positioning is not yet fully completed because of the confidentiality process, and the coordinates can still be successfully locked. 11 calling cards were located, all of them at Sky Metro Business. Having been informed, a SWAT team of another 30 men, loaded and ready to go, immediately sprang into action. Suspected discovery of a pyramid scheme. All hands on deck. Coordinates. Tendu City Industrial and Commercial Bureau. At this point, in front of the Tendu City Trade and Industry Bureau, Fong Chaney and her group found Lu Yan to report for duty. Under her leadership, 10 graduate students bowed slightly to Lu Yan, and each one of them energetically shouted, "Hello, Mr. Lu." In fact, Lu Yan is not much older than them, and they don't know exactly what the company they're joining does. But that didn't stop them from respecting and admiring this new boss. In their hearts, this was because the super encryption technology demonstrated by Mr. Fong had completely conquered them. The point is, Prof. Fong also said that it was just a little bit of skin, but it was that little bit of fur that had already caused each of them to have their skies turned around, as if they had been struck by a bolt from the blue. This super encryption was the most powerful encryption they had ever seen in their lives, and they also guessed that this Mr. Lu of theirs, definitely a no-nonsense crypto nerd, mysterious code tech guru. Lu Yan looked at the 10 new employees, smiled and nodded with great satisfaction. Although there was a considerable gap between these children and Fong Kaney in terms of strength, but they're already the top group of graduate students, and they're still capable of doing some chores, playing the field, or whatever. As junior staff, Lu Yan took the relevant information and walked towards the door of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, ready to complete the company registration. A girl asked, curiously, "Mr. Lu, our company, what's its name?" The girl's name was Zhang Pan. She wore thick glasses and looked very quiet and attentive. She was Fong Kaney's best student. Lu Yan spoke directly, "Star Technology." Hearing the name of the company, Zhang Pan nodded very happily as the name sounded very comforting. Zhang Pan continued to ask, "Does the name mean anything? In the future, we go to the stars." Lu Yan didn't look back and directly entered the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, only leaving the crowd with a handsome back. Zhang Pan froze when he heard the reply, and all the employees are all at once, to the stars and seas, an indescribable emotion, rising in their hearts. They looked at Lu Yan's handsome and resolute back. For a moment, they get the feeling that they are joining a great technology company with a great vision. The staff came back with a slight smile and, to the stars and the sea and all that. I think it's just allegory. Now they're just a bunch of crypto people for the love of power too. However, they all really liked the moral. A few hours later, successful registration of StarTech. With a registered capital of 2 billion. Lu Yan, the corporate entity, owns 100% of the company. Lu Yan will get the business license and company seal were handed over to Zhang Pan. Just then, an armed police force, following the positioning coordinates, surrounded Lu Yan and his group. Hands up. Nobody move. Lu Yen saw the armed police brigade that surrounded him and looked puzzled. Comrade police officer, I'm the head of the company. Is there any misunderstanding here? Armed police captain Wu Di stepped forward. He felt something was wrong. 2. Typically, MLM organizations are located in secluded premises. Rarely has it been so blatant. It has been reported that 11 people are under the control of a pyramid scheme and we are conducting a rescue operation. Since you're the one in charge, come with us and go back to be investigated. After the first captain Wu Di finished, 11 graduate students panicked and, a pyramid scheme? The company Mr. Fong took them to join as a pyramid scheme? It shouldn't be, should it? This can't be right. Lu Yen, however, was happy. A pyramid scheme? Comrade, we are a proper company. The business license is down too. Don't believe me? Take a look. The captain took the documents handed over by Zhang Pan. After seeing the amount of registered capital, cannot help but be a little confused. Registered capital? $2 billion? The first sergeant finished. The 10 graduate students, all of them, froze, have come together to confirm that immediately afterward, everyone froze in place. 2 billion. It's really 2 billion. Aren't we an encryption and decryption company? An encryption company needs $2 billion in registered capital? Aren't we, here to make power for love? The employees are confused, but Grand Captain Woody shook his head and exclaimed, haven't seen it yet. A pyramid scheme with such strong financial resources. Let's go. Lu Yen was also helpless, and I don't know what went wrong. The company has only just been established and is being misunderstood as a pyramid scheme. There was no way. Lu Yen didn't bother to explain, and a phone call was made directly to Feng Jungang. District Chief Feng, help me find out who's behind this. Now that our company has only just been established, we are being recognized as a pyramid scheme. The first captain, Wu Di, listened to Lu Yan's conversation and was also happy that, Mr. Feng, young man, the bull is quite outrageous. I'm telling you, this little trick, with us, is useless. The phone rang directly before the brigadier finished his sentence. Close ranks now. They're from the military district. We're going to be all over the military district here. Senior Captain Wu Di hung up the phone and looked at Lu Yen. 3 parts embarrassed. 7 parts confused. Comrade, I'm really sorry. I really didn't realize you were from the military district before. After Wu Di finished speaking, he slipped away directly without looking back. Go. Groove. What the hell reported a false alarm? The Armed Forces Brigade closed quickly. 10 graduate students. On the other hand, it's all clueless. A phone call to the military district that directly forced the Armed Police Brigade to leave? The other party even apologized to Mr. Lu. They looked at Lu Yen in puzzlement. Mr. Lu, our company, what exactly does it do? Lu Yen smiled. Our company, is just an ordinary technology company. Chapter 38. I want all the information on StarTech. I want it now. Soon. Tian Kuda Tian, the president of the university, received the public security department back, was directly scolded. Principal Tian is completely flabbergasted. Army, military background. Meanwhile, Lu Yen was brokered by the Tendu military region. On the outskirts of Tiandu, at a cost of $1 billion, he successfully purchased 1,000 acres of barren land from the city to serve as an industrial park for Star Technology. The reason Lu Yen chose this piece of land, it's because of the location, which is cheap enough and big enough to accommodate production line expansion for years to come. Also, the main reason is that it backs up to the Tendu military region. In the future, when the company grows and demonstrates its ability to impact the world, even when coveted, the other party would have to weigh whether they could afford to mess with the Tiandu military region. The problem of choosing a location for the company is solved. Lu Yen only has $1 billion left in his account now. The money was only enough for the initial construction of the industrial park and the first fully automated unmanned production line. The reason why Lu Yen chose the most expensive unmanned production line, not considering the cost of labor. Rather, it is the issue of confidentiality that is being considered. With no one involved in the mass production process, the likelihood of core technology leakage can be minimized. Soon, procurement of key equipment and construction of production bases are carried out smoothly. The infrastructure unit responsible for undertaking the initial construction of the base is the Tiangong Construction Group, which was formerly known as the Tiangong Construction Corps. Since Feng Jungang of the Tendu military region personally intervened, the other side not only sent the strongest infrastructure team and arranged for the best heavy equipment. The chief engineer of the project, Liang Mengchang, has taken it all personally. Liang Mengchang had originally only attached great importance to this project for the sake of Fengguojun as well as the Tendu military region. He didn't really feel it in his heart that a small, newly formed company with a registered capital of only $2 billion. How much strategic significance will it have? Even the Tendu military region and the Academy of Sciences are willing to endorse it. It was not until a young man, handing over to Liang Mengchang the general plan of the project that he had personally designed, as well as detailed construction drawings large enough to fill a room. Liang Mengchang only took a cursory glance, and his entire body froze in place. The structure of the park is divided into a combination of above and below ground. Above ground is the basic supporting facilities, and below ground is the core production area, and the ingenious design of the underground bunker structure, which Liang Mengchang had never seen before. He could estimate that such an ingenious design would at least defend against a drill bomb strike. If this technology can be popularized in the Dragon Kingdom, the defense level of the air raid shelters and underground fortifications of the Dragon Kingdom could even be directly raised by a large step. Liang Mengchang looked at the young man in front of him. Young man, all of these designs, are they your work alone? Lu Yen nodded. Yes. Liang Mengchang was incredulous. Who the hell are you? Star Technology, Chairman, Lu Yen. Liang Mengchang's mind was shaken. It was only then that he realized why both the Tendu military region and the Academy of Heavenly Sciences were willing to endorse Star Technology. This Lu Yen is truly a super genius without compromise. The following week, Liang Mengchang led the entire Tiangong technical team to work overtime, day and night, eating and sleeping in the studio. Full study of Lu Yan's general engineering drawings, as well as construction detail drawings. Exhaustive design. The parts are seamlessly and skillfully articulated. It was only at this point that Liang Mengchang finally realized that the operational structure of the production line is, in fact, an independent operational structure with self-development. The production line not only produces components for assembling drones, but also components for the production line itself, though only in embryonic form. But Liang Mengchang could see that such a design structure was a self-running system, designed from the beginning, and planned backward for millennia, if not tens of thousands of years. Even if the original designer dies, the system will continue to operate autonomously. It's a super factory with unlimited possibilities. Liang Mengchang has lived most of his life and taken over countless infrastructure projects, but he had never seen such an exaggerated and bold design. Nor have I ever encountered a project like this, which, even before it starts, is already making people's blood boil. The entire technical team he leads feels the same way. All the technicians, looking at each other with a certain hopeful gleam in their eyes. Liang Mengchang immediately clapped his hands. Take the initial construction contract payments and press them right up to near cost. $1 billion in contract payments, pressed right down to $700 million. This infrastructure project, Tiangong Construction Group, is not to make money, but only to build the super factory designed by Lu Yen. Liang Mengchang could pat his chest and guarantee that this infrastructure project was definitely a miracle that could go down in history. Tiangong Construction Group's sudden proposal to amend the contract, take $1 billion contract and cut it down to $800 million. Lu Yen was strangely embarrassed, because it meant that the other party was working for himself for nothing, not earning a dime. But Lu Yen didn't reject the other party's goodwill either. After all, pre-development, he was indeed very short of money. Lu Yen could only thank and promise as well. In the future, Star Technology's campus later works, as well as the future of having any large-scale infrastructure projects, will give priority to Sky Construction Group to undertake. The two sides had a good conversation. What Tiangong Construction Group and Liang Mengchang don't know is that what Lu Yen said, future large-scale infrastructure projects, may include, and is not limited to, space elevator construction, moonbase hypothesis. There's also lunar mine construction, and on the side of the Tendu military region, Feng Jungang is waiting for the result of the process approval. He was the first to fulfill his promise after Lu Yen successfully registered his company, using data from the Hive drone study at the Academy of Sciences as supporting material, endorsing Lu Yan's drone technology with the credibility of the Tendu military region. Direct petition to the Defense Industrial Agency. For StarTech. Applying for 5 certificates for military workers. Applying for military qualifications. Applying for inclusion in the list of key military support for science and technology programs. Also applying for $3 billion in equity investment funds. Because the process went green. The approval of the 5 military certificates and the military qualification is going well. And the approval is coming in very fast. But in the end, the approval process got stuck at the Tianhai Provincial State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. Tianhai State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, SASAC. Is the final implementation department responsible for injecting $3 billion into Star Technology, the conference room of the Tianhai State-Owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission? This application and collateral materials were printed out and dropped onto the table. A group of leaders, one for each. Everyone looked at the application materials. Everyone had displeasure written all over their faces. Work-free mass quantum propulsion? A single engine with a maximum output of over 100 knots? A drone with 16? Drones with cluster splitting capabilities? Organic alloy wings? 100% complete radar stealth capability? What about playing? The director of the Tianhai State-Owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission, Director Dong, threw the declaration onto the table and, "This is nonsense. Is this sci-fi as reality in the military district? This process, we're going to go through. But, it must be done to the strictest standards. I want all the information on StarTech. Now. Chapter 39 will not be tolerated and must be fought severely." Tianhai Sasak moved quickly. Everyone is on fire. Military science and technology companies that have potential, they have an obligation to support. However, they are also obliged to conduct in-depth verification of the real strength of the enterprises concerned. This time, in particular, the authenticity of the information declared by Star Technology was already in serious doubt. As a result, the huge $3 billion in support applied for by the other party only allowed the state to acquire 1% equity. There are more issues and questions here than ever. And to protect the assets of the state and to spend the hard-earned money of the people, it is the job of every public official of Tianhai State-Owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission. And it is also the duty and mission they are entrusted with. Soon, the information about StarTech, Inc. was then raked over the coals. A rigorous file of information began to be reported upwards. StarTech, registered 18 days ago. There is no previous background and it is a brand new company that has just been established. With a registered capital of $2 billion. The corporate entity, Lu Yen, owns 100% of the company. Surface information. Director Tung did not see any major problems with that. But one of the messages dug deeper is a big problem. Lu Yen, 27 years old. Occupation before founding the company. A certain group of takeout workers. Director Dong looked at the message. His face grim. A young delivery man who, overnight, transformed himself into the legal personality of a company with a registered capital of $2 billion in size. And this is a company that claims to be able to develop a drone that can only be described as sci-fi. Something so outrageous. It's reasonable to think that the military couldn't have been unaware of it or believed it. But the thing is, the military bought it. Not only did I believe it, it also went out of its way to open a green channel for it to apply for $3 billion in support funds. Director Dong was puzzled. Soon, a second message was checked. StarTech, only 12 employees. Learning of this information, the Tianhai State-Owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission up and down. An uproar. 12 people in the district. Let's not talk about some next-gen sci-fi drone. Even if it's a regular civilian drone, they're not capable of building it. They're not a tech company. They're a small workshop. And Director Dong is frowning. At this point, the only possibility of this outrageous thing had occurred to him, as well. Collusion of interests between military and business. Fraudulent use of state support funds. And the odds are that this outfitter, Lu Yen, is just a scapegoat that's been thrust into the light of day. Behind him, there should be real behind-the-scenes manipulators. While he also doesn't want to believe that there's collusion of interest between the military district and local businesses. But now, the actual investigation, which has become more and more outrageous. Director Dong also had to take it seriously. Check. I want to know the source of that $2 billion of registered capital. Soon, the source of the registered funds was uncovered. $1 billion of which, from TAS. The other $1 billion, from Shinto Technology. Meanwhile, of this $2 billion fund, $1 billion was used to pay the Chengdu city government for the purchase of land. This payment, there is no problem. But, the other $1 billion was used to pay for the Tiangong Construction Group's project, in which a direct payback of up to $300 million appeared. Director Tung, at a glance, this is very obvious kickback behavior. Director Dong closed his eyes, putting all the information together in his mind. He constructed a full picture of what was going on. Chengdu Military Region, TAS, Shinto Technology, Tiangong Construction Group, the quartet of forces, utilizing military influence and privilege, utilizing the authority of the Institute of Scientific Research, utilizing the capital of private enterprises, utilizing construction groups with military backgrounds to create authenticity. A random innocent deliveryman was grabbed to take the blame and go along with the act. Together, they planned an amazing scam to defraud the state of support funds. One of the leading parties. No doubt about it. It's the Chengdu Military Region. District Commander. Fong Joon-gang. Thinking things through, Director Dong frowned. This thing, not only orchestrated by the local military district, there is also a lot of involvement. Even he had to be cautious. At that time, if he or she broke down the other party's scam face to face, the impact would be extremely bad, and the scene would be very difficult to clean up. The Tianhai State-Owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission alone can't carry it. Come to think of it, Director Tung reported the situation directly to the higher authorities. The situation, at once, attracted the great attention of his superiors. Soon, Tianhai Province, Provincial Military Region, the highest scientific research institute in the Dragon Kingdom, the Dragon Science Institute, having also received instructions from his superiors. Requirements must cooperate with the Tianhai State-Owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission, the Tendu Military Region, to apply for 3 billion aid projects, a comprehensive investigation and verification. If the situation proves to be true, all the departments involved, all the companies involved, will not be tolerated, must be severely beaten. Immediately following, Tianhai State-Owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission, Director Dong, convened a 30-member research team. The Tianhai Provincial Military Region, District Governor Wang, personally stepped in and sent 500 suppression troops just in case. Long Kuyuan, the topmost drone expert, Prof. Zhang, along with 20 experts in various fields, went out together to provide technical authoritative support for this crackdown. 1 month later, the three forces that completed the assembly in Tiancheng City. In order not to alarm the snakes, Director Tung decided that skip the Tendu Military Region, skip the Academy of Sciences, skip the Tiangong Construction Group, and make direct contact with Lu Yan, because according to Director Dong's guess, located in the center of the vortex Lu Yan, the probability is just a pawn, but at the same time, he is also the most easily shaken of all the people involved. If he wanted to get hold of any direct evidence, Lu Yan was that easiest breakthrough. The people from the Tianhai Provincial Military Region and the Longkou Hospital, who were here to cooperate with Director Dong, immediately agreed to Director Dong's program, but the party learned that Lu Yan and his staff now eat and sleep in the industrial park, and the industrial park, which is heavily guarded 24 hours a day by the Tendu Military Region. If you force your way in, you're bound to scare the snakes. It will be even more difficult to gather definitive evidence by then. There's no way around it. The group directly contacted the mayor of Tendu City, Mayor Fong, explained the general situation, and asked for the cooperation of the other party to find a way to bring everyone to the construction site of the Star Technology Industrial Park to conduct a field investigation. When Mayor Fong realized the situation, he panicked. He had thought that Star Technology was just an ordinary local technology enterprise supported by the Tendu Military Region, which was why he had sold the land to Star Technology so quickly at that time. Mayor Fong didn't expect this to be so serious. If StarTech exists as nothing more than an empty shell for the interests of all parties to defraud the state of funding, then he, the mayor who personally sold the land to the other side, has an unshirkable responsibility. It's not even out of the question to mess up and be labeled as an accomplice at the end of the day. When he thought of this, Mayor Fong broke out into a cold sweat. He had to cooperate aggressively in order to set it aside in order to do so. Soon, Mayor Fong then thought of a way, in the name of the government, to monitor the progress of major projects, disguised as bypassing the Tendu Military Region. The various bigwigs, brought directly into the industrial park. The city gave a greeting to the Tendu Military Region, and Fong Joon-gang didn't care too much about it and approved it directly. That's it. Tenkai Sasak, the military region of Tianhai Province. Rokokwin. The three forces drew out 30 core personnel, disguised as public officials of the city government, and followed Mayor Fong, heading to the Star Technology Industrial Park. Chapter 4100% Unmanned Rate. StarTech, a 1,000-acre industrial park, has been completely closed. At the entrance of the park, the Tendu Military Region was heavily guarded. Even if the mayor came in person, he couldn't just go deeper. He had to get permission from Lu Yan. At this point, Lu Yan is working with the core team of Tiangong Construction, on the No. 1 production line, for the final debugging, cannot get out of the way. He did not put down his work at hand when he received the city leader's application for a visit, but asked Fong Kaney to go and greet him on his behalf. Mayor Fong suddenly brought someone to inspect. In fact, Lu Yan did not think there was anything wrong. Because of this infrastructure project, which was originally led by Star Technology, the land was also sold to himself at a low price by Mayor Fong himself. Now, the construction work of the Star Technology Industrial Park has also become a key engineering project of the city. The city does have the authority to make visits to key projects. As for the grand welcome or whatever, forget it, there's no need for that. Since the city leaders wanted to examine the progress, it would be good to let Fontaine take them for a casual look. Soon, Fontaine brought someone to the entrance of the industrial park to pick them up. It's the infrastructure phase, and she, the director of the encryption and decryption department, can't read much and can't help much. So, doing some receptionist chores for Lu Yen was her only job now. After Fontaine met up with Mayor Fong with her people, the two sides exchanged simple pleasantries and made it clear that Lu Yen was too busy to take time off, so only she could come to greet him. The city leaders and their party did not care that. It was because they had long been psychologically prepared that this crackdown could not go too smoothly. Fontaine noticed that Mayor Fong's expression was, obviously, a little tense, and his body movements were a little constricted, but she didn't take it to heart. She could even understand Mayor Fong's anxious feelings right now. After all, the trade war between the Dragon Kingdom and America had only just ended, and the economies of the cities throughout the Dragon Kingdom had not recovered. A large number of rotten buildings, as well as rotten projects, has become a common phenomenon in the country, and Tancheng City is no exception. Mayor Fong must be worried that the Star Technology Industrial Park will become the next bad project, so it is incredibly nervous, which is completely justifiable. Thinking of this, Fontaine also comforted Mayor Fong, you can relax. Star Industrial Park is by the Tendu military region, the Heavenly Academy of Sciences, the Heavenly Engineering Construction. With our star technology, the four parties of forces to participate together surely can be a success. Mayor Fong smiled awkwardly. I believe in your project, and I'm sure it will be completed successfully. Mayor Fong said this verbally, but in his heart, he was even more nervous. What I'm afraid of is that you've done it. If it is really as the Tianhai State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission said, this project, just a shell project in order to cheat the state funds, after drying, the bad impact on the city of Tiancheng, simply unimaginable. Not as bad as those rotten projects it. Mayor Fong glanced with his afterimage at the Tianhai State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, SASAC, Director Dong, who was located at the back of the group. Director Dong nodded slightly, signaling to continue deeper. Subsequently, at the request of Mayor Fong, Fontaine led a group of people to a construction site, a giant sinkhole. On the edge of the giant pit, Fontaine stopped. The leader and his party, looking at the huge pit in front of them, were all looking at each other, confused. The giant pit has been excavated to a depth of several hundred meters, the very back of the line. Director Dong looked at one of the infrastructure specialists accompanying Longko Hospital in disbelief, and inquired, in a whisper, Huang, infrastructure is your specialty. What kind of building would require such a deep foundation? Everyone looked at Huang Gong, while Huang Gong held up his thick glasses and looked at the deep pit. The world's tallest building, the Burj Khalifa, has a cluster of reinforced concrete piles for its foundation, which is only 50 meters deep into the underground rock layer. This huge pit is at least 300 meters deep. It is true that according to the current construction progress, it should only be the foundation stage. With a 300-meter foundation, there are only two possibilities. The first, purely amateur. The second, deliberate bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Whereas, the construction is now being carried out by the professional Tiangong Construction Group, and there is the possibility that the other party is cheating the state funds. Mr. Huang feels that deliberate bull asterisk 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 is a little more likely. The yellow worker shook his head and whispered the conclusion. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. With those two words, all the bigwigs already knew by heart that there was a flurry of cell phones being pulled out to take pictures for evidence. Fontaine didn't hear what the few people said and continued to introduce herself with full emotion. What you are seeing now is exactly the first phase of our star technology project. The Hive drone, the underground drone production base, and the No. 2 production assembly line. The production process, from the 30th floor underground, floor by floor, automatic assembly, spiraling up, the entire production process, without any human involvement. Fontaine proudly introduced, and behind the leadership team, Director Dong, however, was the first to shake his head and, he's visited 800, if not 1,000, tech companies. He has also basically seen the most advanced fully automated production lines at home and abroad. A production line that is more than 300 meters deep underground and has a 30-story spiral structure? What about making up science fiction stories? He had never heard of such a production line. And how dare this female employee presume to say that it's already possible to achieve a 100% unmanned rate? At present, the unmanned rate to do the most cattle is the global automotive industry leader, Tesla, market value of 6 trillion, collected the world's wealth and technology, its super car factory. The unmanned rate can only do 95%. Star technology, which was just founded with a registered capital of only $2 billion, dares to say that it has already achieved a 100% unmanned rate? It can really only be described in the words of Mr. Wong. Bull ********. The other bigwigs were all speechless as well, and they saved the recording of Fonsani's voice straight away, keeping it as part of their evidence. Director Dong also said directly and explicitly, "Where is Liu Yan? Take me to him." Director Dong knew that it was not an easy thing to reach Liu Yan, but next, there was no need to continue walking around. No matter what, we have to see Liu Yan as a breakthrough. Fong Chaney also said with difficulty, "Our general manager Liu is at the No. 1 assembly line, organizing the debugging work. I have to ask for instructions." Director Tun was prepared for this. Sure enough, gonna start pushing back. In a moment she would have to say that the work was at a critical juncture and it was not convenient to go away and meet. If she answers that way, she'll have to come on strong. Director Dong looked to the side. Tianhai Provincial Military Region. District Chief Wang. District Governor Wang nodded, signaling that he already knew what to do next. Fong Chaney hangs up the phone, but her answer was unexpected by all. Assembly line number 1 has passed as-built commissioning and is now undergoing full equipment commissioning. Mr. Liu said he could show you around. Mr. Liu was waiting there. "You guys follow me." Fong Chaney finished. All of the executives present were dumbfounded. Agree to meet. Assembly line 1. Not only completed, but also in full equipment commissioning phase. Can we visit? There is no fraudulent funding for this capital injection request. 300-meter spiral structure production line. For real. 100% unmanned rate. For real. Hive drones that can cluster split. For real. It's also true that it has over 100 knots of work-free ion thrusters. How is that possible? Everyone looks at Director Dong. Director Dong was obviously also a bit confused by the surprise, but he doesn't believe in all that outrageous stuff. He took the lead and followed Fontaine. He'd like to see that. What tricks can the opponents play this time? Chapter 41 Full Equipment Commissioning officially started. A group of leaders followed Fontaine. Come to a flat piece of open ground. On the empty open ground, there were all kinds of infrastructural scraps scattered, and in the middle of the grounds, a large elevator suddenly appeared, and on the surface of the elevator, there was also quite a lot of yellow dust calling out all over it. Since Liu Yan asked Tiangong Construction Group to prioritize guaranteeing the work schedule, some small things that don't affect can be put back, and the surface works can be left out altogether. So the ground of the No. 1 assembly line is a bit dirty and messy. A group of leaders looked at the clutter and frowned. What is this place? Production line number 1? This is clearly a miscellaneous dumping ground. Several people have taken pictures for evidence, but as Fontaine pressed the elevator button, a display began to appear on the elevator display that -30 floors, -29 floors, -28th floor. The numbers jumped rapidly. Noting the number of floors in the elevator, the leaders of the group all stared at each other in disbelief. You can't, can you? You don't think so? Is it really a 30-story structure? Do production lines 300 meters underground really exist? And Director Dong whispered a reminder. I don't know what the other side is playing at, but in a moment, please, everyone, be on your guard. Everyone nodded silently, since the elevator can only take 20 people at a time. Director Dong, Mayor Fong, Provincial Military District Chief Wang, Professor Zhang of the Lonka Academy, 4 people with people playing the lead. Director Dong also wanted to be the first to dismantle his opponent's tricks. The elevator went down quickly as the doors closed. It was only then that the crowd was shocked to discover that the 4 sides of the elevator were, in fact, transparent. The internal structure of each floor, and the operation of the equipment, were clearly seen. As the elevator continued its descent, the group of leaders didn't hold back their direct exclamations of surprise. An integrated die-cast assembly plant? Fully automated compressive testing platform? Giant mechanical welding arms? A fully automated detection system? A cluster of transportation robots? Goo-doo. Professor Zhang of the Longku Academy. All of them couldn't help but swallow hard. Automatic logistics. Automatic loading. Automatic die casting. Automatic welding. Automatic quality control. Automatic loading and coding. This underground is, without a doubt, a superfactory with highly intelligent, highly integrated, and dozens of these equipment devices. Even if he had seen a lot, he froze and could not name them. Director Dong. These things, it doesn't look like a fake. You said there was no possibility. Next generation drones, and their aircraft mass production projects, are real. Professor Zhang grabbed Director Dong and whispered in his ear. The muscles on Director Dong's face twitched viciously. This was the most unbelievable thing he had ever encountered. I don't believe it. He had been engaged in research and investment in technology projects for so many years. He would be unaware of the level of drones and the level of factory infrastructure that could be achieved? It must be fake. There must be some kind of barrier. Come to think of it, Director Dong tried to use his finger and poke the clear glass in front of him. A halo of colored electronic light? Immediately spreading outward. Sure enough, Director Dong knew it all at once. These aren't clear glass at all. They are 4 electronic screens. Everything they're seeing right now is fake. It's all about preparing the images ahead of time. Director Tung tapped the electronic screen again. Electronic. Director Tung didn't go any further, and the group of senior officers all nodded their heads in silent agreement, their hearts already knowing. Director Dong managed to discover the key to his opponent's little trick. The other party used the footage prepared in advance to simulate a real underground scene, so that everyone would mistakenly think that there was really a super factory underneath. In fact, there were already question marks in everyone's mind as to whether or not the elevator was actually continuing to descend now. One leader questioned, "Are we really on a downward spiral?" Fong Chaney also proudly explained that this elevator, designed by our Mr. Liu himself, smoothness, cushioning, all to the extreme. A group of leaders nodded their heads meaningfully and gently. You already know what's going on in your heart? What the hell? The elevator might not even be moving right now. Everyone's actual location is, at most, 1 or 2 floors below ground. Everyone had serious doubts in their minds. Only Wang, the provincial military governor, sensed something was wrong, because he was an ace pilot. Having conducted countless high-altitude acceleration and freefall trainings, his sensitivity to spatial altitude differences, exceptionally sensitive, was far from being comparable to that of any other human being. Even if the smooth cushioning of this elevator had been done to an extreme, his keen senses could not be fooled. By his estimation, they were indeed still descending now, and the depth of the descent, at least, had been 200 meters. DC Wang wanted to state his conclusion, but considering that, the actual depth doesn't tell us much. After all, it is possible to fool people by just making a deep well ladder and then disguising it by simulating its authenticity with an electronic screen. At that thought, he stifled the conclusion that came to his lips. At this point, several leaders, pressing their fingers against the electronic screen, took pictures of the colorful halo of light that flooded the screen for evidence. Fong Caney did not discourage people from poking the screen, because this electronic screen, bulletproof, can't be pressed. And this is the genius design of Mr. Liu. In the process of the elevator going down, the general working condition of the whole production line is already clear at a glance. Controlling the whole situation. Extremely efficient. It is well worth promoting and learning from. Soon, the elevator arrives at the 30th basement level. Ding! The elevator doors opened, directly to the main control center of No. 1 assembly line. At this point, Lu Yan is directing the technicians of Tiangong Construction to test and debug the whole system, and had no time to receive the city leaders who came to visit. Lu Yan just nodded to the group of leaders and gave a brief gesture before continuing to busy himself with the work at hand. The entire main control center. The sci-fi vibe is bursting at the seams. Multiple displays that fill the overhead, creating an electronic canopy. 30-story production line. All equipment. Self-test and operation. At a glance, the group of leaders were also struck by the sci-fi aura of the control center, which made it hard to breathe. At this time, a group of technicians were reporting various data, and many leaders cannot help but falter in their hearts. Is not where they got it wrong? This main control center, this technician mental outlook, and professionalism, is indeed a bit like that. But just then, a little girl in a miniature-size coveralls, plopped down on a workbench and spoke into a megaphone in a loud reporting voice. Assembly line number 1. Negative 26th floor. Equipment 26-0218 through 26-0624. No abnormalities on self-test. The little girl howled this. The group of leaders of the Strictly team were all confused at once. Director Dong was so angry that the corners of his mouth were crooked. No, it's okay to look for a group actor, but this is too much of a child's play to look for, isn't it? Elementary school students can be captured too. This is so not taking the intelligence of us expert leaders seriously. He looked at Lu Yan with a skeptical face, somewhat curious as to how else he was going to act next. And Lu Yan listened to Lu Meng's report and nodded with satisfaction. It's already kind of like that. Lu Yan also wanted Lu Meng to continue to be a carefree elementary school student, but he knew that he couldn't, because, nowadays, schooling is no longer suitable for Lu Meng. In the future, leaving the solar system, entering the endless sea of stars, facing the unknown universe, only true technology can give Lu Meng the ability to survive. She had to join the field work herself and be a part of it. In order to adapt to her way of working and to master the skills she possessed, as soon as possible. Even if she's only in 3rd grade, the technicians in each position have reported back. Lu Yan also ordered into the intercom. No. 1 assembly line. Full equipment commissioning work, officially begin. Chapter 42, what's wrong with what I changed? You changed it well. With Lu Yan's command. Buzz off. Countless devices underground, operating simultaneously. The entire main control center was buzzing with equipment. In the surveillance canopy, a large number of fully automated transportation robots started feeding. All automated equipment began to work together in a cascade. In each shot, the testers at each position began to report on the actual operation of the equipment. Automated logistics working fine. Automatic loading automation device, working fine. Automatic die casting system, working fine. Automatic welding system, working fine. Automatic quality control system, working fine. Automatic coding system, working fine. Negative 10th floor, unit 10 to 1032, there is an abnormal vibration. Negative 23rd floor, unit 23 to 231, alarm signaling. Unit, on the negative 8th floor, 8 to 127 seems to be, overheating a little bit, doesn't it, Dad? Lu Yan nodded in satisfaction. Right. Lu Yan listened to the reports from the various posters. Take the information about each failure point and make a quick note of it on a notepad. Full equipment debugging process. There are a lot of problems, completely in Lu Yan expected. This is because the person who specifically carries out the construction is the Tiangong Construction Group, not himself. And the whole production line is a huge system engineering. Some small mistakes, completely normal phenomenon. Some small hidden problems can only be revealed during actual operation. The good thing, though, is that at the larger system level, there's nothing wrong with it. These small problems, Lu Yan already knew where the root of the problem was when he heard the description of the phenomenon, and they were all very well solved. Lu Yan picked up his notepad and went straight to each trouble spot to deal with it personally. Seeing Lu Yan about to leave, a group of leaders of the strict fighting team immediately followed. Lu Yan didn't stop them from following, as it wouldn't affect his work. And it wouldn't be a bad thing for the city's leaders to get to know a little more about how smart the production line is. In the future, when the company wants to expand in Tiandu City, it can also be smoother. And at this point, the leaders of the Strictly team, for the most part, are now confused. This was because the staff in all the previous screens were in real time when they were reporting information to Lu Yan. Basically, the possibility of faking the picture can already be ruled out. If what they see is true, this mother I'm afraid something big is going to happen. The leader, Director Dong, on the other hand, was still frowning, always remained skeptical. Even if what they saw from the electronic screens were real images, they really dug an assembly line 300 meters deep. There's also no guarantee that those devices are the real deal. Not to be ruled out. It's all shell equipment. He had to keep checking down. Actually, I can't blame Director Tung for this. After all, it was his duty to ensure that the people's hard-earned money would be spent on the very thing that was on his shoulders. Plus these things were beyond his common sense perception. To say that the outrageous production line and the next-gen hive drones are real, beat him to death. Negative 29th basement level, raw material transportation layer. The equipment-wide commissioning process has been suspended. Lu Yan began to guide the technicians of Tiangong Construction to deal with a few glitches and let the city leaders visit on their own. And a group of leaders of the strike team, looking at the shocking images in front of them, all froze in place. At this point, in front of them, thousands of them, clusters of 6-armed mechanical dogs, are on standby. They were neatly organized in dozens of huge squares, standing by. Each mechanical dog's eyes glowed with a long blue light. The shocking sci-fi images hit every leader's eyeballs. Their styling alone gives leaders a sense of unspoken majesty. The provincial military district under the jurisdiction of District Governor Wang also had mechanical dog formations. But the momentum was far inferior to these mechanical dogs, and his heart was greatly shocked. He came close to Director Dong and whispered, "Director Dong, why do I have the feeling that these are the real deal?" Director Dong was also shocked by the aura of this cluster of mechanical dogs. He has researched many domestic and international technology companies that produce mechanical dogs, but has never seen this kind of mechanical dog with a 6-arm structure. The shape is unique, the sci-fi flavor is strong, and the workmanship is unprecedented. But looking back, he shook his head in denial at the words of District Governor Wang. Director Dong walked towards the cluster of mechanical dogs for a closer look. He wasn't convinced that these exaggerated clusters of mechanical dogs were anything real. He crouched down and began to look for a break in the. Immediately afterward, Director Dong froze, because he found an inconspicuous logo where the mechanical dogs but was. Rice Technology. These mechanical dogs, All procured from Rice Technology. No. DG 2000. Director Dong looked at an accompanying expert from the Longko Hospital, Professor Zhao, in disbelief. This Prof. Zhao, a top expert in the field of automatic machinery at the Longko Academy. He has provided core technical support for the development of the latest model of mechanical dog for Rice Technologies, and the latest model of the mechanical dog, the DG 2000, is from his handiwork. Professor Zhao. These mechanical dogs, from Rice Technology, the latest model. Director Tung finished. Most of the leaders immediately reacted and looked at Professor Zhao. They all knew that the latest model of Rice Technology's mechanical dog originated from this Professor Zhao's core technology. In that case, these exaggerated six-armed mechanical dogs were the handiwork of Professor Zhao. This Prof. Cho, what's going on? What's the point of selling? It's been muffled. It's a lot of guessing around here. And at this point, Professor Zhao was also stunned. He reacted and immediately climbed to the ground, and looked halfway at the butt of a mechanical dog. And a look of confusion. The logo is, indeed, the logo of Rice Technologies. The model number behind the logo, the DG 2000, is indeed the latest model from Rice Technologies as well. The design of this model of mechanical dog is derived from his core technology. Could it be that it's a mongrel dog that's been labeled? Professor Zhao reached out and touched on a mechanical dog, confirming that the main frame structure of the mechanical dog, incomparably familiar, was precisely derived from his own core technological constructs. Holy, it is the DG 2000. At this point, Professor Zhao was even more confused. Why would you not recognize your own dog? Yourself. And when I designed it myself, it was a one-armed structure. Now why did it become six-armed? Thinking of something, Professor Zhao instantly frowned. If they have a frame structure that is based on the DG 2000, a six-armed structure that simply can't be driven, at least 5 of the robotic arms are posers. Professor Zhao shook his head with an unhappy expression. Their model is indeed the DG 2000, and I provided the core technology. The subject framing is also right, but they've been altered. And, well, altered all over. It's basic common sense that fuselage space is limited. How many drive motors would have to be crammed into a six-armed design to drive it successfully? Will it fit? So yeah, this six-armed mechanical dog is just a look-alike. At least 5 of the mechanical arms are decorative. Prof. Zhao stated his conclusion categorically. Director Dong was also strengthened by Professor Zhao's judgment that most of the equipment they had seen were empty shells in his mind. There are a number of leaders who have previously been inclined to believe in the authenticity of this production line. Now, they're starting to falter, too, because Professor Zhao, whose technical authority in the field of mechanical dogs is unquestionable, this DG 2000 was also designed by him. Since he was certain that these six-armed mechanical dogs were look-alikes, then it's just a look-alike. If these mechanical dogs are fake, the authenticity of the entire production line, then, has to be another big question mark. It's not likely that this entire negative 29th floor is a view that has been deliberately created. Several leaders had put away their cameras for forensic purposes, but now they all pulled them out again and took pictures for evidence. Professor Zhao asked aloud to this technician from the Tiangong construction group, these mechanical dogs, who remodeled them? At this point, Prof. Cho had become enraged. In his mind, he had designed a mechanical dog that, while not the best, was sensible and near perfect. He wouldn't allow his work to be altered in any way. Now, they've been altered in 4 different ways. Even if the shape change is cool in sci-fi, that's a layman's way of tarnishing a techie. At this point, troubleshooting is over for Liu Yan. There were no other faults to deal with on the -29 level and the workflow resumed straight away. Just then, he heard a question being asked, and just as there was nothing else to do, he answered it casually. I changed it. Professor Zhao locked up the culprit and was furious. You changed. But before Prof. Cho's words left his mouth, click, 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 all the mechanical dogs, all in working order. The 6 robotic arms on their bodies began to rotate, extend, and grab each other to complete their in-place self-checks. 6 robotic arms, each one resembling the arm of a real person. That flexibility, that dexterity. Looking at the leaders, all jaws dropped. Director Tung is no exception. And Prof. Cho, the person is directly stupid. This 6 arms, it's godlike. And the words he was in the middle of saying were hardened and he could no longer say them. Liu Yan asked rhetorically, what happened to my change? And Professor Cho replied loudly, you changed it. Chapter 43 Cluster Collaboration. Liu Yan was also a bit speechless when he heard the other party's reply. This city leader is a real piece of work. Speaking so loudly, it turned out to be a compliment. It doesn't have to be this way. And Prof. Cho humbly inquired, may I ask? What type of motor is it that allows all 6 sets to be crammed into a finite body and still perfectly drive the 6 robotic arms to ensure flexibility? Lu Yan also did not expect that a city leader actually can also ask professional questions. It feels very good. If everyone in the leadership of Tendu City could retain an inquisitive mind and a keen interest in science and technology, as he did, then the future of Tendu City would be promising. Lu Yan also replied seriously. Abandon the motor drive and replace it with a carbon fiber drive. After Lu Yan replied, he did not pay any more attention to that leader and began to order the people to start fully restoring the testing process on the negative 29th floor. And Prof. Zhao, after hearing Lu Yan's answer, the whole thing froze directly in place and he knew that, theoretically, it was indeed possible to coexist miniaturization and drive strength to drive a 6-arm structure using carbon fiber technology. But in reality, no one would even think of utilizing carbon fiber drive technology that, because of this technology, it's still in its infancy. Both miniaturization and drive strength are far inferior to already established motor drive technology. That's why he had a preconceived notion that these 6-armed mechanical dogs could only be motor-driven. But now he realized that he's wrong. So wrong. Professor Zhao once again looked at those 6-armed mechanical dogs in disbelief. Someone, literally, has broken the bottleneck of carbon fiber drive technology, and it has been developed to an extremely sophisticated level. Prof. Zhao looked at Director Dong. Director Dong, the robotic arm control technology that Lu Yan possesses, which is carbon fiber driven, is already far above me. I don't think there's any point in continuing our investigation anymore. Prof. Cho finished. A group of strict team leaders, all of them were stunned. Prof. Cho's attainment in mechanical dog technology is at the top of his game. Mechanical arm control technology, moreover, is unrivaled in the entire scope of the Dragon State. As a result, he actually said that Lu Yan's skills were far above his. At this point, most of the people had also agreed with Prof. Zhao's point of view, and one by one, they had begun to waver. There is indeed no need for this crackdown led by Director Tung to continue, and after a brief moment of faltering, Director Dong immediately came back to his senses. He is charged with the mission of the proper use of the people's hard-earned money and must not be hasty. But where there was the slightest hint of doubt, he could not jump to conclusions. He shook his head. I don't know anything about carbon fiber drive technology, and even if this technology is great, it doesn't prove that these mechanical dogs, for example, can do the job of transporting and dropping off materials throughout the floor. Look over there, a large amount of giant materials, at least 1,000 pounds or more. Even if the arms of these mechanical dogs are flexible, can they do anything with them? Director Dong has discovered a new problem, and the leaders of the strike team are, again, confused. At this point, Prof. Zhao couldn't help but be shaken again. Indeed, the robotic arm, no matter how flexible it is, can't do much good at all against these giant materials. After all, a single mechanical dog is limited in its capabilities, and at the site, there was no heavy transportation machinery other than these mechanical dogs. Could it be that the carbon fiber robotic arm control technology is just a blindfold between the real and the fake? At this point, Fong Kaney, who was on the side, finally realized what was going on. She had been a little confused earlier about how these city leaders were reacting, how they were all a little weird. It turns out that it was the city's concern that the StarTech Industrial Park would become a bad project. Technical experts from various fields were invited to accompany the visit, to assuage the concerns of city leaders. Fong Chaney also explained, there's no need for anyone to be in doubt about the capabilities of those giant materials, and the mechanical dogs. Mechanical dog clusters powered by Hive Drone's cluster collaboration AI algorithm. They automatically divide up the work and work together to complete the transportation and placement of materials based on the weight of the materials. When Fong Kaney finished speaking, the leaders were stunned. Cluster collaboration AI algorithms. They know about AI algorithms. That's for mechanical dogs and robotic monads for training purposes. But it's still in its infancy, and no country, no company, can train a single mechanical dog to the desired degree. As for cluster collaboration, they've even never heard of it. An AI algorithm expert from the Dragon Science Academy, Professor Huang, stood out directly. No way. The use of AI algorithms at home and abroad is still stuck in the stage of single-unit training, and each additional single unit involved in AI algorithm training will make the training volume, showing an exponential surge. Thousands of mechanical dogs on the spot. Training exponentially increased thousands of times. The amount of training required, equivalent to the Big Bang, even have been unable to use mathematical units of statistics. What processor can withstand such a training volume? Supercomputers cannot do? What's more, how can a supercomputer fit inside a mechanical dog? Trying to get a cluster of mechanical dogs to collaborate is simply impossible. Professor Huang questioned from a professional point of view, and Fong Kaney was straight up. She couldn't answer at all. After all, when Lu Yan was remodeling the mechanical dog, she was just looking at it from the side. She couldn't understand it at all. Mechanical dog clustered collaboration and principles and whatnot. She was also only able to understand some of the terms, and couldn't even grasp the skin. Originally, she wanted to dispel the city leader's doubts, but as a result, some explanations came down to a direct cartwheel. Fong Kaney was also a bit embarrassed. Should we ask Mr. Lu to come and explain in person? But Mr. Lu is busy, and it's an important system-wide commissioning phase. It can't affect Mr. Lu. Hey, what to do? And as Director Dong looked at Fong Kaney's squirming appearance, he immediately knew that everyone had discovered the key issue and breakthrough. He looked at Professor Huang, and in his heart, he couldn't help but be thankful that the Longko Academy had agreed to participate in the crackdown. Without their technical support, it would have been impossible to complete the investigation and verification work on its own. Director Dong celebrated. The next moment, however, -29. Operational procedures fully restored. All mechanical dogs start performing trial feed tests. Small materials are not tested. There is no point. A pack of mechanical dogs, heading straight for the largest material. That largest piece of material was a ton, to say the least. Around it, hundreds of mechanical dogs were instantly surrounded. The 6 arms of the mechanical dog cluster. Click, click, click. There has been a lot of grasping and stabilizing of anchors in various places. Hundreds of mechanical dogs, all firing at once. The giant material, weighing more than a ton, slowly leaves the ground. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. To the shock of the leaders of the crowded Strictly team. That giant piece of material that started to move it was transported to the entrance of one of the smelting furnaces. The mechanical dog cluster has once again synergized. Clunk! The giant piece of material, weighing a ton, was pitched right in. Looking at this unbelievable sci-fi scene, a group of leaders, all froze in place. Prof. Huang didn't hold back his exclamation of surprise either. Really set training collaboration. How is this possible? Lu Yan did not pay attention to the city leaders who had been dumbfounded. He simply glanced at the test results and felt that there was no big problem. They immediately left for the next problematic failure point to provide technical support. Director Dong froze in place, his entire being confused, and a crack of common sense appeared. But when he saw that Lu Yan was about to leave, he still immediately followed him. Though he could be sure that the cluster of mechanical dogs on the -29th floor was real and overpowered, but he must also continue to co-test He had to confirm the authenticity of the equipment on the other floors. It's his duty. A group of leaders of the strike team, directly following Director Dong, besides Prof. Cho and Prof. Wong, they're going to stay and study these mechanical dogs. Lu Yan didn't refuse, and Director Dong didn't stop him. Soon, a group of leaders followed Lu Yan and arrived at the -26th floor. When the leaders saw the nameplate introduction to this floor, everyone, once again, all froze in place. Organic alloy melting area. A Dragon Science Institute. Materials expert Professor Shao, trembling and shaking his head madly. Organic alloy melting. How is this possible? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Chapter 44 Mass production mode is about to start. Prof. Shaw saw the floor nameplate describing that. Looking at the large smelting equipment on the floor. Shaking my head frantically. Prof. Shaw understands organic alloys. He's built his own organic alloys, but he did it by electrochemical synthesis, not by melting. Theoretically, organic alloys can't be melted at all. Moreover, the organic alloys that can be synthesized at present only conform to the properties of organic alloys. In reality, there is no prospect of any application and no need for production at all. But now, this whole floor, it's an organic alloy melting facility. It's not just about melting, it's about melting a lot. How is this possible? How is it possible to melt organic alloys? And, is that necessary? Lu Yan heard Prof. Zhao's question and turned back, though he's got his hands full with several trouble spots. But still, a casual reminder that, if interested, you can go over to the sub-control room. I remember putting a detailed schematic there. After Lu Yan finished speaking, he went directly to deal with the malfunction, while Prof. Shao and a group of leaders went straight to the sub-control room. It says it's a sub-control room, but there's nothing operable here, just several monitor screens. The entire floor is designed for unmanned operation. The leaders easily found the schematic that Lu Yan was talking about. Lu Yan said it was a copy, but in reality, it was a thick pile of schematics were scattered randomly across the entire floor of the sub-control room. Looking at these complex schematics and explanatory materials, a group of leaders froze directly in place. It's spectacular. A few Longko Academy technical experts curiously picked up some schematics, briefly glanced at them, and froze once again. Old Shaw, take a look. These drawing materials, they don't look fake. And these chemical formulas, there's something strange about them. Prof. Shaw took a copy of he had originally viewed it with a skeptical mind, trying to find the cracks and holes in it, but when he read it in depth, his entire body directly froze, as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. A whole new chemical element, a new formula for alloy composition, unprecedented organic alloy melting method. This mother asterisk. The chemical world. I'm afraid it's about to ing change. Seeing that Professor Zhao's expression was not right, Director Dong immediately inquired anxiously, Professor Shaw, are you seeing something wrong? Director Dong's words had just fallen, but Professor Zhao sat his butt directly on the ground, carefully spreading out the information in his hands. Don't talk to me yet, give me a quiet space. Prof. Shaw suddenly fell into a state of deep research, not answering, nor allowing others to disturb him. Director Dong had no choice but to pick up a copy himself and take a brief look at it. I only felt a spinning of the sky and a paroxysm of pain in my brain. It's simply unreadable. It was only at this point that Director Dong was shocked to realize that the other experts of the Dragon Science Academy, just like themselves, directly put down the information in their hands, and one by one, they were rubbing their brains. With so many experts on the scene and all this information, Professor Zhao is actually the only one who can read it. Half an hour later, Lu Yen finished dealing with all the trouble spots and was ready to move out. Director Dong also began to urge, Professor Shaw, see the problem? And by this time, Prof. Shaw was in an increasingly frenzied state, sometimes shaking my head, sometimes giggling. It took him a long time to respond to Director Dong's urging. He asked rhetorically, question, where's the problem? These profiles, they are perfect. They're even enough to turn the entire chemical world upside down. I realize now that half of my life's learning can't even scratch the surface of this information. I'm a frog in a well. I'm not leaving. I'm going to stay and keep studying. After Professor Zhao finished speaking, the experts from the Longkou Hospital immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. Old Zhao, but the top chemical expert in the whole Longkou Academy, to get Old Zhao to say that, just enough to show that the information is true, as well as the entire floor. The chemical technology contained therein was exaggerated to the extreme, and it had no chance of having crushed the entire Dragon Science Academy. And now, not only Professor Zhao and Professor Huang had stayed on the -29th floor to study the mechanical dog and its intelligent program, even Prof. Zhao had to stay behind to study the organic alloy melting information. The rest of the experts from the Dragon Science Academy, no one dared to doubt the authenticity of the entire production base anymore, and no one dared to doubt the technological level of Star Technology. They could already be certain that this crackdown led by the Tianhai State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission was purely an oops. And seeing the reaction of the experts, Director Dong was a little confused. Could it be that the equipment on this floor, too, is real? The whole production site is real? Next-gen hive drones, too, for real? This is outrageous. How is that possible? Soon, a mechanical specialist, who stayed on the -19th floor, a systems specialist, stayed on the -15th floor, a communications specialist, left on the -13th floor, another engine specialist, left on the -6th floor. Specialist after specialist at the Lonok Academy, one after another, has said, no more reading, quit the crackdown. They have to seize the opportunity, on all floors, to seek their own technological breakthroughs. A group of experts from the Lonka Academy have applied to Lu Yen, stayed to observe and learn in depth, and Lu Yen didn't stop it. These technologies, although they are all core technologies, but without a year and a half, it is unlikely that anyone can really learn them. And the information they have access to now is just some superficial fur. And now, the city leaders can show their enthusiasm for science and technology, which Lu Yen is also happy to see. The more skin in the game they know and the more in-depth they are, the more likely they are to be an aid to future company expansion. The development of Star Technology can no longer be a solo effort like the drone companies of the previous world. Soon, Lu Yen finished dealing with all the trouble spots, and the full equipment debugging work was over. Beside Director Dong, there are no longer any accompanying specialists from the Longkou Hospital. There were only a few real leaders of Tiancheng City, as well as people from the Tianhai Provincial Military Region. Director Dong was dumbfounded when he realized that all of the experts at the Longkou Hospital had turned against him. And at that moment, Mr. Wang, the district governor, also advised that Director Dong, otherwise, you'd better accept the reality. Although I'm not much of a techie, it seems to me that, everything we're seeing, it's real. Director Dong, still shaking his head with difficulty, although he was completely shaken by this point, still, he was afraid to fully believe it all. After all, mass-producing next-gen hive drones and all that, it was too much beyond his knowledge. If all this is true, not to mention the $3 billion injection of support, even $30 billion is too little for him. But he has to be 100% sure that it involves the people's hard-earned money, and he cannot afford to make the slightest miscalculation. And the only 100% way to confirm that, it's just being able to see the hive drones being produced in person. Come to think of it, Director Dong intends to showdown as the director of Tianhai State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, demanding that Liu Yan produce a hive drone in front of him. He had to confirm it with his own eyes. And at this point, Liu Yan received a call from the Tendu military region, and Feng Jungang was anxious to urge since the conditions for mass production are already in place. On their side, they are going to place the order for payment now. Initial purchase, 100 aircraft. Liu Yan during this period of time, by Feng Junggang's many care, Star Technology smooth sailing. Liu Yan didn't intend to make money from the Tendu military region, either. It was quoted directly at cost, 200,000 a pop. It also promised that in the future, all upgrades to the hive drones could be upgraded free of charge by the Tendu military region. Liu Yan just finished the company directly to the account of 20 million. And this, too, was Star Technology's first entry. Hang up the phone. Director Dong found Liu Yan and was looking for a showdown. But Liu Yan interrupted him. What you have to say will come later. Liu Yan picked up the walkie-talkie and gave a direct order. Attention all posts. Production line number 1. Mass production mode is about to start. All personnel, pull out of production line number 1 immediately. Chapter 45 $3 billion capital injection application. Soon. All personnel, all withdrawals. And the No. 1 production line, which quickly formalized into mass production mode. Buzz off. Mayor Fong, please make the arrangements. We'll stay here today. It will take at least 3 days to see the hive drones produced. Director Dong said to Mayor Fong. As the director of Tianhai State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, Director Dong had visited many drones and automobile production lines. Plus he's only just finished visiting the Hive Drone 1 assembly line. He can already confirm that this production only completed the equipment preheating machine, and did not advance the raw material processing treatment preparation, completely from scratch. Material stamping, skeleton welding, electrophoretic painting, parts assembly, finished product inspection. With a series of processes, the fastest time to see the first finished product is 3 days. Director Tung has made up his mind. Just wait here. Whether it was a success or a failure, he had to see it with his own eyes. And Mayor Fong also wanted to stay and witness the miracle. If this is all true, Tiancheng City, afraid of all to rise because of Star Technology, Mayor Fong went straight to Fong Chaney and conveyed the idea that they wanted to stay for 3 days. Instead, Fong Chaney shook her head and explained, a 3-day stay? That's not necessary. Production line number 1. In mass production mode, full duty cycle is 3 minutes. Hearing Fong Chaney's reply, Mayor Fong was stunned. Mayor Fong informed Director Tung of the situation, and Director Dong froze directly in place. 3 minutes? The other side said 3 minutes. Director Dong was emotional when he heard the answer, his voice filled with disbelief. No way. This is a next-generation super hive drone. How can this be built in 3 minutes? The other accompanying leaders all gathered around when they saw Director Dong's sudden agitation. Director Dong, what's wrong again? Director Tung was close to losing control of his emotions. I just asked Mayor Fong to help coordinate and ask if we can stay here for a few days until the drones are produced. As it turned out, the woman receptionist actually said that there was no need for an overnight stay at all, and that the labor process would only take 3 minutes. Listen to this, guys. It's outrageous. A normal production line would take at least 3 days for a complete process. Not to mention this next-gen hive drone that says it's going to take 3 weeks is reasonable to me. And she ended up saying it would only take 3 minutes. That's never going to happen. A group of leaders listened, and were a little confused. And 3 minutes. That's a little out of line. 30 layers of the design structure they have visited, starting from the bottom of the material handling, step-by-step processing and assembly. Without a few days, it is indeed unlikely to come out of the finished product. Maybe that receptionist was wrong. 3 minutes. That's not enough time for the equipment to warm up. I'm afraid. Just then, tick-tock, tick-tock, the cycle beeps suddenly. On the surface of the No. 1 production line, a circular array of light that shines in a circular pattern. As the spiral of the mechanical structure at the center of the light array opens, a sci-fi shaped drone that was held up. Seeing this freshly baked hive drone, a group of leaders were all shaken and frozen in place, and Director Dong's eyes are glazed over. I don't believe it. It takes more than 3 minutes to build a shell. What we're looking at is probably just an empty shell. As soon as Director Dong spoke, buzz off! Buzz off! That hive drone's 16 workerless propulsion engines are at full power. 16 gradually expanding beams of ionized light in a continuous spurt of. The powerful propulsion pushed the hive drone off the ground and lifted it into the air at breakneck speed. At this time, all the onlookers of the leadership, covered with sweat hair, as well as hair, under the effect of static electricity, all erect. The appearance is extremely comical, and as they watched the outrageous sci-fi scene, all of them froze in place, nearly doubting their lives. Director Dong viciously grabbed his disheveled hair that was blown apart by the ionic wind, and his expression twisted. Crazy, crazy, this world, it's ing crazy. Immediately following, the hive drone, which splits into 16 nifty little drones in the air. The formations change rapidly, following self-testing procedures, sometimes changing into a honeycomb shape, sometimes into a cylinder, sometimes into a three-dimensional triangle. After completing the actual self-inspection process, the 16 small drones came together again and merged into one, quietly landed on stop platform 1. The leaders had not yet recovered from the shock they had just experienced. Tick-tock, tick-tock, the shipping beep sounded again. Second hive drone, out. A bunch of leaders were completely freaked out, and it was only then that Director Dong finally came back to his senses. He had also reacted to the fact that the application information submitted by the Tenda military region before was actually all true. Outrageous work-free propulsion engines, exaggerated ability to split the organism, incredible ability to act in concert with clusters. After all, it's all true. Confirming everything, Director Dong shook his head and smiled bitterly. Also Operation Crackdown. I'm such an unmitigated douchebag. Thinking about the $3 billion in funding support that StarTech has applied for, Director Dong now feels that Star Technology is really too modest and cautious. A mere $3 billion in funding support is worthy of this level of technology. $30 billion is more like it, but an injection of $30 billion is beyond the authority of Director Tung. Director Dong did not hesitate and directly dialed the superior phone number of SASAC headquarters. Minister Yang received a call from Director Dong and inquired anxiously, Lao Dong, is it true that the crackdown operation has encountered some obstacles? With all the local military districts involved, this is indeed a bit tricky to handle. It's also a bit difficult for you to take the lead. So if there are any difficulties, just mention them. On our side, we will mobilize all forces to help you solve it. Director Tung was overwhelmed with emotion. Minister Yang, I have to self-examine first. I was wrong. Minister Yang was confused as he listened. What mistake did you make? Otherwise, you might as well see for yourself. Director Dong switches to video tomfoolery. Minister Yang looked at the cell phone screen in a sci-fi drone that produces as fast as a hen lays an egg. Immediately following the immediate liftoff, columns of light erupted and split in the air. Clustered arrays. Minister Yang's heart almost went into a cardiac arrest as he watched the sci-fi scene. This ing thing, something so outrageous. It's all true. Director Dong nodded. Live shot. Operation Crackdown. We got it wrong? Pure oops. Director Dong got down to business. 2. I think that StarTech's application for a $3 billion capital injection is less. We, the Tianhai Provincial State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, formally apply to you. And after that, add another 0. Chapter 46 of $350. 000 builds it. I'll write my name backwards. The headquarters of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission of the Dragon State, StarTech, Hive Drones, and the production line at Star Industrial Park. It created a huge sensation. In conference room I, all up and down the SASAC headquarters, looking at the video of the Hive drone shipment sent back by Director Dong, as well as a large number of related supporting materials, were all confused. In everyone's mind, the same question was on their minds. The Dragon Kingdom, when in the world did it possess such outrageous technology? Combine this with the previous filing of the $3 billion capital injection application submitted by the Tendu military region. It was also discovered that all this technology came from one man, a former deliveryman, Lu Yen. The shock in everyone's hearts was even greater. Crazy. The world has really gone mad. Lu Yan's Hive drones are the jewel of the Dragon Kingdom. I agree with the $30 billion injection aid application. I agree. What do I think? 30 billion? Or less? Indeed. Minister Yang, sitting in the main seat, looked at the supporting materials in his hands and, fingers tapping lightly on the desktop, Mind racing. The size of the global drone market is expanding every year. And currently, $200 billion for civilian and $200 billion for military. The war that is going on right now between the big and small bears is amplifying the role of drones extremely dramatically. It won't be more than a few years before the market for drones exceeds $1 trillion. And this outrageous hive drone has the ability, no doubt, to monopolize the global drone market. There is no escape from hive drones, whether civilian or military. With trillions of dollars converging on the Dragon every year, there is no chance of a siphon effect with such a volume of money. No way. And more to the point, the Dragon Kingdom had been suppressed and restricted by America for so many years. And now, finally, there was a chance that it could take over a certain field and dominate it completely. In other words, the Dragon Kingdom already has the ability to jam America's neck in the field of drone technology. It's not just a key piece in the economic war. More so, it is an important bargaining chip in negotiations at the national level. At the thought of this, Minister Yang's fingers couldn't help but tremble. Connect to Lu Yan immediately. I want to talk to him personally. On the other side, the Star Industrial Park. Director Dong received instructions from Minister Yang and found Lu Yan to directly reveal his identity. The director of the Tianhai Provincial State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. Lu Yan didn't expect that either. The $3 billion capital injection application is quite strict. And there is actually an unannounced part. But the good news is, the production line is functioning normally. Director Tung has also personally confirmed that this $3 billion capital injection request should be solid. Director Dong, in that case, the application for the $3 billion capital injection is approved? About when will it be approved? StarTech's funds are about to burn through. It's quite urgent. Director Dong took the phone number of the SASAC headquarters and handed it directly to Lu Yan. Lu Yan. It's no longer a question of injecting $3 billion. Director Dong didn't dare to reveal too much considering that it was Minister Yang who wanted to talk to Lu Yan personally. It's not about $3 billion? What's the problem with that? Lu Yan picked up the phone in a daze. Minister Yang also opened the door and said directly, Lu Yan, this is the SASAC headquarters. I just have one question now. How much did the hive drones cost to build? Minister Yang knew about the strong functions of the hive drones. And he also knew that Star Technology already had the ability to mass produce them. But wanting to confirm that hive drones have what it takes to dominate the entire drone market, there's one key element missing. That's the cost. Minister Yang knows that the hive drone, the function of the strong, high technology content, so its cost is certainly not low. However, if the cost is too high, then its strategic significance has to be greatly reduced. For example, America, the B-2 supersonic stealth bomber, has been in full service since 1997, and its exaggerated capabilities are still unsurpassed. But it's been in service for more than 20 years, and a total of only 21 have been built. It only serves as a deterrent, but does not generate economic benefits. The reason for this is also simple, because the cost of a B-2 bomber is a whopping $2.4 billion, even if it's awesome and also has mass production capabilities. So what? With its high cost, it was already doomed. And it wasn't equipped to make an impact on the warplane market. If hive drones, like the B-2 bomber, are extremely expensive to build, well, even if it's as strong as it is, its role would be limited to deterrence alone, and it would not be able to make an impact on the global drone market. Its importance, then, has to be put down a bit. So, is it specifically a $3 billion, $30 billion, or $50 billion injection? It is important to take into account the cost factor of the hive drones. In response to Minister Yun's question, Lu Yan thought that the other party directly inquired for quotations, should be wanting to purchase in large quantities, while this version of the hive drone, which is only a civilian model, but even if used for military purposes, its functions are adequate. As for whether or not to just reveal the reserve price to the other side, of course not. He gave the Tendo military region a floor price of 200,000, not only because Feng Jungang gave himself a lot of help in the early stage, but also because in the later stage, the Tendo military region can also provide long-term shelter for Star Technology. The SASC is trying to depress the purchase price just by injecting $3 billion, and that's definitely not going to work. Originally, Lu Yan wanted to bring the hive drone to market at a price of $500,000 to $600,000. However, considering that, if the other party agrees to inject capital, it cannot help but give the other party some concessions. Lu Yan thought twice and gave a fair price, $400,000. With these words, in the first conference room of the SASAC headquarters, there was an uproar. Impossible. How can such an exaggerated hive drone cost as little as $400,000? I don't believe it. $400,000. You can't even buy a work-free propulsion engine. Lu Yan must be wrong. I've just gone through a rigorous projection. This hive drone, how should it be 40 million apiece? Minister Yang didn't make a statement, but it was clear from his expression that he didn't believe in it a million times over. Lu Yan failed to hear the questioning of the other leaders in the room, but he heard the questioning tone of the group and read Minister Yang's skeptical expression at that moment. I can't help it. This Sasak leader, he really has a couple of skills. They sent the leader of the Tianhai State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission to make an unannounced visit, presumably to find out the bottom price of the hive drones. Mistake. Before letting those leaders visit with impunity and letting each other know the approximate cost range. And the other party is a State Department, holds a variety of relationships and rights. The amount of procurement is not likely to be very large. Star Technology has just started, cannot lose this large order. Plus in the future, a future series of lunar helium-3 mining programs, escape from the solar system programs, which will also require state support. Lu Yan thought twice and gave a conscience price. I was wrong. It's 350,000. Lu Yan finished. The conference room at SASVA headquarters, once again, exploded. Why, it's still getting more and more outrageous. I didn't believe him when he said $400,000, and he still managed to say 350,000. Such a powerful drone. If $350,000 builds it, I'll write my name backwards. And when Minister Yang heard the cost exposed by Lu Yan, the corners of his mouth didn't even hold back and started twitching. Chapter 47, the first shot of the Dragon Kingdom's counterattack. Lu Yan also had some difficulties when he saw the twitching corners of Minister Yang's mouth. The price is pressed down to $350,000, and it's still too expensive. Yes, the offer of $350,000 is indeed more than 3 times more expensive than a conventional high-performance drone. More than 3 times more expensive. But this is, after all, a hive drone, not some ground-up thing. The materials used, the workmanship is the most solid. And the ability to do it is there. Sell it for $350,000 and make, really, not much. Lu Yan a calculation. 350,000 selling price minus 200,000 costs, equal to 150,000. The gross profit margin is only 42.86%. 43.86% gross margin. Making, seems a bit much, but the Star Industrial Park has invested so much money up front, and it can't make a quick payback if you don't make a lot of money. Lu Yan thought about it. Indeed cannot be denied. The State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission of the 3 billion injection of capital, for their own is indeed very important, can directly solve their own pre-development of the urgent need. And with the status and relationship of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission of the Dragon State, there is no doubt that it can also bring massive orders to Star Technology. This relationship cannot be broken, either, or just go for volume this time. Thinking of this, Lu Yan once again gave a walk-away price close to the floor price. 300,000. Minister Yang had become somewhat numb by now. Cost as little as $300,000 to build. This is not nonsense. He had even begun to somewhat wonder if Lu Yan was deliberately teasing himself. Just then, one of the leaders whispered a report to Minister Yang. We just found out that the Tendu military region has a huge order of $30 million with Star Technology. 30 million? When Minister Yang heard this, he frowned. Good lord, this Lu Yan is missing 2 zeros. While it's true that StarTech has mastered hive drone technology like no one else, the state injection is also on the table. But misrepresenting the true cost of construction is an act that needs to be criticized. But to think that Lu Yan was also in contact with the SASAC for the first time, as a businessman, it is understandable to play some tricks. So Minister Yang wasn't going to harshly criticize this time, but he also had to make Lu Yan realize his mistake. Use my authority to get that order out. Yes, soon. Minister Yang was shown the order details. The entire person froze directly in place. Tendu military region. Spending $30 million to purchase 100 hive drones from Star Technology. 200,000 apiece. That's a crazy price. Minister Yang couldn't hold back his blurt, and the crowd of leaders on the scene even directly exploded in an uproar. Lu Yan saw the dramatic reaction of Minister Yang and the leaders at the scene. The heart also stuttered and, I didn't expect the power of the Dragon State SASAC would actually be so great that the orders of himself and the Tendu military region could be found out. That set up. The floor price was made known. If the SAC also wants to buy hive drones in bulk for $200,000, then you won't be able to make any money for yourself. Thinking of this, Lu Yan hurriedly explained. Minister Yang, this 200,000 offer. It's not a normal offer. You can't take it seriously. It's mainly because the Tendu military region provided Star Technology with a lot of help in the early stages, and will voluntarily provide military shelter for the Star Industrial Park in the later stages. That's why I gave Foam Jungang a cost price of 200,000. This offer, I'm not making a dime off. If you want to make a bulk purchase for the Ministry of War at this price, I can never agree to it. It's got to be at least 50,000 more. $250,000. No less, Lu Yan said with a firm and decisive manner, with a posture of not budging at all. The crowd of leaders at the scene were all dumbfounded, unable to speak. This mother asterisk. Everyone looked at Minister Yang with an expression of disbelief plus overwhelm. And Minister Yang, at this point, people are numb. It turned out that Lu Yan had been thinking that he was bargaining with him all along. He's been under the mistaken impression that he's gradually lowering his offer because he's purchasing drones from him on behalf of the War Department. The cost of this generation of Hive drones. I can't believe it's really only 200,000. This mother asterisk. If that's what it costs, the drone markets of countries around the globe, whether military or civilian, are going to be turned upside down by the Dragon Kingdom's drones. Think of the intensifying trade war between America and the Dragon Kingdom, thinking that all industries in the Dragon Kingdom have been greatly impacted as a result. And then you think of all the high-tech fields that have been pressed into lifting their heads. The fire in Minister Yang's heart came up in a mischievous manner. If you want to fight, then fight. Comrade Lu Yan, how many Hive drones you want to sell is your business. We don't care and we won't be purchasing them from you on behalf of the War Department. Lu Yan was stunned. Not purchasing? Then why did you cut the price with me? Minister Yang suddenly got up and solemnly said loudly to Lu Yan, you previously submitted an application for a 1% equity stake in exchange for a $3 billion state capital injection. Now, the country is giving you $147 billion in exchange for a 49% stake in Star Technology. Do you have the confidence that within 3 years, you will turn the America drone market upside down? Lu Yan also reacted only after Minister Yang finished speaking. Misunderstanding. It was a complete misunderstanding before. It turns out that the SASFA asked for quotes, and wasn't trying to pressure the purchase price at all. Rather, they want to make sure that the Hive drones have what it takes to flush out the America drone market. SASFA wants to flush out the America drone market. Although Lu Yan is bent on going to the Sea of Stars and is not interested in messing with America or anything else, it seems good to think that he can make some dollars along the way. Lu Yan wasn't going to refuse. Think of it as a meet and greet gift to the SASFA. After all, $147 billion, plus the Hive drone trial, took America's drone industry and beat the pants off of it, all in just 1 year. But to be on the safe side, Lu Yan didn't dare to talk too much. Lu Yan's expression was resolute, and he said decisively, 2 years later, the America drone industry, disintegrate. Good. I'll be waiting for your shortcut. Minister Young finished. A group of leaders from the headquarters of the Longhua State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, SASAC, all stood up, though they are not soldiers. However, at this moment, the determination to fight to the death had risen in their hearts. The trade war between the Dragon Kingdom and America has been going on for 6 whole years. During these 6 years, countless small and medium-sized enterprises have closed down. Some industries have been completely decimated. And countless workers have been laid off from their jobs. Countless families have been left with huge debts and even separated from their families. While trade wars are not battlefields in the traditional sense, but it has been no less brutal than a real war. In this war, which has been a gray one, they have been. Today, there was finally hope of being able to pull back hard. All the leaders look at the big screen. At this point, above the big screen, Lu Yan's short hair flew under the action of the ionic wind, and behind him, the 38th Hive drone was successfully produced. The 16 work-free propulsion energy rings spewing wildly, extreme liftoff, matrix splitting, all of them immediately stood in awe, and at the same time, their hearts were filled with hope. This Hive drone, it is the first shot of this trade war. The Dragon's counterattack. Chapter 48. America's Finance Minister. A high-profile visit to China. Soon. 147 billion state funds injected into the Star Technology. The state holds 49% of the equity. Lu Yan alone 51% of the equity. And Star Technology has successfully become a veritable military enterprise with the state as its backstage. With the injection of funds, the construction of the Star Industrial Park began to accelerate. Tiangong Construction Group is in full force. 20 Hive drone production lines, 2 Star office buildings, 3 physical laboratories, 3 chemistry labs, all facilities, all started construction at the same time. And at this point, StarTech staff, too, has grown from 13 to 21. The additional 8 people were the same ones who had previously participated in the crackdown and had come to collect incriminating evidence. The top experts in various fields of the Dragon Science Academy. After visiting the production line of the Hive drone, they were unanimously certain that star technology was the future of the technology sector in the Dragon Kingdom. They also want to make history with StarTech. Now that they're here, they're not leaving. Various professors, who have submitted applications for employment to Lu Yen. Lu Yen naturally recognized the ability and character of these top experts of the Dragon Science Institute. All entry-level applications are accepted as is. At the same time, Lu Yen also proposed that everyone could follow Fong Kanei's example and put forward the people they were optimistic about. The reason why Lu Yen proposed this was actually because he had accepted Fong Kanei's suggestion. Fong Kanei felt that star technology is different from ordinary companies, and even different from ordinary military enterprises, because the technology involved has been enough to change the fortunes of nations. So, the company's recruitment efforts that, never through traditional open social recruitment. If you recruit some people who don't know their roots, there's no guarantee that there will be a lot of trouble in the future. And Lu Yen strongly agreed with Fong Kanei's idea. So it was proposed that the experts of the Long Science Academy who were inducted into StarTech should make their own recommendations. A junior or a senior, a coworker or a colleague, can recommend anyone, as long as they are looking good. 3 days later, come to the Star Industrial Park for a personal interview by Lu Yen himself. Results. On the day of the interview, Lu Yen realized that he had seriously underestimated the extent to which these top experts of the Dragon Science Academy were optimistic about star technology. Also grossly underestimated their network of connections. On the morning of the interview only, from all over the country, nearly 10,000 people were interviewed who traveled to the site. On the afternoon of the interview, a total of 30,000 people rushed to the Star Industrial Park. Outside the park, the crowd was overwhelming. Such a large group of interviewers made Lu Yen also have to cancel his previous interview plan, change to a written test followed by an interview process. The next day, the wasteland around the Star Industrial Park was filled with people. Tens of thousands of people looked at the test papers in their hands, all confused. There is only one question on the paper. Open book exams, books, internet, all information at your disposal. Title: A drone with a work-free propulsion engine takes off from Earth, goes around the sun, and returns to Earth. Solve the equation. For this question, the exam opened at 8:30 a.m. And still not a single person turned in their paper at noon, during which time 2 other candidates fainted and were carried out. See this exam question. Those employees who had already succeeded in joining the company, including Fong Kanei, including her students, already those top professors of the Longku Academy, all of them, were celebrating. So close. Luckily, I started early and only had to help distribute the papers, not take the written test to answer the questions. For this test, you can't even find the answer in the open book. That's sick. Who can answer this? Lu Yen looked at the time. It was already past 12:30 and still no one had turned in their papers. Let's all have lunch first, and after that, proceed with the test. All, until evening, no one even got the questions out. So everyone had no choice but to turn in their papers, because the topic is so difficult. Many people can't help but question whether there is a solution to this topic. Until Lu Yen announced the answer directly, all of them shut their mouths. Looking at that complex and subtle but incomparably correct line-by-line formula, everyone just felt that their minds and souls were violently impacted, and their respective already mature knowledge systems are even showing signs of disintegration to varying degrees. Hell, there really is a solution. Extrapolating these formulas, it seems like you can actually make a drone fly around the sun, provided you have work-free propulsion engines. Lu Yen took everyone's scores, squared them and multiplied them by 10, and some people's scores were just barely enough to reach the passing line. In the end, more than 30,000 people took the written exam, and Lu Yen chose only 20 of them to join the engineering department, and the others who didn't make the cut weren't completely eliminated, either. They will also have the opportunity to take exams in the chemistry department, the software department, and other departments. The appraisal interview process, which took place over the course of a week. There were some people who left during the period and some who joined temporarily, and everyone unanimously felt that this star technology written exam was the sickest and most meaningful exam they had ever seen in their lives, whether or not they were successfully selected. The body of knowledge of all people has been given a chance to reinvent itself. In the end, tens of thousands of people came to apply for the job, and less than 200 succeeded in joining StarTech. The entry rate is less than 1 in 1,000. The degree of exaggeration is nothing less than that of the Civil Service Unified Examination. not many of Star's new hires are idle. Thanks to their efforts, the progress of the construction works in the industrial park has been accelerated once again. StarTech's development, which has entered an accelerated stage as the military department got more and more hive drones, more and more generals of the military department were shocked to the point of skepticism, with sound after sound of asterisk 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 from the military generals. Liu Yan's tech points had also finally reached 3,500 points. Without hesitation, Liu Yan opened the system and, I've exchanged it for a 1 nanometer super chip technology. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully exchanging 1 nanometer carbon-based chip technology. Next moment. Photolithography, etcher, developer, coating machine, the dispenser, oxidizing furnace, the bridge chip, photoresist. A huge amount of related knowledge surged madly into Liu Yan's mind. Meanwhile, on the other side, America Finance Minister Ellen, on a high-profile visit to China. The purpose of her visit to China. For one thing, he wanted to give an explanation in person about the fact that the small frontier drone company of the Dragon Kingdom had been included in the CMC's list of sanctions against military enterprises, and hoped that the Dragon Kingdom side could accept the reality as soon as possible. Secondly, want to target a small amendment to the chip ban on China. As to whether it is stricter or more lenient, how much of a chip restriction is going to be targeted against Xiaojiang and other tech companies? Specifically, all of this is flexible. All of this is negotiable. The key lies in just how much sacrifice the Dragon, for its part, will be willing to make. Chapter 49. The chip in America is so trashy, I'm going to build my own. In a conference room, around the round table, Finance Minister America and the Dragon's representative, negotiating. First of all, Long said that the chip ban imposed by the U.S. on Long, as well as the inclusion of Xiaojiang in the CMC's list of sanctions against military enterprises, is unjustified. The Dragon expressed strong dissatisfaction with this. The U.S. should immediately lift the chip restrictions, and Ellen, with a smile on her face, indicated that it was all negotiable. As the talks progressed, the top brass of the Dragon Kingdom present all frowned, because Ellen suggested that it wouldn't be impossible to want to lift the restrictions on chip exports to Dragon enterprises. However, Longfang must first fulfill the following 10 requirements. 1. The Dragon must continue to reduce its trade surplus with the United States to $2 trillion. 2. The Dragon must increase its purchases of genetically modified agricultural products from America in order to reduce the burden on America farmers. 3. Prohibit the Dragon Party from investing in and acquiring high-tech enterprises in America. 4. The Dragon shall continue to reduce tariffs on all American scientific and technological goods. 5. The Dragon must join the America-dominated trade agreements and withdraw from the FTAs with other countries. 6. The Long side must reduce its construction work on the South Island reefs. 7. The Dragon continues to increase its purchases of America's national debt in order to support America's economic development. 8. The Dragon must continue to provide tax incentives to America businesses in order to increase the market share of America businesses in China. 9. The Dragon continues to liberalize its financial markets to allow further penetration by America financial institutions. 10. To demand that the Dragon side maintain a consistent position with America in international affairs against third-party states. 10 demands that address every aspect of this trade war between the two countries. The Dragon Fang representative instantly tapped the table as he listened to Ellen's shocking remarks. That's no deal. And Ellen was still smiling. First of all, the Dragon side has to get its posture right. After all, the Dragon side is the underdog in this trade war. Just as you won't continue to compromise on the 10 demands I just made, there is no way that the chip export restrictions will be lifted by us in America. Chip sanctions against Xiaojiang Drone Company, just a continuation of the trade battlefield. The latter does not rule out the rice technology, Huawei technology to make more relevant restrictions. The Longfang representative's expression grew more and more ugly. Since there's nothing to talk about, what's the point of your visit to China? You can go back. Ellen was still all calm and high and mighty. What I'm saying is that a full lifting of restrictions is not possible, but a small reduction in restrictions and a détente on both sides is doable. For example, the Dragon Party has liberalized its export restrictions on U.S. rare earth resources by 10%. Accordingly, the U.S. side can appropriately relax the chip export restrictions by 5% for Dragon enterprises that have entered the CMC sanctions list. Ellen finished her example. The Longfang representative's brow immediately furrowed. This Ellen, as notorious as she is an old fox. Never bothered to show his tail until now. America is trying to trade downstream chips for rare earth resources in the upstream of the Dragon Kingdom. This includes the recent sudden and unwarranted sanctions against Xiaojiang's all of which are paving the way for this move. Ellen picked up on her true intentions, and the atmosphere in the conference room instantly dropped to freezing point. The talks. The representatives of the Dragon Party were tough and did not make any compromises. Dragon Kingdom, you are not welcome, and Ellen left in an unbelievably happy mood. If the Dragon compromises, America will get the rare earth resources without any problem. And now, with Long Fawn uncompromising, she also has an excuse to put chip export restrictions on more Dragon companies. 2. Whatever the outcome of the talks, she's all on the winning side, and she was confident that the day when Long Fawn would soften and fully compromise was not far away. After Ellen's visit, the trade war between the Dragon Kingdom and America continues to intensify. Various technology companies in the Dragon Kingdom, suffering, and the top brass in the Dragon Kingdom know that. The root cause of the Dragon's defense and defeat at every turn in the trade war. The most critical link is the chip, and America held onto this key point for dear life, winning back-to-back battles. First there was ZTE technology, which fell straight from glory to hell. Later, Huawei was forced to withdraw from the local high-end cell phone market in Manhwa. 3 years, all the high-end market share was eaten up by Manhwa, until now have not fully recovered. Now that the DJI drones have only just killed their way out of the global drone market, the chip sanctions are back. DJI's drone chips, mainly from America. If the chip industrial chain is cut off, Zhejiang will directly not be able to build drones, although now the domestic chip can also complete the replacement. But the performance is far inferior to the chip of America. To spend more costs, not to mention the competitiveness, will also be greatly reduced. Seeing that yet another outstanding Dragon country business is about to hit rock bottom, the top brass of the Dragon Kingdom were all in a heavy mood. But no one has anything good to say about the chip being chipped. In order to break through the chip technology embargo, the Dragon Kingdom has burned more than $1 trillion on it. As a result, after trying to catch up for more than 10 years, semiconductor technology is still at least 10 years behind America. Actually, it's not because the Dragons can't, rather, because the current state-of-the-art high-end chips. It is the result of the cooperation of all countries in the process of globalization over the past half-century. America contracting design. The island is responsible for the raw materials. The country of the sticks produces crafts. Germany and the Netherlands out of equipment. No country, including America herself, could have built it with just one country. But now, the hard part is, the Dragon Kingdom is facing a blockade by a multinational coalition led by America. There is no other way. The Dragon Kingdom must, and can only, build high-end chips on its own. It's the only way out. The top brass of the Dragon Kingdom, as well as a large number of practical entrepreneurs, all believe that if they endure the humiliation and move forward, one day, the Dragon Kingdom will be able to break through the semiconductor technology blockade and be at the forefront of the world's semiconductor field. But while dreams are plentiful, reality is bone-chilling. So far, the most advanced photolithography machine, the Dragon Kingdom still can't make it. The ones that can be built are several generations behind others. Not to mention the photolithography. Even the plant where the photolithographs are put is not fully domestic. The dust-free requirements needed in a chip production plant are almost to the point of perversion. ISO 5 sterile operating rooms, the cleanest environment accessible to the average person. But the requirements of a chip production plant are at the level of ISO 2 or even ISO 1. The fan filtration units needed to create such a plant environment are only available in America and Ireland. Even the filter paper used for filtration can't find a domestic alternative. Dragon country chip field is the last decade or so just started to catch up, whereas those international semiconductor companies, which have been around for a long time. Siemens was founded in 1847. Ericsson was founded in 1876. Carl Zeiss was founded in 1890. Philips was founded in 1891. And they've been in business since the Qing dynasty. It's already remarkable that the Dragon Kingdom has managed to catch up to where it is now. But it also has to be recognized that this is not enough. And this pressure and this burden, it also rests on the shoulders of Minister Yang of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, SASAC. The higher-ups demanded it. The State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, SASAC, must expeditiously increase its efforts to support the development of the chip industry in the Dragon Kingdom. Make sure to produce headline semiconductor technology companies that can be among the world's leading edge within 3 years. And Minister Young is head over heels for his superiors. Increased support? Wasn't there enough support before? That's over $2 trillion in a few years. How much bigger can this get? If we continue to step up our efforts, the SASFA won't have any money left. Just as Chief Young was frantically shaking his head, Liu Yan's phone call came through. Minister Yang, I want to build chips. Minister Young's brain hurt even more as he listened. You guys have been sanctioned too? It's not so bad. Hasn't Star Technology started to make a formal push yet? There's no reason for America to notice you guys now. Lu Yen thought for a moment, thinking that the whole complete body hive drone thing was too hard to explain, and casually said, not sanctioned. I mean, Amicus chips are too crap to meet our company's production requirements. I'm going to build my own. Chapter 50, when you hit the south wall, you know to turn back. Lu Yen said he wanted to build his own chips and let it slip that America got chip junk. Minister Yang is shaking his head straight as he listens. Although he didn't recognize it, Minister Yang could very well understand Lu Yan's feelings at this moment. After all, news reports of Ellen's visit have been all over the internet. Anyone who reads this has to be outraged and filled with righteous indignation. Not to mention the young, talented and passionate Lu Yen. Lu Yen now directly put out harsh words. Want to rush into the semiconductor field. Minister Yang, although understandable. But, Lu Yen is in the drone business. After all, there's an old saying that a walk in the park is a walk in the park. Lu Yen he may be completely underestimated the difficulty of independent research and development of chips. He may also be unaware that the solution to the chip problem has in fact long since risen to the national will of the, over the years, the SASAC, in order to help chip companies break through the America technology blockade. Before and after, $2 trillion has been burned, and the NRC is dangerously close to losing money. But even so, the chip technology of the Dragon Kingdom is still 10 years behind others. Minister Yang directly showdown with Lu Yen the current situation of the chip industry in the Dragon Kingdom, as well as the difficulties of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, SASAC. Lu Yen nodded his head as he listened, completely understanding that, after 40 years, the chip industry in the Dragon Kingdom, still being pinched by America. Lu Yen originally planned to get the chip completely by himself, but since the country is already overdrawn on semiconductors, a program that doesn't burn a hole in the pocket. What exactly is the program? Lu Yen still have to think about it. It's okay, let me think of a plan. It's okay? It doesn't matter? Lu Yen probably didn't understand what he was saying. Lu Yen, I mean, the SASAC might not be able to give you much financial support? I know. Know what? If you know the state won't pay for it, you still want to do it? What kind of program can you come up with without money? Lu Yen is planning to make a hard mess. Once the state does not give him support, with the little money in Lu Yan's account, what flowers can be burned? Lu Yen had previously reported the consumption of funds to the SASAC. The Star Industrial Park is still not fully completed, leaving $40 billion. Plus, Lu Yen had never been in the semiconductor field before and had no experience at all. Once this $40 billion is invested in the chip industry, it is unlikely that even a single splash will be seen. StarTech doesn't have to develop? Don't want the Hive drones? Plans to destroy the America drone industry are also being abandoned? Minister Yang spoke in a heartfelt and extremely persuasive manner. Lu Yen, don't forget that you still have a mission ahead of you. Lu Yen also thought of a plan at this time. I didn't forget. Lu Yen said. Chip program that won't affect the America drone industry destruction program. The SASFA just needs to pull the strings and build a bridge. Contact a great semiconductor company. Instead of developing from scratch, StarTech only tries to break through on the other side's existing foundation. This saves tons of money on research and development. Lu Yen finished. Minister Yang was slightly relieved, although he still had a headache. It's true that Lu Yen wouldn't have to burn too much money if he got a semiconductor company on board. After all, most of the semiconductor companies that are still alive are already somewhat under the radar. But the amount of money to be burned in the aftermath is still not small. However, it should be within the realm of what the SAC can afford. Although Minister Yang was reluctant, he nodded helplessly. Okay, I'll help you. Minister Yang still doesn't believe that Lu Yen can really make the semiconductor industry in Manhwa have any great improvement. But Lu Yen was too important to the Dragon Kingdom. He was now bent on having his way, and Minister Yang was genuinely at a loss as to how to persuade him. But the good thing is, he did choose an option that doesn't kill anyone. Only, this will still make Lu Yen shed his skin. Minister Yang shook his head. It's good to let Lu Yen try. After the trial, hit the south wall, he knew he had to turn back and focus on drones. Soon, a chip company called Longshin Technology contacted Lu Yen. Dragon Core Technology, although not considered the best chip company in the Dragon Kingdom, but in the field of semiconductors in the Dragon Kingdom, it is also the existence of the top 5. Lu Yen also knows that the chip companies that are still alive now, under the blockade and suppression by America in conjunction with many countries, all of them are two-timers. It is also extremely boneheaded. Therefore, when the other chairman called, Lu Yen was also particularly polite. The chairman of Longshin Technology, called Wu Pengfei, is nearly 50 years old, but his hair is already in flower. He has studied in the United States, and smuggled back into the country with key core technologies, single-handedly founded Longshin Technology. His name, to this day, hangs on America's restricted list. On the other end of the phone, Wu Mingfei was still a bit confused until now. A young man working on a drone suddenly offered to join forces with himself to develop a chip. This kind of thing is really rare, but after all, it was Minister Yang himself. Plus, Longshin technology has been taken care of by Minister Yang quite a bit. If this face is not given, it is really not justifiable. So after Minister Yang made the offer to join forces, Wu Pengfei didn't have much hesitation and agreed directly. But now, Wu Pengfei was a bit curious, too. This Lu Yen, what kind of person is he? I can't believe that I have the ability to make Minister Yang even personally come to the door and make a match. The two sides went through a brief conversation and then combined it with Minister Yang's introduction. Wu Pengfei also learned about Lu Yen. Lu Yen builds drones. Military enterprise, very impressive. But the chips used in the drones he produces, as well as the main control system of the production line, are all foreign chips. It doesn't suit him personally. So they want to cooperate with a chip enterprise? On the basis of the original independent research and development, and ultimately complete the chip domestic replacement. Understanding Lu Yan's thoughts, Wu Pengfei could also conclude that this Lu Yan was, indeed, a very visionary young man, long-term planning for a rainy day. Early on, he began to consider the possibility of having America by the throat as his drone company grew. And the reason why Lu Yan was alerted early, it's supposed to be because of the recent sanctioning of DJI drones. Without warning, unreasonable, say sanctions. Any protests and prosecutions are null and void. Even if the country's top brass steps in, America doesn't give a damn. This is the face of America. Wu Pengfei also sincerely hopes that all the technology entrepreneurs in the Dragon Kingdom will be like Lu Yen, awakening early and accepting reality. America doesn't give a damn if your company breaks the rules or not, nor do they care if your product is legal. As long as you thrive, as long as you're still using their chips, you're a lamb to the slaughter. America, who can be aghast at any time, reaping without reason at any time. At this point, StarTech, as well as the construction of the industrial park, are on track. No more need for Lu Yan's on-site guidance. After Lu Yan briefly explained the follow-up work to Tiangong Construction and the staff, so he took a team of 10 men, and Lu Meng, get on the plane, rush straight to Longchamp Technology. Chapter 51, Lend us your hands for practice. Airplane arrives in Nanchuan City. Lu Yan and his group of 12 people got off the airplane. Lu Yan brought 11 people. Out of Lu Meng are all new employees who have passed the written examination test of the materials department, although they have not been in the semiconductor industry either. However, Lu Yan believes that since they have the ability to pass the written examination of the materials department, with their solid theoretical skills, they should be able to play more or less a role. At the very least, it shouldn't be difficult to understand your own chip technology. Lu Yan just got off the plane. Wu Pengfei then personally brought someone to meet him. It was the first time we met, but after the preliminaries, he was very optimistic about Lu Yan. This young man, plus, Minister Yang himself is pulling the strings. Wu Pengfei attached extra importance to this cooperation. Wu Pengfei saw Lu Yan actually brought his daughter. Thought Lu Yan this time over. The probability of just visiting the main tour to the neighborhood to play or something, from the two sides of the formal cooperation, I'm afraid it is still far away. So, Wu Pengfei, too, wasn't in too much of a hurry. Soon, the special car of Longshin Technology, arriving at the suburb of Nanchuan City, drove into the experimental production base of Longshin Technology. Wu Pengfei walked at the front, acting as a guide himself. Come on, Mr. Lu, I'll show you around casually first, and you can see where there's room for improvement. His words, though, had the ring of a humble request for advice, but his brow revealed a powerful confidence. He did have no shortage of expectations for the young man, and for the cooperation between the two parties, but not looking forward to the present, but to the future. In the next 10, 20, maybe 30 years, this young man who can look into the future early, there is no chance that there is really a way to take over the mantle of Longshin Technology, so that the field of semiconductors in Long was squeezed into the forefront of the world. Now, Lu Yan, who has no experience in semiconductor R&D, is at most a learner. Wu Pengfei's first stop on his tour with Lu Yan, directly at the heart of Longchamp's technology. 7 nanometers, photolithography. In the clean lab, equipment sounds humming. In the dust-free test area, the technical team of Longshin Technology, wearing dust-free suits, is conducting various tests on this testing machine. The other party through the walkie-talkie and Wu Pengfei briefly explained the progress of development, and did not care too much about Lu Yan and his entourage came to visit, and continued to devote themselves to the research and development work. and Wu Pengfei was outside the tempered glass of the lab. Give Lu Yan and his entourage a personal introduction to the current progress of Longchamp's lithography. 6 nanometers. Using extreme ultraviolet lithography. This LX08, once completed, Longshin technology, will have the opportunity to directly squeeze into the world's cutting-edge chip company's third, or even the second echelon. Wu Pengfei introduced. Words and looks were full of pride. Although 6 nanometer is not the most advanced of the domestically produced lithographs, but it is the only lithography machine that was developed completely in-house, and at the same time is completely out of America's league. In the face of America's total technological blockade, and also considering the possibility that in the future, one of the key links will be suddenly pinched by America's neck. All key aspects of this LX08, all equipment, all accessories, all independently developed and produced. Its matching, etcher, developer, coating machine, the dispenser, oxidizing furnace, photoresist, bridge chip, even the clean room. Longchamp technology does not use any equipment or accessories from America. Doing so will undoubtedly burn more money than other chip companies in the Dragon Kingdom. But it also creates the LX08, which will never give America any chance to snap its neck and throw a fit. Seeing this photolithography machine, listening to Wu Pengfei's introduction, the 10 employees of Star Technology were all in two minds. They'd done their homework ahead of time, before they came to. So after learning about this lithography machine, they are also better able to understand how awesome it is and how hard it was to come by. 6 nanometers, extreme ultraviolet lithography. The key is that all of its supporting equipment, completely independent research and development, without any dependence on foreign technology and equipment. Awesome. Dragon Core technology is indeed awesome. America can't do anything with it. This LX08, when it's a national treasure. Wu Pengfei was in a good mood as he listened to the people from Star Technology, giving compliments and praises without stinting. He can also be sure that this time the Star Technology to cooperate. All the knowledge of the goods of the discerning people. To build this lithography machine, Longchip Technology has spent 6 years, paid a lot, and sacrificed a lot. But he had absolute confidence that once LX08 was completed, he could definitely make America feel fearful and powerless. Wu Pengfei is talking more and more on the head, spittle flying, and the Star Technology employees on the sidelines, listening to the blood boiling. They can't wait to get started on both sides of the fence right now. Join in the development of the LX08 and get this lithography machine out as soon as possible to teach the Americans a good lesson. It's really good. Lu Yan, who was on the side, nodded and gave a positive comment. Under such a severe and comprehensive technology embargo environment, it is still possible to develop such a photolithography machine with all independent research and development. Long core technology. Wu Pengfei does have 2 brushes, and as far as the LX08's performance numbers are concerned right now, they do look okay. That's not nearly enough. Lu Yan didn't say anything more, followed Wu Pengfei, and continued to visit the whole Dragon Core production base. And in Lu Yan's mind, he also began to rapidly generate feasible programs with the existing technology and infrastructure of Longshin Technology. A tour of the city. The blueprint in Lu Yan's mind was constructed and came to the happy conclusion that the production base of Longshin Technology is fully equipped to produce 1 nanometer carbon-based chips. But Lu Yan didn't make this conclusion explicit to Wu Pengfei, and the truest programs and ideas in his mind. He simply didn't dare to say, because trying to produce a 1 nanometer carbon-based chip, need to build a carbon-based synthesis chamber, at his home manufacturing facility. Given the compact construction of this production site, and the size of the synthesis room, 2 buildings of his house had to be pushed out. That's not all. The photolithography required for a 1 nanometer carbon-based chip could be retrofitted out of the LX08's existing base, but the result, of course, would be faceless. Wu Pengfei and the people of Longshin Technology, they all regarded LX08 as their child, as if it were a precious treasure. If they themselves came up and proposed to disfigure their child, could they agree? In addition to the 2 main points above, and a bunch of dots that, all the amenities, basically, had to be overhauled. This series of remodeling can be a big deal, if he directly told the other party explicitly. Lu Yan also had a hard time guaranteeing that Wu Pengfei would not think that he was crazy and directly give an expulsion order. After all, Longshin Technology is not his own family, but Wu Pengfei's. Lu Yan knew that the matter of the carbon-based chip could not be rushed. We must find a way to convince Wu Pengfei, and the best way to convince him is to show him tangible results. Lu Yan, combined with all the conditions at the site, also found an opportunity in it. In their staff training room sits an old photolithography machine, the LX03. It's an old 130 nanometer lithography machine. It was already several generations out of date. With an old, near obsolete appearance, as if it were a product of the last century. It is now mainly used for training purposes, to give employees practice. However, it is independently developed by Longshin Technology, and the technology and underlying design used is the same as that of LX08. Lu Yen felt that you can start by modifying this end-of-life photolithography machine yourself. One is that the feasibility of the LX08 retrofit can be verified, increasing the success rate of future retrofits. The second is also want to let Wu Pengfei actually see. Star Technology has the semiconductor technology. Is not America comparable? Clearly defined plans. Lu Yan also asked Wu Pengfei, Mr. Wu, can we borrow that LX03 for practice? Wu Pengfei froze. Now. Yes, now. Chapter 52 changing to a 3-nanometer system. It's called a slight modification. Lu Yan wants to practice with that photolithography machine now. Wu Pengfei, however, was a bit confused because Lu Yan still had his daughter with him. Is Lu Yan planning to bring up his daughter and work at the same time? But Wu Pengfei did not say anything more. Perhaps a nanny will come to pick up in a moment. Wu Pengfei is now also somewhat interested in getting Lu Yan up to speed as soon as possible, because he was also very optimistic about Lu Yan, and after a short contact, he could also feel the extraordinary nature of this young man. A unique vision, an active mind, and a clear mind. The team he brought over, one by one, were not idle. If Lu Yan can really stay rooted in the chip business for the long haul, the chip dilemma of the Dragon Kingdom, in the future, there may not really be a solution. Although the relationship is now one of cooperation, but Wu Pengfei was really planning to train Lu Yan as his junior, or even his successor. As for how to get Lu Yan up to speed and understand the LX08's technology, the best shortcut is that LX03. Although the LX03 is obsolete for several generations, however, it is homologous to the LX08 technology and has a simpler structure. The new employees of Longshin Technology, who want to be trained quickly, all have to take LX03 to practice first. Now Lu Yan took the initiative to propose to study LX03 first, which is a direct thought with Wu Pengfei. Wu Pengfei immediately agreed with alacrity, and announced that the training room would be open only to StarTech for the time being, to facilitate Star Technology to catch up with Longchamp Technology as soon as possible, and Lu Yan led a team of 10 people to dive headfirst into the training room. Wu Pengfei, in order to facilitate Lu Yan's learning progress, full access to all LX03 technical data. All equipment and materials in the warehouse are also available on demand. After opening up most of his permissions to Lu Yan, Wu Pengfei didn't care about Lu Yan anymore. After all, Lu Yan had no previous exposure to the semiconductor field. Learning from scratch, even if Lu Yan's enlightenment is high, without a few years, there is no possibility for Lu Yan to stand on the same level as Longshin Technology. There is no way to talk about cooperation, or even exploration, between the two sides. As for the end, what can be achieved by the cooperation between the two sides? Wu Pengfei didn't really hold out much hope. The reason he's so aggressive right now, mostly, I'm worried. In the future, after his death, the chip industry in the Dragon Kingdom, there will be no successor. In the training room, it only took Lu Yan half an hour to review all the technical information of LX03, and in his mind, he also generated the general drawing and all the detailed drawings of the complete remodeling project of the 3-nanometer version of LX03. Lu Yan combined with the material equipment already available in the Dragon Core warehouse, as well as the required materials. A complete list was quickly made and given to the team under him. And account for it. The parts ticked on the list. Try to get it first. If you can't get it, report it directly, and Lu Yan will do it himself. The employees looked at the long list in their hands, and all of them didn't hold back their gulps. Highly flat quartz, high purity fluorite, laser refractive inert gases, large quantities of rare earth materials, alloy high-precision bearings, low-friction ceramic guideways, nano-integrated panels, ultra-miniature sensors, positive and negative photoresist masks, fully enclosed vacuum assembly, ultra-high-performance coolant, with a 90% checkmark section. None of it is good to mess with. The 10 new employees, all of whom were introduced by the bigwigs of the Lonka Academy and passed Lu Yan's written test, joined Longshin Technology, and in fact, none of them were ordinary people before that. If they used their respective connections, and some special processing channels, most of the stuff on the list, they have a way to get their hands on as well. But here's the thing, weren't they going to work on LX03 first? This list of exaggerations, and this stance of Mr. Lu, it's not possible that Mr. Lu wants to let them build a photolithography machine right off the bat. Is it? It can't be, can it? A couple of the employees snickered and, how could all of them build a photolithography machine right out of the gate when none of them had any experience in semiconductors? Mr. Lu should be trying to test the material gathering ability of a few of them. For sure. Lu Yan also nodded that what they said was, indeed, correct. Building a photolithography machine or something is indeed too difficult for the likes of them. So, all they had to do was take this 130 nanometers LX03 and modify it slightly. The employees were relieved to hear that and Lu Yan has stated the goal of what's to come next. We just need to take this old lithography machine and modify it a little bit to 3 nanometer. Lu Yan finished. All of the employees, all of them froze in place. And the people were dumbfounded. It took a long time for anyone to come back to their senses and change to 3 nanometers? You call that a slight makeover? That's what it's called. Lu Yan didn't do much explaining and directly distributed the remodeling details, sending a copy to Lu Meng as well. The 10 employees looked at the information in their cell phones and were even more confused. This information, it doesn't look fake. Mr. Lu, it can't be. For real. Lu Yan smiled slightly and pulled Lu Meng over. I'll explain it to you in words that elementary school students can understand. If you can't understand it, just be honest so I can get someone else over here. The employees couldn't help but gulp and concentrate. As Lu Yan went deeper into his explanation, the scene fell silent. It took a while before anyone responded to that. One with a sweaty forehead and shortness of breath. Some have even begun to tremble all over. This is ing. Really? 3 nanometer photolithography technical data. This technology, not only has it caught up with the world's most cutting-edge photolithography, it's even a hair ahead of America. Just that hint is enough to decide everything. Once it's done, the chip blockade that America has been working on will be broken right down and undone. The employees looked at Lu Yan in shock. However, he was surprised to find that Lu Yan's expression at the moment did not have any waves. As if the information he had just given everyone was just some ordinary study material. Not a big deal. Lu Meng, on the contrary, really didn't think it was a big deal. She always felt that it was just some rather difficult study material. Lu Yan saw that everyone was frozen and immediately reprimanded. What are you all waiting for? All move. Yes. A team of 10 people who responded quickly and acted immediately. Use your contacts. Opening up channels. Customized processing. The materials and equipments on the list, one by one, were delivered to the training room of Longchamp Technology one after another. Employees were in high spirits and energized, because they knew that what they were doing would probably be a big enough event to stir up the chip world, and even the technology world of the Dragon Kingdom. And what they don't realize is that, it's true that the technical information Lu Yan gave them was no big deal. It's just a 3 nanometer photolithography machine, compared to real 1 nanometer carbon-based chip technology. Nothing. A few weeks later, in the training room, the materials for the modification and the customized components are ready, numbered and neatly arranged. And the whole process of remodeling, Lu Yan also simulated with everyone no less than 8 times, to make sure it's foolproof when you actually do the remodeling. After determining that there wasn't much of a problem, Lu Yan also gave a direct order. Demolition. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Longcore base, Wu Pengfei walked out of the R&D lab. Now that the LX08 has been developed, several key points have been temporarily crossed. He finally took time out again and, because for the rest of the work, it's no longer useful to try any harder. One can only wait patiently for the opportunity of a technical breakout that, maybe days, weeks, maybe months, but Wu Pengfei believes that, the direction has been correct. The next step is to make it happen. It's not long until the LX08 is officially released. Now that he suddenly had a free moment, Wu Pengfei thought of Lu Yan at the first opportunity. A couple weeks went by. Wu Pengfei was wondering how far Lu Yan has progressed in his studies. Chapter 53 Demolition. In order to speed up Lu Yan's learning progress, Wu Pengfei also specially took 2 people out of the core team. If these 2 mains were allowed to join Lu Yan's team and communicate and discuss together, it would definitely allow Lu Yan to progress faster. Zhong Jiwen and Su Shuani, although they were in the way of Mr. Wu's face and verbally agreed, but there was more or less no pain in the heart. After all, they are the core backbone of Longxin technology. Can be the backbone of Longchamp technology. Which one is not a genius scientific researcher? Which one is not the pride of heaven? All have their own pride in their hearts. Now that they've been asked to come along for the ride, they won't be able to shine with their other colleagues or contribute to the chip sector in the Dragon Kingdom. How short is the life of a man? What's more, they're engaged in a cause that's no ordinary thing. Rather, it is a great cause to break through the suppression and technical blockade by the great powers and is fighting for the rise of the Dragon Kingdom. Every second counts. The significance is extraordinary. That Lu Yan, a drone guy, had to cross the border to get involved in semiconductors. I really don't get it. What was he thinking? Nay, his connections are really thick, and he's able to get Minister Yang to personally pull some strings. It also caused Mr. Wu to be distracted from his seriousness as well. As a result, it was the two of them who suffered. There is no telling how long they will have to stay with this crown prince. Is it days, weeks, months, or years? Come to think of it, Zhong Jiwen and Su Shuani sighed helplessly, and their hearts were even more unpleasant. Wu Pengfei also saw the displeasure of the duo, but there was no way around it. Lu Yan was much stronger than the two of them in terms of ability, vision, and connections. Sometimes, sacrificing oneself to assist someone who can do great things is not a bad way to contribute. Of course, Wu Pengfei won't say it bluntly and explicitly, but reminds, in a roundabout way, Lu Yan's team, a great team, and what the two of them did next was significant. Wu Pengfei comforted the two while leading them towards the training room. The three had only just reached the door when they were confused by a strange noise coming from inside the house. Clunk! LOL. Madaka. Zhong Jiwen and Su Shuani looked at each other, both somewhat confused. It's reasonable to say that it's just researching a photolithography machine, so there's no need to make such a big deal out of it. Mr. Wu, didn't you say they were studying? This is the sound that should be made when studying. Wu Pengfei was a bit confused by the question. Lu Yan is in there. What is he doing? The three of them entered the training room, changed into their Jedi suits, and just walked down the center aisle. They then heard the conversation of the Lu Yan team. Dad, there are 78 sets of data cables for this main control board. I've removed them all. Demolition. Mr. Lu, I can't tear down this bridge joint railroad. I hammered it off. Hammer. Mr. Lu, this light source piece can't be removed either. It can only be violently cut with a cutter. Can it be cut? Cut. At this point, the three men in the hallway all froze and Zhong Jiwen and Su Shuani looked at each other. Good man. This is the excellent team that Mr. Wu is talking about. Hammer and cutter again. Let them work on an LX-03. I can't believe they just dismantled it. Little girls are letting it all come right down to the wire. This is not nonsense. And it's all been dismantled down to the core light source parts. The way they're breaking it down. This LX-03 is kind of a total write-off. Even if Mr. Wu personally, it is impossible to recover. Wu Pengfei, who was on the side, had an ironclad face. He also didn't expect that Lu Yan would be learning in such a way. Granted, the LX-03 is several generations out of date, but it's a brick in the wall for new hires to master the high-end technology of Longchamp. And it's just one. Scrap it and it's gone. It wouldn't have gotten in the way if it had been routinely disassembled. There's a way to put it back together yourself. But straight to the hammer, even the cutting machine. And it's still a direct cut at the most delicate light source pieces. If this is the way it's going to be, the gods can't restore it. Lu Yan, you're not really going to up our Longchamp's knockers, are you? Wu Pengfei nervously brushed his work license and opened the clean room for training. The sight of the interior was a near cardiac arrest. Inside the clean room, dusty, dirt and dust, metal shavings, intertwined, filled the air and clung to their duster suits. Lu Yan saw Wu Pengfei coming and greeted him. Mr. Wu, you guys come in first and sit casually. Wu Pengfei took a look at the ground and, where is there a place to sit? There was LX-03 dismembered down wreckage everywhere. See, I'll have to Wu Pengfei that call is shocking. Zhong Jiwen and Su Shuani shook their heads and just stood outside, not intending to go in at all. Mr. Wu, such a research method, I haven't seen it, and I don't understand. Them and we may not be the same kind of people. I guess, the two of us, we don't need to talk to them in depth to discuss it, do we? There's no need for that at all. Wu Pengfei knew that the two were speaking in anger, but he didn't reprimand or retort, because honestly, he's pretty pissed off himself right now. He's not mad at LX-03 for getting trashed. With the LX-03 ruined, there are two LX-04s that can be used as training replacements. Nothing more than the difficulty of getting new employees started has gone up a bit. Not a big problem. Wu Pengfei was mainly angry at himself for looking away. Lu Yan's way of researching is, really, too amateurish, too unprofessional, and too rude. Lu Yan didn't even realize that. Photolithography. Not drones. It is not a machine, but a delicate instrument with ultra-high precision. Wu Pengfei shook his head helplessly. Maybe the drone guys and the chip guys never got to come together. Conceptually, it's not even close. Completely different. Lu Yan realized that Wu Pengfei suddenly looked lost, realizing that the other party should have misunderstood. These last few weeks, Lu Yan, after clarifying the remodeling program and feasibility, also intends to explain the specific LX-03 remodeling program with Wu Pengfei. But after Wu Pengfei dove headfirst into research and development, eating and living in the lab, no one could be seen, and his cell phone could not be reached, so Lu Yan had no chance to make explanations. Lu Yan also did not expect Wu Pengfei as the chairman of Longxin Technology, but also like himself, is an uncompromising workaholic. Lu Yan realized something was wrong and went straight up to explain. This is a misunderstanding. The work they are doing is not dismantling, but remodeling. In 5 more days, the remodeling will be complete. Lu Yan also handed Wu Pengfei the remodeling plan. But at this point, Wu Pengfei's heart was completely cold. He took the remodeling proposal but didn't read it. With a backhand, he placed the information on a large piece of wreckage. Okay, just 5 days. After saying that, Wu Pengfei took the 2 people he brought with him and left directly. Lu Yan didn't say anything more because he knew that it was already meaningless to say more. He also understood what Wu Pengfei meant by 5 days. This is the end of the cooperation between StarTech and Longchamp. After 5 days, all of them, they have to go. Lu Yan knows that the only way to salvage the relationship between the 2 sides and continue the cooperation is to come up with practical results. Come to think of it, Lu Yan also ordered. The guys worked hard. It's going to be overtime. Chapter 54, Blown Up? What the hell blew up? A few days later, Longchip Technology Training Center. The modification and assembly of LX-03 was completed successfully and the equipment self-tested without any abnormality. 10-star employees looked at the super behemoth, and their minds were shaken. Even if it was built by their very hands. But everyone still felt that it was all so unreal. Lu Yan immediately ordered that. Start trial production. Immediately following, the crowd responded swiftly. Pitching. Mask photomasks. Generation of pure silicon ingots. Silicon wafer slicing. Wafer cleaning. Oxidization. Lithography. Etching. Ion injection. Vapor phase deposition. Flattening. Wafer dicing separation. Ceramic package. A series of processes, all in one go. Soon, the first chip went down the conveyor belt and arrived in front of the crowd. Lu Yan picked it up and examined it in his hand. Flawless. No biggie, straight to the actual test. The 10-man team heard Lu Yan's command. That just came back to me. Everyone looked at each other and realized that in everyone's eyes, there was shock and disbelief that no one could believe that they actually became 3-nanometer lithography. 3-nanometer chip. It was really in their hands and became a reality. The people were thrilled and loudly led the way. Yes, on the other side, outside the R&D center, Wu Pengfei is on the phone with Minister Yang. Wu Pengfei told Minister Yang about the destruction of LX-03 and his desire to terminate the cooperation with Star Technology. There was more than a little displeasure in his tone. Minister Yang listened patiently, silently obliged, and made no attempt to continue the matchmaking persuasion, because from the very beginning, Minister Yang disapproved of Lu Yan's involvement in semiconductor matters. The reason he stepped in earlier to set up a partnership between. It's only because I'm considering that Lu Yan, this kid, is young and talented. A super genius like him, once he decides on something, you will never turn back until you hit the south wall. Now, Lu Yan also tried, but also out of such a file both sides are not happy. The south wall he kind of hit. Lu Yan should be able to wake up with a start. What does it mean to be separated from the rest of the world? And he should be able to understand that the chip industry and the drone industry are, in fact, 2 areas that are fundamentally different. How easy would it be to migrate past his ability? Coming back to honestly working on drones is the way to go. Minister Young nodded. Alright, old Wu, don't complain. Let's leave it at that about the cooperation. That LX-03, I'll find a way to pay you back later. Old Wu, are you listening? Say something. Old Wu. Wu Pengfei suddenly didn't respond. And on the other end of the phone, Wu Pengfei was looking in the direction of the training room. And the man was dumbfounded. At this point, a large group of employees were swarming in groups, desperately pouring in the direction of the training room. Seeing this perverse scene, Wu Pengfei's eyebrows jumped straight up. Could it be that Lu Yan, that kid, has made something wrong again? I don't think he'd be too happy to tear down an LX-03. Now it's time to tear down the whole training room, isn't it? Minister Yang, this kid, Lu Yan, seems to be messing things up for me again. I'm not comfortable with that. I have to go over there. The phone hung up. Minister Yang was also stunned. Lu Yan, messing around again? This Lu Yan, he's not in a mood, is he? It's not that bad, is it? Longchamp is owned by Pengfei Wu. Lu Yan wasted someone else's LX-03 again. There was a mistake in the first place. Isn't it normal that Wu Pengfei doesn't give Lu Yan a good face? Lu Yan isn't so bad that he doesn't understand this and has to make a scene in someone else's territory, is he? But Minister Young quickly responded. Lu Yan is still young, after all. Super geniuses like him are generally humanly challenged. As the proud son of heaven, Lu Yan, I'm afraid it's never been denied. Minister Yang is the more he thinks about it, the more he has a bad feeling about it. Without saying a word, he directly put on his jacket, grabbed the door, called his men, and rushed directly to Dragon Core Technology. He's the one who set up the partnership. If the unpleasantness on both sides is really big, and only he can persuade the fight. Longchamp Technology, outside the training center. It was already crowded with people, each on tiptoe, peering in through the windows. It's nifty. The tester is wrong, isn't it? If that data was true, it would have exploded. 50 tops of arithmetic on a single chip? Not fried yet? Wu Pengfei just arrived in the neighborhood, completely confused as to what was going on, but he was clearly more flustered now. What are people talking about? Bombed? What the hell blew up? This Lu Yen kid. He's not trying to blow up my training room, is he? Without hesitation, Wu Pengfei squeezed through the crowd and rushed straight into the training center. The training room center was already packed. The footage of the crowds is none other than the testing room that. In the testing room, right in the center of the crowd, Lu Yan's team, which is testing a batch of chips, in order to ensure the accuracy of the data. They put in a new chip, with the arithmetic test equipment activated. Miso, 3 tops, 12 tops, 22 tops, 36 tops. At Wu Pengfei's incredulous gaze, the data soared to a staggering 50 tops in one breath. No way. When Wu Pengfei saw the final data on the tester, he didn't hold back and blurted it out directly. The reason why Wu Pengfei was surprised wasn't simply because of this arithmetic power. Many server-grade chips, which can easily exceed 50 tops of arithmetic. But the point is, this test chamber can only test cell phone-grade small chips. At present, the most powerful cell phone chip on the market, Pingo AP19. The limit arithmetic is only 38 tops. At 50 tops, the performance is already 30% higher than the AP19. It's like a whole generation ahead. The crowd realized that it was Mr. Wu who had arrived and took the initiative to give him a pathway. And Lu Yan greeted, Mr. Wu, come, look at this chip. How is the performance? Strong, very strong. Wu Pengfei did not hesitate and directly gave the most pertinent evaluation. He looked hard at a chip, trying to see what company it was from, only to find that on the chip there was no information at all. After Wu Pengfei froze, he could also conclude that these chips must be experimental products that have not been officially released by one of the big chip companies. Wu Pengfei looked agitated. It was hard to hide the excitement in his heart. If, on the other hand, these chips are the products of a certain domestic chip company, this means that the decades-long chip technology blockade predicament of the Dragon Kingdom is broken. If they were produced by a certain foreign chip company, it also meant that Lu Yan, the kid, had some kind of special channel to bypass America and get the most advanced chips directly. Either way, the possibility of it all means that the chip in the Dragon Kingdom is no longer subject to America. Wu Pengfei is getting more and more excited the more he thinks about it. However, he was still more inclined to believe in the second possibility, that Lu Yan held some kind of special channel. Lu Yan, these chips, where on earth did you get them? Wu Pengfei's voice was filled with urgency and anticipation, and his breathing began to accelerate involuntarily. Lu Yan pointed to the dust-free photolithography room next to him, produced with LX03. What? Wu Pengfei trembled, then blew his beard and eyes out. No way. That's never going to happen. LX03 for that training? Are you kidding me? How can it produce chips when it's already been dismantled? Even if Lu Yan had restored it, how could an old photolithography machine that was decades behind produce a chip with 50 tops of arithmetic power? Wu Pengfei was 10,000% unconvinced. Lu Yan's team also said that what Mr. Lu said was true. Mr. Wu, touch these chips. This batch was just produced. Still hot? Wu Pengfei took the chip and felt the warm afterglow on the chip. People are going nuts. Chapter 55 1 nanometer carbon-based chip technology. Wu Pengfei touched the chip and, feeling the residual warmth on the chip, a tremor ran through his body, but he still shook his head frantically one after the other. After all, it's so easy to fake the temperature. It doesn't mean anything. I still don't believe it. How is it possible for LX03 to produce a chip with 50 tops of arithmetic power? This is outrageous. That's just not possible. Lu Yan didn't explain any further, directly pulling Wu Pengfei to the next photolithography room. At this point, in the photolithography room, a photolithography machine is running. Wu Pengfei looked at this brand new photolithography machine and froze directly in place. That superb craftsmanship, that handsome profile. Wu Pengfei had never seen it before, but this photolithography machine. But let Wu Pengfei, there is an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Like, it's too similar. The technology it uses is probably the same as Longchamp's. Wu Pengfei gulped and, it wouldn't be the same LX03 I have, would it? Come to think of it, Wu Pengfei hurriedly changed into his duster suit. Rushing over to the photolithography machine, he scrutinized it to verify the suspicion in his mind. Wu Pengfei pressed his face to the photolithography machine, and stroked gently on the body of the machine. Immediately afterward, a tremor ran through his body. This vibrating touch, the frequency of this sound, this core architecture, this design concept, holy, it really is an LX03, but also because Wu Pengfei recognized this photolithography machine, Wu Pengfei's heart was also more disbelieving. 50 tops of arithmetic, which is well beyond the LX03 construct limit, is simply not possible. Wu Pengfei was sure that if it was really transformed from the LX03, then the upper limit of the chips it produced could not exceed 3 tops, which was decided in the underlying framework already, and Lu Yan stepped forward to explain. Mr. Wu, you may have seriously underestimated your company's technical potential. If it wasn't for the rush, this LX03, we would have only modified it to 3 nanometers. If I give it a few more months and use even rarer materials, it should be at the limit of 3 nanometers, and how much more than 50 tops of arithmetic power? But that's too much work, there's no need for that. Lu Yan said it casually, but it wasn't false at all. Had it not been for the fact that the remodel was only to verify the feasibility of just the experimental nature of it, Lu Yan does not spare too much time on too expensive materials and components. Otherwise, the limit of this LX03 is more than 3 nanometers again, and it's a solid conversion to 2 nanometers. And as Wu Pengfei on the side listened, the person was dumbfounded. What an international joke! The most advanced LX08 of long-chip technology can only do 6 nanometers. As a result, Lu Yan said, this LX03 has been converted to 3 nanometers. If it hadn't been rushed and afraid of the hassle, it could have been converted to 2 nanometers. Where is the limit of the LX series of lithography? He, as the designer, Wu Pengfei, would not know. I still don't believe it. The frame limits are right there. The cap is already doomed. Just then, Lu Yan handed over a remodeling data to Wu Pengfei. Frames and limits. Aren't they meant to be broken? Frames and limits are made to be broken? Lu Yan's words sent a tremor through Wu Pengfei's heart and mind. Wu Pengfei took the information and looked at it, discovering that this remodeling information, which Lu Yan had previously given to him, only then, because Lu Yan was violently dismantling the LX03. And he also happened to be in a rage. He casually threw it aside, not intending to look at it at all. But now, Wu Pengfei took the information again. Without hesitation, he immediately flipped through just the first page, the first line. Wu Pengfei's hands, then, began to tremble uncontrollably. Based on the underlying architecture of Longshin Technology LX series, the following modifications and adjustments are made. In total, there are 12 modifications and 16 adjustments. As Wu Pengfei read deeper, he also completely froze in place. Until now he didn't realize that. It turns out that the underlying architecture that he designed can be tweaked so much more. It's simply full of holes. And every adjustment made by Lu Yan directly opened up a wide world. It was at this point that he also realized that your own whole frame building is so right in the general direction. If he hadn't seen this remodeling plan of Lu Yan, he would have never realized it himself. At this time, Wu Pengfei also realized that, since Lu Yan can make such an optimized design, his semiconductor technology, what an exaggeration it has reached. At this point, Wu Pengfei looked at Lu Yan again, no longer looking at the students the way they did before. That look, as if he was looking at his teacher. He's fully awake. Now, he fought for the semiconductor business for half a lifetime, and thought that in the field of semiconductors in the Dragon Kingdom, he was already the existence of a leader. As it turned out, in the end, he realized that he was just a frog in a well. Wu Pengfei closed the information carefully and put it into the inner pocket of his jacket, intending to study it slowly when he returned. He knew that it was not urgent to correct his ideas and knowledge system. Rather, cooperation between the two sides will be re-established and advanced as soon as possible. Mr. Lu, please forgive me for not recognizing MT with my eyes before. This 3-nanometer photolithography, and the 2-nanometer photolithography you mentioned, are already enough to reverse the chip predicament in Dragonland. Wu Pengfei immediately took a stand. Next, StarTech says to play it how it wants to be played. Longchamp, unconditionally and with full cooperation. Lu Yan nodded his head. Since Wu Pengfei has been willing to cooperate fully, so, what's next for the 1-nanometer carbon-based chip? First of all, Mr. Wu, you take that LX03 remodeling plan and burn it. With these words, Wu Pengfei suddenly froze, covering the information that he regarded as a treasure at his chest, and retreated 2 steps. Mr. Lu, you can't do this. While I'm willing to take the lead with StarTech, you can't just kick me out. Wu Pengfei thought that. Lu Yan told him to burn the information. Definitely didn't want him to continue to delve into the technology involved. Granted, there's no excuse for such a powerful lithography technology to carry out technical secrecy and whatnot, but the relationship is, after all, one of cooperation, and one is willing to take the lead from the other. However, if even he, the old president of Longxing Technology, is not authorized to view the information, then the relationship isn't a partnership. Instead, it becomes a subordinate, superior/subordinate, or even a substitute labor relationship. This kind of cooperation is unacceptable to Wu Pengfei. Lu Yan, on the other hand, shook his head. Mr. Wu, what are you talking about kicking out? I mean, that LX03 information. It's so outdated it's pointless. Outdated? What's the time for such cutting-edge technology? What is Lu Yan talking about? Wu Pengfei was 10,000% incomprehensible. Immediately following, Lu Yan handed over another piece of information to Wu Pengfei. This information was more than 100 times thicker than the LX03 remodeling information in Wu Pengfei's arms, a resource that is divided into 20 volumes. Wu Pengfei merely saw the cover. My heart almost went into cardiac arrest. Scale mass production of 1 nanometer carbon-based chips, detailed planning and its technical details. Chapter 56 Blowing up 2 buildings as the result of smooth communication? The plan for mass production of carbon-based chips prepared by Lu Yan, with the technology owned by Longxing Technology and the Longxing production base as the foundation. On this basis, the blueprint is constructed upwards. Wu Pengfei reads the plan. Others are going to look silly at just the most basic pre-planning. The section of the plan that analyzes the construction of the Longxing Technology production site is so detailed that the level of detail was even more thorough than Wu Pengfei's own understanding. There were countless moments when Wu Pengfei was even in a bit of a trance. This Dragon Core technology, is it your own? Or Lu Yan's? Wu Pengfei didn't hold back to look at Lu Yan again. His heart was more than shocked. This young man, when it comes down to it, is really something. And Lu Yan asked, well, didn't read the whole thing. I mean, those 2 buildings mentioned in the plans, can they be pushed? Can push this information. There are thousands of pages. No 10 days and a half months overnight. Simply cannot see the end. But Wu Pengfei knew that what Lu Yan was talking about was precisely the construction work of the carbon-based material synthesis room, because it's mentioned in the first part of the planner, the table of contents. The first step, the construction of the carbon-based synthesis chamber, had to start by knocking down 2 buildings. The staff quarters building, as well as warehouse 2, will have to be pushed out. Although Wu Pengfei had not yet read the specifics of but since Lu Yan felt like pushing, then push, he would like to see, right now, a 1 nanometer carbon-based chip come out as soon as possible. He also wanted to see, at the earliest opportunity, the America Semiconductor building, completely tumble down. Wu Pengfei immediately ordered the employees. 3 hours, staff quarters, clear out. Warehouse 2, clear, push them all back. 4 hours later, an airplane landed in Nanchuan City. Minister Yang just got off the plane, with a group of leaders, immediately rushed to the production base of Longxing Technology by car, and did not dare to delay for a moment. They're going to talk it out. Now Minister Yang is anxious. He didn't expect that either. It's only been a few weeks, and Wu Pengfei and Lu Yan have had a falling out. But now that I think about it, I'm afraid it's purely normal to have a falling out. One is a patriarch of the Dragon Kingdom chip community. One is a superstar in the drone world. Both of them are super geniuses with temperaments, personalities, and status that. Plus, there is a huge difference between the 2 men, both in terms of their years and the fields they each work in. If you're not careful, you're gonna get a little bit of a brush off. According to the 2, neither one is likely to give way to the other. Come to think of it, Minister Yang couldn't help but sigh. 2. I blame myself for this. At that time, only the technical conditions and material basis for cooperation between the parties were considered. Not much thought was given to the human factor. Now, Minister Yang only hopes that Lu Yan won't make too much of a mess. After all, both Dragon Core technology and Star technology are considered to be the pillars of the country. Don't hurt your own family's peace because of a momentary unpleasantness. Minister Yang arrived at the production base of Longxing Technology with his men. Outside the main gate of the base, Minister Yang remains at a loss. Several leaders looked at Minister Yang's anxious look and said in relief, Minister Yang, you really don't have to worry so much. I think that Lu Yan and Wu Pengfei are both measured people, and according to the age, Lu Yan is also considered Wu Pengfei's juniors. Even if it really made some kind of twist, Lu Yan, this kid, should be the one who will take the initiative to restrain. A couple of people spoke up. The earth began to tremble violently. immediately following. Bang! Bang! Two violent blasts came from the ringing through the sky, straight up in the clouds. The entire suburb of Nanchuan City is afraid that it can be heard. A group of leaders of the Sasak, all of them were trembling. No way! You can't! Lu Yan and Wu Pengfei. This is a direct war. Immediately following. Boom! Rumble! A persistent and violent tremor. Again coming from the surface of the earth. The two streams of rolling smoke also rose from the Longshin Technology production base. Seeing this scene, all the leaders were going crazy. And Minister Yang was trembling and in a cold sweat. It's over! It's over! Lu Yan, blow up Wu Pengfei's two buildings. A group of leaders, running all the way, rushed directly into the production base of Longshin Technology. Cluelessness was written all over everyone's face. No one could have imagined that. Not only did Lu Yan really make a big deal out of it, he made such a big deal out of it. Wu Pengfei is just accusing you of messing up people's LX03. You want to blow up two of their buildings. This Lu Yan guy, not so much, right? It's not even a matter of temperament anymore. That's a crime. If Wu Pengfei is serious about this, Lu Yan is afraid he'll have to spend decades in jail. Several leaders wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads and, how is this going to be reconciled with such a big grudge? Mediation can't be mediated. The priority now is to hurry up and pull Lu Yan away. Minister Young didn't say a word, his brow furrowed with. What he was thinking about now was no longer how to mediate the conflict. Instead, it was how to keep Lu Yan. The drone community can't live without Lu Yan. The Dragon Kingdom, too, could not live without Lu Yan. A group of leaders came to the scene worried. It turned out to be a doozy. What they had expected, a scene of saber rattling, did not occur. What they saw, after all, was peaceful. The sight of the building collapse. Wu Pengfei led the way, clapping his hands, and with a group of employees of Longshin Technology, they surrounded Lu Yan, smiled and asked Lu Yan for advice in vain. After two buildings blow up, what exactly should be planned next? Lu Yan gestured at the two ruins and, all of them were agitated, looking at the direction Lu Yan was pointing to, their eyes glowing with light. That look, as if they were looking not at ruins, but at an endless future. Seeing this scene, a group of leaders from the Sasak were all confused. Longchamp blew up two buildings. As a result, not only did Wu Pengfei not get angry, but he even laughed, and with that look on his face, where does he look like he's treating his juniors like that? That look was like a junior asking for advice from his seniors. A group of leaders looked at each other in disbelief. What is this? How would I know? Minister Young went over to the inquiring with Wu Pengfei. Wasn't there a falling out earlier? What's with the sudden reconciliation? Wu Pengfei hurriedly waved his hand and, what are you talking about? What's wrong? That's a normal exchange between the two sides. And, well, the two sides, smooth as can be. Minister Young looked puzzled. Blowing up two buildings is the result of smooth communication? Speaking of business, Wu Pengfei was instantly excited. But he didn't directly take Lu Yan's 1 nanometer carbon-based chip technology information to Minister Yang and the others. Instead, they took all the leaders directly to the chip testing room. Wu Pengfei knew that it was unlikely that anyone would believe in a carbon-based chip or something, unless sees a 3 nanometers chip in person. A group of leaders are puzzled by the old Wu. What did you bring us here for? Of course it's good to watch the good stuff. Chapter 57. Wait for that treasurer to get off the plane and give her a big present. In the test room, Wu Pengfei put a chip into the chip tester. These are chips just produced from our Dragon Core technology. With the tester on, the data on the instruments started spiking like crazy. All the leaders' eyes went straight. 3 tops, 12 tops, 22 tops, 36 tops. When the data stabilizes at 50 tops. No way. Small chip. 50 tops of arithmetic. Crazy. America's strongest chip, Pingo A19, is only 38. A group of leaders didn't hold back from outright exclaiming and questioning. To ensure the persuasiveness of the data, Wu Pengfei changed another chip and even changed a tester. The results are the same. 50 tops of arithmetic on a single chip. No doubt about it. While leaders remain reluctant to believe that. But the facts were right in front of them. And they had to believe them. Minister Young's voice trembled and, Old Wu, what the hell is this chip? Why is it a full generation ahead of the A19? Wu Pengfei excitedly gave the answer. These are produced by Lu Yan with LX03, 3 nanometer chips. Hearing this outrageous statement, Minister Yang's head immediately shook into a rattle. 3 nanometers? Don't with us. And that LX03 you guys use for training. It's only a 130 nanometer system. Don't think I don't know that. Come on, tell the truth. Where the hell did this chip come from? Are you in possession of certain channels abroad? Subsequently, Wu Pengfei went through the process that Lu Yan had gone through for him and gave the Sasak leaders another go-through, visiting the actual operation of a photolithography machine. To view the LX03 modification information, view the 1 nanometer carbon-based chip mass production planner. A group of leaders, from skepticism to belief, from surprise to shock, and finally to the crack. This mother Lu Yan, this good boy, really made a big deal out of it. 1 nanometer carbon-based chip planner they can't read, but they have been able to understand that this 3 nanometer chip, in its class, can already be said to be far ahead of its time. The A19, of which Pingo is so proud, is all but eating dust at the back. Not only did Lu Yan break through America's joint chip blockade, even to a certain extent, absolute barriers have been formed. In a climate where the limits of fundamental physics have been touched by it's not easy to break through the 3 nanometers process in a short period of time. In other words, Lu Yan's this chip barrier. America was afraid that she couldn't do anything with it. This also means that Dragon Nation has had the opportunity, in the area of chips, reverse Ka Mika's neck. What a ing pain in the ass. At this point, Minister Young sat straight up. Lu Yan, this kid, not only did they come up with a 3 nanometer chip, and in terms of performance, it's also a full generation better than Apple's A19, which is also a 3 nanometer process. Turns out that's not all. Lu Yan actually even made an R&D planner for 1 nanometer. Looking at the plan, Minister Young couldn't help but be confused. Is this 1 nanometer chip really something that humans can build? Minister Young, though uplifted, did not believe it, because 3 nanometers is the physical limit of silicon. The 1 nanometer process level can only resort to carbon. Carbon chips, however, only exist in sci-fi fantasy, not in reality at all. Even if Lu Yan had written the planning book, the possibility would still be minimal. Minister Yang temporarily set aside the 1 nanometer chip plan. He picked up one of the 3 nanometer chips and scrutinized it, and there seemed to be a gleam in his eyes. In his opinion, whether or not the 1 nanometer carbon-based chip becomes a reality isn't really that important, because this 3 nanometer chip, which is already something that can actually be produced, that can be seen and touched. That's the point. Now, the 3 nanometer chip is the main battlefield for the world's leading semiconductor companies. All promotional applications, all hardware and software adaptations, all the chain. It's all centered around 3 nanometers. Large-scale economic and industrial conduction chains have been formed. This 3 nanometer chip from Lu Yan is totally easy to cash in on. Minister Young knows very well that the chip industry, unlike other tech industries, realization, immediate economic benefits, even more important than his level of technology and technical content itself. So, compared to the nebulous 1 nanometer carbon-based chip, it is this 3 nanometer chip that is more strategic. Come to think of it, Minister Yang couldn't hold back any longer and directly called Lu Yan over. You kid, you can do it. You've got the 3 nanometer chip. Before, I thought you were being spiteful when you got involved in the semiconductor thing, but as it turns out, you hit me hard in the face. Minister Yang praised Lu Yan, but Lu Yan is not complacent, because this 3 nanometer chip, after all, is just a test product. To put it bluntly, it's built to play. A 1 nanometer carbon-based chip is what he's aiming for. And now, there's still a good bit of distance to go to get to that goal. Minister Yang, you're boasting early. This 3 nanometer chip, just to verify the LX08 lithography modification, in advance to verify the feasibility of the things only to get out of the experimental use. It's probably a year away from the 1 nanometer carbon-based chip I really want. Minister Young shook his head. What I want is this experimental 3 nanometer chip of yours. Lu Yan doesn't understand. You want 3 nanometers? Although the 3 nanometer chip already has a ready-made lithography, but only one. To achieve mass production we'll have to continue to expand production capacity, which is a considerable investment. Minister Yang immediately said that this part of the expansion of production capacity funds. Do not worry, the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission all-inclusive. Lu Yan still can't understand. Is it necessary to invest so much money for an intermediate excess of 3 nanometers? A year? Can't you really wait? Minister Young is helpless. Lu Yan we might not really be able to wait a year. In 3 months, America Treasurer Ellen will visit again. Due to the last time, the strong attitude of the Dragon Country did not allow her to obtain the rare earth resources as she wished. This time, Ellen has let it be known that she's coming with tougher chip sanctions. The focus is on the cell phone field and the drone field in the Dragon Kingdom. At present, all of Longhua, only Huawei and Xiaojiang drones, cannot buy 3 nanometer chip. Other enterprises, whether they buy directly or seek OEM from international chip companies, have not been restricted or affected for the time being. But this time, if, on the part of the Dragon country, the attitude is not correctly placed, it is not ruled out that the field of smartphones and drones in the Dragon Kingdom will be completely out of step with the world. Ellen hopes that the Dragon side will make good use of these 3 months that, thinking carefully about specific liberalization measures for rare earth resources, she emphasized that she, herself, doesn't actually want a full-blown escalation of the trade war over some rare earth resources. Minister Yang told Lu Yan all about Ellen's upcoming visit to China and the impending full-scale escalation of the trade war. Lu Yan also understood the difficulties of beautiful card chip restrictions, restricting not only the technology of the Dragon country, but also restricting the economy and vitality of the Dragon country. At least the next few decades do not see a significant improvement. If the Dragon Kingdom did not unlock this shackle, in the future, his own plan to escape the solar system would probably be affected. And 1 nanometer and 3 nanometers can go perfectly hand in hand with little problem. More crucially, 3 nanometers chips, no chance of giving the Americans a wave of small shock. Even if the grasshopper is small, is not meat, is not it? It is always good to collect some extra interest. Then again, when you think about it, this time it's a chip battle at the level of 2 countries, and the world's attention is bound to be not small. Lu Yan gave a direct reply. Well then, when that treasurer gets off the plane, give her a big present. Chapter 58 The Chip World. No more America. Soon, the chip special support funds quickly arrived. A full 200 billion. Since Minister Yang had been saying that he didn't have any money before, Lu Yan didn't expect that there would be such a large amount of liquidity now, and he had completely miscalculated the time of the project that he had estimated before. It doesn't take a year at all for a 1 nanometer chip to come out. The ammo, which is now so plentiful, is turning on a 5x acceleration is not excessive at all. 3 months, Lu Yan directly to the engineering team, set a deadline for this remodeling project. Within 3 months, he has to see that 3 nanometers chips, shipped on a large scale. At the same time, he has to see that 1 nanometer carbon-based chips, small-scale mass production. When the people heard the deadline, they all looked at each other. They had never worked on a project with such a short duration. Everyone felt so much pressure that for a while, no one actually dared to squeak. But when Wu Pengfei heard this work schedule, his breathing was suddenly sharp. 3 months, which coincides with the timing of Ellen's visit to China again. Lu Yan, this is intended to give Amika a whole big ah. Wu Pengfei did not hesitate and directly led the order. 3 months, 2-lane project, must be completed. For the rest of the day, Longxin Science and Technology Production Base, 10 construction teams, working at the same time, working like crazy. Anyway, there's enough money to manage it now. So just do it. Lu Yan is on the spot and is personally in command. Lu Meng also wore a helmet, took the drawings, jumped into the construction site, and the construction team together with the hands-on. Wu Pengfei all cannot help but sigh. Tiger father no dog son. The 1 nanometer carbon-based chip modification project, as well as the mass production project of 3 nanometer chips, is progressing at a rapid pace. 2 months later, 3 nanometer chips are starting to ship in large quantities. 1 nanometer chips began shipping in small quantities. All up and down Longchamp. It's all a buzz. Thus ends the era of America's chip dictatorship. On the other side, Huawei headquarters building. On the faces of all the top brass, worry was written all over them. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why haven't the chips from Dragon Core Technology been delivered yet? In the first conference room, several executives, looking at the calendar, cursed under their breath. There are now less than 2 weeks left before Ellen's visit. Although Minister Yang swore and assured that Longxin Technology had already developed a 3 nanometer chip, they also trusted Minister Yang very much at first and had looked forward to it very much in their hearts. It has even mobilized all the media resources, ready to hold a conference on the day of Ellen's visit to China, releasing the Mate 100 equipped with a 3 nanometer chip, and fiercely hitting America in the face. As a result, more than 2 months have passed now, and we haven't seen the goods yet. With only 2 weeks left, there wasn't enough work to adapt both hardware and software. Mr. Yu, it's not possible that Longxin Technology doesn't have a 3 nanometer chip at all, right? If they don't supply us again, we'll just have to let the public off the hook. The delayed release of the Mate 100 is a small matter, but the loss of our credibility is a big one. All the leaders looked at the middle-aged man at the head of the group. He was none other than the managing director of Huawei, Su Chang'e, known as Su Dazue. How can a 3 nanometer chip be that easy to get out? We may have to plan ahead and abandon the Dragon Core Technology 3 nanometer chip and continue with the previous microchip technology 6 nanometer chip. Su Dongai's, the expectation of 3 nanometer chip, in fact, has long ceased. A week ago, he made a personal visit to Longchamp Technology. there was only one 3nm lithography machine, and it turned out to be used as a template, saying that it was easy to duplicate, and it was just given to be dismantled. In other words, as of a week ago, Longchamp didn't have a single 3nm lithography machine. Huawei's ability to wait until now was entirely based on his trust in the SASAC and Director Yang. But now, the last bit of trust, it's almost gone. After all, it is possible to support the Dragon Chip enterprise, but it is necessary to stabilize the rhythm and layout of Huawei cannot be messed up. It would be a mess of fundamentals if Huawei itself suffered because of blind trust. So if you can't, go back to 6nm chips. Even if we don't use 3nm chips, the software optimization and technological innovation of the Mate 100 alone is also very capable. Shocking America shouldn't be a problem. Coming, Dragon Core Technology sent the chips. Just then, there was a holler over the walkie-talkie. One LWT van pulls into the underground garage. A group of leaders anxiously left the conference room, took the elevator, and went to the underground garage to personally receive the goods. After waiting so long, it was finally delivered. A group of Huawei leaders, long ago, could not wait any longer. After all, there was still a lot of work to be done after getting the chip, and 2 weeks just wasn't enough time. A few moments later, the Longchamp van is parked. The crowd saw a handsome young man, the first to get out of the car. Lu Yan is wearing a Longxin Technology uniform. These months, he ate and slept on the construction site. The uniform is durable and resistant to dirt. Looking quite handsome, Lu Yan borrowed a set of lazy to change. Lu Yan personally opened the back door of the van and jumped up, and the other Longxin Technology employees saw this and followed. It was not Lu Yan's turn to personally deliver the chips, but he decided to make the trip himself in order to make sure that both chips could be adapted to Huawei's phones without any problems. As Lu Yan and the rest of the staff got out of the van, all with 2 extra sacks in their hands, the sack was full of chips. Wu Pengfei was originally suggesting that he should pack it properly, but Lu Yan felt that time was already very tight, and he couldn't care about superficiality, and there was no need for that. So the chip dust encapsulation, it is directly loaded into the construction site to find the sack. Loaded car sent over. Looking at the sacks carried in the hands of the employees of Longxin Technology, all of the Huawei executives had ugly looks on their faces. No, the chips of Longxin Technology don't even need to be packaged. They just directly loaded into sacks? It's like buying vegetables. What recycling site did you get these chips from? Right? No. We waited over 2 months for this? A rustling cacophony of chatter rang out from the underground garage. After 2 months of waiting, these top brass of Huawei were already disgruntled. Before the cooperation of microchip technology, although only 6nm system, but at least people work in a rigorous style, each chip, have done a very delicate packaging, yield rate of up to 70%. But now, this Dragon Core Technology, although claiming that they have 3nm chips, but in the end there is number 3nm? God knows. With such a casual work attitude, it can already be concluded that the yield rate of the chips in their hands must not be high. There's a question mark over whether there's 10%. Alright, don't gossip. First take Lu Yan through the testing procedure. Although Su Dong has also lost hope, but after all, he promised Minister Yang that he would consider cooperation with Longxin Technology. Even if we end up kicking Longchamp out of the game, we have to talk about it with actual data. If Longchamp's chips don't meet Huawei's exacting standards, Huawei has every right to refuse to cooperate. The group then went to the Huawei chip lab. Along the way, a group of Huawei executives are still whispering in broken phrases, but Lu Yan didn't put too much stock in it. In the lab, Lu Yan casually picked up a chip and mounted it on the tester. I know people are quite critical of us taking sacks of chips, but they are dust-proofed and the quality won't be affected in the slightest. A bunch of wavelength executives deflated. Of course they saw the plasticized packaging, and it wasn't like they were worried about the chips getting dusty. They're worried about the work ethic of LWT. So gritty. This is not at all the work ethic that a group of chip workers should have. What good chips could such a group of people produce? Lu Yan, on the other hand, continued by himself. And, I can tell you responsibly, starting today, Chip World, there's no more America. Seeing the crowd of Huawei leaders, they still had an expression of not wanting to speak. Lu Yan didn't say any more and directly activated the tester. Chapter 59, Adapting Our 1nm Carbon-Based Chips, Huawei Chip Labs. As Lu Yan activates the tester, one moment, on the chip tester, it spiked quickly. 8 tops, 16 tops, 32 tops, 50 tops. Clueless, a Huawei senior, with an arrow step, rushed straight up. There was disbelief in his eyes as he looked at the staggering 50 tops of arithmetic in front of him. This is the arithmetic power of a 3nm chip. He looked at Lu Yan in surprise. while the other Huawei executives couldn't care less about their status and all gathered around. Show me. Having confirmed the final data, one Huawei senior was all dumbfounded. That's great. I've never seen chip data like that before. Outside the transparent glass of the laboratory, a group of Huawei engineers all froze when they saw the leaders so out of sorts. But they can't see the data, and it's not good to rush in directly to grab a look with the leaders. Can only be anxious outside. The heart is itching. What's going on in the lab? Su Chang'e couldn't help but gulp as he looked at the horrifying data. This chip, it's actually a full generation ahead of the Pingo A19. Mr. Lu, what yield rate can you achieve with this chip? Su Chang'e's name for Lu Yan, without realizing it, had suddenly changed, and to the question that was in everyone's mind from the beginning. Lu Yan thought that saying 100% might be too full, taking into account the human factor and the uncertainty of transportation. 95% or so. When these words came out, a group of Huawei leaders, all of them were stunned, because excellent chips with generally low yields. The result is such outrageous performance with such an unbelievable yield. Lu Yan was wrong, wasn't he? Lu Yan also saw the disbelieving expressions of Huawei executives. He did not explain anything more. Directly more than a dozen sacks, thousands of chips, a brain all poured into the yield tester, and the test results. Then it is a staggering 100%. 100% yield? How is this possible? Seeing this outrageous test result, a group of Huawei executives, people were dumbfounded. Everyone looked at Su Chang'e. Su Dong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Starting today, the chip world. It seems like there's really nothing left for America. The 3nm chip's strong performance and outrageous yield rate completely conquered all Huawei executives. Lu Yan also followed the established process of taking a group of engineers from outside the lab to another studio. Started hardware and software adaptation work for the 3nm chip and Huawei Mate 100. Watching Lu Yan's adaptation work, all the Huawei hardware and software engineers responsible for the cooperation are not sweating. Awesome. That's awesome. Can't get stuck in. Couldn't get stuck in at all. They were originally responsible for cooperating with Lu Yan, but it turned out that they all became spectators shouting 666. Half an hour has passed. Done. Lu Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Adaptation is all but complete. A bunch of engineers. People were dumbfounded. A couple teams. A couple weeks worth of work. Lu Yan actually finished it in only half an hour, and the whole time they've watched it with their own eyes. The fit between this chip and the Mate 100 is as good as it's ever been. There has never been a chip that has adapted to Huawei's phones to this extent. There were countless moments when they couldn't help but wonder. Mate 100, isn't it, was made for this chip. Lu Yan was working on hardware and software adaptations. A group of Huawei leaders and Longchamp employees talked about that. Learning that this chip technology all came from Lu Yan alone, the shock in their hearts was even greater. After learning that all the chips produced by Lu Yan had been brought to Huawei, all the executives, without shame, and to think that they had previously been so vocal in questioning these chips and the work style of Longchamp technology, they were even more embarrassed and wanted to find a crack to crawl into. After calming down, the executives picked up the chips and scrutinized them, their eyes glowing with love. It was as if they were looking at not a chip, but the most brilliant, precious gem in the world. This chip of Lu Yan's. It's awesome. I didn't realize that the day would come when we, Huawei, would be able to use a 3nm chip, and a super 3nm chip that's a whole generation ahead of a 19. With this chip, and with the Hongming system, Pinghua might even be able to just get the hell out of the Dragon country market. The Dragon Kingdom, in the field of chips, has been catching up for decades, and only just caught up with the world's leading 6nm chips a few years ago. As a result, the world chip field controlled by America has made another breakthrough by controlling the 3nm chip technology. If the Dragon Kingdom wanted to catch up again, it was feared that it would be at least 10 years again. Huawei's executives had previously resigned themselves to their fate and were prepared to follow up the fight with Pingdo on the basis that they were a decade behind others in chips. No one expected that they could have in their hands a chip product that was years ahead of their rivals. In this way, they are fully confident that they can eat up 70% of Pinghua's market share in China in one fell swoop. The pattern of the world's cell phone field. I'm afraid to change. It's just that with this chip, it shouldn't be that easy to adapt it to our Mate 100. Trying to get it done in time for Ellen's visit is, I'm afraid, unlikely. Doubts were raised, and a group of leaders couldn't help but worry. It's true that when designing the Mate 100, it really wasn't considered that such an outrageous 3nm chip could be used. The time spent on the next adaptations may be much longer than expected. Su Dong also relieved everyone too. So what if the fit is longer? It's a full generation ahead of the Pingo A19, a 3nm chip. Once the adaptation with the Mate 100 is complete, Pingo is directly rolling out of the Dragon market. What's the harm in giving America a temporary win? Just then, Lu Yen completed the 3-nanometer chip adaptation work and folded back. When a group of Huawei's top management saw Lu Yen, they couldn't help but be worried. It had verified their earlier suspicions that they knew that adaptation was not easy, but they didn't expect it to be this hard. It's only just begun to hit a snag. Su Chang'e also asked with concern. Mr. Lu, did you run into any problems at the beginning? It's over. A host of Waveland executives, immediately following, a group of engineers, holding the cell phone that Lu Yen had just adapted, ran over excitedly. Su Dong, look, it's incredible. It's so silky smooth. It's like nothing I've ever seen before. The 3-nanometers chip is just strong. Running score directly dry to 8 million. I'm asking now, who else? Su Chang'e looked at Lu Yen incredulously. It's really over. Aha. Half an hour. Oh, my god. Weeks, if not months, of work. Half an hour to finish. This is outrageous. This Lu Yen, is he human or not? Lu Yen ignored the shocked Huawei leaders and looked at the employees of Longxing Technology. Did you bring those 2 blue sacks? Brought Mr. Lu. Now that you've brought it, let's start the next process. Lu Yen finished. Su Chang'e was suddenly puzzled. Hardware and software adaptations are over in seconds. What other jobs could Lu Yen have on the Huawei side? Mr. Lu, hardware and software adaptation is the final process, right? Lu Yen shook his head. What I just finished was just the adaptation of the 3-nanometer chip. Next, give your mate 100, an adaptation of our 1-nanometer carbon-based chip. Chapter 60, what you want to do is what you want to do. Lu Yen finished. In the Huawei lab, there was a hush. Every word Lu Yen said was understandable to Huawei executives, but together, it was completely unintelligible. 1-nanometer, carbon-based chips. Aren't there only 3-nanometers chips? How can there be something as sci-fi as a 1-nanometer carbon-based chip? Su Dong shook his head and concluded in his mind. Just kidding. Mr. Lu must be joking with everyone. Carbon-based chips are only found in theories and sci-fi movies, but in reality, there is no organization in the world that has ever developed a carbon-based chip. What's more, what Lu Yen said was the theoretical limit of 1 nanometer for elemental carbon. Even if long chip technology really mastered the carbon-based chip technology, it's also impossible to build a 1 nanometer carbon-based chip without decades of constant iterative upgrades. This is a complete violation of the laws of scientific development. So Su Dong was sure that Lu Yen must be teasing the guys. After all, the two sides had a pretty frosty relationship before. Longchamp and Huawei are now considered partners. Lu Yen must have wanted to use a joke to ease and pull the two sides together. Understanding Lu Yen's intentions, Dong Su also laughed and said, Mr. Lu, you must be joking with us, right? There's really no need for this. The friendship between Huawei and Longchamp Technology will. Before Su Dong's words fell, Lu Yen had already placed a chip and activated the tester straight away. As Lu Yen pressed a finger, buzz, on the tester screen, the value appeared. The value, after all, started directly from 100 tops and began to rise steadily and slowly upwards. See this horrible 100 tops of arithmetic. Su Dong's words were directly and rigidly stifled. 100 tops of arithmetic on a single chip. What the hell is this? One executive didn't hold back either, blurting out, asterisk 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 asterisk. But again, the words were not yet spoken. The tester seems to be getting used to the chip. The data, in the moment of dismay of the Huawei crowd of executives, soared all the way up. 150 tops, 200 tops, 250 tops. Once again, time and time again, the numbers blew through the expectations in the minds of the crowd, shocking the common sense and perceptions of the crowd. The data quickly shot up to 300 tops before the growth rate began to slow and stop. Clueless, single chip, 300 tops of arithmetic. What the hell is this? The world's highest single chip computing power apex, the Indra DA8000, only has 128 computing power only. But here's the thing, DA8000 is a big chip for smart driving. And this chip that Lu Yen tested is a small chip for cell phones, and that's what crushed DA8000 more than twice? This is outrageous. The top brass of Huawei were greatly shocked by that. Lu Yen, on the other hand, was a bit confused. It shouldn't be. A 1 nanometer carbon-based chip shouldn't only have this much math. Could it be that you are holding a faulty chip? Just then, a Warwick hardware engineer silently raised his hand. That tester Lu used is for cell phone chips. His test cap, just 300 tops. This engineer finished. The crowd of Huawei executives were all dumbfounded. It was at this point that they realized a serious problem. That 300 tops of arithmetic is not even close to the limit of this chip. Rather, it's the tester's limit. This mother asterisk. What would the numbers end up being if they were replaced with a higher performance tester? They're a little less daring now. The Huawei executives and engineers who had gathered around looked at Lu Yen, their eyes full of surprise. Su Don's voice trembled as he gave a direct order that, "Hurry! Get that tester for the main server-level chip and carry it over here." At this time, Su Chang'e not only appeared to be trembling in his voice, his whole body was so excited that he couldn't stop trembling and, single-chip arithmetic power exceeds 300 tops. He was now afraid to doubt the authenticity of this 1 nanometer carbon-based chip. He wants to know now, the limits of this chip. Exactly. Soon, more capable chip testers have moved from the PC labs, with the tester activated. 300 tops, 600 tops, 1000 tops, 2000 TOs, 3000 tops. Only when he saw this data did Lu Yen nod his head in satisfaction. That's the right statistic. And a group of Huawei executives, a group of Huawei engineers. Looking at this data, people are all stupid. The scene was silent for a long time before it exploded. The sound of asterisk resounded throughout the lab. Su Don looked at Lu Yen in shock. He really wanted to ask that. The Huawei Mate 100, after all, is just a civilian cell phone. Longchamp, is it really necessary to put such an awesome chip on it? But after hesitating for half a day, Su Don finally took this question and held it back. Meanwhile, America Hexagon Building. Through Ellen's tireless efforts, new chip sanctions bill passes. The Ministry of Finance of America, too, has been given the flexibility to adjust the bill. Ellen was so excited to finally get her hands on this economic nuke as she wanted that she stood straight up. Thank you all for your understanding and trust. Battle over chips looms. Unlocking the Dragon Kingdom's restrictions on beautiful rare earth resources is also imperative. I, Ellen, will do my best to win this battle. Make America great again. There was a burst of applause in the meeting room. The House members nodded their heads, thinking that the international market share of Longwa's existing technological products will be heavily eroded by itself. In their eyes, all of them showed infinite thoughts about the future. The early passage of a new round of sanctions bills. The timing of Ellen's second visit has also shifted forward. Soon, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of America. Just 2 heavy bombs were dropped on the Dragon Kingdom in a high-profile manner. 1. The new chip sanctions have been successfully passed, due to seriously jeopardizing information security. Suspected of localized wars and destroying the stability and peace of the world. All will be severely sanctioned. America will temporarily suspend the supply of 3 nanometer chips to the relevant enterprises. At the same time, all international semiconductors must also respond to America's call to stop OEMing high-end chips, whether 6 nanometers or 3 nanometers, for the relevant enterprises in the Dragon Kingdom. 2. America's finance minister, Ellen, has boarded the plane and will arrive in the Dragon Kingdom in the next few days for an early visit. New sanctions bill. Minor adjustments to specific restrictions will depend on the outcome of the negotiations between the two sides. Following the announcement of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon State immediately responded. The desire to impose sanctions is not an excuse. The Dragon Party expresses its strong opposition to and condemnation of America's new chip sanctions program. However, Longfan's objections seemed to sink like a stone, and did not receive any response from America. Chapter 61, Huawei New Product Launch. Official start. Rococo's vehement objections did not wait for a reply from America. What was waiting was an urgent response from the major international chip companies. The STIC Country 4-Star Group is the first to make an announcement. The STIC Country 4-Star Group will completely stop the supply of high-end chips to China. The time of resumption is to be determined. Moss Province Mossy Water Group immediately followed the announcement to the public. Mossy Water will terminate the previous 3 nanometer chip foundry cooperation with Dragon Country's Rice Technology. 1 billion in liquidated damages. Mossy Water is willing to bear the full amount. At the same time, will suspend all high-end chip foundry cooperation projects related to the Dragon Kingdom Company. The Curry Country Chip Company also ran out to join in the fun. Curry Country's main god technology, cow dung biochips, are officially mass-produced. Please note that it will not be exported to the Dragon Kingdom. One international chip company after another has issued announcements stating that it is suspending all high-end chip projects to and from the Dragon Kingdom. Even the parts for the Jedi Dust system, which the island had been secretly supplying to the Dragon Kingdom, had been suspended from shipment. All international companies smell danger. The sudden announcement of America's new chip sanctions bill, coupled with Ellen's short-notice visit to China again, they have realized that. I'm afraid that the trade war between the two hegemons, the Dragon Kingdom and America, is going to be a big one. And most of their companies, which have been massively owned by America. So, willingly or unwillingly, they had to side with America. Taking into account again the future changes in the world landscape, almost all of the companies have chosen to raise the bar on their own. Originally, America only wanted to target the cell phone industry and the drone industry in the Dragon Kingdom, but as a result, these big international companies, without exception, chose to target all enterprises in the Dragon Kingdom. There is not a single Dragon company that can get a high-end chip from them. On a special plane, Ellen learned that the major chip companies engaged in over-understanding and overreacted to all the wrinkles on his face were smiling, all very knowledgeable. A group of related enterprises in the Dragon Kingdom, informed of this sad news, there was an uproar. Rice Technology, Mr. Lay, looked at the announcement of Tundra, and was furious and green in the face. Rice Technology, only a month ago just announced to the public, Rice Technology already has 3nm self-research chip. The publicity effect cannot be said to be not explosive, but outsiders don't realize that 3nm chip, in fact, was OEM'd by Tundra Seikisui. Now that Tidewater has unilaterally torn up its foundry agreement, and Rice Technology has an empty 3nm chip design that it simply can't produce, the previous investment in research and development went straight down the drain. Not to mention that the credibility of the Rice Technology will also be greatly diminished internationally. Moss Yeager, you're so damn pitiful. And the other side of the ocean, the CEO of the Pingo Group, Cook, looked at the Millet Technology suffered Moss watered the sudden backwash of a big knife, directly laughing together. Although Pingo's biggest competitor is Huawei, Huawei has been sanctioned for a long time, so this new chip sanction bill doesn't really have much of an impact on Huawei. On the contrary, Rice Technologies has never been sanctioned. Raise that fat. The world's cell phone market share has reached a staggering 6%. This knife will not be a pain in the ass. This 6% share, if Pingwa can grab over half, is also beautiful. In addition to Rice Technologies, VV Group, OO Group, a group of Dragon cell phone companies, are speechless, though they've been majoring in low-end and mid-range phones before, and don't really need the highest-end chips. But in recent years, their high-end cell phone and tablet business has taken off dramatically, and their market share is steadily expanding. Now all of a sudden you can't get high-end chips. The high end of the business is outright scrapped, not to mention blocking their future path. But there was nothing they could do about it but suffer in silence. After foreign chip companies responded, domestic cell phone companies wailed. And the most drastic reaction is not yet the cell phone industry, but the new energy vehicle companies. Dozens of new energy companies, all confused. Sanctions on the cell phone industry and the drone industry have nothing to do with my new energy vehicles? Why should we have to follow along and not get the chip? In response to the protests of the new energy community in the Dragon, this time, the America Finance Ministry, in turn, gave a response. This is the result of natural market selection. Nothing to do with America's new sanctions bill. 2 words. Directly to the Dragon country new energy vehicle enterprises all whole speechless. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon Kingdom really wants to say fart back, but they knew that now was not the time to play lip service with the other side. Away from America's move. In less than half a day, international public opinion has begun to frantically look down on the Dragon country. The international sea of money have a large-scale rapid withdrawal from the Dragon market. Emergency hedge. Rococo securities market. Dragon country semiconductor index, down. Cell phone industry index, down. New energy index, down. Under the influence of panic. The brokerage index, down. Panic is spreading fast. Along with the GEM, the SciTech, and the entire nationwide index, it plummeted by 8%. This is a vicious stock market crash of unprecedented proportions. If things go on like this, not only will the real industry of the Dragon Kingdom be drastically impacted, but even the financial industry of the Dragon Kingdom will hopefully be dragged down as well. America's blow was not a vicious one. For its part, the Dragon Kingdom must also counteract accordingly. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon, instead of continuing to respond to America, waited for news from the SASFA side. Soon, Minister Yang of the SASAC was questioned by the top brass. When exactly can Huawei make a public announcement about carrying a fully self-developed 3nm chip? Minister Yang was asked in a cold sweat. Ellen's previous outwardly stated length of visit was 3 months. Longchamp's previous 3nm mass production program was also 3 months. Minister Yang didn't expect that there would be a sudden change. It's only been 2 months, and America is making big moves that don't follow the rules at all. It's such a short period of time. On the side of long chip technology, even if it did produce a 3nm chip, the output of the chip would definitely not be enough to meet the launch demand. A more serious problem is that, even if you have the chip, you don't have the time to do the hardware and software adaptation work. If we now ask Huawei to call a conference in a hurry, the result will probably be a slap in his own face, as well as in the face of the Dragon Kingdom, not to mention the inability to create a countervailing effect. There's also the possibility that the tech and financial communities in Dragonland are in a much worse position. Minister Yang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Leader, the launch may not be released for a while? And on the other end of the phone. But suddenly he went quiet, and after a moment, he spoke back. Old Yang, what a surprise to play with me when you're a handful of years old. The launch has already begun. And you're still hiding it from me here? No more of that next time. The phone hung up. Minister Yang was confused. The launch has already started? How is this possible? Minister Yang opened a random video program. Software. All over the place. There are live connected ads for Huawei's new product launch. Minister Yang clicked to see that Su Chang'e had already stood on the stage. Huawei new product launch. Officially begin. Minister Yang gulped and, the mind can't help but mutter. Will it work or not? Are 3 nanometers chips in place? Is the hardware and software adaptation complete? This conference is so impromptu. Huawei isn't going to lift a rock and drop it on his own foot, is he? Chapter 62 shows how it's way ahead of its peers. On the cusp of a new chip sanctions bill and Ellen's visit to China. Huawei's sudden high-profile new product launch. It's obvious to anyone who's looking. This launch event at Huawei is more than just a new product promotion. It's more of a comeback from the Dragon Kingdom against America. Dragon Country big media platforms, without hesitation, advertising fees do not want, have voluntarily for its top, quickly at home and abroad, attracting large audiences. The number of online viewers, which quickly surpassed 1 billion. A record number of people watched the new Huawei product launch. At this point, Lundu Airport, a special plane landed. The top brass in the Dragon Kingdom don't treat Ellen well, though. However, out of courtesy, arrangements were made for a special greeting. Dozens of domestic and foreign media reporters, who had already set up their equipment, waited anxiously. On the airplane, Ellen looked at her cell phone without panicking. The secretary at her side also warned that, Treasurer, we have arrived at Dragon Capital. Aha! The Dragon countryside has sent someone to greet them. It's time to go down and make contact with the other side. Make them wait. Ellen remained unperturbed, looking at her cell phone. Before making formal contact with Long Fong, she had to find out what Long Fong wanted to do with this move. Several of the accompanying officials who had followed Alan here were similarly looking at their cell phones, wanted to see just what other countermeasures the Dragon Kingdom had in store. And on their cell phone screens was the live stream of the Huawei chip launch. The launch live stream. Su Chang'e officially unveiled the Mate 100. It's a real eye-catcher. A new look. Very businesslike. Very nice. Completely in line with popular aesthetics. It gives you an urge to own it. If it were before, the live comments section would have already started to boil. But now, the comments section, however, is a bit cooler. And, if you just want to rely on the exterior design to compete with Amica's 3 nanometers chip, it's not really enough. No one is going to give up the power of an advanced chip to pay for looks, even if it's a Huawei phone. Everyone's waiting to see the parameters of the Kirin chip. If there are no upgrades, if there are few upgrades, even if the Mate 100 looks great, it's toast. On a special plane, Ellen and a group of officials also outright ignored the exterior design of the Mate 100, waiting for the Unicorn series of chips to be released. Huawei was sanctioned by America for 8 years, and squeaked out a 6 nanometers Kirin chip last year through a partnership with Microchip Technology. It also gave Huawei a year of grace. But this year, the International Chip Head Group, the breakthrough in the 3 nanometer process, was so sudden. The head company itself hasn't reacted to the America executives didn't react either. The process level technology has crossed 3 major levels in a row. Such a technological breakthrough is really rare. The officials did not believe that Microchip Technology and Huawei could also follow the international head chip conglomerates and cross 3 major levels in a row to complete a technical breakthrough. So, the Kirin series chip that comes with the Mate 100 is, at best, improved and optimized from the original 6 nanometers. Now they just have to wait and see. How much can specific parameters be optimized? How much of a small boost? If the boost can be doubled, they may, next, need to tighten up a bit. But if the boost isn't enough, the ensuing negotiations between the parties, they could be about to Leoneize it, immediately following. Big Mouth Sue, for posting the Mate 100 chip info. The Mate 100 comes with a state-of-the-art chip, LX3000. The viewers watching the live stream were in a daze as the pop-up section is starting to buzz as well. I can't believe it's not Huawei's own Kirin series. LX series? What the hell kind of series is this? Huawei is giving up on chip self-research. It can't be that MSI's 6 nanometer chips, too, have been sanctioned to the point where they can't be produced anymore, right? on a special plane. A crowd of America officials looked on in bewilderment. It's true that microchip's production capacity has been partially affected because of the new sanctions bill, but it's not so bad that it can't produce 6 nanometers chips, right? Could it be that the new sanctions program really hurt microchip technology completely as well? This make let Huawei had to temporarily change the strategy, abandon the Kirin series, and turn to use the products of other chip companies in the Dragon Kingdom. If that's the case, it would be too much fun. There's just something they can't figure out. This LX series? Which Dragon chip company's product is it anyway? LX series. It can't be a product of Longshin Technology, can it? Longshin Technology has taken the all-independent R&D route, and there is really no way for us to influence them. It's unlikely. I've done research before. Longshin Technology's main business is low-end and mid-range chips. The chips they produce can reach up to 16 nanometers. Huawei couldn't possibly adopt it even if they're already desperate. After all, the 16 nanometer process is just too backward. Ellen also thinks it's unlikely that it's LWT, but she didn't care at all which Dragon company this LX series was actually from. She was getting excited now. If microchip is indeed unintentionally and dramatically affected by the new sanctions bill, unable to produce the Kirin series anymore, then, no matter how much Huawei struggles, odds are it's already cold. Immediately following, Big Mouth Sue started to announce specific chip information. LX3000 with state-of-the-art 3 nanometer process. Its performance, way ahead of its peers. Far ahead. Subsequently, on the big screen behind Udazue, the huge word 3 nanometer popped up. Takes up the entire screen. It pulls the sense of shock in people's minds and instantly fills them up. The launch party was abuzz with cheers. The hearts of the group of America officials on the special airplane tightened. Faces looked at each other with confusion in their eyes. 3 nanometers. What the hell is this? And the comments section of the live stream blew right up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 3 nanometers. Awesome. Huawei actually got a 3 nanometer chip. America's chip blockade. Playing splits. As far as the Mate 100's exterior value is concerned, coupled with the 3 nanometer chip, what else is there to do with Pingo? This cannot be said. Right. The same as 3 nanometer. Performance is not a small gap. Pinghua in 19 single chip 28 tops arithmetic industry's most. Is not so easy to surpass? The launch site. A reporter with pro-American leanings sprang to his feet and asked a loud question that, Dong Su, you said this 3 nanometer chip is far ahead of its peers. Talk is cheap. Can you test it on the spot so it's more convincing? The words. A few more people on the scene were up in arms. Right. Dong Su. Amica's new round of chip sanction bill has been introduced. Huawei can still get a 3 nanometer chip, which is already outrageous. And you still say that the performance of this chip is far ahead of its peers. Isn't that a bit too full of words? Dong Su, show it to the gang live. How exactly it is far ahead of its peers. Chapter 63. Who the hell is stabbing us in the back? The launch party was thrown into a riot. Many people frowned at once. Too. After all, this interruption of the launch is really out of place. And, after all, it's just the launch party now, not the shipping party. The product Sudong now has on hand is only for testing and displaying. Many companies have new product launches where the performance of the product in hand can't be adjusted to the best in time. What's more, this time, Huawei's new product launch was obviously held temporarily in response to Ellen's sudden visit to China. It's a temporary procan, and there are a lot of details that aren't taken care of. It's hard to say that none of the chips he had on hand had been optimized. These people, suddenly making such unreasonable demands, are not deliberately making things difficult for Sudong, with an ulterior motive. Dong Su, just continue. You don't have to pay any attention to them goods. As a result of the sudden disturbance at the, countless domestic and international netizens have rushed into the live. The influx of people into the number of online viewers, directly in one breath, exceeded 1.5 billion. The comments section is a straight-up mess. Of course, a lot of people came here to see the jokes on Huawei. Word of mouth. A field test must be conducted. The words far ahead of peers are not something to be taken lightly. I, Pinghua fan, am not convinced. I want to see a live test. At the launch site, the Huawei staff, who were responsible for maintaining order, also appeared to be at a loss for words. The atmosphere was baked to this point, as if it wasn't really possible not to test it. But after all, live testing and all that is not part of the launch process. Whether there will be any problems with this temporary addition, they don't know. The launch site was suddenly quiet, and everyone looked at Su Chang'e. On a special plane, Ellen and the group of officials looked at each other, all instantly relieved. They also didn't expect that so many friendly forces would suddenly appear. Ellen breathed an even longer sigh of relief. There had been serious doubts in her mind about the authenticity of this 3-nanometer chip. After all, the 3-nanometer process technology is the head of the world's semiconductor companies, spending trillions of dollars, multi-party cooperation, before the unexpected results. If we were to do it all over again, with the same investment, the same collaboration and effort, it would be hard for anyone to guarantee that a 3-nanometers process could be developed. So, Ellen can be sure that the odds are that the 3-nanometer chip announced at this conference is just a smokescreen released by the top brass at Dragon State. The purpose is to make yourself wary and mess up in the next negotiations. The only reason she was nervous just now was because of this smokescreen that couldn't be proven true. Once you can't disprove it, even how sure you are, you can't be completely sure, and you're bound to lose out in the negotiations that follow. The Rokoku was good at trickery. Her headache was exactly what she couldn't uncover. But now it's good that a large number of friendly forces suddenly appeared and demanded that Su Chang'e unveil his face on the spot. Simply heavenly. It would have been even more fun if Huawei had field-tested the rollover. So, Su Chang'e next. Surely he does not dare to bet. He will find an excuse to muddle through. Not only does Ellen think that way, quite a few discerning people could see it too. Just when everyone was wondering how Su Chang'e was going to put it off, Su Dazue, however, smiled and nodded his head. Yeah. Since so many people are curious about this chip, let's just do a test live. Ellen's expression froze for a moment. How dare you test it? A group of accompanying officials were dumbfounded and nervousness went to their throats. And some people's foreheads had even begun to sweat. Why, I have a bad feeling. This 3-nanometer chip, it can't be real, can it? Impossible. Our photolithography blockade and chip blockade are like a heavenly net. Not a drop of water can leak through. How could we let Huawei drill a hole? Subsequently, the big screen image urgently switches to the Huawei lab. Because of the suddenness of the incident, the engineers didn't react. It was only after everyone was notified that they began to get their hands dirty and start fiddling with the equipment. After they learned that 1.5 billion viewers were watching, these behind-the-scenes engineers who seldom show their faces on weekdays were suddenly nervous and rushed, and their hands and feet were even more flustered. The engineer who was in charge of placing the chips was so socially terrified that his hands were shaking. The chip in his hand was unsteady and fell directly to the ground. He picked it up on his hands and knees and loaded it several times before loading it onto the tester. This comical scene immediately triggered countless laughter. Ha ha, Huawei's engineer's mental quality is not good either. Why is his hand still shaking? Isn't it just 1.5 billion people watching? What's there to be nervous about? This chip has fallen to the ground and you want to put it back on? Is he so nervous that he forgot to get a new one? Finished. Huawei chip launch. I'm afraid to be that engineer dry scrap. In case the chip really bad, how to do? Huawei's face will be lost to the whole world. The atmosphere, which had been very serious, was light and humorous, and on the special plane, Ellen's brow furrowed. Deliberately. That chip just dropped on the floor must have been intentional. Huawei doesn't have a 3-nanometers chip at all. The chip falls to the ground before being tested. What a well-acted play. Even if the next chip test results in data pulling crotch, they have the excuse that it's because of the drop. What a bummer. Better to disgrace Huawei to the world than to let this smokescreen dissipate. Ellen sighed helplessly. That's a dumb loss we may have to take. Immediately following, Engineer Warwick fired up the tester straight away. Buzz. The tester. The data began to spike. 10 tops, 20 tops, 30 tops. Clueless. Seeing this exaggerated 30 tops figure, all the people watching the live broadcast were all confused. The comments section, straight up, exploded. Asterisk. 30 tops of arithmetic. Pingo A19 is only 28. What's this? Huawei's 3-nanometer chip is actually stronger than Pingo's 3-nanometer chip. You guys are surprised too soon. The numbers, heck, they're still soaring. 40 tops already. Asterisk. Awesome. Amidst the incredulous exclamations of the crowd, the numbers eventually settled at 50 tops. Live on air, everyone had gotten so excited that they all stood up in place. Cheers, shouts, and shock were intertwined. Total chaos. And on America's special plane, Ellen and a host of officials, staring blankly at the values appearing on the big screen. The people are all stupid. 50 tops. This performance, it actually crushes all the 3-nanometer chips on the market. No way. It's never possible. Treasurer, look at this data. It's outrageous. The other side must have falsified the data. Subsequently, Huawei's engineers simultaneously turned on 10 testers of various types. For 10 chips, tested simultaneously. The results were all 50 tops. A group of America officials were all paralyzed in the VIP seats of the plane, unable to speak, and Ellen was green with anger. Though she couldn't understand why Huawei was able to get a 3nm chip, she also couldn't understand how this chip could outperform America's chip by so much. But she could be sure of one thing. It is absolutely impossible for the Dragon Kingdom alone to develop such a powerful 3nm chip on its own. The only possibility that came to her mind was that someone had secretly turned against her already. Not only did it hide the more advanced chip technology from Beautiful Card, it also quietly cooperated with the Dragon Kingdom and privately supplied Huawei. Who in the world would have the audacity to join forces with the Dragon Kingdom to stop America from being great again? 4 stars? Moss pooling? Or is it Invercote? Whoever it is, Ellen, swore that she would out him. Thinking about it, Ellen angrily made a long list. These companies, one by one, be sure to find out. Who on earth is stabbing us in the back? Chapter 64 Physics. Not there anymore. It took Ellen to order a thorough investigation of all the international chip companies in the head. There was another commotion at the Warwick launch site. The Mate 100's 20,000 price tag was announced, which was very affordable and didn't generate much of a reaction. But the next slide. But it directly triggered the whole room. Mate 100 Plus, 1nm process carbon-based chip, far ahead of its peers. Clueless. On the special airplane, Ellen and a group of officials were completely confused. 1nm carbon-based chip. How can such an outrageous thing exist? No way. That's never going to happen. This must be some kind of trick of the Dragon Kingdom. Ellen's brow was furrowed, her head confused, and she could no longer read it at all. The launch site. The audience had only stabilized a little, and had just sat down one after another. And again the whole group rose violently in place. Everyone watched the slideshow on the big screen, their expressions twisted in dismay, and live on air. 1.5 billion viewers. Once again, complete head dangling. The live comments section completely exploded. 1nm process? Carbon-based chips? What the hell? Huawei is going against the grain. No, this is already anticlimactic. Awesome. Huawei is going to rise. The Dragon Kingdom is going to rise. Crazy. Does Su Chang'e know what he's talking about? Carbon-based chips, which only exist in theoretical fantasies, have never been built. Not to mention the 1nm process, which is the physical limit of carbon. I don't believe it either. This is outrageous. I think everyone is overreacting a little bit. Even if a 1nm carbon-based chip actually exists, there's no guarantee that it's going to outperform the already mature 3nm chip. Yes, a lot of new technology sounds awesome, but it's really just that. We'll only know if we actually test it. Test. Dong Su. Field test. This must be measured. The scene, and the comments section, was once again in an uproar. There have been requests for another chip test by Su Chang'e. Su Chang'e has also anticipated that. He nodded helplessly. Okay, this is a Mate 100 launch after all, not a chip launch. But since there was a strong demand for it, it doesn't seem to work without changing the flow of the launch. Then, by popular demand, this 1nm carbon-based chip will be tested in practice. Immediately following, the scene switches again to the Warwick laboratory. At this point, SASAC headquarters. A group of SASFA leaders who were watching the live broadcast had been all confused. Longchamp's 3nm chip. They know that the 3nm chip debuted in conjunction with the Mate 100, which was already planned. The drastic reaction of everyone was something they had expected. But this 1nm carbon-based chip? What the is this? Could it be that Su Chang'e has hidden from the SASAC, and that they have their own cards in addition to Longshin technology? A group of leaders looked at Minister Yang, and Minister Yang's expression suddenly twisted and 1nm carbon-based chips. He's aware of that. Lu Yen had shown him the 1nm carbon-based chip mass production plan before, but he really thought, at the time, that it was just an exploratory attempt at new technology, and he didn't really think it had much chance of success. And Lu Yen himself had said that it would be at least a year from now if he wanted to see results. So the subsequent $200 billion in special support is just for 3nm chip mass production. Who would have thought? It's been just over 2 months. Lu Yen is holding a mere $200 billion. Not only has mass production of 3nm chips been realized, and by the way, 1nm carbon-based chips are all over the place. Off the charts. It's simply outrageous. Minister Yang swallowed hard. 1nm. At least 3 full generations ahead of 3nm technology in terms of process. If the performance could be tripled as well, wouldn't that be 150 arithmetic on a single chip? If we really have the math, I'm afraid it will be at least 10 years before those chip giants under America's control can catch up with the Dragon Kingdom. When he thought of this, Minister Yang's breath hitched. He's staring at the screen with a deadpan. He hoped that the next test data would really be what he expected. 3x performance. Huawei Laboratories. A small cell phone grade chip, nervously placed into a PC grade chip tester by an engineer. 1.5 billion viewers. Nervous hearts in their throats. The comment pop-up section is full of speculation about the performance of this chip. I expect the next test data. No chance of reaching 200 tops. 200 tops of arithmetic on a single chip. It's outrageous. I think, even if this 1 nanometer carbon-based chip is real, it's still a first-generation product, and the detail processing and related optimization have not had time to keep up, and its performance, which can catch up with the already mature 3 nanometers process chips, is already remarkable. 60 tops, can't be much more. I have a hunch that its arithmetic power may not be able to break 1,000. 1,000? Open your mouth and talk nonsense. The chip's semiconductor design structure has physical limits. According to the most advanced design structure, the peak theoretical arithmetic power is at most 500 tops, which is impossible to surpass. If its arithmetic power can exceed 500, I'll perform a live handstand and eat Shang. Not to be ruled out. It is a quantum state chip that defies the existing rules of physics. Stop making up sci-fi stories and be realistic. I bet $500 that the math doesn't exceed 200 tops. With the tester activated. Buzz. The data starts directly from 1,000. 1,000 tops. Clueless. Asterisk. What I said before. The starting point is 1,000. The international friend who just threatened to do a handstand and eat a bowl of if his stats were over 500? Come on out. We're all waiting to see you perform. That's crazy. 1,000 tops on a single chip. Physical limits. Broken. Asterisk. Data. And it continues to soar. As the tester begins to acclimate to this chip, the data began to climb at an accelerated rate. 1,200 TOSP. 1,500 tops. 2,000 tops. In the end, the numbers settled at an unbelievable 3,000 tops. Shattering perceptions. Beyond common sense. Live and on air. A dead silence. No one could have guessed that the final result would be a horrific 3,000 tops. On the scene, there was a moment of silence before anyone came back to their senses and the man stood up trembling and, with a tremor in his voice, the physics that doesn't exist. Immediately afterward, one audience member after another on the scene stood up and looked at Su Changyi in shock. A hint of fear of the unknown had even appeared in his eyes. Chapter 65. No one can take it from me. The live comments section. After a brief lull, it completely blew up. 3,000 tops of arithmetic on a single chip. This 1 nanometer carbon-based chip directly S up physics. Awesome. Soundbreaker. America has been blocking the Dragon's chips for so many years, and now the new sanctions bill has come out. As a result, the blockade has produced such a next-generation super chip. Block it. Keep blocking. It's so fun. It's over. This chip is so advanced. I'm afraid it'll take at least 10 years for us at America to catch up. Don't overestimate yourself. Add a 0 to the end please thank you. Next, it won't be the Dragon's turn to snap our necks. Will it? Hey, guess what? I don't think. Can. Ha. It's no wonder if I don't snap your necks. On board the America airplane, Ellen and the crowd of officials, their expressions had been completely twisted. I don't believe it. I don't believe Dragon Kingdom can possess such outrageous chip technology. A 1 nanometer carbon-based chip? Is this something we can build in our time? The chip industry in Manhwa has always been suppressed by us and could not raise its head for so many years. So how could it be possible to cross countless technical barriers in a row overnight and rush ahead of us to build such an exaggerated chip? I don't believe it either. All the officials did not believe that the carbon-based chip was produced in the Dragon Kingdom. Naturally, Ellen didn't believe it, either. After all, building a chip is a super complex, systematic project that multiple countries need to work together, and for each of these, it takes a long time to build up the skills. But the Dragon chip community, under the long-term blockade and suppression of America, there is simply no opportunity to complete the accumulation of technology. Now not only has a 3 nanometer chip popped up out of nowhere, a 1 nanometer carbon-based chip has also popped up. It simply doesn't make sense. And this chip has been confirmed. And it's not the Kirin series. In other words, it is not a technology that originated from Huawei, and it is not a product that Huawei has developed itself. They aren't even made in Dragonland, because Dragon Semiconductor, there just isn't a single one that can fight. Ellen could now be certain in her mind that definitely whichever international chip giant, having snuck the carbon-based chip technology past America and gotten it out of the way, and secretly, has defected to the Dragon Kingdom. Come to think of it, Ellen couldn't help but clench her fists hard. Intolerable. Unforgivable. All the head chip giants in the world, no matter what country the company is from, no matter what region the group is from, Which one of them didn't thrive with the financial and technical support of America? Now that your wings are stiff, you think you can fly solo, can't even think about it. All chip conglomerates on the list, regardless of country or region, are all under mandatory military control by locally stationed U.S. troops. That insatiable, ungrateful company must be uncovered for me. A group of officials were instructed to act immediately, and the accompanying secretary remonstrated anxiously. Treasurer, it's time for us to get off the plane for our routine visit. Representative Longfeng has rushed us several times, and with all the media reporters down there, I can see they're getting a little impatient waiting. Ellen had an ugly expression on her face, loudly reprimanded. What more visits? We've had all our cards lifted. No more visits. Take off. Go home. The accompanying secretary looked puzzled. Then how should I reply to the Dragon Fawn representative? Let's just say I had a sudden and serious illness. Need to urgently return to the country for treatment. The visit is postponed to a later date. The exact time, according to the stabilization of my condition. Ellen clenched her fists. Wait till I take out the one that's eating out of the palm of my hand, and then we'll talk. Lundu Airport. A Melika jet makes sudden turn, accelerates, takes off. The media reporters at the scene were dumbfounded. Ellen's not getting off the plane? Just turn around and fly away? What the? Playing us. A group of reporters have looked at the leader of the Longwa pickup. Both want to know what's going on. But everyone saw on his face a faintly imperceptible playful smile emerge. Reporters are swarming all over the place, and the leader of that pickup explained to the media, "We just got the message. Finance Minister America, for health reasons, has temporarily cancelled his visit." When he finished speaking, he instructed those around him to prepare and go celebrate. A bunch of reporters are in a daze, pursuing the question, wasn't Ellen playing golf the other day? And in very good health. Why is she suddenly unwell? Is there something else going on? Maybe it's a heart condition. That leader, stopping slightly, answered and walked straight away without looking back. A crowd of reporters, not understanding what it meant, looked at each other. Huawei's new product launch continues. Mate 100 Plus price announced. Pre-sale price of $49,999, with a price tag of nearly $50,000. It's fair to say that it's ridiculously expensive for the asking price. However, didn't trigger viewers to spit on the. When the audience saw the price, they all couldn't help but exclaim conscience. I can't believe it's only $50,000. It's too good a deal. It's worth it for a 1nm carbon-based chip alone. It's a super chip with 3,000 TOPS of computing power. This is a super chip with 3,000 TOPS of arithmetic power. This performance, take it back as an enterprise server is enough. At this price, I'll buy it on the spot. If you can grab it, then we'll talk about it. As far as the performance of this chip is concerned, the shipment volume must not be high. Now it's the first batch. I guess Mate 100 should only have about 10,000 units. Mate 100 Plus, there are 1,000 units. Thank God. Piece of, no one can take it from me. And internationally, America, Pingo, Stick Country, 4 stars, Taijon Province, Moss Pond, Sunset, Invico, a chip conglomerate that moved nervously, ready to grab a Huawei phone. It's not Huawei's cell phone they want, it's the chip in Huawei's cell phone. They had to reverse engineer it to try to understand or even crack the technology. As all businesses know, if they can't finish cracking, in less than 2 years, the chips they have in their hands will be completely abandoned by the market, and they are about to have, in turn, an extinction. And now the hard part is, which company these 2 chips actually came from? No one even knows. The odds are that Huawei won't say either, unable to collaborate or procure. And even if you knew which company made it, it wouldn't help. The Dragon countryside will certainly step in and will not allow foreign companies to easily access these 2 chips and the technology behind them. So, the only way to get your hands on these 2 chips now would be the Mate 100 and Mate 100 Plus. Super 3 nanometers, next gen 1 nanometer. They're all up for grabs. Not just to grab, but to grab as much as you can. Because no chip company knows exactly how many times they had to reverse engineer to crack the technology behind these 2 chips. Is it thousands, tens of thousands, or hundreds of thousands of times? God knows. So whoever manages to grab more and more of the Huawei phones earlier and earlier will have a better chance, in the coming years, of not being eliminated from the market. All the chip giants made the same judgment that in order to grab the new Huawei cell phone, they all came up with the fastest and least latency super servers. Be sure to get more chips than your peers. First, getting a head start. Chapter 66 sold out. Su Chengyi then announced the opening of the booking. Due to chip capacity, Mate 100 limited to 2 million units. Made 100 plus, limited to 500,000 units. No upfront deposits are supported. Only full grand deposits. Everyone was relieved to see that the shipment was so huge and that it was still a big order at full price. So close. Scared to death. Made 1,000,000,000 units. This is not even need to grab surely can buy. Have a hand on it. Made 100 plus 500,000 units? Not many people can afford the 50,000 price tag. And I'm a little worried about whether Huawei can sell out. It's true. There really aren't many like me who can just shell out the full amount. And I can only buy 10 of them. Immediately following, the full big definitive connection was sent out. People don't panic. They click on the connection. Next, countless people, collectively, froze in place, dumbfounded. Made 100. Sold out. Made 100 plus. Sold out. Not even a ing second. What the hell? The system is down, isn't it? Hey. I grabbed 500 made 100 plus. Ready to turn 60,000 to sell. Need friends can find me can have a discount. You dead cow. You're going to die. New product launch. Su Chang'e also did not expect such a result. Less than 1 second directly sold out. The mood was suddenly good. Thank you so much for supporting our new machine. 2 million made 100s. 3 seconds. All sold out. 500,000 made 100 plus units. 1 seconds. All sold out. Setting a record for the highest sellout in the industry. To reward our fans, we have decided to give surprise swag to the first 4 fans who purchased the most phones. Subsequently, backstage data was sent to the big screen. First place, coordinates, America, Pingo headquarters, Pollen user AAA, purchased 400,000 made 100,000 made 100 plus. Second place, coordinates, Sunset, Invico HQ, Pollen user BBB, purchased 200,000 made 150,000 made 100 plus. Third place, coordinates, Stick Country, 4-star headquarters, Pollen user CCC, purchased 150,000 made 130,000 made 100 plus. Fourth place coordinates, Taiwan province, Moss Jaeger headquarters, DDD for Pollen, by 100,000 made 120,000 made 100 plus. Looking at the snaps posted on the big screen, the countless Pollen collapsed at once and the comments section of the live stream also instantly exploded. Pingo HQ is sick. 400,000 units of made 100,000 units of made 100 plus. What's going on with these international giants? They're grabbing tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of units. They're all trying to become scalpers. I was trying to grab 10 made 100 plus, but I didn't even get one made 100. I wanted to grab 10 made 100 plus, but I didn't even get one made 100. When Su Chang'e saw this data, his expression was also instantly embarrassed. So it's a foreign friend. Then the little gift is off the table. Verbal thanks for your great support. The Huawei chip launch ended successfully. This launch immediately caused a huge stir at home and abroad. The most rapid response was in the securities market. Countless Pollen and viewers who watched the live broadcast turned to Huawei-related stocks in a fit of pique because they couldn't buy Huawei phones. Huawei Concept Board, the first to go up. Immediately following, Dragon Country Semiconductor Index, up. The Cell Phone Industry Index, up. New Energy Index, up. Under the influence of greed, the Brokerage Index, up. Greed continues to spread. Along with the GEM, it's up. SciTech, up. The National Transportation Index, 99% almost went up. If it weren't for the drag from some of the joint ventures associated with America, the NTSI would have just closed the board. Most of the indices staged an intraday skyscraper, a 20% intraday surge. Investors, both domestic and foreign, were shocked. This is an unprecedented violent surge in the stock market. SEC, what specific incentives should they have to enact in order to curb the risk of a financial market crash? As a group of leaders, who were previously worried about a vicious plunge in the securities market of the Dragon Kingdom, America's new sanctions bill hurts and hits too hard. Such a plunge is unprecedented, and an emergency favor must be enacted before it can be done, or else the financial market in the Dragon Kingdom might have to collapse. One moment, leaders are busy working on specific incentives. Next moment, they then began to worry about what specific restrictions they should have to enact in order to reduce the risk of overheating in the financial markets when there was a violent surge in the securities market in the Dragon Kingdom. The drafts of incentives that the leaders had previously drafted were thrown in the trash. The started to draw up specific cooling measures. One is busy again. It's crazy. It's crazy. Such a surge of epic proportions. Unprecedented. It had to be cooled down to do that. The international financial markets, with hindsight, are slowly beginning to be wildly bullish on the dragon. A huge amount of international money, ready to flood in, since they had done a lot of pulling out before. Now that they had temporarily changed their minds and wanted to come back, they ran into some obstacles. When they overcame the obstacles and were ready to enter, they found, all nifty up and down. This won't even get in, can't buy in at all, except for some crap JV shares related to America. Clueless. Are the retail investors in Dragonland so crazy? Flying straight to the ceiling. We, the main players, haven't even gotten on the train yet. Don't even wait for ours. Grass. Getting screwed by Ellen's new sanctions bill. I'm kind of wondering now if Ellen is teaming up with the dragon government to harvest us international financial predators. I can't believe I believed Ellen and sold all the quality shares of Longway in my hand. I really want to smack myself. Meanwhile, on the national network, the news of the successful release of the Mate 100 exploded all over the internet. That afternoon, the news that the Mate 100 series was equipped with a mysterious chip was directly on top of the hot search. Dragon News, Huawei Mate 100 series, equipped with next-generation super chip, sold out in 1 second, exploding the global cell phone market. Long-born hot search, Huawei joins forces with mystery chip company, reversing the Dragon U.S. trade war. Douyin hot search No. 1, Mate 100 Plus, with 1 nanometer carbon-based chip. And what's up with Pingo? CU Shock News, shocker. Mysterious 1 nanometer carbon-based chip empowers Huawei as cell phone market changes dramatically. A huge change in the chip market. Carbon-based chips accounted for 6 of the top 10 major popular searches. Number 1 nanometer carbon-based chip hashtag. Hashtag next generation chips commercially available hashtag. Hashtag Huawei super chip hashtag. Hashtag long America's chip battle reversed hashtag. Number 1 nanometer chips reverse the choke point hashtag. Hashtag Pingo massively snaps up Mate 100 just to remove the chip hashtag. Click on any buzzword and there are a bunch of launch related videos and articles underneath. One of the hottest videos has more than 100,000 comments alone, and more than 1 million likes and favorites. As we all know, if it wasn't for the early enactment of America's new chip sanction bill, Huawei wouldn't have been in a hurry to show his bottom card. This is called self-inflicted. 1 nanometer carbon-based chip era. How to choose a cell phone according to the cost-effective. Need to follow the following 3 steps. The first step. First of all, exclude brands that do not carry carbon-based chips. The second, directly exclude foreign cell phone brands. The third, waiting for other cell phone companies in the Dragon country to get carbon-based chips, and then compare the goods. No need. I've already snagged a Mate 100 Plus and can't sleep in excitement. I'm just curious to ask. If only Dragon cell phone brands can carry 1 nanometer carbon-based chips, what about those other foreign cell phone companies? Chill. Which chip company in the end can actually be so awesome as to set off the entire global cell phone industry and chip industry by itself? Not allowed to know. Under protection. Even if you know, say you don't know. Let Amelia be anxious. I'm proud to be a Dragon Nation citizen. Chapter 67. What are we going to do at the 100,000 mountains? To push down 20 of them. On the other side, Longchamp. The chip project is already well underway. Lu Yen felt that the remaining works, the technicians of Longxing Technology and the 10-member team he brought there, could handle it, and already didn't have much to do with himself. There was no need for him to stay on at Dragon Core Technology. He had to get back to business. Lu Yen took off the uniform of Longxing Technology, bid farewell to Wu Pengfei, bid farewell to the employees of Longxing Technology who had struggled with himself for dozens of days and nights, more or less, but he had to make the return trip, and Wu Pengfei and a group of Longxing Technology employees all stopped what they were doing. Reluctantly, he bid farewell to Lu Yen. These 2 months or so have been the hardest, but also the happiest, time of their lives. Mass production of 3 nanometer chips, tackling 1 nanometer carbon-based chip technology, breaking the America technology embargo, backfired on America. This record is already enough for them to brag for the rest of their lives, and for the first time in their lives, they realized what the true meaning of life is. Don't look so sad. It's not like I'm not coming back. Dragon Core Technology and Star Technology, but long-term strategic partners. Go away. After Lu Yen finished speaking, he took a special car and left Longxing Technology. The group of people from Dragon Core Technology looked at the direction Lu Yen left. Their hearts were still reluctant to let go. Even Wu Pengfei himself had the urge to follow Lu Yen. but they all knew they had a mission ahead of them. Whether it's Lu Yen, StarTech, or the Dragon Kingdom, all of them need to remain at their posts, continue to produce a steady stream of high-end chips. That's their mission. Lu Yen returned to the Star Industrial Park. Fontaine began to report on the progress of the work so far. The Star Industrial Park has been 80% completed and is about to enter the finishing stage thanks to the efforts of Tiangong Construction Group. The civilian model, the Hive drone, has accumulated 80,000 deliveries to the military, netting a profit of $12 billion. The 100% invisible coatings that God Coat Technology is subcontracting have been ordered to be banned from export, but domestic sales continue to explode, and Star Technology got $3 billion. Sasak injects remaining $60 billion. And then there's the $20 billion in advance payments for chip purchases by Huawei. On the company's books, there's $95 billion. Lu Yen listened to Fong Kaney's work report, nodding, pretty much as expected. It's pretty good to have this kind of numbers when StarTech's pre-development didn't carry any loans. The future is still barely generous in terms of funding, and Lu Yen did not put it on his mind. Lu Yan's main consideration now was to complete the complete body Hive drone as soon as possible. Finish the first half of this bridge to the moon as soon as possible. Now that 1 nanometer chips are available, all that is missing is a room temperature superconducting energy system. Lu Yen now had 2,300 technology points. Room temperature superconducting energy storage technology for 8,000 tech points. It's a difference of 6,700. Hey, it's just a little bit too much. I also wonder, how many tech points can Chip earn in this wave? Can there be 2 or 3,000? Just then, tech points begin to settle. The technological points in Lu Yan's mind were also like a tsunami, attacking wildly. Ding! 1,300 tech points arrived. Ding! 800 tech points arrived. Ding! 600 tech points in the bank. Ding! 700 tech points in the bank. Ding! 400 tech points in the bank. The system beeps continued and the total number of tech points, in one breath, broke 10,000. Seeing this value, Lu Yen couldn't help but stare. Huawei is so powerful. That's tech points. Straight up, without hesitation, Lu Yen opened the system mall and closed his eyes to purchase. Ding! Congratulations to the host, who has successfully acquired the normal temperature superconducting energy storage technology. Next moment, a huge amount of Gaia civilization knowledge madly surged into Lu Yan's mind. Absorbing the technology of normal temperature superconductivity, Lu Yen immediately realized that the amount of work involved in trying to get room temperature superconducting materials is beyond imagination. The core key link is to get an artificial room temperature superconducting magnetic field, which in turn breeds room temperature superconducting materials. But just building this room temperature superconducting magnetic field is called, well, grandiose engineering. Site area, infrastructure of artificial superconducting fields. Lu Yen was shocked by just the initial estimation. Minimum, all to push back 20 mountains. Funding-wise $95 billion is not a big problem. It's just that the siting of the superconducting field is a bit of a tough deal. This superconducting field, which has to utilize the Earth's magnetic field as a lead, can be activated without any problems? According to the distribution of geographic magnetic fields in the Dragon Kingdom, only the 100,000 mountains in Yunxi Province qualified. Yunxi Province and Tancheng City spanned the entire Dragon Kingdom. Lu Yen was not familiar with that place and decided to visit the area first to examine it in advance. However, Lu Yen was not familiar with that place, and since he was going to do the preliminary research, it would be best to take a local with him. Lu Yen remembered that Fong Kaney's personal file stated that her place of origin was Yunxi. It's all you, Fong Kaney, get ready, pack up your things, take Lu Meng with you, and go with me to Yunxi, the 100,000 mountains. Fong Kaney froze. Let me bring Lu Meng? 100,000 mountains? Mr. Lu, are we going to the 100,000 mountains tourist scenic area? Right. Fong Kaney's eyes were suddenly pleased and 1 year since the founding of StarTech. It's one project after another. Construction of the Star Industrial Park. Mass production rehabilitation project of Longxin technology chips. Lu Yen had been doing the work himself and hadn't had a chance to rest at all. Fong Kaney was really worried that Lu Yen would wear himself out. If he collapses, StarTech is finished. Now that Lu Yen has taken the initiative to travel and relax, it's really a good thing that Fong Kaney was also really relieved. She lifted her mental energy, determined to make this tour happen. Mr. Lu, then you found the right person. I'm familiar with that area. I guarantee I can be a good tour guide. We're not traveling. Fong Kaney was stunned. Not traveling? Then what are we doing in the 100,000 mountains? Push back 20 of them. After being frozen for a while, Fong Kaney reacted and Expression management got out of hand. Hey, Chapter 68. How do you expect me to keep cracking when the tools are gone? Meanwhile, NVIDIA HQ, 4-star HQ, Tundra HQ, all the top chip R&D facilities have been forcibly taken over by the U.S. Army. The bosses of the various chip giants were invited by military jets to be guests at America. A few hours later, in an interrogation room, a host of old bosses, some with withered faces, some haggard, some dying. Ridiculous. If that carbon-based chip was really developed by us, why would we need to spend huge sums of money to snap up Huawei cell phones? We really don't know where that 1 nanometer chip came from. Please give me a chance to get the Huawei cell phone that our 4 stars snapped up, which has arrived for a year. 1 year at the most, and we'll have this 1 nanometer carbon-based chip researched to the nth degree. So are we, Tundra. In 8 months, we at NVIDIA guarantee to reproduce a 1 nanometer carbon-based chip. Ellen looked at the inquest report, listening to the explanations and sayings of a bunch of old bosses. A trace of embarrassment also appeared on the face of. Could it be that has really gotten itself wrong? Could it be that Huawei really didn't get their chips from them? If it's true that these companies are secretly succeeding in developing 1 nanometer carbon-based chips, there's no way a lie detector wouldn't be able to detect it, and they won't all be desperate to grab a Huawei phone, realizing that I may have actually made a mistake. Ellen coughed lightly in embarrassment. That, gentlemen, all the previous events were actually a test for all of you. Now I can be sure that everyone is one of our own who can be trusted. Hearing Ellen's words, a group of group bosses, furious, really wanted to storm up in place and give her a big mouth. But thinking of the other party's power, everyone held back. Ellen then suggested that a 1 nanometer carbon-based chip that directly lifts America's basic disk. It also lifted the basic disk of all chip companies. Ellen suggested that Manhwa, will take the lead, and all the chip giants will cooperate with each other. And like before, we will gather the world's strength and attack the Dragon Kingdom's 1 nanometer carbon-based chip technology together. A bunch of old bosses, though reluctantly, but pressured, or pretending to be, he sprang to his feet. There is no need for you to say, I am in the middle of it. It is incumbent upon us, the island nation, to contain the Dragon Kingdom. If it's led by Big Brother Pingo, I think it won't take a year at all, or 8 months, half a year. Within half a year, 1 nanometer carbon-based chip technology will be broken. That's right, isn't it just a 1 nanometer chip? I don't believe that we, the allied forces of the 8-nation chip group, still can't handle it. Soon, a large number of Huawei Mate 100 Plus in the hands of various groups began to converge on the core laboratory of the Manhwa headquarters. Chip hardware and software engineers from various countries and regions also boarded a special airplane and began to rush to the headquarters in Manhwa. This time, the world's major chip giants seem to have let go of their previous mutual stings and defenses. Once again, we are back to the beginning, to the solidarity that existed when the wave of globalization was only just beginning, when countries were united in their efforts to move forward together as one, putting on a show for the Dragon Kingdom. They're not in it for the money this time. They're not in it for profit. They're not in it to carve up the market. A single-minded effort to crack the Dragon's mysterious 1 nanometer carbon-based chip. Minister Yang of the State-Owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission, SESAC, was nervous when he learned that America had assembled the world's chip giants to try to crack the carbon-based chip. He can't be sure. Will the chip dominance that the Dragon Kingdom has only just established have the potential to quickly disintegrate? After all, Huawei sold Mate 100 Plus. More than 100,000 units have flowed to the hands of foreign chip giants, and now they've got all the goods together, too. In other words, they've had over 100,000 opportunities for trial and error. What if it works once? It's all over, isn't it? Although Lu Yen had once made a bold statement that 1 nanometer carbon-based chips, whatever they play, want to crack? Don't even think about it. It is for this reason that Huawei dares to ship large quantities abroad. Still, Minister Yang couldn't help but be a little worried that, in the end, Minister Yang couldn't resist calling Lu Yen. Lu Yen, where is it? 100,000 mountains. 100,000 mountains tourist scenic area? Aha! No, Lu Yen. Now the major chip giants that have joined forces are attacking your 1 nanometer carbon-based chip. Are you the least bit nervous? Nervous? Why be nervous? The 1 nanometer carbon-based chip, like the Hive drone, is double encrypted. Moreover, carbon-based chips have some self-protection mechanisms due to their own special characteristics. Give them 100 years and they may not have a way to get a glimpse of it. It's really okay, Minister Young. Just let them play with themselves. I'm still busy, so I'll hang up now. I have to check out the next hill. The phone hung up. The corners of Minister Yang's mouth twitched and the whole world wants to crack the carbon-based chip. Lu Yen, this kid, actually has the mood to run the 100,000 mountains tour. Liu Yan wasn't nervous, but he couldn't be without tension as the Minister of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, SASAC. It is important to be prepared for both. Thinking of this, Minister Yang urgently contacted Wu Pengfei. The order to play for mass production was given. Don't worry about sales. Full production. Take advantage of this 2 or 3 year safety period to grab as much of the chip market and cell phone market as possible. Copy that. Minister Young. Longchamp. Full horsepower. The sales channels, the SASFA's hands are all tied up. A large number of funds began to Longshin Technology Crazy Convergence, of which 1/3 also flowed into the account of the Star Technology. On the other side, Pingo Chip Core Laboratory. The chief engineers of the world's major chip giants gathered. They're wearing the Pingu's standardized duster uniforms. Under the command of Pingo's chief engineer, Ericsson, preparations are made to start cracking the Dragon's carbon-based chip in full force. Ericsson looked at this group of top engineers from one of the world's leading conglomerates and the large number of carbon-based chips they brought with them. Confidence is high. Encryption cracking unit, material composition structure analysis group, circuit connection analysis group, data acquisition team, the process extrapolation team, theoretical simulation modeling group, teams, start cracking. With Ericsson's command, a bunch of big-shot engineers, acting immediately. Fighting spirit, a look of preparation for a big fight. Ericsson picked up a carbon-based chip removed from a Huawei Mate 100. The eyes were also full of fighting spirit. Carbon-based chips? 1 nanometer? Oh, since I dared to put out more than 100,000 of them, I'll show you what regret means. Ericsson was absolutely confident that after tens of thousands of imitation cracks, he would be able to peer into the mysteries contained within. However, it's been less than a minute since the official crack command was given. A software engineer, 4-1, reported with a horrified expression. Report, Chief Ericsson, the chip's encryption breaking work is simply unsolvable. Ericsson frowned when he heard that. In less than a minute. Just assert that it's unbreakable and just surrender? What a slack work ethic that is. Is an encryption cracking job that easy? Can it be done without a few weeks? So frivolous. How sloppy. What hot-ass country sent the assholes? What country are you from? Taiwan province? No, my island nations. You're out. Pack up and get the hell out of here right now. That island software engineer, crying, helplessly explained. No, Chief Ericsson, let me explain. The super laptop you assigned me has been taken over by the carbon-based chip in reverse. How do you expect me to keep cracking when the tools are gone? Chapter 69 Carbon-based chip export restriction package. Reverse takeover. Ericsson frowned when he heard this from the little day engineer. The carbon-based chips are all removed from the Huawei Mate 100 Plus. Can it operate autonomously without any supporting hardware support? Are you kidding me? Not to mention the reverse takeover of Pinko's super laptop? This little life. Being my little darling. Are you a good liar? If it weren't for his status as Commander-in-Chief and his duty to maintain unity and stability, I'd like to give him a big smack in the mouth. Nonsense you. Ericsson's face was furious. Striding forward, he snatched the super notebook. The next second, it froze in place. Fark. At this point, above the screen, the software interface that Pingo was so proud of has disappeared without a trace. In its place is a never-before-seen mysterious system. The system interface is centered around giant panda, topped with a pair of lazy dead fish eyes, leisurely holding a basket of red apples, feasting on. It was a lovely image, but it sent a chill down Ericsson's spine. Controlled? Pingo super system. Actually really controlled. How is this possible? This system, which is not yet the same as the commercially available systems on the market. It's a super system that was built by the Pingo Group. For the Pingo engineers, specifically, there is no back door, no secret door, claimed, absolutely impenetrable. But now that it's broken, not only is it broken, it's just gone. On the laptop, there is no longer C-half a point, the shadow of the Super Pingo system. A group of engineers saw Ericsson's perverse look and all gathered around curiously. Immediately afterward, one by one, they all froze in place. My goodness, where's the Pingo super system? Less than a minute and this is nothing? The Pingo super system, wasn't it claimed to be the crystallization of human intelligence? Sure, not stones? Ericsson noticed the engineers of the countries, trying to laugh but desperately trying to hold it in a mood worse than eating. Look, guys, what's this? Just then, a sharp-eyed engineer pointed to the bottom right corner of the screen, where there was a very small line of the string, SB250. The crowd came closer for a closer look. What system number is this? SB. What the hell does that mean? 250. 250. What the hell does that mean? I don't get it. What a weird system code. Ericsson ignored the pointless coding that taking a deep breath and forcing himself to calm down. It's embarrassing. These are top engineers from all over the world. When they get back, Pingo's face, I'm afraid, will be lost to the world. In a fit of pique, Ericsson simply unplugged the circuitry connecting the chip. He didn't want to see the damn panda system again. However, with the system rebooted, that naughty panda, still out, the corners of Ericsson's mouth twitched and, reboot doesn't even work. It's just a few minutes. The Pingo system, which has been completely covered. How is this possible? Ericsson immediately ordered a system reinstall on this laptop, but it doesn't help at all. Reinstalling the system anyway. The panda system, still in place. It's as if this panda system is the original system for Pingo's laptop. Simply evil. The engineers of the countries gathered around. There was a lot of agitation. How did this work? That's weird. Engineers speak euphemistically, but in reality, they're all thrilled to bits that, one by one, they were all straight up awesome. Straight up, Pingo's proud super laptop was ate up and scrapped. While they don't like Dragonland, they dislike Pingo even more. Rococo, they're just upset. But Pingo is the one that is gobbling up their group's market share every year. And that's hate. Now I can see Pingo eating his words. Don't mention how cool it is. Ericsson didn't believe it. Another 20 super laptops were ordered to be brought in. As a result, all the super laptops, with the same fate, it didn't work out. The mere moment of connection to the chip is permanently scrapped. One touch and you're dead. Ericsson was out cold by now. Terrible. It's horrible. He'd never imagined that he'd meet such a formidable opponent. This carbon-based chip, where does it still look like a chip? It is simply a super virus. At this point, Ericsson has completely panicked. The previous confidence was also long gone. He swallowed hard and, this software cracking job, which has only just begun, may be coming to an end. Skip the software session and go straight to material structure analysis. Ericsson gritted his teeth and gave a new order. Soon, a carbon-based chip was carefully placed on an X-ray diffraction analyzer by the researchers. Ericsson's eyes were fixed dead center on the instrument display. He wondered now, what was the inner workings of this darn chip? It actually runs autonomously from the hardware. With the slight buzz of the analyzer starting up, X-rays are directed at the surface of the carbon-based chip. Shoo! A wisp of smoke curls up. It's been revolutionized. Melted. Chip, just melted in place in front of everyone. The lab was instantly plunged into deathly silence. Self-destruct? It can't be, can it? How could the chip have the ability to self-destruct? This must be an effect caused by the X-rays. X-rays can melt chips? Off the charts. The engineers looked at each other in disbelief. Ericsson was trembling, cold sweat oozing from his forehead. Change the spectrometer. New chip in place. With the spectrometer running slowly. Phew! Another puff of smoke rose, and the second chip was ruined. The lab exploded. Asterisk. I get it. This chip is a ING quantum chip. It doesn't support observation at all. Observation means collapse. Quantum chips, is that possible? Not a quantum chip that can reach 3,000 tops of arithmetic and can dry out the Pingo super system. The engineer who spoke last, realizing that he had spoken out of turn, hurriedly covered his mouth. Ericsson couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from twitching and, powerless, deeply powerless. It can't be software parsed, or even physically observed. It's over. The chip cracking job can be declared over. On the other side, the office of the Minister of Finance. Ellen flipped through the chip cracking report from Pingo HQ. Dozens of pages filled with the word unanswerable. Her fingers were shaking and, breathing is starting to get a little harder. Unbelievable. All those years of chip sanctions, after so many years of blocking photolithography, as it turns out, at the end of the day. And yet this is the result. Not only has Dragon Nation already accomplished a chip reversal, even more so, it has the ability to reverse choke on the Amica chip world. Unhackable super carbon-based chip. The chip war, led by himself, is considered to be completely over. Outrageous, harboring, despairing, unwilling, all kinds of emotions in her heart-crazy mess. Ellen suddenly felt a sharp angina. She covered her chest, breathing hard, both eyes black mold. Ambulance voices rang out. Soon after, the Dragon country received news that Ellen had been rushed to ICU for resuscitation and was unable to visit China as scheduled. A group of officials looked at each other in disbelief. That woman, is she really sick? She wasn't pretending before? Soon, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon Party promptly issued a statement. First of all, I'm sorry, before the wrong Ellen Finance Minister. We thought Ellen temporarily cancelled his visit to China is deliberately shirking. I did not expect, actually really sick. Silent condolences. At the same time, We sincerely wish Treasury Secretary Ellen a speedy recovery and a resumption of her visits to China as soon as possible. After all, the package prepared by Long Fong, carbon-based chip export restriction program. Still waiting for her to express her opinion. It. Ministry of Foreign Affairs of America. Chapter 70, Subsidiary Company, Yunhai New Energy. 1 month later, Yunxi Province, the 100,000 Mountains. Lu Yen took Lu Meng and Fong Caney with him, and finally completed the preliminary inspection. The best site for the project was determined by the distribution of the magnetic field in the 100,000 Mountains. Lu Yen looked at the crater in front of him and was very satisfied. The 20 peaks are connected in a ring, and the special configuration, coupled with the special geographic location of the resonating with the Earth's magnetic field. It is an excellent site for harboring a room temperature superconducting field, and this crater, which is not in a scenic tourist area, is eligible for construction. Tiangong Construction Group also said that they could take this project. The program is finalized. Lu Yen immediately contacted the leaders of Yunxi Province through the relationship of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. With the SASAC endorsing StarTech, the negotiation process went very smoothly. Engineering, no problem. 20 big hills and no problem. But there's a small impediment. Due to the location of the crater, which is already located on the border of neighboring countries. According to the regulations, there are some conditions that need to be met in order to do the work at that location. First, the national background. Star Technology has the endorsement of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, SASAC, which is considered to be satisfied. This time, it must be a local business in the province of Yunxi, regulated by the local authorities. This, the leader of the province of Clouds West suggests that StarTech can set up a subsidiary in Yunxi province, or just acquire a local business as a subsidiary. The attitude of the leaders of Yunxi province was very polite. Lu Yen is also willing to cooperate, just according to the normal process into a subsidiary company. Lu Yen is too much trouble, so Lu Yen choose to directly acquire. The leaders of Yunxi province were naturally happy for Lu Yen to choose the acquisition option. In this way, Yunxi province will also have one less company to go bankrupt and reduce the local unemployment problem. Soon, with a handful of leaders from Yunxi province, Lu Yen chose an enterprise on the verge of collapse, Yunhai New Energy. It is an old battery production factory. The reason Lu Yen chose it, for one thing, I thought the name was casual. Secondly, the position location. Yunhai New Energy's plant site is very close to the chosen 20 target peaks, which can become the normal temperature superconductivity project. The materials and large-scale equipment transit. Soon, the leaders of Yunxi province then took Lu Yen, along with a group of appraisers, to Yunhai New Energy to conduct a field inspection to determine the final purchase price. Lu Yen followed the leaders of Yunxi province and several asset appraisers, got on a municipal bus. The bus spared a couple of tops. This old broken factory also appeared in front of Lu Yan's eyes. This factory, very old. As far as the eye could see, the discolored surfaces had rusted and yellowed extensively. However, the entire factory covers a very large area of. Lu Yen was quite satisfied with this. In the future, this place can be transformed into a super large-scale assembling workshop for normal temperature superconducting batteries. The bus pulls into the battery plant. 4 veteran leaders came forward to give a warm welcome to. The provincial leader introduced Lu Yen to the factory manager, Luo Yongxing, deputy plant manager, chief engineer, and director of technology. They were none other than the factory leaders of Yunhai New Energy Battery Factory and also the largest shareholders. Yunhai New Energy, once a member of the earlier Torch program, was single-handedly founded by Luo Xing'an with 3 old friends. The 4 of them, in order to overcome the battery technology blockade, went to the United States to study together, and together smuggled back to China, and brought back lithium iron phosphate battery technology. Yunhai New Energy has developed rapidly and made outstanding contributions to the energy development of the motherland, which is the most glorious time for Yunhai New Energy. It's just a shame that battery technology is evolving so fast that their old battery technology was quickly made obsolete by newer technology. Yunhai Battery Factory hadn't been brilliant for long before it started to go downhill. Now, it has completely failed to keep up with the times, and the employees can't even afford to pay their salaries. Lu Yen listened to the introduction. It also didn't occur to me that there was some story behind a bankrupt business that I had randomly chosen, and the 4 factory leaders, looking at Lu Yen, were all stunned. None of them had expected that the big entrepreneur who was willing to acquire Yunhai New Energy would actually be so young. It's so true. You have to give in to old age. Subsequently, the group exchanged pleasantries and came to visit the agency office building. In front of a corridor, Lu Yen stopped slightly. On the wall in the hallway, there's a wall of photographs that The walls were covered with old photographs, all yellowed and somewhat aged. There was the plant when it was built. There are in-shop snags that. There is indoor research, an old photo, documenting the struggles of that generation. Lu Yan looked at these old photos that had decayed and was quite touched inwardly. Longboy can be what it is today without the exploration and dedication of the older generation. Quite a number of big businesses nowadays are standing on their shoulders to grow and develop. It's just that these cornerstones, which have faded into oblivion. Soon, Lu Yan followed the factory leaders to complete the tour, and asset appraisers have also completed asset appraisals. After numerous negotiations between the parties, the finalization, Lu Yan bought all the assets of Yunhai New Energy, including the whole company and also this old battery factory, for $100 million. Both parties signed the contract. Provincial leaders also opened an accelerated approval process for both sides. All three parties are happy. Lu Yan looked at the change of enterprise equity in hand, still a little trance. He also didn't expect the final purchase price to be so cheap. It should be known that this plant alone covers an area that is close to a quarter of the Star Industrial Park. Such a large piece of land is already worth almost $100 million. According to this calculation, those equipment in the plant basically have been sold as scrap by the pound. Kind of picked up the slack this time. Several plant leaders were also relieved to receive the purchase money. They didn't expect that either. Yunhai New Energy actually sold out. They had tried this many times before, but each time it ended in failure. The acquirers all disliked the location of the battery plant as being simply too remote. They hadn't hoped for much this time around, but I didn't think it would go so well. Having completed the acquisition on the same day, it was a heavenly surprise. With this money, the arrears of employees' wages, as well as the previous loan, have been taken care of. But Law Wingheng looked at the $100 million that had arrived. I always feel a little bad about my conscience, because he learned from the provincial leaders that the reason why Lu Yan acquired Yunhai New Energy is to enter the battery field. He'd always thought before that Lu Yan had his eye on this plot of land, the acquisition of the battery plant, which was also used for other purposes. But if Lu Yan acquired the battery factory because he wanted to enter the new energy industry, that would be a big problem. He's only getting into new energy batteries at this point in time, and I'm afraid he'll follow in their footsteps. Now, the world's new energy companies have announced their own solid-state batteries. Up to 3 years, batteries of any other technology have to die. Even if Lu Yan could come up with solid-state batteries, it's unlikely that they'd be faster than others. Losing the first-mover advantage makes it difficult to capture the market. Yunhai New Energy was the one that lost a head start back then and never climbed back up. Luo Yangxing thought about it, but still felt that there were some truths that he had to tell Lu Yan. Chapter 71 Application for Massive Demolition. Yunhai Battery Factory. Acquisition reached. Provincial leaders and asset evaluators are gone. Luo Yangxing found Lu Yan, and he got straight to the point. His insights into the future of the battery industry, as well as now intervene in the battery industry, is never a wise move of all kinds of views. A brain in Lu Yan said all. In 3 years at most, solid-state batteries from major new energy companies around the world will be available in bulk. Other types of batteries, there's no way they're going to be alive. Even if you can develop solid-state batteries, you will lose your first-mover advantage to gain market share. Luo Yangxing said a lot to Lu Yan as a passerby. Every sentence from the heart. Selling Yunhai New Energy to Lu Yan, out of desperation. He was saying this to Lu Yan now out of conscience. Lu Yan is still young after all. He doesn't need to jump into this fire pit. Lu Yan knew that Luo Yangxing was telling the truth. He also knows that in the next few years, the solid-state batteries of major companies will be listed in large quantities. And by then, a bloody storm will certainly rise. But what's that got to do with my room temperature superconducting batteries? Lu Yan couldn't reveal too much information to outsiders right now, so he could only casually perfunctorily say, Mr. Luo, thank you for the kind reminder. Our company, we have our own plans. Luo Yangxing listened and sighed helplessly. This kid is totally missing the point. But Luo Yangxing knew that he couldn't say anything more about it. After all, now that Yunhai New Energy, Lu Yan is the helmsman. Can't understand. Even if you don't, one has already done one's duty with kindness. Advice was given. Just be honest with your conscience. After Lu Yan acquired Yunhai New Energy, he tossed it aside. After all, it was acquired only to qualify for the right to start work on the 100,000 mountains. Now that the qualification was in hand, Lu Yan went straight to the target crater without saying a word. At the same time, the Tiangong Construction Group, too, received an order to start work. Normal Temperature Superconductivity Project, officially launched. Lu Yan is gone. This time, it was 6 months away. All up and down the Yunhai Battery Factory, no one was confused. 6 months ago, when the battery plant was acquired, The whole factory is waiting nervously for Liu Yan's subsequent big move. Everyone can foresee that Liu Yan will definitely make a drastic reform of the battery factory. New employees entering, mass layoffs, extensive job changes, large-scale plant renovation. Everyone is waiting anxiously for the final reforms to come to fruition. After all, it's only routine for companies to change ownership and have big changes. But as it turned out, no one expected that. Liu Yan only threw out a sentence. Business as usual. Wait for notification. And then, there was no more. Liu Yan just disappeared as if he had vaporized. Can't even get in touch. Can't get through on the phone. Now, the company's equity was changed, but not the positions of the plant's leaders. Since Liu Yan never came to identify the new plant manager, Luo Yongxing can only harden his head and continue to direct the whole factory production work. Liu Yan left before. To the battery factory injected a large sum of money. To the battery factory is also enough to continue to operate. And the employees of the payroll. Luo Yongxing does not mind to continue to escrow Yunhai battery factory. After all, in his heart, the important thing is not this factory, but follow their own all the way to more than 1,000 employees, maintaining the status quo, which is fine. In this way, more than 1,000 employees can have a job and all of them can support their families, which is a good thing. So he is not averse to continuing to be the factory manager. It was just that Liu Yan's prolonged absence would always make people panic. In the factory director's office, Luo Yongxing scratched his head. He could never figure it out. What is the significance of this maneuver by Liu Yan? Spend a lot of money on the Yunhai battery factory, throw a fortune at it, and then leave it alone? What is this? Luo Yongxing thought about it, and finally barely figured out a little. According to the current situation, Liu Yan is afraid that he has given up the intention of entering the battery industry. After all, it was all too late to enter the battery industry 6 months ago. Now that it's dragged on for another 6 months, it's even more too late. Liu Yan is now certainly in the plan. The battery factory's future transformation problem, the reason why he has not appeared now, should be never thought of a good transformation ideas. It seems that he did listen to the words he said to Liu Yan half a year ago. It was not in vain that he had taken the pains of persuasion. It's a good thing to save one person. Just then, several plant leaders walked into the plant manager's office, and they placed a dusty piece of mail on the desk. This mail, Mr. Luo, was sent to the janitor's office 5 months ago, but it was left in the cubicle where employee deliveries are stacked and never claimed, and the janitor only found it today. Something strange. This mail is from the NLRB. See if you have some useful information here. NLRB? Luo Yongxing picked up the mail and looked at the shipping address and was also confused. When did Yunhai Battery Factory ever deal with the NLRB? Law Winghing rips open the mail. Inside was a notice sheet. Documents payable to. Notification of application approval. Several plant leaders looked at each other in disbelief. Application approved? I don't remember us applying for anything with the NLRB. Luo Yongxing unfolded the notice sheet and read the contents out loud. Yunhai New Energy's application to our bureau for large-scale blasting applications for 20 large mountains such as Lang Mountain, Flag Mountain, and Bold Mountain has passed. Luo Yongxing recited, his pitch gradually rising. It almost broke at the end of the reading. The 4 factory leaders looked at each other, and they all saw cold sweat break out on each other's foreheads. Massive blasting application. Blow up 20 big mountains. When did we ever send such an application to the NLRB? The point is, it actually passed. And it was 6 months ago. It's Mr. Luo Yongxing said his judgment loudly. All the factory leaders all reacted. Application sent 6 months ago. But it's not Liu Yan. Clueless. Luo Yongxing wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. There was a bad feeling in his heart. Liu Yan vaporized after acquiring Yunhai New Energy. And in the name of Yunhai New Energy, to the Bureau of Land and Resources, issued an outrageous application for blasting 20 large mountains. It's not possible that Liu Yan's acquisition of Yunhai New Energy is just a front. Entering the battery industry is also just a random excuse he made up. His true purpose could not be ruled out as wanting to do something unseemly in the name of Yunhai New Energy. Yunhai New Energy. I'm afraid it's just for backstabbing. If that's true, all the current anomalies make sense. Thinking of this possibility, Luo Yongxing only felt a chill down his back. Chapter 72, Liu Yan's True Purpose. Found. Luo Yongxing voice trembled. His own guess with a few factory leaders, all set out. Several people listened, all nervous, because Luo Yongxing's speculation did make sense. Otherwise, Liu Yan has no reason to leave a sum of money behind after acquiring Yunhai New Energy and evaporate. It also applied to blow up 20 mountains in the name of Yunhai New Energy. It's no small feat, blowing up these 20 mountains. They've already checked. These 20 mountains, located in the 100,000 mountains, are near the border between the two countries. Such a sensitive place. It really couldn't be ruled out that Lu Yen was trying to do something unseemly in the name of Yunhai New Energy. Several factory leaders, the more they think about it, the more they tremble, because they all realized a serious problem with the company's leadership has not changed. That is to say, this exaggerated application, blowing up 20 mountains this matter. In terms of duty, they are present at the 4 people. All have a share. No one can get away with it. Yunhai New Energy, no chance that it is used to take the blame. The 4 of them, no doubt, were used to take the fall as well, without Lu Yan's presence and his signature. Several of them, according to the regulations, could not even go through the separation procedures. In other words, this pot, from the very beginning, is one that they have already taken the blame for. Everyone's liver trembled at the thought. At this point, questions were raised. But Lu Yan was brought by the provincial leader. He can't do things that are against the law and discipline. Indeed, just as a few people were breathing a little sigh of relief, someone else gave another guess that, what if Lu Yan is just a pawn? LOL. Everyone's nervous hearts were back in their throats at this vision. Are you saying that the person who laid out the layout is not Lu Yan, but someone from the province? I didn't say that. That's what you said. Just a guess. Though, but all of them are trembling. No one dared to speak again, and there was a dead silence. If it's really a setup by someone from the province, then they're in the heavenly game. What do you mean? Heavenly Bureau? Must die. No solution. Everyone looked nervously at Luo Yongxing, the factory director, hoping that he would have some good ideas. Luo Winghing did live up to his name and gave everyone a peace of mind. These are all just guesses, so everyone shouldn't be overly nervous. Now the location of these 20 mountains. We've located them all. We'll find out exactly what the situation is when we go over there and investigate. Several people nodded their heads, feeling that Luo Yongxing said is indeed reasonable. All of the above, after all, is only everyone's guess. Specifically, what is the situation? They must go over to see with their own eyes. Soon, for factory leaders, after explaining their work to their subordinates, prepare dry food, get in an SUV, turn on the map navigation and head towards the crater. Heading in. Meanwhile, 100,000 mountains, the Ring Mountains, thousands of heavy machinery operating at a frantic pace. The scene was a roar. Tiangong Construction Group's 10,000 strong construction team is working feverishly. At this point, 20 craters, all of them, have been stopped and blown up. For 13 of them, the construction team is working from the break downward to build the tower-like prototype of a room-temperature superconducting breeding ground, using the roots of the mountain as a foundation. And one of those big mountains has been preliminarily completed. From what was a rocky mountain, it has been transformed into a sci-fi metal tower. Hundreds of star technology technicians, under the command of Lu Yan, are debugging their equipment, and 6 of them, and no work has been done to remodel the mountain. Because of these 6 mountains, there was a little bit of an unforeseen situation during the blasting construction. Everyone's not expecting that. These 6 mountains, after being stopped and blown up, accidentally discovered veins of rare metals. The total value is expected to exceed $400 billion. This crater is Lu Yan in the name of the new energy of the Cloud Sea with the west of the Cloud Province to buy. This rare metal vein ownership belongs to the new energy of the Cloud Sea, belongs to the Star Science and Technology. Although Lu Yan single-mindedly wanted to complete the room temperature superconductivity project, but the value of this vein cannot be small. After selling the room temperature superconductivity project, not only do not need to spend money, but also backward earnings. This vein is not dealt with, certainly not. So Lu Yan ordered that the remodeling of these 6 mountains be put last, and a specialized construction team was assigned to excavate and mine these veins. This team responsible for mining the vein are all engineers from the Tiangong Construction Group. They only admired Lu Yan's technical ability before. Now, they also had to admire Lu Yan's luck. The total project cost is $200 billion, and digging a foundation makes $400 billion up front. Before I thought that the cost of the room temperature superconductor project was too high, and that Star Technology might owe us a year or 2 for the project, but now it's fine. Half of this vein digging will be enough to pay it off in full. It's really no one. Lu Yan deserves to be the chosen son. Even if his skills are heaven-defying, his luck is also heaven-defying. God can't even see him having financial pressure. Mining team marvels as they carry out excavation work. Lu Yan is not in a hurry to find a buyer for rare metal mines for the time being. After all, the room temperature superconductivity project needs to consume a large number of rare metals. These rare metal ores, in situ refining, can save a lot of materials. This big mountain, transportation is inconvenient. In situ to build the materials needed to save a lot of effort. So, Roadshow had the mining team build a large material dump in a nearby open field, and put it all away for the time being. In the meantime, a temporary metal refining and alloy smelting workshop will be built nearby. The sheer size of the reserves of rare veins, there's a mountain of them just stacked up, towering over the clouds. Man-made rare metal mines, thousands of meters away. An SUV makes an emergency stop. For factory leaders of Yunhai Battery Factory, eyes glazed over as they looked at the exaggerated mine in front of them. Everyone's voice is trembling. Holy, these are all dug out by Luyan. All of them are rare metal ores. What the hell? It's piled up a mountain. These mines, they have to be worth a few $100 billion. I get it. I finally understand. Luyan's acquisition of our factory wasn't to enter any battery industry at all. He just came here to mine in order to get the qualification to start work in the 100,000 mountains. Luo Yongxing froze in place as he looked at the man-made mine in front of him. The confusion in my mind has finally been cleared up. He had been wondering why. Before, when he mentioned to Lu Yan that entering the battery industry was a dead end. Lu Yan's expression, is it so breezy? Now that he finally understands. It turns out that entering the battery industry or something is just an excuse that Lu Yan made up off the top of his head. Even the Yunhai Battery Factory, for Lu Yan, was not important at all. There is a rule in Yunxi province that if you want to start construction in 100,000 mountains, you have to be a local enterprise in Yunxi. So, what Lu Yan wanted was just to get the qualification to move in the 100,000 mountains. As for what kind of business Lu Yan had acquired at that time, it didn't matter to him at all. His true purpose, from the beginning, was just these mines. Chapter 73 Go. We'll turn ourselves in now. Looking at the mines towering before us, a few battery plant leaders soon understood everything. It turns out that Lu Yan is not at all what the provincial leaders said what to engage in science and technology entrepreneurs, but a discerning mine boss. As for their previous suspicion that Lu Yan would do something unseemly, it was also completely overanalyzing on their part. After all, it involved a vein worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Could Lu Yan not be careful? Lu Yan took these veins by borrowing the local enterprises of Yunhai New Energy, and at most, he only resorted to the rules and did not violate any of them. Compliance is legal. Luo Yongxing also understands that Lu Yan really doesn't have any interest in the Yunhai Battery Factory or the battery industry. It's the mine that interests him, the money. Thinking that he had already entrusted Yunhai Battery Factory to Lu Yan always gave him a feeling that he had been entrusted with the wrong person. But after Luo Yongxing calmed down and thought it over, thinking again that it might be a good idea to give the battery factory to Lu Yan. At least it's good for those 1,000 plus employees. Lu Yan is a very good mine boss, rich and powerful. Will not be like a few of their losers, arrears of wages to employees, pay wages still have to rely on loans. Thinking of the four of them struggling all their lives, in exchange for the end of selling their businesses to save their lives, Luo Yongxing could not help but feel emotional. Maybe times have changed. Doing industry, contributing to society and whatnot, may no longer be the mainstream of the times. Being able to think of ways to get money is that so-called king. It's just that it's not the right path for you. Nor for a few of them old-timers who can no longer keep up with the times. Go back. There's nothing more to see. I was the one who thought wrong before. Lao Winghing wants to go. But a factory leader called him back. Lao Luo. Wait. I always thought something was a little off. A few people looked at the man in disbelief and he also went on to explain. If Lu Yan's goal from the beginning was these mines, why are they just piled up like this? It's all piled up into a mountain. These mines, shouldn't they be dug up and shipped directly for liquidation and bagged? You may not be aware of this, but my cousin is in the mining business. And for a mine owner, liquidity is very important. A slight blockage could be fatal. And now that the price of commodities is also at a high level, Lu Yan has absolutely no need to wait. As that leader spoke, the other factory leaders, too, realized something was wrong. Why don't we walk a little further? Several factory leaders looked at Luo Yongxing. Luo Yongxing also felt that the analysis was reasonable and nodded. The buggy started up again, toward the mine, onward. After circling a few woods, the mine came into view again. It took a few people seeing it up close to realize deeply its exaggeration and value. Also in the crowd's eyes were two workshops. A large group of 6 armed mechanical dogs were transporting a large amount of raw rare metal ore towards one of the workshops, and the output, a square block of metal. On the other side, an army of mechanical dogs transported various types of metal cubes into another workshop, producing, among other things, all sorts of strange parts. The 4 factory leaders have only dealt with batteries all their lives. Where have they seen these? One by one, they looked at each other in disbelief. A 6-armed mechanical dog. Autonomous work. No, the mechanical dogs of our Dragon Kingdom are already this powerful. They may not be our dogs from the Dragon Kingdom. That's not the point. The point is, why are these raw ores being refined and processed here? Someone has hit on a key point. Luo Yongxing looked at the scene in front of him, and also became even more confused that he was certain that Lu Yen was the mine owner, but he couldn't understand why Lu Yen didn't ship these raw ores away, but instead refined them on site and process them. It's so counterintuitive. Just then, a couple of heavy trucks drove by. A cluster of 6 armed mechanical dogs loads all the machine's strange parts neatly onto a truck. Heavy trucks are loaded and driven away. A couple of plant leaders noticed something was wrong. Again, because the direction these trucks are traveling is not away from the 100,000 mountains, but deeper. No, those trucks are driving in the opposite direction, aren't they? Yeah, if we want to get this metal out of here, shouldn't we be heading east? Why should it be to the west? West is the direction of the border. That factory leader froze himself when he said. The other plant leaders all had some kind of bad feeling. Luo Yongxing frowned. Raw metal ore is purified in situ for the purpose of, no pun intended, reducing its size and making it easier to transport. Secondary processing into all sorts of strange shapes, no chance of trying to simulate them as commodities, so that no one could tell that they were raw minerals from the Dragon Kingdom, and the truck is heading west. The purpose, I'm afraid, is to get out of the country. Plus the mechanical dogs, also suspected to be foreign dogs. Stringing everything together, Luo Yongxing trembled. There's only one possibility right now, poaching and smuggling. Lu Yen behind the foreign power. I'm afraid that powerful to unimaginable. Even the provincial leadership had to compromise, and all their previous guesses, which may or may not have been right. Yunhai Battery Factory, and a few of their factory leaders, are indeed used to take the blame. Law Winghing will voice the inference that several of the factory leaders shuddered and chills ran down their backs. What a heavenly situation. Withdraw. Retreat. We've discovered the secret of the unthinkable, and it's all over if we're found out. In the middle of nowhere, there's no way anyone could find us if we were buried alive. The plant leader in charge of driving made a split-second decision and slammed his foot on the gas before anyone noticed. The SUV started up again and made a playful dash for home. After running away, the group of 4 remained in a state of afterthought. Everyone looked at Luo Yongxing. Lao Luo, what now? We've discovered an international mining theft and smuggling ring, Yunhai Battery Factory, and a few of us are in a big mess. Luo Yongxing couldn't stop trembling all over his body. Originally, he thought the guys had finally jumped out of the muck after the sale of the Yunhai Battery Factory. Who would have thought that this was another jump into the fire? And it's still the big fire pit of the Heavenly Bureau. Surrender! Only turn yourself in. This poaching and smuggling was done in the name of Yunhai New Energy. A few of us, even if we weren't directly involved, can't exactly get away with it as plant leaders. The only way to mitigate your guilt is to turn yourself in. Dai Kai. Luo Yongxing spoke out the solution to the heaven-breaking game. All the factory leaders looked at each other and nodded heavily. Right. Old Luo is right. Only surrender can solve this heavenly situation. Go. Let's turn ourselves in now. Chapter 74. No. 1 normal temperature superconducting tower. Trial operation work officially begins. For veteran leaders of the battery plant, in order to ensure a successful surrender, not far from 1,000 miles, ran by train to the Provincial Public Security Department of Yunxi. Due to the sheer number of people reporting, 4 people stood in line all morning and it wasn't their turn until the afternoon. Anything to report? A public security police officer, glancing at the 4 old men in front of him, lowered his head, handling the work of closing the records of the last case while inquiring carelessly. The old man at the head of the group said nervously, "My name is Luo Yongxing. I want to report ourselves? Turn yourself in? What's the offense?" The officer took out his logbook and prepared to record the information. He instinctively didn't think it would be much of a big deal, because there had been so many old men and women quarreling and fighting lately. I guess the 4 old men, again, accidentally injured the old man next door or something. We were forced to take part in a mega international mine theft and smuggling case. When the dry comrades heard this confession from the other side, they all couldn't help but be stunned, didn't resist looking up, noticing that the other man was obviously a little nervous. Don't talk nonsense, old comrade. Mega, international, mine theft, smuggling. Do you realize the concept of what you just said? That's 2 cases, poaching and smuggling, and it's a transnational criminal case. You guys, I'm afraid you can't do anything that dramatic, can you? Comrade police officers looked at the 4-week-old men in front of them, a face of disbelief. Just a few of them can still commit such a big case? He was 100% unconvinced. The old man pulled up the album in his phone, opened the first video and handed it over. The dryad took it suspiciously, glanced at it, and froze. The first video, A large mountain, towering into the clouds. At first glance there is nothing. A closer look, only to find that the mountain, actually rare metal or hard to pile out. The scale of this is so exaggerated that the dry comrades did not hold back a breath of cold air. Initial estimates are in the hundreds of billions of dollars at least. Is this digging up an entire vein? But the comrade cadet calmed down, thinking, again, that this can only mean that someone is really lucky. That doesn't tell us anything. It's not considered evidence of a crime. Luo Yongxing swiped the screen and, then look at this, the second video. At the foot of the original mine, two makeshift workshops, with a pack of mechanical dogs, are refining and processing the raw ore. The fact that a mechanical dog can do this is baffling to comrade officers, but professionalism made him automatically ignore this unimportant detail. His eyes narrowed as he stared dead at the two workshops. There's something wrong with this workshop. Normally, when raw ore is collected, it is shipped first. Refining in situ? Processing in situ? No one will do that at all. That's very suspicious. Luo Yongxing saw that the dry police comrades began to pay attention, and immediately struck while the iron was hot. Opening the third video. In the third video, 3 heavy trucks loaded with metal parts were traveling deeper into the mountains. This video is very short and has very little information. However, it is very crucial for the dry comrades. That direction, that mountain range, shouldn't. Realizing what was going on, the comrade dryads sprang to their feet and pulls out his own cell phone, pulls up a 3D map, makes a bunch of comparisons, and, confirming the information about that mountain range, comrade dryad's heart stuttered. Something's really wrong. There was no exit at all in the direction the heavy truck was headed, because over there, it's the Burma-Vietnam-Laos border. The comrade officers looked up again, at the 4-week-old men in front of them, and their eyes revealed disbelief that this felony, you did this. Luo Yongxing waved his hand and hurriedly told the situation in its entirety. One by one, Lu Yan first acquired the Yunhai battery factory, and then in the name of the Yunhai battery factory, the new battery research and development as a reason, in the 100,000 mountains for the mining vein theft, and attempted to process camouflage, the mountain cover and other means of transporting the original ore out of the mirror. Several of them, as the former leaders of the Yunhai battery factory, knew nothing about this time, but knew they were responsible, so they came to surrender in the hope of getting a reduced sentence. Comrade Dryads, frowning, it's like kind of a big deal. Soon after the case was successfully recorded, the Ministry of Public Security of Yunhai Province attaches great importance to this matter. Hundreds of billions of dollars in stolen and smuggled rare metal mines. There are even transnational criminal groups involved. This case, it is extremely bad in nature. The implications are extremely serious. One might even say it's unprecedented. It must be fought hard. Never condone it. In order to solve this case, the Ministry of Public Security of Yunhai Province has assembled a team of 300 cadres of police. There is no shortage of SWAT officers with experience in drug dealer engagements. 300 heavily armed SWAT teams. We are on board 30 armored bomb-proof vehicles, and we are moving at a rapid pace to the scene of the crime. And on the other side, the Ring Mountains, superconducting tower number 1, top of the tower. Lu Yan looked at the debugging data that had just been completed and nodded in satisfaction. Tower 1, which is ready for commissioning. Although one superconducting tower test spin alone is not enough to generate room temperature superconducting material, this test run is crucial for the whole project. Once the test rotation is normal, the correctness of the theory can be completely determined. The next 19 superconducting towers can be directly follow the gourd, completely replicated. The speed of the project advancement will be multiplied dramatically increased. Lu Yan is very keen to start the test turn verification process now, but he didn't dare. Just a couple hours ago, he received a report. There was an attempt to break into the project site with a car, and the wheel marks are still there, and it happened no more than 12 hours ago. Until now, Lu Yan still had some heart palpitations. Missed the boat. The project was started without considering that people would still come to such a remote place. The other guy's a tourist? Is it a hunter? Or foreign spies? No matter what the other side is, this hidden danger is kind of buried. The superconducting tower test spin. There is absolutely no room for mishaps. Once the trial rotation process is affected or interrupted, there is no chance that it will have an irreversible effect on the magnetic field of the entire planet. If it's just an equipment accident, Lu Yan still has a way to control it. But if it was man-made destruction, there was nothing Lu Yan could do. There was no way out. Lu Yan picked up the phone and called Feng Jun Gang. Feng Jun has just learned of Lu Yan's troubles and would love to personally send out troops to carry out the defense. But the Tiandu military region is too far away and has to cross provinces, which is more or less inconvenient. Feng Jun just hung up the phone. Without hesitation, A call was made to the General Military Department of the Dragon Kingdom. As soon as the leader of the General Military Department of the Dragon Kingdom heard that it was Lu Yen who needed help, he didn't say a word. A phone call was made directly to the military region of Yunchi Province. The military region of Yunchi Province learned that it was the hive drone maker who needed help, and without hesitation, immediately went into action. 2 hours later, 20 helicopter gunships from the military region of Yunchi Province, the first to arrive. 100 special forces at the standard of secondary readiness, to the perimeter of the rim, quickly completed the deployment of the defense. Immediately following, 30 tanks, 50 armored vehicles, arriving one after another. The entire ring of mountains, from leaking everywhere, to being like a brick wall, to being a super fortress. It only took 4 hours. When Lu Yen saw this lightning-fast efficiency of the military department, he couldn't help but marvel at it. Dragon Kingdom Military Department. It's real dependable. Lu Yen stood at the top of the tower and shouted into the intercom. Attention all posts. Normal temperature superconducting tower number 1. Trial run work. Officially begun. Chapter 75 The Greatest Discovery. Bar none. In the recent history of mankind, the technicians at each position in the superconducting tower began to report out loud the data at each key point. System voltage normal. External magnetic field density is in the controlled range. Dual field bridging unit normal. Magnetic conduction amplifier is working fine. Lu Meng quickly scrutinized all the processes and reported loudly. The superconducting state fulfills the conditions for generation. Superconductor tower. Activate. With Lu Yan's command. Buzz. Buzz. Buzz off. An invisible force field, generated from a ring of mountains, with Tower 1 as the center of the circle. It spreads outward at extreme speed. For a moment, 1,000 birds fly over 1,000 hills. It all happens so silently. But the hundreds of millions of small animals in the 100,000 Great Mountains were suddenly sweating and instinctively stood up, looking in the direction of the ringed mountains, on high alert. The soldiers of the military region of Yunchi Province did not feel any change at first. It wasn't until after they noticed the unusual movement of the mountain animals appearing to just realized, on Lu Yan's side, some kind of special equipment has been activated. The officer in charge of arming the defense immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted orders. Attention all! Lu Yan's experiment has begun. Level 1 alert. From now on, not a fly can be let into the rim. Yes, the generals led the way in unison. Grip your weapons tightly in your hands and put them all on alert. At this time, the gravel under their feet, which had begun to appear abnormal, had begun to levitate in an anti-gravity manner. But even in the face of the paranormal, they are not off their first level of alert. They now only know that the makers of the hive drones are doing an experiment great enough to change the world. And they, the generals, the only thing they have to do, just absolutely no one should be allowed to interfere with Lu Yen. Soon, superconducting tower number 1 is gradually pulling full power. Within a 5-kilometer radius, dust, sandy soil, dead leaves, even some of the smaller massive stones that all have begun to suffer. They all levitated slowly, in an anti-gravity fashion, cutting across the uniforms of the soldiers, through the mountains and forests, and against gravity, rising high into the sky. And on the other side of the 100,000 mountains, a small hill 10 kilometers from the rim, the 300-strong SWAT team all froze in place. What appeared before their eyes was a giant cylinder. The diameter of the column is so large that it spans at least 10 kilometers. The column is tall enough to reach the sky. They had originally come to raid the mining theft and smuggling syndicate, and no one had expected to encounter such a spectacle before they had even arrived at their destination. Is this a tornado? Roll your head. Do you feel the wind? It's a clear sky with just a few clouds. We're experiencing the paranormal. My goodness. This heaven and earth anomaly. Is it that international mining theft and smuggling group that dug into our Dragon Kingdom's dragon vein? Read less metaphysical novels and more sci-fi. Will you? This is an anti-gravity phenomenon. Can't you all notice? The dust around us is moving upwards. A SWAT officer made the crucial point that it took a moment for the crowd to focus their eyes on the fine dust in front of them. They hadn't paid much attention to it before. But now, after a closer look, they realized with horror that this dust, after all, is really rising. And some of these dust particles are of such a size that they can no longer be called dust. The particles are very large. That's mother asterisk 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 gravel. The gravel is flying. The SWAT team realizes they've really encountered an anti-gravity paranormal phenomenon. One was excited, nervous, and just a little bit scared at the same time. The crowd looked to the first sergeant. Team Wang. What now? The raid, does it continue? Captain Wang, grabbing a handful of sand and dirt from the ground, Put it in front of your eyes and observe it. A piece of gravel actually really began to slowly float up against gravity. Outrageous. That's outrageous. After living most of his life, he had never really seen this before. Anti-gravity. Of all the paranormal phenomena so outrageous, does it actually exist? I don't know anything about the causes or the effects on the human body. Although he has the task of leading the team to fight against the international mining smuggling syndicate, he also has the duty to make sure that his teammates, all of them, go back alive. If you rush forward without understanding what is going on, the possibility of total annihilation cannot be ruled out. Should the mission continue? He couldn't decide. Captain Wang picked up the electricity and immediately asked for instructions from his superiors. The Ministry of Public Security of the province of Yunxi. Paranormal. Director Liao listened to Captain Wang's debriefing with a skeptical look on his face. His instinctive reaction was to disbelieve. Years of criminal investigation had taught him that there was nothing at all that could not be explained. All unexplained paranormal phenomena are deliberate falsehoods created by criminals to counter detection. Little Wang, is it possible that this is just a deliberate blindfold made by the mining theft and smuggling syndicate? You don't want to be fooled by the other side. Captain Wang didn't know how to explain it, and it wasn't easy to do so. Video link, direct link, Bureau Liao. Why don't you just see for yourself? The video link is on. Director Liao looked at the screen with the mindset of wanting to find out what was broken. In the next moment, he froze directly in place, and the man was dumbfounded. In the image, he saw a supergiant column about 10 kilometers in diameter, leading directly to the sky. Immediately afterward, Captain Wang's palm spread out, and the gravel in his hand, as if it had lost gravity, levitated one by one altogether. Clueless. Bureau Liao couldn't help but suck in a breath of air. This mother asterisk. This doesn't look like a trick. If the other side is really capable of getting anti-gravity, they don't have to steal minerals and smuggle them. The state can all feed these criminals to raise them. This can't be man-made. It's properly supernatural. A natural phenomenon. The video's only just connected. Secretary Liao just changed his mind. Little Wang. Special combat operations, hold off for a while. Judging from my many years of experience in criminal investigation, I can affirm that these phenomena must not be man-made. They must be some kind of special natural phenomena. But whether or not it will specifically threaten your personal safety, I'd have to contact the experts at the Bureau of Natural Sciences and get their opinion first. Soon, the Yunxi Department of Public Safety is connected to the Yunxi Department of Natural Sciences Research Bureau. In online video conferencing. In more than a dozen subplots, dozens of top experts from the Natural Sciences Research Bureau of the Cloud West, all excited to the point of standing up in place. Each of them trembled as they held their glasses steady, their faces pressed to the screen. Incredible! It's incredible! Our 100,000 mountains in Yunxi province are really different. Widespread, anti-gravity paranormal. I can responsibly say that this is the greatest discovery, bar none, in the recent history of mankind. Chapter 76. It's an honor for me, Wang, to be on the police force with you. In the video conference room, the experts at the Natural Sciences Research Council lost their minds when they saw the outrageous anti-gravity phenomenon that they had studied natural science for most of their lives and had never seen such a spectacle. That's not what Commissioner Liao wants. What he wants is a viable proposal. Bureau Liao anxiously inquired. Let's all not just marvel at it. This anti-gravity phenomenon, will it affect the human body? Will it affect our next crackdown or not? Secretary Liao would like to ask the experts to give us clear and professional advice. However, the reply he received was that, ask us? How would we know? This is the greatest unsolved natural science mystery of the century. Anything is possible. We have to go to the site and conduct investigations and experiments over a period of several years before we can, possibly, give preliminary conclusions. Director Liao fell into silence as he listened to the experts. How many years? To be able to draw preliminary conclusions? The crime syndicate ran out of a long time ago. Of all the experts you have, can't you give me a suggestion first? At this point, the experts from the Natural Science Bureau had calmed down and had already made a judgment in their minds. Okay, you want advice, right? My advice is to stop thinking about criminals. This is an unprecedented anti-gravity paranormal phenomenon that has more scientific value than anything else. It's out of step with gravity. You know what this means? It means that it could be the key to breaking through the bottleneck in astrophysics. And arresting criminals and stuff is nothing compared to it. You must hurry to help us secure the site and keep others out so that this phenomenon is not jeopardized. The Bureau of Natural Sciences. Director Huang, who was also in the video conference room, did not make any comments or suggestions, but simply stood up and, not caring about the feelings of the Ministry of Public Security, In the video conference room, direct instructions were given to the crowd of experts in the Science Directorate. Our Bureau's scientific research team, immediately prepare the relevant testing equipment and experimental instruments and load them onto the truck. We'll set out now, to the 100,000 mountains. Director Liao was speechless. All these experts, and they can't figure it out? And turn around and demand that you secure the scene? Chief Liao can't be sure that this anti-gravity phenomenon will not affect the SWAT team. Now that the SCA has intervened against the crackdown, Liao shook his head helplessly. There you go. This raid and strike mission. I'm afraid it's a bust. Just then, there was an anomaly in the live video conference feed. 20 blue points of light, from the very center of the through cylinder, suddenly rose up and with great speed, it quickly rose into the air. They suddenly turned and came at great speed in the direction of the 300 troopers. 20 blue points of light approached rapidly. Numerous gradually expanding columns of propulsive aura, hidden, blew away all the anti-gravity falling leaves, branches, sand and soil, within a few hundred meters around them. The effect of that image, which is beyond explosive. It's like a sci-fi blockbuster. In the video conference room, the leaders of the Ministry of Public Security of Yunxi, a group of experts from the Natural Science Bureau of Yunxi, looked at each other in disbelief and all froze in place. The 300 SWAT officers on the scene were all dumbfounded and confused. So, what are those? UFO? Aliens? No, we're just executing a strike against a mining theft and smuggling ring. How can we still encounter so many outrageous things? Captain, what now? At this point, 300th SWAT team, Captain Wang, cold sweat was already seeping from his forehead. How would he know what to do? He knows how to deal with criminals, but he doesn't know how to deal with aliens. A large-scale anti-gravity field, unknown craft that spewed columns of light. Add to that their unrivaled, unimaginable speed of approach. What can this be if not an alien? Although Captain Wang didn't have any research in this area, he had seen science fiction movies. This situation, heck, it could only be an alien civilization. Captain Wang trembled as he looked at these rapidly approaching unknown craft. The speed of these craft, according to his estimation, had reached 700 kilometers per hour. This mother at that speed, who can run? Even if he was given a mountain sports car right now, there was no way he could successfully escape. I can't run away. The only thing to do for today is to disperse. If you can run one, you can run one. Come to think of it, Captain Wang, on the spur of the moment, gave the order immediately. Everyone, all spread out, take cover. What we encountered were aliens. The opponent's flight speed, at least 700. There's no way we can outrun each other. Everyone, it's an honor for me, 1, to be on the police force with you. Next, everyone has only one mission. Hide, live, and don't get caught by the aliens. Captain Wang finished speaking and immediately started running, and the rest of the SWAT team, without hesitation, fled in different directions. In all directions, fleeing for their lives. The team knows that. There's nothing wrong with what Team Wang said. Analyzing with their common sense, what they encountered could only be aliens. And now, the only right way to increase the probability of survival is to use decentralized tactics and escape in different directions. It's a good idea to run one. Team Wang is running desperately with his cell phone. In the video conference room, the screen also followed Captain Wang's hand, shaking like crazy. And a crowd of leaders and experts, their hearts jerking one by one with the images. Director Liao of the Ministry of Public Security, looking at the screen, his expression twisted. People are stupid. He was never expecting that. The Ministry of Public Security is on a strike mission, and they've actually encountered an alien invasion. This kind of thing is something that the Ministry of Public Security is capable of handling. At this point, the screen camera is facing the sky, watching those alien craft, getting closer and closer. Director Liao's face also became more and more ugly. It's too late. This is a situation that can only be handled by the military region. But it's too late to contact the military district. When the military gets here, I'm afraid all 300 SWAT fighters have been killed. Thinking of this, Director Liao was at a loss for words. And at this point, in the middle of the shot, 3 unidentified vehicles, which have arrived directly over the camera. Director Liao and the crowd, too, were finally able to see these flying machines up close. They are unlike any known flying device, with an unmistakable sci-fi appearance. Like an alien fighter from a sci-fi movie. Each craft, with 16 progressively expanding rings of propulsive energy continuously spewing. Although Secretary Liao is not a scientific researcher, his common sense has told him that the technology contained in these flying machines had far exceeded the current level of human technology. Solid Hammer, the Special Ops team, what they encountered was really an alien civilization. Chapter 77, Officer Wang? is that you? Officer Wang. In the video conference room, Bureau Liao is trembling all over. This mother asterisk 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 are really met aliens. The other side sent so many flying machines over. MO wouldn't be trying to wipe out all of our fighters. That's 300 good SWAT fighters. And the little king, thinking that Captain Wang might also be killed in action. The tension and grief in Liao's heart increased. At such a young age, Xiao Wang has personally led countless major missions. The elimination of as many as 12 large criminal drug trafficking dens. He was the best police officer Liao had ever seen in his life. Bar none. Liao Bureau had a hunch before. In a few years, Wang will certainly be able to take over his own position. For the police in Yunqi province, to make outstanding contributions, Liao Bureau has been full of hope for Xiao Wang's future. But now, having encountered an alien incident, I'm afraid Xiao Wang can't run away. If he was killed in action, it would not only be a loss for the Public Security Department of Yunqi province, but also a loss for the Dragon Kingdom. Thinking of this, Bureau Liao sighed helplessly. At this point, deep in the 100,000 mountains, Captain Wang held the cell phone, his hands trembling. The sweaty hairs on his hands, along with his hair, had all stood up all uncontrollably. He couldn't understand why he appeared to be blowing up all over, but he knew that it must have something to do with the technology of an alien civilization. The principle must be the same as the one that gives gravel its anti-gravity properties. But Captain Wang, there's only so much he can understand, because the body of knowledge in his head wasn't enough to sustain him to keep thinking about it. If only I had read more about science when I used to go to the police academy, I might have been able to continue analyzing it. But it doesn't matter anymore. He's about to be captured by aliens. The thought of being potentially arrested and subjected to various human anatomy experiments. Captain Wang reversed the camera in desperation. Bureau Liao, I'm probably done here. I owe it to you and I owe it to my teammates. If there is an afterlife, I hope I can continue to be a police officer. Director Liao's expression was grave and he didn't speak as he turned to the camera and gave a deep salute. In the video conference room, there was a dead silence, and the atmosphere was unbelievably grave. A group of experts from the Natural Science Bureau of Yunqi had all been at a loss for words. Just then, a voice came from the middle of the shot. Officer Wang, is that you? Officer Wang, what are you guys hiding here for? The sound is coming from an unknown craft. Hearing that voice, in the conference room, a group of leaders and experts were stunned, looking at each other, confused. And at this point, Captain Wang, too, was stunned. He remembers the voice. He remembered that a few months ago, there was a special military and police operation to combat a large transnational drug cartel, and the Ministry of Public Security of Yunqi Province had to ask the military region of Yunqi Province to assist. And that time, the military region of Yunqi Province sent a special drone combat team. The squad leader is the Yunqi Provincial Military Region, the drone brigade leader, Wu Yidi, and the voice, it seemed, was his. Captain Wang guessed it, but wasn't too sure, so he asked tentatively, Wu Yidi, is that you Wu Yidi? Yunqi Military Region, Drone Brigade leader. As soon as Captain Wang's words left his mouth, the mysterious craft in the sky gave an immediate response. Officer Wang, you have a good memory. Remember me. Confirming the identity of the other party, Captain Wang was even more nervous and trembling. Why is Yidi Wu in an alien craft? Could he have been captured by the aliens and turned? Wu Yidi, when were you arrested? Wu Yidi listened and couldn't help but stare. Arrested? Arrested for what? What is Officer Wang talking about? Yidi Wu just got an alert. 10 kilometers from the crater, a group of suspicious persons is suspected. Although the other side has not yet officially entered the defense zone, but for stabilization reasons, he decided to send a drone over first to check it out first, which wouldn't be too much trouble anyway. As a result, I only flew over and saw an old acquaintance from the Ministry of Public Security in Yunqi Province. Originally, Wu Yidi thought that the other party had also come over to assist in laying down defenses on the periphery at Lu Yan's request. But this Officer Wang, however, asked himself rhetorically if he had been arrested. It's simply inexplicable and oxymoronic. Now it seems clear that the other side knows nothing of the experiments going on in the rim. They're, supposed to be on some other mission. But whatever the task, none of it was as important as Lu Yan's experiment, nor was it as important as the arming mission assigned to them by the general headquarters. Come to think of it, Wu Yidi immediately warned in a serious and loud voice. Officer Wang, I don't care what you're on. What mission? Take your men and evacuate immediately. You're 5 kilometers further on, and you're about to enter the armored range of my Yunqi province military region. That's, absolutely off limits. Do you understand what I just said about absolute no-go zones? According to the General Military Department's directive, We have the right to shoot all trespassers on the spot. Just then, inside the craft, another man's voice came out. Wu Ed, don't you go on about it. We don't have the right. Once you've notified the other side, hurry up and fly all the drones back and keep alerting and arming. Roger that. The 20 hive drones then closed ranks and flew away from. And Captain Wang, too, cracked completely. Ed Wu reveals little, but Captain Wang had, by now, fully reacted to it. Misunderstood. Totally misunderstood. These craft, they're not alien craft, at all. They are all active drones serving in the Yunchi Provincial Military Region, Drone Brigade. Although Captain Wang couldn't understand why the drones of the Dragon Kingdom's military department had been outrageous to such an extent, but it doesn't matter. Important. This area, heavily guarded, absolutely off limits. In conjunction with the anti-gravity phenomenon that preceded, Captain Wang has reacted. Over there, it must be the top scientists in the Dragon Kingdom, conducting some sort of secret anti-gravity related experiments. As a result, having nearly led the break-in himself, if you do break in, you deserve to die. Nuts. Almost got screwed by those 4 big guys. Captain Wang cursed and immediately ordered the team to close up. At this point, in the Public Security Office of the province of Yunchi, Director Liao understood everything and hurriedly called the military region of Yunchi province to confirm. And it turned out to be true. Director Liao sent the previous video forensics to the military district as well. Confirmed by the military district. That mine, those 2 workshops, and the heavy trucks, it's all top secret. All video footage is not allowed to be backed up and must be deleted in its entirety. Director Liao, all of you stay put. We'll send someone over in a few minutes. And all those with knowledge of the situation will be required to sign a military department secrecy agreement. Liao bureaus. The truth of everything came out, and Director Liao was dumbfounded. Those 4 lords, they're just nonsense. What poaching and smuggling? What transnational crime syndicate? The contents of their photo forensics are all top secret in the Dragon Kingdom. Anti-gravity is involved. Enough to span the ages. To think that I almost sent someone into a restricted military area by mistake. Near interference with classified state experiments. It was a close call. Director Liao only felt incomparable remorse and a pang of fear. He was getting more and more angry as he thought about it and slammed the table. Bring me those 4 big men. I want a lecture to my face. Groove. Chapter 78. This is all because you guys forced me to. The Department of Public Security of the province of Yunxi. Luo Yongxing and 3 other factory leaders of the battery factory. Being taken to the director's office. Luo Yongxing saw, through the transparent glass wall, a big official in uniform, who was standing inside the, combined with the sign by the door, director's office in large letters. Luo Yongxing guessed it. The person inside, I believe, is the biggest leader of the Ministry of Public Security in Yunxi province, the director of public security. Guessing the identity of the other party, Luo Yongxing's little heart thumped and thumped. He also didn't expect that a few of them, ordinary city folk, would have the chance to meet a big official. And this commissioner, he doesn't seem to be looking too good. It does seem that this time they turned themselves in to report something that was a bit of a big deal. The 4 men walked nervously into the director's office. Secretary Liao's face became even more somber when he saw the 4 grandpas. The heart held a belly full of fire and was about to open his mouth to lecture. Luo Yongxing, however, was the first to ask nervously, Chief, the criminal, was the arrest a failure? Director Liao originally thought that although it was a harsh criticism, it should be a bit more civilized. After all, this is the Ministry of Public Security of Yunchi, and as the director himself, he can not just burst out foul language, but hearing this from the other side, and criminals, and arrest, the fire in Bureau Liao's heart rubbed its way to the sky. Your civilized manners. You guys, heck, you're just sick. For the next half hour, Director Liao cares about him, chopping his head and giving him a bad scolding. For factory leaders, was scolded frozen in place? All stupid. Luo Yongxing's expression was horrified. His heart was in shock, completely in disbelief. A top-secret national scientific research program, anti-gravity experiment, military restricted area, 300 SWAT officers, almost killed on the spot. The mine, the 2 workshops, the heavy trucks, are all state secret content. Never keep a backup. Surrender report, pure and simple. Secretary Liao scolded for half an hour, felt not yet relieved, drank a mouthful of tea, ready to continue to scold. And it was only then that the 4 battery plant leaders digested the previous barrage of information. Back to you. 4 people looking at each other in disbelief. Eyes, all confused. The expressions, all of them, were dumbfounded. Luo Yongxing continued to stare blankly for a while before responding. There's been a mistake. It's all wrong. Before, he guessed it. Liu Yan had no intention of messing with the battery. He also guessed that Liu Yan didn't want to enter the new energy sector at all. But he was never expecting that. Liu Yan's purpose is to conduct scientific research for the country. And the research is still highly subversive. Anti-gravity scientific research projects. No wonder. Liu Yan had no waves when he was told that the road to the battery industry had been blocked. They were secretive. And later they even just disappeared. It turns out that Liu Yan is carrying a national mission and does not want the confidential scientific research project to be discovered by outsiders. So he deliberately hides his true intentions and whereabouts. The reason why Liu Yan acquired the Yunhai battery factory. The probability is that he just wants to create a layer of fog for the smooth progress of the scientific research project, to cover up the years. Through. Luo Yongqing is now completely figured out, thinking that Yunhai New Energy, as well as several of them, could have the honor of indirectly participating in major national scientific research projects, and can also be a key part of the cover-up. Luo Yongqing only felt that this was, literally, a blessing that they could only cultivate in 8 lifetimes. Director Liao finished his tea and continued to swear. Gents, I'm really begging you, next time don't turn yourself in a messy way, okay? The 4 factory leaders had awkward expressions and stammered. Ah, well. Liao continued to curse for another 20 minutes before finally relieving his anger. The military will be here soon, so you guys, get ready to sign the military departmental secrecy agreement. 30 minutes later, Director Liao will have signed and sealed the military ministerial level confidentiality agreement, laid out in front of his chest, face embarrassed. The military headquarters, taking pictures for evidence. Immediately following, other leaders of the Ministry of Public Security, one by one, followed suit. Anyone who was aware of the situation, even a little bit of it, without exception, all of them signed a confidentiality agreement and were photographed for evidence. The cell phones of the 4 plant leaders were also confiscated on the spot, and the military department had to make sure that there would be no more backups or outflow of those 3 videos. That's the end of the matter. 4 battery factory leaders were driven out of the Yunxi Provincial Public Security Office by Director Liao. Personally, good riddance. You are not welcome at the Yunxi Public Security Department. Battery factory leaders. After a few more months, America, Ministry of Finance, a group of officials looking at the latest economic data, in the face of an almost insurmountable and critical domestic economic situation, one with a twisted expression. The status quo of stabilization alone has screwed them over. The stock market, plummeting, unemployment, double, trade deficit, doubled, inflation, double, the nation's economy. It looks like an economic crisis is about to erupt. Alan had only just been released from the ICU unit and had only just returned to work when he was almost sent back. She went over the changes that had occurred over the last 6 months and her heart nearly went into arrest again. Since the launch of the new Huawei, since the introduction of the Dragon Kingdom 1nm carbon-based chip, since her visit to China, Rikoku then ignored America's objections. It was announced to the world, the package of chip export restriction measures in the Dragon Kingdom. 1nm carbon-based chips, which will be completely banned to America. 2. Any enterprise, any organization, shall not, in any way and for any reason, for America on behalf of the purchase of carbon-based chips, once found, will implement the most stringent punitive measures of guilt by association. The offender's country of all the enterprises and institutions, will be permanently disqualified from the purchase of carbon-based chips together. 3. All countries that have ever participated in the Dragon States chip sanctions and photolithography technology restrictions are treated in the same way as America. However, depending on the late correction of errors and correct attitude, as appropriate, the appropriate opening of carbon-based chip export restrictions. 4. Because of the Dragon's package of chip export restrictions, America's chip industry, which has become a direct island of all countries, all international chip-related companies, have avoided it. Even those top American semiconductor engineers, who changed their nationality overnight, fearing that their semiconductor business would be completely cut short because of their status as Americans. And this has created a wave, a mass emigration out of the country. All along, it's all about people from other countries who are trying to immigrate to America. There has never yet been a situation where the Americans, on a large scale, are scrambling to emigrate abroad. This is the most outrageous and pernicious immigration incident in the history of America. And Ellen knew that there was more going on than she knew. I'm afraid, because the Dragon Kingdom has always been closed to immigration, those top semiconductor engineers can only immigrate to some countries in Northern Europe. If the Dragon Kingdom liberalizes its immigration policy, as America has done, Alan shuddered to think how many more semiconductor engineers would flee America. It's not even out of the question that it could be emptied overnight. Alan learned that at this point, the There was another sharp throbbing pain in his chest. She covered her chest and hurriedly swallowed a fast-acting heart pill to snatch it back in time. If it had been a few seconds later, she might have been taken away by the ambulance again. Alan slowed down, clenched his teeth and, the Dragon Kingdom is targeting America at every turn. Now they're actually using carbon-based ships and jamming the neck of America. How vicious. Alan couldn't help but clench his fists at the thought. You guys are forcing me to do this. Chapter 79, Preventive Measures to be Taken in All Countries of the World. Alan was now holding a hand, with one card left unplayed. Solid-state batteries. In fact, America's solid-state batteries, which have long been in development. However, taking into account the cost issue, so the solid-state batteries of each family, still in the laboratory, continue to overcome the bottleneck of low-cost large-scale mass production. But this bottleneck can actually be artificially pushed through with money. All it takes is a $10 trillion subsidy to simply ignore the scale mass production bottleneck. America holds the hegemony of the dollar. Push through the funding gap for mass production. Print and be done with it. Devaluation of the dollar? Military oppression comes back in a heartbeat. The last thing America needs is money. Originally, Alan was very disdainful of learning from the Dragon State and intervening in the market with state capital. But now, America's economy is on the verge of collapse. If we hold on to this card for fear of losing face, there's no chance that an economic crisis is really going to break out in America. Come to think of it, Alan sprang into action. In her endeavors, America's, by far, most heavily subsidized policy is out. Solid-state battery mass production. Welfare subsidy program. The plan provides that, no matter which country's battery company, as long as America's consortium holds more than 30%, the benefit will be available. As soon as a solid-state battery can be produced and sold, it will receive a policy subsidy of 40% of the average cost price. Once this welfare subsidy policy is in place, the international battery energy companies, all abuzz. This is because most of them, companies that are over 30% or more owned by America, are in the radius of the welfare policy. This can make these international new energy companies happy. Before, they thought America would only draw blood. I didn't realize that this vampire, too, had a time for welfare. It's unbelievable. It seems that this time, America executives really want to do something. Take the initiative to promote the process of solid-state battery technology for the benefit of all mankind. That's a big deal. Previously, the solid-state batteries in their hands were hesitant to be pushed to the market, simply because the cost was still a bit high, and even if they were pushed to the market, fewer people would buy them. But now that America is willing to cover 40% of the average cost, there's nothing to be concerned about that. There is still money to be made selling low. Just do it and be done with it. Soon, America, German, French, Island, Stick, various international new energy enterprises. There have been high-profile announcements that you don't have to wait 3 more years. It's this year. It's right now. Solid-state batteries, officially on the market, fully open for subscriptions. The world's battery industry officially entered the solid-state battery era. Soon, solid-state batteries were shipping, one after the other. Immediately, there was an international uproar. Its influence has even been to overshadow the carbon-based ships of the Dragon Kingdom. This change, no preview, no notice. Suddenly, the new energy enterprises in the Dragon Kingdom have not reacted to the car company's failure to. Even the NRC didn't react. SASAC headquarters. Minister Yang looked at the international news reports and fell into silence. America, making another move. But according to reliable information coming back from comrades, foreign solid-state batteries are not too far ahead of those developed by several organizations in the Dragon Kingdom. The cost is very high. The yield rate, however, is not high. In this case, a rash shipment is bound to lose money. However, various international new energy companies still dare to announce the start of mass production and supply in advance. It's all because of Amica's release, the solid-state battery welfare subsidy policy. 40% cost subsidy. America, this time is really willing to put down the money. But this time, Minister Yang is not at all planning to play with America. This kind of play that relies on huge state subsidies to seize the market, the Dragon country cannot follow. It's not that I can't afford to follow it, it's that I don't have to. Minister Yang has always known that Liu Yan, on his side, is developing an epic-spanning, room-temperature superconducting battery, and the various policies of the Dragon State, but also has been secretly and quietly lowered the expectations of the Dragon State solid-state batteries, drastically reducing the related funding expenses. Now, just wait for the result from Liu Yan's side. Although Minister Yang knew that Liu Yan's development of room-temperature superconducting batteries must not be an easy task, but after the mass production of the Hive drone and after the introduction of the 1 nanometer carbon-based chip, Minister Yang had confidence in Liu Yan. 8 years or 10 years. He believes that it was worth the wait. As long as Liu Yan's product comes out successfully, solid-state batteries will instantly become obsolete technology. And why fight with America for a moment's victory? Just then, Minister Yang's phone rang. The call was from Liu Yan. Minister Yang immediately inquired, "Is there a problem? Does it need help?" But Liu Yan's next words made Minister Yang's head spin. "It does need help. Minister Yang, help me operate. I want to notify the world. We're going to start producing room temperature superconducting batteries." Listening to Liu Yan's words, Minister Yang froze in his tracks. In less than a year, it's ready for mass production. To be so outrageous. It is important to know that the battery developed by Liu Yan is not a battery in the traditional sense. Instead, it's a room temperature superconducting battery. Conventional batteries, no matter what technology is used, are chemically designed to store and then release electrical energy. The world's battery technology has evolved over hundreds of years of technology iterations. Solid-state batteries are the latest iteration of traditional battery technology. But the room temperature superconducting battery developed by Liu Yan has completely left the technical framework of chemical energy storage. It is a different approach, developed from scratch. It is a new energy storage technology that is completely independent of traditional battery technology. In other words, Liu Yan did not have a teacher. It is impossible to find a reference. All by himself, completely from scratch. Minister Yang had previously predicted that it would be impossible for Liu Yan to start a brand new technology alone, from theory to product landing, without a decade or 8 years. But as it turned out, it was less than a year, to disrupt the entire conventional chemistry of battery technology in such a short period of time. Even if Liu Yan said it himself, Minister Yang still found it unbelievable. But having seen Liu Yan's ability many times, Minister Yang didn't dare to question it now. The only thing he was confused about now was why Liu Yan had asked himself to help him inform the world. Murphy, is Liu Yan trying to take advantage of America's current solid-state battery buzz to give them a head start? Considering that Liu Yan did just that during Alan's previous visit to China, Minister Yang can't rule out that this isn't likely to be Liu Yan's truest thought. Want to show your head? Whack you back. This Liu Yan, that character, have to say, he really likes it. As far as running the operation, advertising and all that, piece of cake. Thinking of this, Minister Yang agreed in one gulp. Okay, this ad, I'll help you hit it out, to the whole world. But Liu Yan said, it's not just advertising, it's not. I mean, I really have something to inform them about. The simultaneous activation of 20 room temperature superconducting towers will cause the Earth's magnetic field to vibrate violently for 15 seconds at the moment of activation. Affected by this, global aurora, grid fluctuation, satellite fall, neither is impossible. All countries of the world must be prepared for these effects and take appropriate precautions. Chapter 80, Normal Temperature Superconducting Battery. Coming soon. Earth's magnetic field shakes violently for 15 seconds. Global aurora? Grid disintegration? Satellite fall? Minister Yang was directly confused when he heard Liu Yan's words. The whole thing froze for a good 10 seconds before responding. Minister Yang had already found it outrageous enough when he activated a superconducting tower earlier, creating a bizarre anti-gravity phenomenon. As a result, he was never expecting anything more outrageous. The Earth's magnetic field is going to be affected. If this really dismantles any country's power grid, or add up some country's satellite, this is more than enough. Although Minister Yang found Liu Yan's words extremely unbelievable, he didn't think that Liu Yan was joking with him. Because this kid, Liu Yan, never jokes. Everything he said, at least so far, has come true. Come to think of it, Minister Yang immediately attached great importance to the, if it's true, as Liu Yan says, that the 15 seconds of the startup process of 20 room temperature superconducting towers would have such a serious impact, then it would be very necessary indeed to notify all the countries of the world. Liu Yan, go on. Subsequently, Liu Yan began to explain to Minister Yang the specific measures to prevent risks. 1. About the global aurora. We must know that this phenomenon will occur. A psychological preparation in advance. Do not then appear worldwide chaos. 2. Regarding the disintegration of the power grid, although it may not necessarily happen, the power grids of all countries must temporarily increase the capacity of the system, while reducing the industrial power supply in order to alleviate the burden on the power system, and to take precautions. After all, no matter which country's power grid really collapses, the economic losses caused by it will be an astronomical figure. 3. About the satellite fall. Preventive measures to implement. A little bit of trouble. All countries of the satellite, if in the designated time, there is the possibility of skimming over the sky of the dragon country, must be a substantial change in trajectory adjustments. away from the territory of the dragon country is directly above the near-Earth orbit, to avoid the most intense magnetic fluctuations in the region. Otherwise, the possibility of a 2-second direct clearance cannot be ruled out. Lu Yan finished the precautionary measures in detail. Minister Yang also gained more information about the consequences and couldn't help but take a breath of air. The implications of this were, without a doubt, more serious than he had thought before. Global aurora and grid disintegration. Okay, precautionary measures are implemented and can be easily done in most countries. But satellite reorbiting. But it will consume the precious emergency energy inside the satellite. Will other countries really be willing to cooperate? Minister Young is skeptical. America, Island, Sunset. Those stubborn and arrogant countries may not even pay attention to the Dragon Kingdom. Once it caused their satellites to fall, choking and all that is not yet a crime. After all, the Dragon State will give advance warning that but this hatred, it must be built up. This new hatred, with the size of the Dragon Nation, could care less. After all, the old grudges that the Dragon Kingdom had always had with those countries had always been not so bad. But Minister Yang didn't want this new revenge to be on Lu Yan's personal head. Agent infiltration, physical threats, secret assassinations. Minister Yang didn't even dare to continue to envision it. Lu Yan was too important to the Dragon Kingdom. Minister Yang did not allow Lu Yan to take even the slightest risk. Thinking of this, Minister Yang said seriously, Lu Yan, I can help you contact the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to send an early warning to the world. But the possible repercussions of this matter are so great that I forbid you to show your face. Minister Young issued a danger warning. Lu Yan also immediately understood in seconds. After all, not all countries are willing to listen to the Dragon Kingdom, and not all countries are willing to cooperate with the Dragon Kingdom. It's okay to cause some chaos in some countries when you create an aurora, but the disintegration of the power grid can cause real and huge economic losses. The fall of satellites, moreover, will affect the space deployment and national security of certain countries. If the other side really wants to do the math, it makes sense to define themselves as international terrorists. It's true that he can't carry a bit of this responsibility himself, but room temperature superconducting batteries, involving full-bodied hive drones, are an important cornerstone of the lunar helium-3 harvesting program, and must not be stopped here either. Just when Lu Yan also had some headaches, Minister Young took a direct shot. This is something that has to be done, but you're just in charge of drafting the copy. Other than that, I'll arrange it. Hearing that Minister Young is willing to take his place and take responsibility for the matter, and shock the world to get tech points or whatever, just have the tech products come out and you don't have to show up yourself. Come to think of it, Lu Yan gladly accepted. Yes, the phone hung up. Minister Yang thought back to all the bad influences mentioned by Lu Yan, and only felt a pain in his brain. It's not like any one person can carry something this big. It has to be carried, and only by the state. But in the future, when room temperature superconducting batteries come out, they're definitely going to ship out. There has to be a company that is the main body that carries this technology to make it work. StarTech must never be exposed. Lu Yan again used the name of Yunhai New Energy to start the room temperature superconductivity program. In this way, it is the most suitable choice to carry this technology with the new energy of the Cloud Sea. Come to think of it, Minister Young immediately contacted the Trade and Industry Bureau. Hide the information that Star Technology has full control over Yunhai New Energy. Information coverage with full SASA ownership. Cut off all ties between the two companies. After a few more days, on Minister Young's side, all preparations are in place. At this point, America-led, solid-state battery mass production program, which is advancing smoothly internationally. It was a hot job. Various international new energy companies are busy adjusting their corporate strategies and changing their corporate future plans. For, as they have all been able to foresee, this wave of solid-state battery advancement, led by America, will surely isolate the new energy industry in the Dragon Kingdom altogether. Although the battle of the chip, the Dragon won, but the battle of the new energy, the probability is that America will take back the game. Because, several weeks have passed since America's launch, and the Dragon countryside, so far, has not made any statement. Obviously, this time, the Dragon nation wimped out. Actually, we can all understand Rukoku. After all, this time, what America launched was a $10 trillion level offense. The Dragon Kingdom is far inferior to America in terms of financial power, and it would be brain dead if the Dragon Kingdom really went along with it. Just so, in the solid-state battery industry, America will be substantially ahead of Longwa by a full 3 years, and that's 3 years, which is enough time for America to eat more than 90% of the market share of solid-state batteries. Once the market is fixed and the users are fixed, it will be difficult to reverse it. So, though the chip industry, they're siding with the Dragon Kingdom, but the solid-state battery industry, they chose to side with America. Just when everyone thought that the Dragon Kingdom had given up, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon Kingdom suddenly issued an urgent notice. Congratulations to Yunhai New Energy. Room temperature superconducting battery will be launched soon. Chapter 81 Global Aurora Borealis is a normal phenomenon. Don't panic. Short of a dozen or so word announcements. But it immediately created an international furor. The major international forums were abuzz. Coming. After waiting for so long, the Dragon Kingdom's counterattack response is finally here. I'm a good boy. Normal temperature superconducting batteries. When did the Dragon Kingdom come up with this big move? Isn't it true that you take such an awesome name? Not to be ruled out. It's just a smokescreen. And what's this Yunhai New Energy? I've never heard of it. What kind of company is it? I found out. It's Yunhai Battery Factory. He is a small broken factory producing lithium iron phosphate batteries. There are decades of history. A year ago filed for bankruptcy protection. Now the information, confidential, cannot be found. No, a year ago, just filed for bankruptcy protection. And a year later announced that it has room temperature superconducting battery technology. How dare you be more outrageous? While the international netizens were thrilled, they were more than a little skeptical. After all, room temperature superconducting materials only exist in theoretical conception. In reality, it is impossible to exist, let alone any room temperature superconducting battery. Plus, the Yunhai Battery Factory, which is a small battery factory on the verge of closure. No one wants to believe that a company that was already on the verge of collapse acquired some kind of room temperature superconducting battery technology overnight. People are more inclined to believe in another possibility. It can't be ruled out that Dragon is trying to throw a smokescreen to interfere with America and curb the rate of solid-state battery advancement. However, considering that, when Dragon's carbon-based chips were released previously, many companies thought that Dragon was throwing smoke bombs, and all of them ended up being hit hard in the face by Dragon. So this time, everyone put their wits about them. Although in their hearts, they were full of questions, but in their mouths, they were still restrained and didn't say anything out of the ordinary. And various new energy-related enterprises, seeing this announcement from the Dragon Kingdom, on the bright side, none of them are taking a stand, but behind the scenes, it moved quietly. The strategic deployment of the future of solid-state batteries, which had only just been completed, was ripped to shreds on the spot. Although none of them wanted to believe that there were any room temperature superconducting batteries, they were now truly afraid. Carbon-based chips are so outrageous that the Dragon Kingdom has come up with them. What else is impossible? Even if there is only a 1% chance that a room temperature superconducting cell exists, they have to multiply it by 50 and factor it in at a 50% probability. They don't want to be in the gutter by trusting in reason. And various new energy companies, the corresponding adjustment made, is the first solid-state battery program, first cut 50%. And this adjustment, immediately, there was a huge impediment to America's solid-state battery advancement program. The Ministry of Finance of America, Treasurer Ellen, with a very hard look on her face, she didn't hold back one moment and tapped the table. These gut-eating, superficial, brainless fools. Opinion polls show that most of the new energy companies are not interested in the room temperature superconducting batteries of the Dragon Kingdom. But in fact, various international new energy giants, even and secretly cut down the solid-state battery program. Ellen was really surprised. It's amazing that these new energy entrepreneurs can be stupid enough to even believe a science fiction story. All of the nation's topmost teams of all energy experts have issued a joint statement. Room temperature superconducting batteries, with the current level of human technology, without 300 to 500 years, it is simply impossible to realize. The room temperature superconducting batteries that the Dragon Kingdom is talking about are just making up stories. It's disinformation. Ellen was now truly convinced. The conclusions have been given to you, and one of you still doesn't have a brain. Significantly scaled back plans for mass production of solid-state batteries. Is it because you don't think the experts at America are authoritative enough? Or do you think you're not giving out enough fierce welfare policies? As Ellen watched, solid-state batteries had only just completed their initial push when they immediately hit a snag. The mood was worse than eating. It also occurred to me that the Dragon Kingdom hadn't spent a single penny, and had just made a random statement that eliminated the effect that America had used $5 trillion to get. Ellen felt that her chest was beginning to ache again. Though Ellen could conclude that everything was a ruse by the Dragon Kingdom, but the international new energy giants don't believe it, and for that, she had nothing good to do with it. After all, the influence caused by the carbon-based chips of the Dragon Kingdom in the international arena is too great. So much so, that when the Dragon Kingdom farts now, people don't dare to doubt it so easily. There's no choice but to keep adding money now, or else the previous efforts might go down the drain. Ellen ordered through gritted teeth. Keep upping the stakes. Raise it by another 5 trillion. Just as everyone's attention was drawn to the idea of room temperature superconducting batteries, which had been slowly accepted, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon State made another announcement. Due to the room temperature superconducting battery production equipment, in the process of the first startup, the movement is relatively large. Do not rule out that it will be in the global scope, the emergence of a wide range of aurora borealis. But this is a normal phenomenon. When the time comes, please also keep calm, do not overreact, and do not panic. Clueless, the new energy-related enterprises, seeing this statement, were all confused, because no one could have imagined that. Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon State, with a follow-up statement of explanation. Although producing a battery and having an aurora borealis or something sounds so outrageous and unbelievable. But, if Longboy was trying to release a smokescreen, the previous ambiguous message would have served its purpose. There's no need for this additional detail, and no need at all to give outrageous warnings that there will be auroras. And, when the representative of the Dragon Party spoke, his tone was so calm, his expression so serious, and his words so decisive. It's not like it's fake. For s sake, this notice, the major new energy companies have once again made adjustments to their plans to bring mass production of solid-state batteries forward have been cut back dramatically. Once again, the level of reduction has been reduced from 50% to 90%. For a moment, America's $10 trillion plan to advance the mass production of solid-state batteries seems to have turned into a piece of scrap paper. Everyone's turning a blind eye to America's welfare policies, and all the ammo is being kept in reserve. Just in case the Dragon Kingdom really does have room temperature superconducting batteries. And that change could piss Ellen off. She also didn't expect that the Dragon Kingdom would continue to shamelessly release false news. If we let Rococo go on like this, America's solid-state battery advancement program is all but null and void. Rococo just opens his mouth without spending a dime, and America burns real dollars. This can't go on like this. Ellen ordered at once that block the Dragon Foreign Ministry's news channels in the U.S. The nonsense of the Dragon Kingdom must not be allowed to mess with the sanity of the Americans. Chapter 82. What a way to kill two birds with one stone. All the new energy enterprises and the Ministry of Finance of America are in disarray because of the news from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon Kingdom. They all think in terms of self-interest in gaming, so their thinking is somewhat limited. In contrast, there is no interest on the part of international netizens in. Instead, it's better to analyze the Dragon announcement from a scientific perspective. International forums that have long since blown up. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon Kingdom said that an aurora will appear. Is this really possible? No way. Can something like the aurora borealis be created just by talking about it? Apart from the solar wind, it can only be created by the Earth's magnetosphere, which excites atmospheric molecules. Unless the Dragon Kingdom can find a way to influence the Earth's magnetic field, there can't be any aurora. That's right, and the Dragon Kingdom says it's worldwide. Could it be that the Dragon Kingdom still possesses the ability to influence the global magnetic field? This will never happen. Just then, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon State, which continues to issue statements. The aurora is produced precisely because the Earth's magnetic field will be violently disturbed for 15 seconds when the superconducting device is activated. 5 seconds to global aurora. 5 seconds later, the power grids of all countries around the world will be impacted, not excluding the possibility of direct disintegration of part of the power grids. In the last 5 seconds, all satellites in near-Earth orbit in Dragon airspace will be damaged or even destroyed outright. This notification to the world by the Dragon Party has nothing to do with the solid-state battery promotion policy led by America, nor do we intend to compete with America. The Dragon Farm only serves to send an early warning to the countries of the world to prepare for the next onslaught, and to take appropriate precautions. The Dragon Party now sends the specific preventive measures to the ministries of foreign affairs of various countries, and requests all countries to pay great attention to them. Clueless, everyone was all confused. As soon as the final statement of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon Kingdom, international forums, first to explode. Prophecy Emperor, the Dragon Kingdom still really possesses the ability to influence the global magnetic field. I'm analyzing this blindly. It can't be so exaggerated. Disintegrating the global power grid. That's outrageous. I don't even believe in aurora. How can I believe in this? Destroying satellites would be outrageous, wouldn't it? Is this the kind of impact the production of a battery should have? For those who don't know, they'd think that the Dragon Kingdom has developed a space weapon against satellites. Weapons that can hit satellites. I've never seen them before. Beg the Dragon Kingdom, knock one of America's star chains down, so we can have a long look. This can disintegrate the power grid to destroy the satellites of the strike. In the end, how to prevent that foreign minister cannot send out the dragon country's preventive measures, so that we can learn to learn. At this point, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of America, a group of officials, looking at each other, because they really received a copy of the Manual of Precautionary Measures Against Superconducting Magnetic Field Shock from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon Kingdom. Can you? Dragon Fong really isn't joking with us. The Arab-American Minister for Foreign Affairs, Mr. Logan, looking at the e-file of the manual, which had already been downloaded, was confusing. Honestly, he doesn't believe all that talk about the Dragon Kingdom. It's just producing a battery, interfering with the Earth's magnetic field. Again, global aurora. Again, another shock to the global power grid. Even more outrageous. How dare Longfang say that it will have a serious impact on the satellite? Think he's 3 years old, but out of duty, he opened the manual. This manual, which is from the Dragon State Capital Committee, quite beautifully compiled, I must say. The first page, which opens with an analysis of the effects of superconducting devices on the Earth's magnetic field. They have even included the relevant formulas to make this manual more convincing. Logan shook his head, and with a disdainful look on his face, he continued to read. But the more Logan looked, the more it feels wrong, the more cold sweat. This manual, analyzed, is simply so well reasoned. One of the calculations about the aurora borealis is even accurate to the exact area, the exact range and the exact number of aurora borealis appearing. Calculations related to grid shocks cover the calculation of grid current distributions for national grids around the world. And what really scares Logan is that America is 50 states, each with its own separate grid system, and the manual actually counts all the states' separate grids. Not to mention, how did the Dragon State get hold of all this confidential grid data information? Just that amount of calculation alone is not something a normal person can accomplish, because each state's power grid has been transformed successively over decades, with intricate branching of the various systems. Even if you call the chief engineers of the state grid companies, they don't see it, and they can't do the math. However, the technicians behind Dragon's manual actually gave it all the math. At this point, Logan couldn't help but feel a chill down his back. Fark, what's written in this manual? It can't all be true, can it? Logan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and continued to look down. The section on satellites affected takes up the largest portion of the handbook, nearly 70%. And 90% of it is devoted to calculating the star chain satellites of America. In Earth's near-Earth orbit, there are a total of 9,000 chain satellites, which agrees with the manual, and the trajectory of each of them was calculated clearly. Logan read the manual and actually had the feeling that he could easily grasp these 9,000 satellites in the palm of his hand. Unbelievable, but it gave Logan the creeps. It's as if these satellites, instead of being produced by space in America, came from the Dragon Kingdom. It's not right. It's really not right. Could it be that the Dragon Kingdom really possesses the ability to destroy this huge cluster of star chains? In its entirety, it looks like we might actually have to do what Rokoku said. Logan muttered to himself as he read the handbook, getting deeper and deeper into it and nearly overwhelmed. I don't know. Treasurer Ellen, at some point, had stood beside him, watching with him. Ellen's brow furrowed as she listened to Logan talk to himself. At the same time, the heart is incredibly grateful that, fortunately, I was really uneasy and decided to make this trip myself. Otherwise, with Logan being the big dumbass that he is, America, I'm afraid I'm about to fall prey to the Dragon Kingdom. This Logan guy, he's been looking at it for half a day and he doesn't know what the hell he's looking at. The Dragon Party suggests that 3,000 star chain satellites complete an emergency reorbiting in advance to ensure that they will not appear in near-Earth orbit over the Dragon Kingdom within the designated time. So important and critical information is ignored. If we really did what Logan said, and did what the Dragon said, we would take these 3,000 star chain satellites and turn them away from their original orbits, avoiding Dragon airspace. Play it straight. Not to mention the waste of precious satellite fuel. Those empty tracks and areas can be a no-brainer. Near-Earth orbit space resources are limited. There are no international rules on attribution either. It is the property of whoever occupies it. Once the 3,000 star chain flies off, the Dragon Kingdom could always take the vacated area with their near-Earth satellites, and occupy it all. When that happens, there's no place to cry. Satellites have a price. NEO is priceless. It's so simple that Logan can't see it. Come to think of it, Ellen jolted awake. Figured it out. All figured out. Turns out, that's what Rokoku is trying to play like. Rokoku has set up such a big puzzle. It's not just about trying to stop the solid-state battery mass production program from moving forward. At the same time, it wants to plunder our forbidden track resources, What a dragon country. Nice 1-2 punch. Chapter 83. This Aurora Borealis must be God's blessing to America. After thinking about it, Ellen's heart palpitated. What a way to kill two birds with one stone. The Rokoku's hand. It's really horrible. America. If she really does what Rokoku says, they'll be completely played out by then. Think back to the handbook for suggested measures to protect against beautiful grid shocks. Long suggested that the U.S. side should restrict industrial electricity use in the core city. And given the vulnerability of the power grid in America, it would be best for the companies involved to suspend all production work, due to the complete uncertainty of the time from the shock to the full restoration of the grid. To be on the safe side, Long suggests that the restriction should be for a period of 24 hours. Ellen can be very clear about the core city of America. What is the biggest industrial power user? It's an artificial intelligence business. It is an AI large model training server. Once the AI servers are down, data interactions are suspended and America's AI business will lose a lot of users. Also, all the models that are being trained, all of them have to be trained from scratch. Longway in the field of AI has been in hot pursuit. The difference is America to kick the brakes. This grid shock precautionary measures, the reason why the dragon country so recommended, obviously, for the sake of, is to give America's AI field an emergency brake, so that the dragon country's AI enterprises catch up. Figured it all out. Ellen grinned. It's not a double whammy, it's a triple whammy, and it doesn't cost a dime at all for Dragonland to accomplish all this, but it's just a matter of getting a couple of people to seriously fabricate a real-looking handbook that, then let the Ministry of Foreign Affairs make a random statement. Even if they end up being recognized and exposed, they casually admit a mistake and say they made a mistake, and the matter is quickly turned over. But on the contrary, what about America? The solid-state battery mass production advancement program is severely hampered. A great deal of valuable near-Earth orbit was given away. AI field, emergency brakes, white to give the other side a chance to catch up and overtake. Three important areas that have collectively suffered heavy losses. Come to think of it, Ellen can't help but feel that. Dragon Kingdom. There are tall people. It's just a pity that all the ploys have already been seen through by me. If it's really the way Rokoku wants it, Ellen, resign on the spot. By this time, Foreign Minister Logan had finished reading the manual and was mind-blown. He had always thought before that the Dragon Kingdom was at least 10 Statue of Liberty high, in terms of theory and technology, from America, but now he realized that he was wrong. I am afraid that there is not a single person in all of America who could have written this manual. If this manual is true, then I'm afraid Dragon's room temperature superconducting batteries are also real, plus carbon-based chips. Come to think of it, Logan couldn't even help but sigh. It seems that the gap between us, America, and the Dragon Kingdom is really not small. Notify the relevant companies to implement preventive and control measures in accordance with the Dragon Kingdom manual. Logan finished speaking before snapping to the realization that Ellen was grimacing, standing beside him, looking him dead in the eye. Seeing that horrible old woman's face, Logan was outright shocked. Fark, when did this old woman stand next to me? Heart almost stopped at her. Treasurer Ellen, when did you get here? Why didn't you let me know in advance? Ellen grunted a sneer and, you were notified in advance. Can I still know what's going on in your mind? Ellen's old face was crossed. Logan, you don't have to come to work tomorrow. Hear this. Logan was instantly offended and, Ellen, you're sick, aren't you? Where did I offend you? I don't like the look of you. Fark, you and I are equals. What gives you the right to fire me? On what grounds? By the fact that I control America's vault. Ellen's sentence directly put Logan whole speechless. Logan wanted to continue to resist, but after half an hour, or can only honestly pack up their things, get out. And in place of Logan, Ellen gave the latest orders. Ignore the Dragon Defense Control Manual. Do not read. Do not pass. Do not perform. The 3 no's. Can it be done? A group of small officials of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs looked at each other in dismay, seeing that the boss, Logan man, was non-existent, and they already knew that their opinions did not matter at all, and were even very dangerous. And the small officials answered loudly, I can. A few days later, the countries of the world had already prepared for the onslaught of the magnetic field disorder in accordance with the requirements of the Dragon's Defense and Control Manual, and countless countries, countless people, held their breaths, looked to the sky, folded their hands, and waited for the artificial aurora to appear in the sky as promised by the Dragon Kingdom. Of course these countries do not include America. Due to Ellen's forceful intervention, dozens of America's grid companies, as well as aerospace companies, hadn't even received any notification about it, let alone taken precautions in advance. At this point, Yunsi Province, the 100,000 Mountains, The Ring Mountains. 20 superconducting towers that have been successfully energized. Main console. Next to the start button. Lu Yan looked at the time and waited patiently. It was now 7 hours 59 minutes and 55 seconds Dragon Capital time. Just 5 seconds short of the time to inform the world. Lu Yan starts the countdown. 5, 4. In the superconducting tower. Hundreds of technicians. Nervous to the sweaty palms. A year of hard work. Success or failure is here. 3, 2, 1. On the outskirts of the superconducting tower, thousands of heavily armed generals from the military region of Yunxi province are on high alert, realizing that the device is about to be activated. They still couldn't hold back a glance in the direction of the Ring Mountains. Initiate. As Lu Yan pressed the start button. Buzz. Just for a moment. An invisible force field, centered on the ring-shaped mountain range, violently spread outwards. The ring-shaped mountain range, tens of kilometers in circumference, was covered with countless dust, gravel, tree branches, and even small stones, which instantly completed their levitation. The guns held in the hands of the generals were all instantly lighter, with the formation of a giant pillar through the sky. The invisible force field is spreading at breakneck speed, rapid connection to the Earth's magnetic field. Buzz. Second buzz, not from the craters, but from the resonance of the Earth's magnetic field. For a moment, birds and animals around the globe are scattered. Major zoos around the world, countless animals, unexplained panic. All the animals, involuntarily, stood up straight and looked to the east, looking towards the Dragon Kingdom, looking towards the direction of the 100,000 mountains. High alert. This to bizarre phenomenon, so that countless tourists and keepers also feel a hint of unknown fear. In the meantime, all over the world, in every country, the aurora borealis appeared. Beautiful aurora borealis across the entire sky, the beauty of which can no longer be described in words. Countless people put their hands together and made a wish, as well as thanking the Dragon Kingdom, because they all knew that this aurora borealis was a gift from the Dragon Kingdom to the whole world. America, the most prosperous metropolis, Button City. It was 8 p.m. A beautiful and colorful aurora borealis, spanning the entire city of Button. Countless unknown citizens, rushing up the street, looked to the sky with mesmerized eyes. Some of the girls had even gotten so excited that they covered their mouths and kept choking. So beautiful. I've never seen an aurora borealis in my life. This aurora borealis must be God's blessing to America. Chapter 84. The grid's not falling apart. Is it? The building of the Ministry of Finance in America. Top level. The Office of Finance. Alan is reviewing the data analysis of the economic statements reported up by his men. Suddenly I heard a shriek of alarm downstairs. Instinctively, she wanted to close the soundproof windows to cut out the annoying noise. Instead, he saw that the street, at this point, was overcrowded, and the density of the crowds, the sheer size of the crowd, almost made Alan think, mistakenly, that a protest march was breaking out downstairs. But strangely enough, she noticed that the people on the street all looked up to the sky, and many of them had their arms raised, gesturing to the sky. She could even hear, from some of the loudest people, what seemed to be shouting, "This must be God's blessing to America." Blessing? What blessing? It's simply inexplicable. Curious and confused, Alan also raised his head to the sky, and what appeared in front of her eyes was a beautiful stream of light that spanned the entirety of Button City, so gorgeous that it was indescribable. Seeing this beautiful to the core, Alan, however, had his pupils slammed shut. A tremor appeared in his voice. And, Aurora, Button City, how could there be an aurora borealis? Alan couldn't believe his eyes at all. She also couldn't believe that the artificial aurora borealis that the Dragon Kingdom had talked about had actually appeared. Could it be that what the Dragon's handbook says is true? Ellen's body couldn't stop shaking at the thought. No way. That's never going to happen. Artificial aurora borealis or whatever. It's just not possible. After calming down a bit, Alan shook his head frantically. She still didn't want to believe that the aurora was messed up by the Dragon Kingdom's production of room-temperature superconducting batteries. Excluding the possibility of natural phenomena, she still preferred to believe that the phenomenon, a deliberate prank perpetrated against her, was. It's definitely some kind of blindfold. At that thought, Ellen shakily picked up her cell phone and tried to call the governor of Vina. Remembering that the Dragon's handbook had mentioned that the aurora borealis that appeared over Vina would be the most gorgeous in the nation, she now wants to make sure that the aurora is some sort of blindfold. She has to make sure that there is no aurora in Vina first. If it doesn't show up, then she had reason to suspect that someone, targeting herself, must have moved over Button City using some means. However, she had only just picked up her cell phone when she realized it had lost its signal. Just in the moment of Ellen's days card, the lights suddenly went out in the office. Meanwhile, Ellen heard another shriek from the window, but this time, the shriek seemed to be laced with a hint of panic. Ellen rushed to the window again, and, looking down, only to find that the streets, which had been brightly lit, had been dimmed. The lights of the tall buildings across the street, too, had all gone out. Immediately afterward, she cast her eyes farther away and, within her field of vision, the whole Button Market, block after block, one after another, went out, one after another, dimming. Seeing this horrifyingly perverse scene, Ellen's body couldn't stop trembling madly. Thinking again about the description of the grid shock impacts of Phase 2 impacts in the Dragon Country Handbook, the Ellens were dumbfounded. Button City's power grid, it couldn't, by any chance, have disintegrated. The next moment the lights came on in the office and Ellen reflexively breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had been overthinking things. But when she looked out the window again, she was horrified to find that the entire city was still dark. It was at this point that she realized that the power had not been restored and that the lights in the office are lit because the backup emergency power system in the Ministry of Finance building has started working. Realizing that the grid had indeed disintegrated, Ellen was in a complete panic. The aurora borealis appeared. The disintegration of the power grid, both stages verified. If what the Dragon's Handbook of Defense and Control says is true, then isn't it time for the satellite to fall in the next phase? Come to think of it, Ellen's heart stuttered. She had to notify Space Now. Their star chain satellites are at risk of falling. Now that the power grid is disintegrating, cell phones have lost their signal and there's no way to reach each other. But Ellen remembered that in the safe there was a satellite phone that could only be used in an emergency, and it would have to do for now. Come to think of it, Ellen hurriedly fumbled with his hands and pulled out the satellite phone. When the phone screen lights up, Ellen, however, found that the signal grid on the screen was actually zero grid, and drew a big difference. Looking at the signal grid, Ellen froze in place for a moment. Satellite phone. No signal either. It couldn't be that the star chain satellites have begun to fall in mass, could it? Thinking about this possibility, Alan's heart went cold. He himself personally under the 3-no instruction, but also he did not allow the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to notify the space company to carry out satellite orbit avoidance. If the satellite really because of their own miscalculation, the collective fall, their career, I'm afraid that will come to an end. But Alan quickly calmed down and whirled around to comfort himself. It can't be. The odds are too small to be outrageous. It must be the satellite phone that's malfunctioning. How can satellites or whatever fall in mass? That's absolutely impossible. Meanwhile, on the other side, America, Starlink, in the command center, the scene was a complete mess. The chairman of Starlink, Mark, personally came to the command center and sat in command. Everyone, don't panic. Backup power has been successfully activated. It won't be long before everything is back to normal. Though Mark's expression was calm and collected, but in reality, his heart was in a panic. Because just now, I don't know what it is, the entire company, all of a sudden, lost its power supply and had to urgently activate the backup power system to barely keep the command center running. Mark looked nervously at the system monitor screen and, at this point in the system, 3,000 star chain satellites are out of contact. Mark, confronted with this system failure, is beyond confused. This is because it is reasonable that even if the system loses power for a long period of time, the Starlink system should not lose contact with the satellite. After all, there is also a backup power source within the system, not to mention the fact that they restored in a very timely manner. It's very counterintuitive that 3,000 satellites are now out of contact at the same time, and the only possibility Mark could think of, it's that the system was designed from the ground up with major bugs. When the system loses power, there is a small chance of a large satellite loss. It's just a minor system failure. The lost satellites are all still there. So let's try harder. As soon as the system bugs are fixed, all those satellites will be recovered. With Mark's encouragement, the staff is confident and energized. Mark saw that the staff had stabilized and the restoration was well underway. Then he wanted to call and question the grid company as to why the other side was choking off Starlink's power supply. Is it trying to screw things up for yourself? Are you looking for trouble? Mark, am not afraid of trouble. Mark picked up his cell phone with an angry look on his face, at which point he noticed that the cell phone, it actually lost its signal. The cell towers are all out of power, and this time, it could be a citywide, even statewide blackout. What the hell are these grid company idiots up to? The power grid, it's not supposed to have disintegrated, is it? Chapter 85, Disappearing Satellite, Found. Mark had now realized that the grid companies aren't taking it personally. Rather, they, in turn, have blacked out the city, if not the state. It's the grid collapse, or even the disintegration of the grid. This is, like, a mega accident. The city's compensation alone is estimated to be in the hundreds of billions. If there was a statewide blackout, the compensation, I'm afraid, would be in the trillions. Thinking about it, Mark couldn't help but feel a moment of silence for Grid. Meanwhile, Button City, Button State Grid Corporation headquarters building. In the conference room, the flames of candles waver. A group of power grid company executives, with embarrassed faces, looked at each other. Due to the backup diesel generator in the headquarters building, there was a bit of a malfunction and it didn't start successfully. They were now barely able to hold an impromptu emergency meeting with flashlights and candles. The chairman of the grid company, Benjamin, was dark, his old face, his expression looking even harder against the light of the candle flame. Someone tell me, what the hell is going on? Why is there a citywide blackout in Button City? Why is it that we, at Button Grid's corporate headquarters, can only meet by lighting candles? A crowd of executives, with their heads bowed, did not dare to breathe a single breath. After a motion was made to fire the workers who maintained the diesel generators and executed on the spot. Then no one dared to make another comment, because right now, with the city's blackout, the telecom company's base stations are all obsolete and the phones don't work. They also can't keep up with what's going on at the various power stations right now. Everyone was confused. There was a moment of silence before someone gave a viable suggestion. Abandoning cell phones and using walkie-talkies to build a temporary communication system first. They had to find a way to restore command and control first. After 2 hours of hard work, it took a temporary walkie-talkie communications network to get established across the state. That's when HQ also got a chance to understand the seriousness of the matter. Statewide, both the overall grid and the localized grid collapsed and disintegrated completely. 358 power stations, all of which were hit by unknown inrush currents, with high currents rapidly crossing several times the peak value of. All the power stations have been severely damaged. 102 power plants, all of which had emergency protection jumps due to the effects of the big system shakeout. Any small initial restoration of the grid is expected to take a minimum of 24 hours, as all the factories in the state all lost their power supply, unable to carry out productive work for the next 24 hours. The economic losses, which are expected to reach $2 trillion. According to the Stabilized Power Supply Agreement, the grid companies, at least, will have to bear at least $1 trillion compensation. Chairman Benjamin, listening to the news, summarized up. He was so angry that he almost spat blood on the spot. It's been a decade or so, and the grid companies are doing it all for nothing. After a day's work, the Button State power grid was restored and communications were restored across the state. Benjamin was originally still incredibly depressed about the major accident at his grid company. The reason is that something like a statewide grid collapse, based on past experience, is likely to result from mismanagement of the company or a major problem with grid scheduling. In this way, the huge economic losses caused by the collapse of the power grid were going to be on their heads, and just thinking about it made Benjamin feel a pain in his chest. But now, with communications restored, Benjamin got the full picture of what was going on. The whole thing perked up, because he's not the only one who has seen the grid disintegrate and collapse. All of America, all 50 states, all the power grids, all collapsed. In this way, the collapse of the Button State power grid would not be all their own fault. Rather, it is a natural disaster, which is rightfully the responsibility of the state and insurance companies. One is only responsible for up to 10% of that. Benjamin couldn't even hold back a slap on the thigh at the thought. Very good. And at this point, Starlink Command Center power has been fully restored. But all the technicians, however, are even more flustered than before. And Mark, himself, was nervous to the point of cold sweat, because the 3,000 satellites of the lost star chain have not been contacted until now. Moreover, the entire star chain control system, which they had completed a thorough troubleshooting, did not find any bugs or loopholes. In other words, the sudden loss of the 3,000 star chain may not have been simply a system failure due to a power outage. Come to think of it, Mark had gotten some kind of bad feeling about this. The 3,000 satellites in the chain. It's not possible that it has fallen, is it? But the thought only flickered and Mark immediately shook his head, reassuring himself that that's even more impossible. If it's just a satellite, there's still a chance it could fall due to a small meteorite impact. But that's 3,000 satellites in the chain. Even if they were to encounter a meteor shower, it would be impossible for them to fall en masse. Mark intends to continue to look at the system to find out why. Just then, Starlink headquarters, customer service center. The phone went straight through the roof. The calls are coming from different countries around the world. I'm going to file a complaint. Your star chain satellites Smashed the roof of my house. Compensate me for my house. Your satellite killed 5 of my cows. Pay for them. Can star chains be recycled? How much does one cost? I was in the desert and picked up 10 of them, but they're all thinned out. The customer service supervisor, Anna, listened to the recorded complaints with a slight smile, not at all amused. Are you kidding me? What we're throwing into space is a Starlink satellite. The world's best quality, most technologically advanced super satellite. It is not comparable to the junk satellites of some junk countries. Star chain satellites. How can they fall from the sky and drop so much in one breath? It's simply not possible. Anna was absolutely certain that it must be someone who has nothing better to do than play pranks. Specific collusion with multiple national regions in order to screw with Starlink. That must be it. Because before, several times a year, a similar situation had arisen. Only this time, on a much larger scale than ever before. No need to pay any attention at all. Come to think of it, Anna ordered her men. Never mind. It must be another prank. But just then, a more attentive customer service agent objected. This thing, I'm afraid it's not that simple. Supervisor Anna, take a look. This is the picture I asked them to send via email. The photo of the fallen satellite does seem to be a product of our company. Anna looked at the pictures with a suspicious look on her face. The satellites in the photos are all mangled and hard to recognize. But Anna remained frozen directly in place. Because she realized that the codes on some of the satellites were still barely recognizable. And those codes were, in fact, Starlink special codes. Anna looked up one of them at random. The system showed that the satellite it belonged to had been sent into space just a few months ago. Anna realized something was wrong and immediately notified Mark. Mark immediately ran the code through and found it was one of the 3,000 lost satellites. Confirming this result, Mark's entire body froze right in place, and there was more than a hint of dullness in his gaze. The disappearing satellite, found, all back on Earth. Chapter 86, You can't do it yourself, but you still doubt our research results. Space Z. Mark publicized the news that 3,000 satellites had fallen. In the main control center, there was an uproar. Impossible. These 3,000 satellites. But the Starchain satellites launched by our own hands. The pinnacle of craftsmanship in the world. The best performance in the industry. How could they fall en masse? It must be some people who already know that we can't contact some of the satellites due to a system bug. And in order to nauseate us, they've deliberately made a prank. Boss, you mustn't believe these pranks. Give us a few more days. We can definitely get those 3,000 satellites back. Mark shook his head helplessly with an expression of immense pain. And he certainly didn't want to believe that 3,000 satellites had fallen that. But the facts were in front of him, and he was compelled to believe them. The customer service center sent over photos of 48 of the fallen satellites where the special codes were visible. And these codes, without exception, belong to satellites that have been lost. He didn't even have to utilize the system for code comparison. Because of those codes, he wrote them himself, and no one is more familiar with those codes than he is. And Mark can confirm that. The 3,000 lost satellites have indeed fallen en masse. For years of hard work that went down the drain. Overnight, we're back in business. These 4 years have been for nothing. The more Mark thinks about it, the harder it gets. I couldn't hold back my fists, and I threw my head back in the air. Fark! Mark's sudden loss of control startled the technicians in the Master Control Center. They had joined Space Z, and for so many years, Mark had always looked unfazed by things, calm and collected, and such a boss had given them endless self-confidence, and a willingness to follow. It was also the first time they had seen Mark lose his emotions. It seems that 3,000 satellites, I'm afraid, have really fallen. After Mark calmed down, he wiped his face with his right hand and his nose huffed violently. Now that 3,000 satellites had fallen, it had become an established fact, and he now had to find out why the satellites had fallen. If not, the remaining 6,000 or so satellites would probably suffer the same fate. Although the cause of the satellite's fall is now unknown, but he could be certain that such a result must not have been caused by the impact of a meteorite. Because the Starlink matrix, which has an impact warning system, if it had really been hit by something, there was no way the system wouldn't have had advance warning. And every satellite in the chain is self-evading. Even if they encountered a large-scale meteor shower, there should be at least more than half of them surviving, and there should not be a whole area. 3,000 satellites, all wiped out. Mark combined this with the body of knowledge in his head, and the only possibility he could think of was a magnetic field shock. And not just any magnetic shock, but a severe magnetic shock at the level of Earth's magnetic field disorder. Could be because every 450,000 years, the Earth's magnetic field reverses at the poles and comes early. Mark's whole body shuddered at the thought of it. And if that's the case, The Earth is feared to be in for a huge change, even a cataclysmic event of widespread species extinction. Mark was shaking his body more and more the more he thought it might be possible. Without hesitation, Mark immediately contacted Planet Labs, Planetary Laboratory PLP, the world's largest Earth data analytics company. The company, which records the Earth's data steadily over a long period of time, analyzes and predicts, based on the Earth's historical data, the major changes that are likely to occur on the Earth in the next few decades, centuries, or even longer periods of time. Mark thinks that if one wants to know if there's something wrong with the Earth's magnetic field or not, PLP, then, should know the answer. Soon, the parties have made contact. The chairman of Earth Labs PLP, Juan, answered Mark's call personally. Juan hadn't expected Starlink to call, either, and it was Mark himself. After all, the two sides had not had any business dealings prior to this. Could it be that this time, Starlink had discovered some interesting phenomenon in space, and that's why they came to consult? Originally, it wasn't Juan's turn to answer such a consulting call, but considering that Starlink was the largest technology company in the world, and it was also Mark who called personally, taking into account the issue of reciprocity between the two parties to the dialogue, Juan had no choice but to answer the phone himself. On the phone, Mark got right to the point. The fact that the satellites in one of the Space Z company's zones had fallen en masse, the exact number, which Mark didn't dare to reveal, was a casual 30. He focuses on giving his personal speculation of an imminent bipolar reversal of the Earth's magnetic field disorder. The Planetary Laboratory, it was hoped, would provide a theoretical basis for his personal speculations. Juan's entire body froze after hearing Mark's words. Although he was greatly shocked to hear that 30 satellites had fallen, he still instinctively felt that Mark's speculation was pure overkill. After all, according to the latest research results from the Planetary Laboratory some time ago, the Earth's magnetic field has been running very healthily and regularly for nearly 100,000 years, and if there were to be a bipolar reversal, it would be at least 300,000 years from now. It's still early, but considering that the other man was Mark after all, he couldn't afford to not give him face, and it was very rude to dismiss his stupid ideas to his face. So, Juan hesitated, or non-committal, and superficially accepted Mark's conjecture for the time being. Mr. Mark, thank you for this information. We, at the Planetary Laboratory, will conduct in-depth verification and research into these phenomena you describe. We'll give you a scientifically rigorous official answer when the results are in. The phone hung up. Juan himself came to the lab and found the technical group specialist in charge of Earth's magnetic field observations. Ruska listened to Juan's description, and although he was also deeply shocked by the fall of the 30 satellites, inwardly, he was very unhappy, because the latest research results and conclusions on the Earth's magnetic field came from the team he led. The conclusion that the Earth's magnetic field will not be significantly disrupted for 300,000 years before a polar reversal occurs is not one they give lightly. Instead, it is derived step by step from real historical data and rigorous scientific formulas. Now that Juan has come running over to tell himself that there has been a bipolar reversal now, isn't that questioning the findings of his team? Isn't that questioning his own work ethic? Ruska was, for that matter, totally unacceptable. But due to Juan's face, on the surface, Ruska didn't say anything over the top, but just said that he would have an immediate review. After Juan left, Ruska led his research team to the Earth's Magnetic Field Observation Laboratory. At this point, with only our own people left, Ruska couldn't hold back any longer and spat viciously that Starlink satellites have fallen, clearly because of their own technical ineptitude. As a result, it is suspected that something is wrong with the Earth's magnetic field and questions our findings. It's nonsense. Chapter 87. I'll take this responsibility. The Earth's Magnetic Field Laboratory. With some impatience, Ruska pulled up a simulated screen of real-time magnetic field data. In the simulation screen, thousands of lines of magnetic induction travel from the South Pole to the North Pole. Curves, smooth and rounded, with no offset in angle. Simply healthy as can be. Ruska looked at the data screen and shook his head helplessly as I told you it was bull ********. With the current healthy operation of our Earth's magnetic field, it will be another 300,000 years before we want the field to fluctuate violently. The conclusions given by our research team can never be wrong. Pull up all the historical data for the last year. I'm going to hit them in the face with actual data. Results. The analog screen only went backwards one day. The previously smooth, rounded curves turned, for just a moment, into sharp, jagged shapes, jagged lines of magnetic susceptibility. A flash of light. Still, Ruska caught it at a glance. His heart clenched and he immediately called a timeout. Back it up now. There seems to be a real problem with the Earth's magnetic field data. The simulation was quickly framed to the time period when the problem with the Earth's magnetic field was violently disturbed for a full 15 seconds. Looking at the jagged lines of magnetic induction, Ruska's own heart nearly went into sudden arrest as if cut by a saw. Couldn't help but exclaim offhandedly, "Fark! The Earth's magnetic field. Something's really wrong." The experts of Luska's entire research team, looking at this bizarre magnetic induction line, all froze in place. A coolness, from the soles of their feet, through their hearts, straight through the sky. No doubt about it. The appearance of such jagged lines of magnetic induction. It is a sign that the Earth's magnetic field has begun to show anomalies, and the appearance of such a sign has also indicated that the Earth has a serious problem, although the surface data does not look too much. But this is indeed the sign that the Earth's magnetic field has been very sick. Even the possibility of the Earth's magnetic field, at any time, reversing its poles cannot be ruled out. The reversal of the poles of the Earth's magnetic field is just a normal phenomenon for the Earth itself, but for the creatures living on the Earth, it is a catastrophic disaster, including humans. Ruska came back to his senses. The whole thing had gone cold and sweaty. Jesus Christ. I'm afraid this is the end of the line. My ass. Ruska was never expecting that. It's amazing that a scene from a movie about the end of the Earth is going to be released in reality so soon. And he, Ruska, it's also going to be the hero of the real-life apocalypse. Ruska recalls the various episodes of the movie that, Eyes Like a Torch. He knew that the plot of the movie, though fictional, was grounded in reality. If the planetary labs report the magnetic disruption of the Earth's holocaust to the higher-ups, the priority of those officials must be to do everything possible to conceal the news and maintain social stability in order to maintain their power before the end comes. Ordinary folk, until they die, are unlikely to know what is happening to the planet they live on. And that, too, was something Luska could never accept. Looking back on the first half of his life, he chose to work in the analysis of Earth's magnetic field data partly to support his family, but mainly because he wanted to understand the Earth. Ruska has always known how short a human life is, how brief the existence of mankind is, and how brief even the existence of the Earth is in terms of the span of the entire universe. The emergence of both humans and the Earth are, in a sense, extremely unlikely events. Even when they appear, they are fleeting. But Ruska is not saddened by this. Instead, he always felt that the emergence of the Earth made sense, and that the emergence of the human race made sense, too. Maybe it's the will of the universe. Maybe it's the will of God. Perhaps the reason why mankind came into existence, the mission, was to understand the Earth. So, at this time of humanity's survival, if the America hierarchy stops all of humanity and learns the truth about the Earth, in Ruska's view, this goes against the human mission. So, he can't take it. At the same time, Luska also considered that although Juan was his top boss, Luska wasn't certain that after Juan learned the truth, he would report the information directly to the top of America. So Ruska decided that he would have to go it alone. He had to inform all mankind that there had been a disturbance in the Earth's magnetic field and that the Earth's bipolar reversal was coming ahead of schedule. After figuring it out, Ruska didn't hesitate and acted immediately to. No notification to Juan, no notification to Planet Labs, no notification to Mark, and no notification to Starlink. In his official capacity as Planet Labs, directly posted all the information, as well as the conclusions of the analysis, to the official website of Planet Labs. It was also posted to Beautiful Doo-Wop, MeTube, all the media platforms he knew. Soon, the Earth's magnetic field is about to reverse poles. Immediately, the statement that Earth's creatures, and humans, are all about to die out, spread rapidly on the America network, creating a furor, and add to that the news that 30 of STAR's satellites have crashed. More evidence of the veracity of this view. The end of the world panic spread quickly and made a lot of noise, and even in some areas, people took this as an opportunity to start a wave of zero-yuan purchase for all, indiscriminate smash and grab campaigns against all stores, without distinction. Hypermarkets, drugstores, because of the large number of doomsday survival necessities they have also become the focus of care. The chairman of Planetary Labs, Juan, swiped his cell phone, saw the relevant report, and turned green with anger. He had previously assumed that Luska hadn't given himself further debriefings because the Earth's magnetic field data was, indeed, without any problems. As a result, he was never expecting that this guy, Luska, actually did not notify himself, concealed the results from the planetary laboratory, and directly transmitted the results to the network. It also caused a fair amount of confusion. According to the rules and procedures, such news could never be announced without the permission of the top management of America, because it's bound to cause, on a societal scale, super upheaval. Even if the America hierarchy wanted to execute subsequent rescue measures, it would be difficult to do so because the society is out of control. To think that today's chaos is due to the unauthorized actions of Planet Labs, as the head of the laboratory yourself, you have an unshirkable responsibility. Thinking about the America hierarchy, there's no chance that they'll restrict their personal freedom because of this incident, thus affecting what comes next. The preparations for sheltering oneself and one's family against the coming of Armageddon. One was furious. He immediately found Ruska and chopped his head off. Luska, are you sick? Who gave you the right? Who gave you permission, without permission, to spread the news of Armageddon? Now that it has caused such serious social unrest, the responsibility for this, who will bear it? Ruska confronted Juan, scolding and questioning. There was no explanation, no protest or rebuttal, a look of open acceptance of everything. I'll take this responsibility. Chapter 88. Congratulations. You are officially reinstated. Ruska resolutely stated that he was willing to take on the responsibility of spreading the word. Juan looked at Luska's death-defying expression and listened to his rigid tone. Okay, that's fine. One for all. One for all. Since you're willing to carry it, let you carry it. And when it comes to the survival of mankind, there is always a need for someone to stand up and let all mankind know the truth. Ruska, the lead role. It's yours. With that in mind, Juan announced directly. Luska, from now on, you are the chief director of Planetary Labs. Meanwhile, Space Z's corporate headquarters, Mark looked at the reports and fell into silence. He was just doing a worst-case scenario, and he didn't expect that his vision would be directly scientifically verified by the Planetary Lab. Earth, about to reboot. Human civilization, too, will come to an end. It's just a pity that it will be at least 30 years before one's own Mars immigration program, to get off the ground, can be launched. But according to the projections given by Planet Labs, it was only 3 years at most from the time the planet went from the appearance of a magnetic field disturbance to the eventual reversal of the poles and biological extinction. Mark was endorsing this conclusion of Planet Labs, because the technical team of Starlink, too, had already made projections, which turned out to be even more pessimistic than Planet Labs' conclusions, which turned out to be only 2 years and 8 months. When he thought of this, a wave of sadness couldn't help but rise from Mark's heart. What's a little less than 3 years worth of time? Is the flame of human civilization really going to be extinguished? Mark gritted his teeth. He doesn't believe in fate, nor do they believe in God. He's going to build Martian spaceships that will send humans to Mars. He will use his own power to reverse the fate of the extinguishing of the human fire. But if you want to continue the flame of civilization, it's not enough just to be able to fly people to Mars. The initial construction of a Mars base requires a great deal of manpower, a great deal of special equipment, tools and materials. There's no way we're going to get through this without 100 ships. Also, he had to build these ships in 3 years, if not less. Mark knew deep down that to make it this far, he could never do it on his own. With Starlink alone, Mark predicted that the total cost of the 100 ships would, no doubt, exceed 20 trillion. He needs money, lots of it, and the fastest way Mark could think of to raise money was to sell boat tickets. Strike a balance. Mark immediately announced on Twitter that Mars migration program to be officially launched. It was also announced that tickets to the Mars spaceship, priced at $100 million, limited to 500,000. The Earth's magnetic field is about to reverse in 2 poles, and human civilization has less than 3 years to go. Starlink will take up the mission and do its best to keep the flame of human civilization alive. The news immediately created an uproar in America when it was released. The countless tycoons snapping up Mars tickets. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Finance of America, Allen, seeing the chaos within the beautiful country, it occurred to him that the America's national network is, for now, closed to the public. Reacting, she rushed to have the network unlocked and restored. Previously, because she didn't want the nonsense of the foreign ministry of the Dragon Kingdom to mess up the common sense judgment of the Americans, she had temporarily asked for the closure of the external network channels. Then, affected by a nationwide blackout that left the country in disarray and the internet and communications all but paralyzed, Alan was busy with other important things before, so he forgot about this unimportant matter. Now react. Alan also just realized with a jolt that the fact that the external network wasn't restored was the big ing deal, because people don't realize that the Earth's magnetic field is disturbed and that the Dragon Kingdom actually has prior instructions. At this point, Ellen clutched at her messy hair, almost frantic. She didn't expect that either. It's amazing that the Dragon Kingdom can do what it says on the tin. Say Aurora Borealis. Saying that the power grid is paralyzed on the power grid is paralyzed. It is not possible that at this moment, the satellites of the Star Chain Company, I am afraid, have already fallen down several the direct economic losses across the U.S. have been too big to measure, and Alan himself knows that. The culprit for these major losses is not the Dragon Kingdom, but she, Ellen, herself. If he hadn't forced the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to implement her 3 no's, the control measures in the Dragon Handbook would have been enforced. If the grid companies and Starlink had implemented preventive and control measures in accordance with the manual, they would not have suffered any losses at all. It's over. It's over. If people know that this is all due to her own misjudgment, the result, needless to say, is that she will have to take the blame and resign. But she can't. She controls the America Vault. She is also on a mission to make America great again. She definitely couldn't go down now. The only thing to do for today is to find someone to take the blame. It quickly occurred to Alan that the best person to take the blame for backstabbing, former Foreign Minister Logan. Saying yes, Alan moved immediately. Soon, Alan found Logan himself, an affluent neighborhood. Inside a large house, Logan heard someone ringing the doorbell, and through the electronic cat eye, one look at Alan's old face, that smiling, hypocritical expression, and it was clear at first glance that it was not meant to be. Logan didn't expect that either. He's already been removed from his post, and this old woman still isn't going to let himself go. It is simply outrageous. Logan, not spoiling for a fight, didn't open the door, but only returned with, "No." Alan wasn't offended, and explained, with a smile on his face, "Before, it was all a misunderstanding. Congratulations, you've been reinstated." Logan froze when he heard that. Reinstatement? What else could be so good? He could remember that the people who had been screwed by Alan before didn't end up well, and many of them, in the end, couldn't even find a job to make ends meet. Why is it that when you come to yourself, you're still official? Logan doesn't believe that. Are you trying to trick me? Alan saw Logan's disbelief. A copy of the latest transfer notice was hurriedly brought out. It wasn't until he saw the line, "Reappointment of Logan as Foreign Minister," that Logan opened the door to his room. The two of them were talking to each other as if they were close friends who hadn't seen each other for years. Until now, America's external network was finally restored. At this point on Twitter, the matter of Starlink's Mars spaceship program has intensified. It has become the top most focused event in the entire United States. Countless people have left messages strongly urging Starlink to keep the ship tickets open for purchase. Just then, an abrupt comment appeared. "No, you Americans, is the rule of law so lax? And act like Star Chain selling ship tickets in advance, in our Dragon Kingdom, is considered illegal fundraising? And it's punishable by arrest for stepping on a sewing machine." Chapter 89 Taking America's EF to the federal court. The forum exploded when this message was posted. Are you people from the Dragon Kingdom? Are you sour? Are you angry? The Earth's magnetic field is disturbed, about to be bipolar reversed. Only we America people can leave the Earth safely. The Dragon Kingdom people are just bad. Human civilization is about to be destroyed. They can't afford to leave themselves and still don't want us to leave. Don't pay any attention to this goods. And the other Dragon netizens joined in with a dumbfounded look on their faces. You Americans want to leave? Well then, let's go. Mars is yours. Earth is for the Dragon Nation. What are you all talking about? What magnetic disturbance? What destruction of human civilization? Have none of you received an official warning notice from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon Kingdom? The Earth's magnetic field is disturbed because we, the Dragon Kingdom, are making room temperature superconducting materials, and the effect is only 15 seconds. And it's temporary. The comments section bickering got to this point and quieted down. A crowd of America netizens with a confused look on their faces. Notice? What notice? Trying to trick us? No way. That's when the official notification from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in America arrived late. Dragon warning. The Dragon Kingdom will start the production of room temperature superconducting battery special equipment. The Earth's magnetic field will occur 15 seconds disorder phenomenon. Long Fong warning. The whole of the United States, there will be a wide range of aurora, is a normal phenomenon. No need to panic. Long Fong warns that the U.S. power grid will suffer a brief shock, and that precautions can be taken to increase system capacity and limit industrial use of electricity in order to avoid grid disintegration. Dragon warning. Near-Earth orbit satellites will be affected to some extent, does not rule out the risk of destruction of the fall. Precautionary measures. All near-Earth orbit satellites, especially the Star Chain Company satellites, be sure to stay away from the near-Earth orbit above the Dragon Country in the stipulated period of time, to avoid the most serious magnetic field disorders of the region. Clueless. Having seen the notification sent to the country by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in America, all of America's internet users, all of their brains are down. Is the Dragon Kingdom so fierce? Artificial aurora borealis? a shock to the U.S. power grid? It can also affect the star chain satellites. No, it's been 48 hours since this happened. And the notification from the foreign ministry just came. What's wrong with you? I really thought the earth was going to end. Who's the Minister of Foreign Affairs? Take him out and shoot him. Immediately following, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of America sent a letter of apology to all the citizens of the United States. Due to the negligence of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Dragon's notifications and preventive and control measures were not communicated to all U.S. citizens and businesses in a timely manner. We apologize for this. Foreign Minister Logan will take full responsibility for the blunder, and Logan will resign and go to prison for 80 years. Seeing this belated notice, at the headquarters of the various grid companies in America, there was a lot of cursing. All you up. The Dragon Kingdom's warning was given, and so were the precautions. As a result, it just doesn't communicate, causing us to eat a whole network disintegration. This guy, Logan, is so hateful. I seriously doubt that he is a spy planted in our America by another country, causing direct economic losses, at least over $10 trillion, and only ending up in jail for 80 years? Too light. I want him dead. Starlink headquarters. Mark looked at the belated announcement that, so angry that he turned green in the face. The thought of their 3,000 satellites falling en masse. To think that I was forced to start the Mars program 30 years ahead of schedule. The probability of success is less than 1%. Almost 9 deaths. Even if the Mars program was cancelled urgently now, it would be cursed by the public. For the second time in his life, Mark lost his temper. All you officer America. With that kind of efficiency, why don't you just quit? Mark calmed down, feeling that the huge losses they have suffered must not be allowed to go away and that the government must pay compensation. He had not, before, officially announced to the public just how many of the star chain satellites had fallen. The previous rumors of 30 chain satellites falling were spread by Planet Labs, so much so that everyone is now under the mistaken impression that Starlink has lost a lot of money but hasn't broken any bones. In this way, the huge losses suffered by Starlink are simply not getting the attention they deserve. America Senior, and I don't know how badly he's hurt. One simply cannot get the compensation one deserves. This way, absolutely not. At the same time, Mark knew very well in his heart that Foreign Minister Logan is a push-out to take the fall, and if he is called to account, he won't get a dime for himself. After organizing his thoughts for a moment, Mark immediately publicized the damage to the Starlink satellites. Because the Ministry of Foreign Affairs failed to notify Starlink of the Dragon's defense control measures in time, the 3,000 Starlink satellites passing over the Dragon's airspace have, within 15 seconds, fallen en masse. Direct economic losses, which have reached $300 billion. The responsibility for this loss does not lie with Starlink, nor with Logan personally, but with the entire inefficiently backward ZF of America. Star Chain is ready to take America ZF to the federal court. Mark does what he says he's going to do. The news was just released, less than an hour ago. Starlink's legal team, acting immediately, took America ZF directly to the highest court, and the news that Starlink has taken ZF to court, immediately, it created a huge sensation across the country, rushing to the top of every major news headline in the country. The public wasn't too surprised when they sued America ZF or whatever, because it happens all the time. What really shocked everyone was the damage to Starlinks. It's amazing that 3,000 satellites have fallen. My God. 3,000 satellites in 15 seconds. How the hell did that happen? With a super satellite weapon? I had previously thought that Starlink only had 30 satellites damaged. I now have reason to seriously doubt that what the Dragon said, activating the room temperature superconducting battery device, is simply an excuse. The true purpose of the Dragon Kingdom is to use this as a cover to sensibly test some kind of superweapon, and in the process, take out 3,000 satellites of Starlink in one fell swoop. Seize the resources of America's near-Earth orbit. NEO itself is 100 times more valuable than a star chain. The limited resources are priceless. It's not just the satellites. Our power grids have been dismantled as well. I'm sure the new weapon tested by the Dragon Kingdom is a next-generation supermagnetic pulse weapon that attacks with the Earth's magnetic field. Oh, my God. It's horrible. For a while, the talk of the Dragon Kingdom using the production of room temperature superconducting batteries as a cover for superweapon testing spread rapidly in America. It's a big deal. Chapter 90 Death Bell? At this point, the Ministry of Finance of America. Ellen looked at the news about Starlink and was shocked. She could actually understand Mark. After all, Starlink had lost a lot of money, and seeking compensation from the ZF or whatever was reasonable and perfectly valid. But she can't understand that. Why would it be 3,000 satellites falling? This exaggerated number of falls really startled her. This also meant that the star chain satellites that had swept over the Dragon Kingdom had been all but destroyed. She had previously thought that the star chain satellites, at most, would only fall 2 or 3 just because, as described in the Dragon Country Defense and Control Manual, magnetic field violent disturbances will be over the Dragon near-Earth orbit satellites, have a certain impact, does not rule out the possibility of destruction, the risk of satellite fall. Thinking back on the contents of the handbook, Ellen was more and more devastated that, where is this a certain impact, where this doesn't rule out a fall? It's a clean sweep. It's a reunion. America's NEO satellite system, which had been deployed for years, came close to disintegrating. Ellen was getting angrier and angrier as she thought about it, and at the same time sensed that something wasn't quite right somewhere. The Dragon's Handbook says nothing about the possibility of satellite mass destruction, and describes it in vague, ambiguous terms instead. Murphy, the real purpose of the Dragon Kingdom is really a test of some kind of weapon, as rumored on the internet. Come to think of it, Ellen jolted awake. She now thought that the internet rumors were not without merit. Perhaps, after all, room temperature superconducting battery or something. The possibility is too small. A number of energy science experiments of the team of experts has given the conclusion that the current level of human science and technology, without a 300 or 500 years, it is impossible to build out. But what if it's just a weapon that affects the Earth's magnetic field? This is going to be much easier. After all, during World War II, Hilt Kuan, 4-1, built a similar weapon, the death clock, that distorts time and space by affecting the Earth's magnetic field. Only this weapon, not yet completely finished. World War II ended. If not, today's world hegemony is which country? Or an unknown number? Just a pity. After the end of World War II, the death bell went strangely missing. Now, Alan had reason to suspect that this death bell had fallen into the hands of the Dragon Kingdom. It's unlikely that the Dragon Kingdom has quietly finished analyzing the technology and copied the same principle of the magnetic field pulse weapon. Or perhaps, the Dragon Kingdom has already finished the unfinished death bell for good. And this time, the warning notice issued by the Dragon Kingdom. It says that the equipment to produce room temperature superconducting batteries was activated. In reality, it's a magnetic field pulse weapon activation. Otherwise, how can there be a global aurora? How can there be grid disintegration? How could it cause 3,000 star chain satellites to fall en masse? Come to think of it, panic grew within Alan as well. Weapons must be a magnetic field pulse weapon test. It wasn't even ruled out that the weapon tested by the Dragon Kingdom was the death bell itself. Come to think of it, Alan got a chill down his back, because the terror of the death bell could be nothing less than a nuclear weapon. The continued development of weapons other than nuclear weapons is a serious criminal offense in violation of the Convention for World Peace. America wouldn't allow it. The world won't allow it either. Ellen felt that since she had discovered the truth, she was obligated, then, to reveal the ugly face of the Dragon Kingdom to the world. She must stop the terrible behavior of the Dragon Kingdom. Soon. Ministry of Foreign Affairs. America. New Foreign Minister. Urgent statement. Because of the Dragon Fong, 3,000 of our star chain satellites have fallen. The losses are heavy. The Dragon Fong must take primary responsibility for this. At the same time, we have reason to suspect that the room temperature superconducting battery is just a confusing statement, while the actual situation is that the Dragon is secretly testing some kind of magnetic field pulse weapon based on the principle of the death bell. Or, perhaps, the weapon of the test is the death bell itself. This is a violation of the World Peace Convention and a serious offense. America appeals to all the countries of the world to recall the fear of being dominated by death during World War II. At the same time, all countries of the world should unite and urge the Dragon Fong to stop the development and testing of the death bell immediately, and hand over the weapon in question to America, who will personally destroy it in public to ensure world stability and peace. Upon the announcement of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in America, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon State, responding immediately. The allegations made by the United States side are completely devoid of any factual basis and are purely hypothetical and speculative. Dragon Party will not comment. Although the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon State gave a reasonable response, but the statement of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in America, still making waves internationally, because, indeed, the claims of magnetic field pulse weapons experiments are not without merit. Otherwise, producing a battery is just a global aurora borealis, a power grid shock, and 3,000 satellites falling down, is indeed outrageous and unthinkable. Now many countries also cannot help but begin to suspect that room temperature superconducting batteries and whatnot. It is possible that it is really the Dragon Kingdom in order to test the magnetic field weapons, and make up excuses, and according to U.S. speculation, the technology of magnetic field pulse weapons originated from the death bell. Again, this viewpoint can't help but make a number of countries collectively shudder. Although World War II had ended half a century ago, the horrific haze of Hitogun's terror still hung over them. If the Dragon Kingdom really possessed Hitogun's death bell, it would be an extremely dangerous thing to either continue to complete it or imitate it. This is because most of Hitogun's weapons were originally designed to go on to wipe out most of the nations and races of the earth after completely wiping out a certain evil race. Perhaps, the whole world will once again be plunged into great chaos, and the possibility of the outbreak of World War III cannot even be ruled out. This is something that every country in the world does not want to see. So, egged on by America, a number of countries, either actively or passively or reluctantly, have also stepped forward, demanding a statement from the Dragon Kingdom. The mysterious device that was activated earlier, was it a battery-producing device? Or was it really, as America had said, it is actually a magnetic field pulse weapon? Alternatively, is it the death bell itself? Chapter 91 Liu Yan's new weapon. We'll take it. Meanwhile, Dragon State General Military Headquarters, Conference Room 1. There's a conference going on about armament in space. There was a heated discussion about the great role that the America Star Chain satellites play on the battlefield of the Great and Small Bears. Above the Lord's seat, Chief Military Commander, Zhang Wan-mo, looking at the recent battle reports from the battlefields of the two countries of the Great and Little Bears, and listening to the people's analyses of the battlefields past and future, he couldn't help but begin to feel apprehension in his mind. According to Army Commander Zhong's original prediction, this war was a one-sided crushing. Because of this, there is a huge gap between the strength of the Big and Small Bear countries, and at the beginning of the war between the two sides of the Big Bear countries, they directly launched a blitzkrieg, destroying more than 90% of the communication systems of the Small Bear countries within a few days. It was expected by all that without the communications network, the Cubs would be rapidly routed. As a result, no one expected that the America Starlink Corporation would suddenly intervene in the battlefield in the name of humanitarian aid. Not only was the Cub country's command communications network instantly restored, all the strategic deployments of the Great Bear country are even more visible under the Starlink satellite network, as if their clothes had been stripped bare. How many tanks, airplanes, missiles, soldiers, are there in Bear country? Where are they hiding? What kind of equipment are they carrying? Under the Starlink network, it's all clear, and the missiles that the Cub country could not aim before, instantly hit 100 shots. It was as if they had been turned on. Even the hinterland of the Maharaja's country has been attacked by a number of precise invasions. Such a reversal of the battlefield would have been an absolutely impossible thing to happen in the past. It had become clear to everyone that the key to all this reversal of change was the America Star Chain satellite system. This is also the first time that people have experienced the horror of the NEO satellite system. And that's what Army Commander Zhong is worried about now. If the Dragon country does not have its own near-Earth orbit satellite system, in the future, once the outbreak of war, the Dragon country may also face the same dilemma as the Big Bear country. They can only look at their opponents a fuzzy approximation, but their opponents can be their every move in the eyes of the eye to see a clear picture. Drone scheduling, missile precision guidance, will also be in the speed of response, and accuracy, lose a large part of the others. This is a very scary thing, but no one has anything good to say about that. One reason is that the rocket recycling technology of Star Chain Company is currently unique to Amica, and the cost of launching satellites into near-Earth orbit is less than 1/20th of the cost of traditional rocket technology. Relying on the low-cost advantage of Star Chain's satellite recyclable rockets, Amica can launch hundreds or thousands of satellites every year, and recklessly seize the resources in near-Earth orbit. Secondly, because the satellite capacity of near-Earth orbit is limited, now more than 60%, has been completely occupied by the Star Chain Company, has been seized near-Earth orbit space resources. America, and absolutely will not spit out again. So, having lost its first mover advantage, now even if the Dragon State can launch a large number of satellites into near-Earth orbit at no cost, using traditional rocket technology, it has immediately run out of space to accommodate them. Plus, the Star Chain satellite that hundreds or thousands of satellites launched every year at a rate far above that of the Dragon Kingdom. Where the Dragon Kingdom launches 10, America backhandedly launches 100. The greatest fear now is that the near-Earth orbit satellite system of the Dragon Kingdom, which has only been formed to the halfway point and has not yet completed the final networking, has completely run out of near-Earth orbit space capacity. In this case, the substantial investment made up front will be all for naught. Now the launch of the Star Chain satellites, obviously slowed down, should be America intentionally. The purpose is to invite the king into the jar. So now the Dragon country, also caught in the dilemma of the dilemma. Do not form the economic orbital satellite system, in the future subject to others, now form, will enter the trap deliberately set by America. Thinking of this, Army Commander Zhong couldn't help but shake his head and, it's hard. It's just too hard. Could it be that this deadlock, our Dragon Kingdom really can't be broken? A group of General Military Department executives, looking at each other, all shook their heads. Just then, someone suddenly stood up and reported loudly and excitedly, Generalissimo, from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, America, 3000 star chain moons, has fallen. The fallen satellites account for 37.5% of the total number of satellites in the chain. Upon hearing this news, the group of executives all froze in place. Army Commander Zhong was also dumbfounded. I just feel like my head's in the clouds. 3000 chain satellites fall. How is this possible? Military Commander Zhong was well aware that according to the intelligence, America's star chain satellites had a self-avoidance system, and even if they encountered a mega meteor shower, it would be impossible for so many to fall in one breath. Zhong Yuanwu looked at the officer who reported the situation with a suspicious look on his face. This news? Really? It's true. It's been fully confirmed. Confirming the news, Army Commander Zhong was excited but still confused. After all, this thing is so outrageous that, how on earth did 3000 of America's star chain satellites fall? And Zhong Yuanwu quickly thought of the only possibility. Must be which country has developed ultra-high destructive power against satellite weapons, and it had struck out against America. Thinking of this, Army Commander Zhong was thrilled. Awesome. It's just that Sergeant Zhong, too, can't help but be a little confused. Which country is it that can be so powerful, quietly possessing ultra-destructive weapons against satellites? Realizing that a weapon that could take out 3000 star chain satellites in one gulp is not available on its own. Moreover, Army Commander Zhong couldn't figure out for a while, which country was it that could be so brave to America's satellites even if it is not enough to strike, but also a breath to take out the other side of the 3000 star chain satellites. Such a loss. For America, the injury is not enough to describe. It is simply a heavy loss. Many years of space deployment, directly destroyed, and the opportunity to deploy a near-Earth orbit, NEO, satellite system in the Dragon Kingdom has arisen. The more he thinks about it, the more agitated Army Commander Zhong is. He wanted to know now who this friendly force was. Judging by the mutual hatred values of various countries in the past, Army Commander Zhong asked tentatively, "This thing, is it the work of the Great Bear Nation?" The officer who reported this news, however, replied excitedly, "No, one of our own did it." Army Commander Zhong felt his head spin. One of our own? Who? Maker of the Hive drone. Lu Yan. Knowing who did it, Zhong Yuanwu didn't hold back his exclamation of surprise. The officer reporting the situation nodded frantically. It was Lu Yan's room temperature superconductivity engineering program that caused this. Army Commander Zhong heard the report and completely froze in place. Normal temperature superconductivity engineering. Of course he knows that. Half a year ago, Lu Yan had made a request to the Dragon Kingdom's military ministry to help with the alert deployment of the 100,000 mountain rim. And the reason Lu Yan needs to be vigilantly deployed is the normal temperature superconductivity project. According to Lu Yan's explanation, although the project is a civilian-grade project aimed at producing room temperature superconducting batteries, the process is so menacing that it is strictly forbidden to be disturbed. Zhong Yuanwu knew at the time that it was Lu Yan who was going to engage in a major scientific research project, so naturally he attached immense importance to it. After all, the large number of Hive drones that the military department had purchased from Lu Yan had already made the military department's strength a substantial leap. It's a favor that can't go unsold. So at that time Zhong Yuanwu, as soon as he heard that Lu Yan needed help, he didn't care whether he was a civilian-level project or not, and directly arranged for the military region of Yunqi province to take full responsibility for the matter. But it was only now that Zhong Yuanwu also realized the seriousness of the matter. The room temperature superconductivity project that Lu Yan is working on, whereas a civilian-grade project to produce batteries, this is clearly a military program project to develop weapons of mass destruction against satellites. Come to think of it, Zhong Yuanwu was so excited that he stood up straight away, slamming the table. Lu Yan's new weapon. We'll take it. Chapter 92, Ring of Angels. As the incident festered, more and more countries, egged on by America, demanded an explanation from the Dragon Kingdom. Is the Dragon Kingdom developing the death bell behind the scenes or not? The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon Kingdom, a group of leaders, both speechless and helpless. To be honest, they could kind of understand how America felt. Now, after all, the loss of 3000 star chain satellites in one breath, several years of space layout, was destroyed overnight. Who could stand this? It's too much for the Dragon Kingdom to bear. As for having to give a statement, that's a bit of a strong point. After all, the astonishing achievement of wiping out 3,000 star chain satellites in one breath was unexpected by themselves. Now, after seeing this amazing record, and hearing America's rational analysis, honestly, they were also a little bit guilty in their hearts. And, is what Liu Yan is working on some kind of super weapon or not? And the final power of interpretation rests with Liu Yan alone. And the final decision on whether or not to give specific statements to other countries will ultimately have to be made in consultation with Liu Yan. But now, Liu Yan's side of the work, it seems, is not over yet. Liu Yan's cell phone, and the cell phones of the entire technical team, were also kept off. And before starting up the equipment, Liu Yan had repeatedly emphasized that the process of starting up the equipment was a great risk to the entire planet and that interference was strictly forbidden. Now, if this kid doesn't show up voluntarily, who dares to disturb him? There is no way. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon can only urge Minister Yang of the State-Owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission, SASAC, because in addition to Liu Yan, he is the only one who is most likely to know the specific situation. Minister Yang was dumbfounded when he realized the situation. 3,000 star chain satellites have fallen. This war record. Holy, Liu Yan, this kid, good guy, said he was producing room temperature superconducting batteries, but ended up with a super weapon against satellites. To think that StarTech is funded by the SASFA, thinking of the SASAC, somehow indirectly making this amazing war effort. Minister Yang's mood was unbelievably soothing. I really did not expect the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission is an economic, actually can also have the opportunity to establish the military. Ha. As for the troubling fact that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs could not reach Liu Yan, Minister Yang didn't have much to offer, because he also didn't dare to go to the scene to find Liu Yan. After all, according to Liu Yan's statement, when the room temperature superconducting tower was activated, it was going to resonate with the Earth's magnetic field, and the whole process, from the perspective of the whole Earth, was not a small risk. And before, Liu Yan did have mentioned to him, room temperature superconducting materials bred out of time, although it is not good to estimate, but should not be more than 5 days. Minister Yang estimated that it would only take a day or two, and replied to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, be patient for 2 more days. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has no choice but to be patient. Due to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon State, there is a delay in giving a statement. America chose to keep the pressure on. The major news media, frantically advocating for coverage internationally, claims that the Dragon Kingdom is experimenting with superweapons have also intensified. It's over. The actual hammer. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon Kingdom is hesitant to give a statement. It must have been seen through, and is now completely weak-minded. America's guess was actually right. The Dragon Kingdom already has nuclear weapons and wants to have the death bell. This is a serious offense against the World Peace Agreement. I, a citizen of the island nation, strongly condemn the Dragon Nation. The world is not at peace right now, and there is a risk of World War III breaking out at any time. But the Dragon Kingdom has created a magnetic field pulse superweapon at this time. Isn't that pushing the world towards destruction? I, the citizens of Curry Country, strongly appeal. Longguoli is about to hand over the death bell to America and destroy it in front of the whole world. If not, we, the Curry Country, will start developing a cow dung extermination weapon. Can the Curry man shut up? His mouth is full of cow. Can you all stop? Even if we, the Dragon Kingdom, do possess a magnetic field pulse superweapon, so what? Our Dragon Kingdom is a peace-loving country. It definitely won't casually exterminate any race or country, so everyone can relax. It's true. Just because we have nukes doesn't mean we'll necessarily use them. Magnetic field pulse weapons. Same thing. At this point, Yunsi Province, outside the 100,000 mountains, a large number of people from the Dragon Kingdom have begun to gather. Quite a few people with a good head on their shoulders. It has been guessed that the super weapon of the Dragon Kingdom, no doubt, was activated in the 100,000 mountains. Because, now that the 100,000 million mountain tourist scenic area, which has long been completely closed, and is strictly regulated by the military. At the same time, a number of people had previously noticed that when the super weapon was activated, a number of animals were alert and uniformly looking in the direction of the 100,000 mountains. This also, moreover, verified the speculation in their hearts. In these 100,000 mountains, there's some kind of super weapon that can wipe out 3,000 star chain satellites in a single blow. The reason why these people have gathered here is simply to Pay their highest respect to the great scientists who have been silent and unknown, to the national heroes, who have given birth to the superweapons. Everyone, very orderly and very quiet. No publicity, no discussion. Come in silence. Looked in the direction of the 100,000 MT, with a glance at the blackened muzzles of the generals of the Yunchi military region. Leave the banner. Sneaking up on. All those who came to pay their respects felt it was worth the trip. And the deepest part of the 100,000 mountains, circumferential mountains, core superconductor tower, highest level. The crowd of technicians, staring at the monitor, all held their breath. At this point, displayed in the monitor, exactly a room temperature superconducting material in gestation. Superconducting materials suspended in the air in the form of anti-gravity, sometimes gathered, sometimes dispersed. That magical gathering and dispersing way of existence. No one has ever seen it. All people are not but TSK. And by the monitor, Lu Yen is adjusting and optimizing the field parameters of the whole system through the super laptop connected to the system. As all technicians know, the breeding of room temperature superconducting materials is a complex systematic project. First conception, which requires complex manual system optimization and adaptation due to parameter uncertainty. The only person who could complete this optimization process was Lu Yen. And these idle people, in addition to wiping sweat and feeding Lu Yen, can only dry tension. And to Lu Yen silently cheer. Lu Yen breathed a sigh of relief. 1024th parameter optimization adaptation. Let's see how the luck pans out. As Lu Yen hit the enter key, the room temperature superconducting system, in accordance with Lu Yen's optimization data, completed its adaptive adjustment. The piece of room temperature superconducting material, also suspended in the crowd's expectant gaze, gradually coalesced from a black, dispersed state, at great speed, and finally condensed into a rounded ring shape. With the formation of the ring structure, buzz, after a flare of light, all the technicians froze in place as they watched the scene in front of them. For the ring of superconducting material that appeared before them, it's actually a change from the previous black color. The whole body radiates a golden light. For a moment, it was as if the technicians saw that on top of the archangel's head, the ring of angels. Chapter 93. Our circular superconducting tower is the proper equipment for producing room temperature superconducting batteries. While the technicians froze. Encapsulation. Lu Yen gave a direct order. The text just reacted to that. Superconducting materials are a done deal. Everyone immediately returned to their respective workstations to complete the final material encapsulation operation. Along with the room temperature superconducting ring, which is completely encapsulated by a special material. A golden glow that no longer spills out. Room temperature superconducting battery. Completely finished. Immediately following, 2 thick artificial thunder columns. From the ultra-high voltage equipment lightning split in the 2 ends of the room temperature superconducting battery. A large electric energy loop current in the room temperature superconducting battery instantly completed the energy storage. Lu Yen let out a long breath of relief. All work was completed successfully. Superconducting material generation, battery encapsulation, battery storage. Meanwhile, the system has logged all the data and completed the adaptive adjustments. The next step in mass production can be left entirely to the system, which runs autonomously. And now, the Earth's magnetic field interferes and will no longer exist. Lu Yen also declared that it was safe to turn on his cell phone. As a result, everyone just turned on their cell phones and realized that on everyone's phone, there were hundreds of missed calls. Fong Chaney looked nervous. Mr. Lu, everyone's cell phones are full of missed calls? It's not possible that the past few days' time has caused any serious consequences because we activated the equipment, right? Lu Yen laughed. It won't be. The precautions I've given to the whole world, I've written them in great detail, even if it's a little cutie. Can all follow the precautions to avoid the effects of magnetic field fluctuations brainlessly. I guess these missed calls are those new energy vehicle manufacturers that can't wait to order room temperature superconducting batteries from us. Fong Chaney nodded worriedly. End of production of room temperature superconducting cells. Lu Yen had already put together all the required parts. Now, all that is needed is to install the carbon-based chip, the room temperature superconducting battery, onto the civilian model of the Hive drone, and make the final upgrades, and the full-bodied Hive drone will be completely finished. Thinking that he was one step closer to the moon, thinking that he, himself, was one step closer to the massive helium-3 resources, Lu Yen breathed a long sigh of relief. Next, as long as the full-bodied Hive drones could be mass-produced, they could take full control of the Earth's near-Earth orbit, and the distance between the Earth and the Moon would be directly reduced by 6 million meters. However, this was the ideal situation. According to the theory, the full-bodied hive drone, completely had this ability, but in reality, whether it could be done or not, Lu Yen did not have 100% certainty. Actual testing must be done. But now, not only Lu Yen, but everyone is wearing a black eye. The superconducting tower is fully activated and dangerous. In order to prevent accidents from happening, everyone eats and sleeps in the main tower. Lu Yen is really sleepy now. Even if we were to complete the final upgrade for actual testing, we'd have to catch up on some sleep before doing so. Lu Yen glanced at the main control system and was very relieved that now that the production of the first room temperature superconducting cell is over, it is well past the danger period, and the next cell production work can be completely handed over to the system, and human intervention is no longer required. After determining that there were no follow-up issues, Lu Yen took Lu Meng and led the technicians down to the high tower. Lu Yen opens the main tower door. Instead, they saw outside the door tens of thousands of heavily armed soldiers, neatly arrayed. The officers who stood at the front, at the head, numbered nearly 100. This stance could have startled Lu Yen and the technicians behind him. Lu Yen remembered that before, the military region of Yunchi province only sent a few thousand military brothers to assist in the defense. How did this suddenly become an exaggerated army? Lu Yen estimated. I'm afraid there must be 50,000 people. Moreover, the only officer who had come to the Ringed Mountains before was the head of the Yunchi military region, Mr. Ding, who was alone. Lu Yen looked left and right, trying to find out where District Chief Ding was and ask what the situation was. When he saw the figure of District Governor Ding, Lu Yen couldn't help but stare at him. Good lord! District Governor Ding ran straight to the end of the 100-officer line and stood there. He is the one person who controls the entire military region of Yunchi province. At his level, he still has to go to the end of the line. How high in rank must the officer in front of him be? Come to think of it, Lu Yen couldn't help but thump in his heart. It can't be that Fong Caney really got it right, right? Could it really have led to something serious during the activation of the superconducting device? Lu Yen was very confident before that absolutely nothing much would happen. After all, one has given very detailed specific precautions in advance. But to think that something like completely connecting to the Earth's magnetic field and resonating it was the first time he'd ever done it. To say 100% sure, well, he also dare not guarantee. The unexpected probability of a major accident is, at most, 0.001%. But now, with so many officers coming in, it's clear that they are looking for accountability. Could it be that you have really hit the super jackpot and brewed immeasurably serious consequences? Thinking of the rank of these officers, Lu Yen even dare not continue to envision how serious the consequences must be. Lu Yen looked at Fong Caney. Caney, next time you don't guess. Okay, Cheney Fong. Hundreds of technicians behind Lu Yen. Hearing Lu Yen's words and remembering earlier Fong Caney's speculation, all realized the seriousness of the problem, and all of them were nervous. The next moment, however, salute, the officer at the head, after giving a flood of instructions, more than 100 officers behind him, as well as tens of thousands of generals, saluted Lu Yen in unison, with force. Looking at this sudden scene, hundreds of technicians all froze in place. Lu Yen also couldn't help but stare. What does this want? Immediately afterward, the officer at the head of the group, striding up extended his hand to Lu Yen. Hello, Mr. Lu. I am the Dragon Kingdom's military department, Chief Military Commander, Zhang Yuanwu. Lu Yen reflexively gripped his hand up and it was only then that he reacted to the identity of the other party, who was actually the Chief Military Commander of the Dragon Kingdom's military department, Zhang Military Commander. On the shoulders of the whole Dragon country's security deployment duties, usually rarely show up. Lu Yen also only saw his side profile on TV, so that Lu Yen did not recognize at first glance, and did not dare to recognize. Now that we know who the other guy is, Lu Yen's palm couldn't help but break out in a slight cold sweat. The Chief Military Commander has personally stepped in, and the consequences of what he has gotten himself into. This is how serious it has become. Lu Yen didn't dare to squeak, and Army Commander Zhang got right to the point. Lu Gong, this tower-shaped superweapon of yours, it's well built. We want it at the general headquarters. Lu Yen was stunned when Sergeant Zhang finished speaking. Weapons? What weapon? No, Army Commander Zhang. I'm really sorry. I can't understand what you're saying. This ring superconducting tower of ours is a proper equipment for producing room temperature superconducting batteries, not a weapon of any kind. Zhang Yuanwu burst out laughing. Lu Yen, it's not like it's been a day or two since Star Technology cooperated with our military department. We're all on our own, so don't act in front of me. What a great job destroying the America 3000 Star Chain satellites. Even though you don't have a troop establishment, I can make an exception and give you personally the military department's highest medal of honor. Chapter 94, Beehive Drone. All functional restrictions lifted. After Sergeant Zhong finished, Lu Yan only felt a little confused in his head. The fall of 3,000 star chain satellites in America? What the hell is going on here? Afterward, Army Commander Zhong excitedly explained Lu Yan's battle results from this strike in detail. After the tower superweapon was activated, all 50 states of America, all power grids have disintegrated and the estimated direct economic loss has reached 10 trillion. And more importantly, the 3,000 star chain satellites that swept into near-Earth orbit over the Dragon Kingdom were directly reunited. The Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Aviation and the Ministry of War have both verified that thousands of satellites have indeed been missing from near-Earth orbit. Now the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in America barks incessantly. Part of the group of countries in the America camp had also been in disarray. Army Commander Zhong was getting more and more excited. Spittle flying. Lu Yan, your precise strike against America this time is truly beautiful. Sweeping through 3,000 star chain satellites in one breath has bought valuable time and space for the establishment of our Ministry of War's near-Earth orbit satellite system. That's a huge war credit. Also, the Earth's magnetic field pulse weapon you developed. We at the General Military Department want it. How much you want? What kind of reward you want? Just ask. Listening to Sergeant Zhong, Fong Kaney and the group of technicians were all dumbfounded. And at this moment, Lu Yan froze. In Lu Yan's mind, the technology points began to settle. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You've gained 200 tech points. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You've gained 300 technology points. Ding! Congratulations, host, on gaining 250 technology points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for gaining 220 tech points. The tech points came in like a tsunami of madness. Lu Yan came back to his senses and took a look at the total tech points and it had shot up from 3,000 to 20,000 in one breath. Moreover, the values are increasing. Seeing such an exaggerated total of tech points, Lu Yan was really happy, but also really clueless. That many tech points. A direct doubling from the last carbon-based chip? How shocking does that have to be? Solid. I'm afraid I've really add up 3,000 satellites. No. Haven't all the defenses I've written been given to the world? What's with this America? Not only did all the power grids completely disintegrate, but 3,000 star chain satellites were ed down. Is my measure not written in sufficient detail for them to read it? Or did they make some kind of mistake in enforcing the defense and control measures? Whatever the reason, you can't blame yourself for this. I'm not taking the blame for this one. Although unexpectedly making a mega battle or something, Lu Yan had some small surprises in his heart. However, if he really wanted to sell this room temperature superconducting tower as a weapon to the General Military Department, Lu Yan could not accept it. First of all, the normal temperature superconducting tower, during the startup process, produces an impact on the Earth's magnetic field with extremely strong side effects. If the ring superconducting tower is really handed over to the Ministry of War, if it is not handled well during startup, or if any accident occurs, and the Earth's magnetic field undergoes a bipolar reversal, the whole world will have to play through. Secondly, the violent fluctuations in the magnetic field were not directed at a particular country, but at the whole world. The activation of the device, which only severely affected America, was not a precision strike, but a pure accident, obviously caused by America's lack of precautions. And the bottom line is this: normal temperature superconducting batteries, the most critical component of the complete hive drones, themselves require a large number of complete hive drones in near-Earth orbit to serve as transportation staging for lunar helium-3 resources. If the equipment used to produce the batteries had been sold to the General Armaments Department for use as a weapon, having to waste another year building a superconducting tower, myself. Moreover, could it find the same suitable resonance zone of the Earth's magnetic field as the Ring Mountains? Lu Yan didn't have any idea in his heart. So, Lu Yan felt that it was necessary for him to disabuse the chief military commander of the wrong idea of treating this ring-shaped superconducting tower as a super weapon. Come to think of it, Lu Yan re-emphasized with a serious expression, Army Commander Zhong, this circular superconducting tower of ours is really a proper device for producing room temperature superconducting batteries. Sergeant Zhong frowned. Lu Yan, you're not treating me as one of your own. A weapon is a weapon is a weapon. There's nothing to hide, and as I've said before, it's a great thing, an extraordinarily great feat for you to build this super weapon. Lu Yan didn't continue to explain. Instead, he had someone bring over the room temperature superconducting batteries that had just been produced. Originally, he thought that if he let Army Commander Zhong take a look at the battery with his own eyes, he should be able to understand it. However, After seeing the battery with his own eyes, Sergeant Zhong still smiled and shook his head. There was still a look of utter disbelief. Lu Yen sighed. He had originally planned that he would go back to catch up on his sleep and collect the materials before starting the upgrade of the full-bodied hive drones. But now, learning that something so big had happened, the sleepiness was gone. Okay, can a fully fledged hive drone fly to NEO or not anyway? One needs to actually verify it oneself. And there's no need to wait. It's now, just together. Subsequently, Lu Yen borrowed a hive drone from the drone brigade of the military region of Yunqi province. This hive drone is the specialized drone of Senior Captain Wu Yidi. When Wu Yidi heard that Lu Yen was in need, he handed over his beloved hive drone, without saying a word, to Lu Yen. Although he wasn't sure what Lu Yen wanted this drone for, Lu Yen was the maker of the hive drone, and Wu Yidi was sure that Lu Yen wouldn't harm it. So, Yidi Wu didn't hesitate when he handed over the Toyotomi drone. However, Lu Yen took the manipulation helmet. The helmet recognized the identity of the producer, and then directly entered the password. Multiple key link sections inside the hive drone quietly open. Immediately following, Lu Yen pulled out his portable tools. Kakaka took the hive drone straight apart. Wu Yidi looked at this heartbreaking scene, and the person was dumbfounded. He's been taking over this hive drone for over a year now, so inseparable that he has to sleep with it in his arms. He thinks he knows his drones pretty well by now. He had always assumed that the hive drones were absolutely non-removable. As a result, when it came to Lu Yen's hands, it fell apart in less than a minute. Wu Yidi's heart tightened. But thinking that the other party was Lu Yen after all, the maker of the hive drone, he didn't dare to say anything more. In the midst of the crowd's disbelief, Lu Yen waved to Fong Kaney. Shaney, let me borrow your phone. Oh, Fong Kaney was also a bit confused, but still handed over her beloved Mate 100+. Lu Yen took the phone and took off the pink case. The accompanying tool is cocked. Card. The cell phone screen is on. Lu Yen didn't have a heat gun. Smacking the subsequent dismantling is a bit of a pain in the ass. To the rock at his side, he snapped hard. Click. Cracked internal original. Fong Kaney looked at her beloved Mate 100+, which was violently dismantled by Lu Yen, and the corner of her mouth could not help but twitch. Mr. Lu, what are you? As soon as Lu Yen took out the carbon-based chip inside, I'll give you a new one back. Cheney Fong. Immediately following, Lu Yen removed and discarded the old chip of the hive drone and replaced it with a carbon-based chip. The old battery pack was also dismantled by Lu Yen a handful of times and dumped in the woods, backhandedly mounted with 16 freshly baked room-temperature superconducting batteries. At this time, everyone also finally understood that Lu Yen was trying to upgrade the hive drone. On the spot. Soon, Lu Yen assembled the hive drone. Put on your helmet. Start typing the special password command. Before, hive drones function with no carbon-based chips, no room-temperature superconducting batteries, and functioning in a completely sealed state. Once the function is pulled too high, the chip burns right through. Once the function is pulled up, the range is less than 5 minutes, which makes no sense. But now that all the parts are complete, Lu Yen has gotten bold and, after Lu Yen's 1-2 punch, on the mirrored helmet, an inconspicuous line of prompts was displayed. Hive drone, all functional limitations, will soon be fully lifted. Chapter 95. I was trying to see if it could fly into near-Earth orbit. On the sidelines, Wu Yidi. Shortness of breath. New chip. New battery module. Wu Yidi could already foresee that the upgraded drone would definitely be able to have a faster response time, as well as a higher range. Wu Yidi made a bold guess that the responsiveness and range could not be doubled. Just by guessing, Wu Yidi's little heart thumped nervously. He immediately calmed his agitation. Greedy. Too greedy. It's amazing to get a boost of about 50%. You can't be too greedy yourself. At the same time, Wu Yidi was incredibly glad that he had handed over his drone to Lu Yen. It's simply too lucky. He himself would be the first man in all of the Dragon Kingdom's military department to have an upgraded version of the hive drone. At this point, Military Commander Zhong, who was on the side, had also reacted to the fact that Lu Yen had upgraded the hive drones on the spot, which was to prove to himself that this ring tower of theirs was really a device for producing batteries. And Army Commander Zhong silently accepted Lu Yen's statement. After all, the old battery had been thrown into the woods by Lu Yen, and as long as this drone could still fly, it was enough to show that Lu Yen wasn't joking with himself. But so what? Army Commander Zhong still hadn't given up on the idea of using the ring tower as a weapon. After all, even if the new battery is a big boost, it's just a bit of range improvement. In fact, the 5-hour range of the hive drone is perfectly adequate, and is already longer than even most military-grade drones. Even if the range were doubled again, it wouldn't be much of a real-world improvement, in Zhong Yuanwu's opinion. Or is the ability to annihilate 3 star chain satellites more tantalizing. The only way to maximize its usefulness and value is to use this ring tower as a super-to-satellite weapon. Just then, on Lu Yan's mirrored manipulation helmet, line 2 of the prompt appeared. All functional restrictions lifted. Lu Yan looked to the sky. The mind gives the command. Military-grade hive drones. Up. Next moment, behind the hive drones, 16 columns of blue propulsion rings, spewing wildly, with unrivaled propulsion. The drone lifted off at breakneck speed. Everyone on the scene, collectively, exploded. Wu Yidi looked at the exaggeratedly thick propelling column and froze directly in place. Because of its sturdiness, and the drone's flight speed, it was twice as fast as before. Compared to before, engine propulsion increased by 200%. Just double it. Wu Yidi didn't hold back her gasp of surprise. Hearing Wu Yidi's exclamation of surprise, Army Commander Zhong also froze? He had previously thought that only the range of the hive drones would be increased after replacing the batteries, and he hadn't expected that even the output of the work-free propulsion engines would actually be increased. Thinking of this, Army Commander Zhong also hesitated a little. If the hive drone's function really doubles, then he'll have to reweigh that. 2. Is this ring-shaped superconducting tower appropriate for battery production? Or is it appropriate for use as a superweapon? After all, hive drones are inherently strategic. Now that the function is doubled again, it's simply a dominant presence in the air. However, Army Commander Zhong was still a bit incredulous. How could there be such a big improvement when it was just upgrading a battery? Moreover, Army Commander Zhong had only tried out the hive drone before, and hadn't operated it for a long period of time, so he didn't have too specific a grasp of its performance or speed. Sergeant Zhong looked at Wu Yidi. Double the functionality. Are you sure? Wu Yidi nodded heavily with great certainty. Back to the Generalissimo. I'm pretty sure. The propulsion ring columns of the previous hive drones were half the size of what they are now. Moreover, its previous limit of flight speed was around 500 miles per hour. And now, according to my visual inspection, it's approaching 1,000 mph. Zhong Yuanwu listened to Wu Yidi's affirmative reply. Shocked and at the same time, his heart became more and more hesitant. On the one hand, against satellite superweapons. On the one hand, the hive drone doubles in function. So hard to choose. Just then, Wu Yidi let out a gasp. I was wrong. It's speeding up again. Military Commander Zhong raised his head again and looked at the sky in shock. At this time, the hive drone had already flown to 1,000 meters in the air. Due to the distance, Military Commander Zhong could only see the halo of the propulsion ring column, and did not clearly feel a change in speed. And, at 1,000 mph, it's already approaching the speed of sound, so any further acceleration is really unlikely. Therefore, Army Commander Zhong's first reaction was that Wu Yidi might not have made a miscalculation. The next moment, however, he was dumbfounded. Only in the sky, the air suddenly stirred, as if a curtain had been torn through by something that, a huge surge cloud, in the middle of the sky, appeared. Zhong Yuanwu's pupils shrank. This is ing. Before Sergeant Zhong's words left his mouth, tens of thousands of generals behind him exclaimed in shock and, ********. It's a sonic boom cloud. The hive drone broke the speed of sound. Can't be. Immediately following, there was an explosion, and heaven and earth roared. The sound of sonic booms resounded through the heavens and earth, sweeping through the mountains and forests. It sounded as if it came from the roar of a flooded beast. For a time, in the 100,000 Great Mountains, countless birds and beasts scattered in alarm, countless animals, wailing and fleeing for their lives. Tens of thousands of generals, looking at the spectacular sonic boom cloud high in the sky, all froze in place. The generals froze for a full half a minute before looking at Lu Yan in horror, their eyes in disbelief. At this point, Zhong Yuanwu had been completely dumbfounded. He had never thought that the hive drone, after upgrading the battery, could actually increase its function to such an outrageous degree of supersonic speed. Supersonic drones. This is a big ing deal. It's not like the Dragon Kingdom doesn't have supersonic drones. That supersonic drone, however, is a fixed-wing drone that mimics the shape of a hypersonic fighter. It needed a takeoff runway, couldn't hover, and with Lu Yan's hive drone, it wasn't even on the same track. And its high cost of $4 million is also more than 10 times higher than the $350,000 price tag of Lu Yan's drone. Zhong Yuanwu remembered that Lu Yan had mentioned before, sold to the military department of the hive drone, are civilian models. After upgrading the military model, return to the factory to upgrade each drone, but also another 100,000 upgrade fee. Because the upgrade cost was so low, Zhong Yuanwu hadn't been too concerned, so it also gave him a preconceived notion that this time, Even with the upgraded battery, the boost wouldn't be too great. As a result, the myopia is straight supersonic. In this way, Zhong Yuanwu is really a little difficult, as if the ring tower is used as a weapon. Against the satellite cost-effective is not so high. On the side, Wu Yidi's voice trembled with excitement. Mr. Lu, this upgraded hive drone is mine, right? Lu Yan turned back to Wu Yidi. Of course it's yours. I can't give it back to you yet though. Since it's all flying I have to finish testing its functions. Hearing Lu Yan's words, Sergeant Zhong froze. Functionality tests are not done yet. No. Sonic boom clouds are showing up. The speeds are supersonic. What other functional tests could there be that weren't done? Wu Yidi asked curiously. Is it going to be a hive cluster split test? Lu Yan shook his head. No. I was trying to see if it could fly into near-Earth orbit.